In the divine martial continent, in the northern region off Bailey, within the city of Shuya, atop the peak of Songshan Mountain, a sinister conversation echoed from within a pavilion. Inside, a petite and stunning beautiful woman lay weak against astonable, her breathe erraticand and unusual flush coloring her pallid cheeks. Dressed in a form-fitted grayish-purple robe, her delicate features worious exquisities a painting, leaving an indelible impression. Scattered around the stonable wararum nant so meal, alongside an exquisitesse word and a mask depicting thick eyebrows and a handlebar mustache. These women was known as Li Hanyi, these can lord of Shuya city, revered as sort of mortal of Shuya, who had long devote herself to cultivation at Songshan. Not far away, a man with a lecherous demeanor and a sinister smile watched Li Hanyi, his eyes burning with desire. Li Hanyi's gay wasisi, brimming with murderous intent, yether weakened condition forced her tutter, through gritted teeth, poisoned, despicably shameless. Thuffer voice was soft, it was melodious, fled with anger and helplessness in this moment. Theman approached nonchalantly, boasting, poisoned? With your cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult to poison you without detection. I possess no such poison. Thysis Morelia phenotonic, the tiger and dragon harmony powder. Notenly is a tharmless, boutique can also enhance our power. Of course, there's a defects had grinned wickedly, continuing, if not addressed promptly, even if your cultivation advances a level, the overwhelming potency of the medicine could cause our body to explode. But fret not, with me here, you won't explode. After enjoying you, it will personally kill out to avenge my brother. Upon hearing this, spirit shed deeper into Li Hanyi's expression. Her internal energy was spiraling out of control, primal heat and impulses urging within her. Shunderstood Themon's words were not mere threats. Had she not treated ethereal moft fuel master and grasped the path of sort immortal, holding gonto her consciousness by a thread. Shwould have along succumbed to madness, becoming a mere pawn. Were you? What grievance do wesher? Li Hanyi asked with great difficulty. Over the years, she had traversed the martial world with her brothers from Shuya city, eliminating countless of illdoers, sorta lia tushin wasto expected. Yet Shwu Drathirdiath and los her puritedith is man. A cruel glint flashed across Demon's facia shes neared, me brother is known in the martial world as the young master of Liang and Bailey. Realization dawned on Li Hanyi, and she recoiled in disgust. You were his brother, Sun Yong? Sun Yong, alongside his brother Sun Chong, were notorious in Bailey, with Sun Qiang having a penchant for married women, while Sun Yong favored young maidens. Bot were stained with the innocency of countless women. To your spreer, Li Hanyi had slain Sun Qiang to rid the world off his menace, yet shed never located Sun Yong. Little did Shek know had been lurking in Shuya city, now targeting her. Murderous intent surged within her, yet her internal energy continued to spiral. With great fort, she maintained a sliver of resolve, coldly declaring, you have commit countless atrocities, deserving of death. Even if I must perish today, I shall take you down with him. However, Sun Yong remained unfazed, coldly stating, don't it struggle. This medicine, unless a powerful being of earthly immortal realm willingly expends their cultivation to kill it, leaves in lithe path of harmony. I have consent the perfect moment by Li Dongjian and Sikong Cheng fingery both absent from Shuya city, and do have declared a retreat. Aside from, your food deliverer, nun will come at your aid. Your rooter lie alone. Just as Sun Yong advanced menacingly, a noon expected voice shittered the stillness. Ah, with her sounding crash, before Sun Yong could react, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, crashing into his face with a tremendous impact. The force swept them off his feet, and darkness engulfed high Mash's body convulsed before losing consciousness. Ouch, damn it, that hurt. What kind of famousment park is these? A roller coaster, that can launch PP out? A slendry oath crawled up from us, dazed and indignant. He had thought himself doomed, yet found himself unscathed. However, Ash's senses returned and to survey his surroundings, he froze. A girl with crimsony isen daswi twizagelunged toward him. Before heckled utter a word, she enveloped them in a tight embrace. Steringather bayadi, he was saw-struck, beau despair quickly followed. Had he encountered a female thug? Was he sent be the amusement park? Was his fortunate obellis so easily? And Hurliter, Chowan, sorry and daking, rose from the ground, observing the pale, unconsciously Hanyi eye bested to him, along with the bruise satterning his own body. Him muttered to himself, what in the world is this? This woman is storithless. Then he noticed Sunyang and outside pavilion and felt altofelar. Recalling Thier Learly Urkes, Hevigelai remembered being pulled Bethegirl, after which Sunyang had been kicked to Tofte pavilion. Kudit bethought the roller coaster flung for way, disrupting Thisparrow wild lovebirds. My backside feels soft to land in Somion? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Chowan felt a surge of panic. What if he hadn't just list this fortune of Buddle sofa seat a murder charge? Remembering the girl's daisy and unfocused expression, Anno Thirthotes struck him Kudit Bethatinid, vertently drugger? If shwakes up, will she kasim? Just as Chowan was in a state of turmoil, a voice coeden hin his mending. The supreme effort system has been successfully activated. Welcome, host, Toth Comprehensive Martial World. A scene of playback has been detected Niarbi thought me assist the host. Would I like to extract hand view it? Chowan was taken aback. Comprehensive Martial World, Supreme Effort System? Had ha crossed over? Heglin seed around, realizing that the sites before Heim were ruder different from modern society. Towering city walls, ancient towers, people-clad in tradition algar below fit confirmed that the Hayden traversed into another world. Heffel Tamak saw furin danguish. Their joyo fin countering gas scenario on le founda novels, complete with astarting zistem the anguish o faving lost his fortune and being inexplicably entangled with a woman. Most critically, it seemed ha had an advertent liher med Herman, if that mandied. But soon, Chowan recall at the system's promptan Thessina playback function. System. Open the playback. Let me see what exactly happened. As the prompt chimed, a virtual's crystal materialized before him. Thessina flickered, revealing garaged man wearing Isilver mask, a handlebar mustache painted on his face, seat to stone bench with eatable latent steaming dishes. Haramo ved the mask, revealing Jade Katian's stunning face Li Hanyi. Li Hanyi began to but soon sin said something amiss. Shed discarded herco sticks, knock a dovera plat vegetables, and pressed hericu points, hair expression turning grim host here? Show yourself. Then, amino ordinary appearance emerged from behind a tree, a triumphant smiley on his face yashintered the pavilion Li Hanyi. Never expected auto havi sachade. The playback continued, showing thoroughly air events until a tree ched thimament Chowan sat squarely in Sunyang's face. After viewing it, Chowan breathed a sigh of relief. Suthier and a couple? Just a flower thief. Well, at least it didn't smash an innocent person hes just a scoundrel. However, when Thessin shiftedo Sunyang mentioning Bailey Dongju Nan Sikong Cheng Feng, Chowan's attention returned to Li Hanyi. Shays Li Hanyi? The Li Hanyi? Highsies widened. Mount Hagapihud has slept with her? No, wait. Ways it Li Hanyi I will had slept with him? It's over. Immutterly doomed. Chowan lamented inwardly. From the playback, it was clear that Li Hanyi had been drugged with the Tiduran Dragon Harmony powder. This made his situation even more precarious. Although he had an advertent lie save Li Hanyi Yorther, crushed Sunyong, he had still taken advantage of air. Could air honor bead fendid in the sentient context? Moreover, this was Li Hanyi Shueyue, the sword immortal, a formidable figure capable of invoking celestial phenomenon hammer register. Even a flicko for finger no, shwood to vini to lift a finger to crush the dust. The playback froze thimament chow and Satan Sunyang's face. He was relieved the tight didn't continue otherwise a heshuddered involuntarily, hadn't winterest in watching his own little film. What am I suppose said Tadano Chow and sighed softly. Crossing Goverand having a systems who'd hop in a ho use occasion. Yet after watching the playback, Hookald feel happy? Although Li Hanyi had initiated it, the complexity is soft gender relations, coupled with his circumstances, render a dim incapable of explaining himself. How could justify his identity? Why wash? Where did it him from? Why washer? Wu Danyon believe he weighs a transmigrator? Would Li Hanyi note mistake he him for Onav Sunyang circumplices? A torrent of questions threatened to overwhelm Chowan. What is this? Wadami Toto? Silence witnesses? A terrifying thought surged within him. If Li Hanyi did, the matter wald besettled. After all, the poison waste administered be Sunyangothers would lie clithink Li Hanyi push alongside a him. As a transmigrator, none had seen him. Erasing Galtre Seswood Berthesing Cadentes a sea crete toppling a mountain. But a kill. Chapter 3 What a heartless and unfeeling system it is, granting a farewell kiss while gazing at the delicate figure beside him, who lay unconscious and haggard. How could he bring himself to act against her? Moreover, should he truly take the life of Li Hanyi, there would be no room for retreat in this matter. Originally, he was the victim, the one with reason on his side. Yet, If he were to commit murder, and it were to be discovered later, then he would be doomed for certain. Fleeing, that offered him another avenue, the last glimmer of hope. Li Hanyi remained in her slumber, providing him the perfect opportunity to escape. Furthermore, since she had been drugged, a common aphrodisiac would leave one in a state of confusion, often resulting in memory loss. Perhaps Li Hanyi would not even recognize his appearance. She might even mistake him for Sun Yong. In such a case, once he fled, he would have no reason for concern. Even if, hypothetically, Li Hanyi did remember him and the events that had just transpired, it would still be her coercion. In terms of reason, he would still hold the moral high ground. Even if Li Hanyi were to become a maniac, relentlessly pursuing him, he could invoke the righteousness of the world to protect himself. He would fear not even the prospect of being shattered to pieces, so long as he retained his innocence in this realm. And no matter how one considered it, this plan seemed far more prudent than directly taking Li Hanyi's life. However, if he were to escape, where would he go? He had just traversed into this world and was utterly unfamiliar with it. His remaining garments had been shredded by the deranged Li Hanyi. Where could he possibly run to, survive in the wilderness, join the adventures of the renowned Bei? The crux of the matter was that he lacked the backing of a powerful figure like Bei. Wait, do I not have a system? Chaoan exclaimed, smacking his forehead. The sudden turn of events had left him in a daze. He was no ordinary man now. He was a man with a system. System, where are you? Hurry and provide me with a solution. With a system at his disposal, what was there to fear? A simple solution from the system would resolve his crisis, wouldn't it? Detected unrealistic expectations from the host. The system kindly reminds you that this is a supreme effort system. As the name suggests, one must strive to grow stronger, but the prerequisite is the host's own endeavor. The system does not currently provide other services. Ayu? The cold, mechanical voice was akin to a bucket of icy water dousing Chaoan striving to grow stronger. No other services provided? Did that even make sense? His host was on the brink of demise. System, you cannot just stand by and watch. If I perish, you will have no host left. Chaoan silently pleaded, struggling within. Yet, there was no response. Truly, a heartless and unfeeling system. System: well, relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. I must depend on my own wits. With the system yielding no results, he had no choice but to follow his own instincts. Taking a deep breath, Chaoan had already made up his mind, that was, to run. As long as the Green Mountains remained, he need not fear the absence of firewood. He could not kill Li Hanyi. Once he did, the price he would pay would be far too great, so great that even with the system, should the truth come to light, he could lose everything, including the system itself. But if he fled, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, this was a world of martial arts, far more expansive than he could have ever imagined. The number of people here far exceeded that of a singular world. As long as he could leave Shuyu City, he would have the freedom to swim in the vast sea and soar high in the sky. The likelihood of Li Hanyi finding him would be minimal. For all its might, Shuyu City was merely one of many factions in the expansive world of martial arts, far from being invincible. Having come to this realization, Chaoan made his way towards the lifeless body of Sun Yong not far off. At that moment, Sun Yong's complexion was ashen, his body cold to the touch, unmistakably dead. Yet, he did not approach merely to ascertain Sun Yong's state. He sought to change his clothes. Though wearing the garments of the deceased seemed somewhat ominous, if he wished to survive, he had no choice but to change out of his current attire. Otherwise, he would be swiftly apprehended as a pervert upon entering Shuyu City. To his surprise, Sun Yong possessed a few pieces of silver. Though meager, it was a boon for the penniless Chaoan nonetheless. He could not help but exclaim disdainfully, "Pa, a so-called master, a flower thief, and yet he has only this paltry amount to show for it." With a frustrated curse, he kicked Sun Yong's corpse twice. If it weren't for this wretched situation, would he have had to be so passive? Kicking him twice was a mere fraction of what he deserved. After changing clothes and tidying himself up, Chaoan returned to the side of the disheveled and weary Li Hanyi. Stretching his back, he gathered the torn remnants of clothing scattered on the ground, some belonging to him, others to Li Hanyi, tying them together to cover her. Gazing at the frail young woman, he could not help but sigh, "This is all I can do. Logically, I should be the victim here, waiting for you to awaken, so we could clarify matters before I leave. But who could have known you were the Snow Moon Sword Immortal? You are too powerful, and I do not wish to take a life. Thus, fearing you might seek to kill me upon waking, I must flee for the sake of my own life. We are fated to meet, but perhaps it is best we part ways. Let us each seek our own happiness, as if this were merely a fleeting dream. Alas, what a sin! Chowan let out a long sigh, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his face. Compelled by some inexplicable force, he lowered his head and pressed another gentle kiss upon Li Hanyi's slightly pale lips. A beauty such as hers would be unlikely to cross his path again. We are clear now, farewell. With that, Chowan harbored no further attachments and sprinted towards the direction of Shuya City. At that moment, time was of the essence for Chowan, however, unbeknownst to him. As he turned to leave, Li Hanyi, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, began to flutter her long eyelashes. After Chowan had departed for some time, her eyelashes moved once more, and she slowly opened her eyes. There was no confusion typical of someone just awakening. Instead, her gaze was unexpectedly indifferent. Struggling to sit up, the remnants of clothing Chowan had draped over her were partially visible. Had there been onlookers, they would have been treated to a most captivating sight. Her indifferent gaze coldly fixed upon the direction of Shuya City, she softly murmured, "Who exactly are you?" The previous scene involuntarily replayed in her mind, those frenzied actions lingering in her thoughts, refusing to fade. No matter how she tried to banish those thoughts, they became all the more vivid, all the more indelible. Why did you appear here? What is your connection to Sunyo? A flicker of murderous intent flashed within Li Hanyi's indifferent gaze. If Chowan were indeed a companion of Sun Yong, then she would pursue him to the ends of the earth, vowing to rend him asunder. Chapter 4. Is she pursuing me? Tang Lian had actually awakened while Chowan was changing his clothes. However, although she was awake, the uncontrollable internal energy within her had yet to stabilize. Uncertain of Chowan's true identity, she chose to feign sleep. She heard his murmurs distinctly in her heart. Li Hanyi had begun to believe that Chowan was merely an innocent who had accidentally stumbled into Tsongshan. Yet, why had this fellow kissed her before leaving? Admittedly, she had previously drugged him and forced him into certain actions, but what was the meaning of that last kiss? "I will definitely find you," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the direction in which Chowan had departed. Even if there was no connection between Chowan and Sun Yong, his parting kiss indicated that he was far from a good person. Upon locating Chowan, she would interrogate him thoroughly and then eliminate this scoundrel for the sake of the people. After a considerable time, Li Hanyi regained some strength. Struggling to rise, she wrapped herself in the garments Chowan had draped over her and limped toward her room. Her internal power had not yet returned, and she was unable to pursue Chowan at present. Otherwise, even if she caught up with him, it would be uncertain who would be the hunter and who the prey. Nonetheless, she was not concerned about losing track of Chowan. She had memorized his appearance deeply. Even if she had to search the ends of the earth, she would find him on the other side. Chowan remained oblivious to the fact that Li Hanyi had been pretending to sleep. Had he known, he would never have dared to kiss her goodbye in all honesty. That last kiss stemmed from the feeling that he had been unfairly forced into a situation before. Li Hanyi had kissed him dozens of times. Was he not allowed a single return kiss? As he hurried down from Tsongshan, Chowan dared not stop, fearing that Li Hanyi would awaken and chase after him the moment he paused. Each step forward was a step towards safety. He had lost track of time and distance, feeling as if his body were being drained of energy, nearing its limits. Congratulations, host. You have persevered in running for 5 kilometers, gaining 1 in physical constitution. The system's notification rang in his ears, jolting Chow in spirit. Immediately, a warm current surged through his body, revitalizing him and banishing the fatigue that had nearly overwhelmed him. This sensation was truly remarkable. Is this the result of hard work? Can I truly become stronger through effort? In that moment, Chowan finally grasped the true utility of the system. It boiled down to 2 words: just do it. For a fleeting instant, Chowan felt a mix of emotions. In his past life, he had toiled endlessly for others, rising early and working late. Now, having crossed into a new era and awakened a system of effort, could he not have been granted a system that allowed for rest instead? What a cruel twist of fate. However, he quickly set aside his discontent. Having a system was certainly better than having none. Moreover, the promise that effort could lead to strength was not inherently a bad thing. Looking at the world, countless individuals labored their entire lives without ever witnessing results. With this system, he could at least be assured that as long as he persevered, rewards would follow. Yet, what did physical constitution truly signify? The abruptness of his crossing had left him with little time to thoroughly investigate the system. With a thought, a panel resembling that of a video game appeared before Chowan's eyes. Host: Chowan. Age: 23 years. Realm: None. Current world realm levels: from low to high, 9th grade to 1st grade. Above 1st grade are the realms of Vajra Ordinary, Free Realm, Carefree 9 Heavens, Ascendant Master Realm, Great Carefree Realm, Half-Step Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, each realm divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Constitution: 11 points, a comprehensive evaluation of a normal adult's physical condition. The standard for an ordinary adult without a realm is 10 points. Mental method: None. Martial arts: None. Abilities: None. Martial arts mental method ability level realms: Novice, Entry, Ordinary, Proficient, Mastery, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection. Pill item mental method martial arts weapon quality classifications: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Tier, Rare, Supreme. Gazing at the empty attribute panel, Chowan felt somewhat helpless. Having just arrived in this new world, he found himself without even a novice gift pack. A true miserly situation. Could he return it? System: Chowan inwardly scoffed but realized there was little he could do about the system. After all, having something was better than nothing. Just a single point increase in constitution had rejuvenated him entirely from the exhaustion of his recent sprint. It felt rather pleasing. Shifting his gaze from the attribute panel, Chowan raised his head to look ahead. Shui's city was now within reach. Once he entered, it would not be so easy for Li Hanyi to find him. After preparing himself in Shui's city, he could leave, ensuring his temporary safety. However, just then, stop. At that moment, a figure appeared, blocking Chowan's path. Upon seeing this sudden interruption, cold sweat instantly drenched his back, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Had Li Hanyi caught up to him? Yet, Chowan soon discerned the individual's features. The person appeared to be in their 20s, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. Clad in a light black long robe, he bore the demeanor of a chivalrous hero. Fixing a wary gaze upon the still frightened Chowan, the man questioned, "Songshan is a forbidden area of Shui's city. What are you doing sneaking around?" It was not Li Hanyi, nor was he here to hunt him down. Chowan, puzzled, quickly replied, "I was merely delivering vegetables to the second city lord. On my way, I encountered a massive snake that nearly frightened me to death. Hero, please save me." Delivering vegetables to the second master? The man regarded Chowan with suspicion, scrutinizing him once more. Noticing the absence of any internal energy fluctuations, and that Chowan was dressed in the attire of a servant from the third city lord's residence, he dismissed his doubts, saying, "Songshan is rife with wild beasts. You lack martial skills. In the future, do not venture up the mountain alone. If you must go alone, at least bring a weapon for self-defense." As he spoke, the man stepped forward, reaching out to help Chowan up. Gratefully, Chowan took his hand, using the support to rise, and thanked him. "Thank you. Do be careful as well. That snake was enormous. Don't let it harm you." Chowan was now fully employing his acting skills. Referring to Li Hanyi as the second master, this noble and upright gentleman's identity was not hard to deduce. He was the eldest disciple of Shui's city, Tang Lian. Chapter 5, A Vast World, Buy 3, Get 1 Free? In his previous life, Chowan harbored a fondness for Tang Lian, but circumstances had changed, and he felt a pang of guilt towards his senior brother. "Forgive me, dear brother. I must resort to deception to preserve my life." Tang Lian responded with a calm smile, "Very well, I shall be vigilant. You should hasten to enter the city." "Understood." A strained smile flickered across Chowan's face as he nodded at Tang Lian and made his way towards the gates of Shui's city. As Tang Lian watched Chowan depart, she sensed something peculiar about him, though she could not quite pinpoint what it was. She attributed it to her own fatigue from the recent flurry of affairs in Shui's city and chose not to dwell on it further. Upon entering Shui's city, Chowan sprinted through several twists and turns, relieved to confirm that Tang Lian had not followed him. He then sought out a clothing store, for the garments he wore were akin to funeral attire, causing him great discomfort, not due to psychological trauma, but because they were far too small. Though he was taller than Sun Yong, he lacked his robust build, and the clothes seemed stretched beyond their limits. After exiting the clothing store, Chowan felt revitalized. Clad in ancient attire, he surprisingly found himself quite handsome, even more so than in modern clothing. Adorned in a sleek, dark gray outfit reminiscent of a gallant hero, he aimed for a fresh and sharp appearance, mindful of the urgency of his journey. Shueyue City had become a perilous place for him. Lingering too long would be unwise, and thus he resolved to leave as swiftly as possible. Before departing, however, he knew he must prepare adequately. Provisions and water were essential, along with fire-starting materials, a survival dagger, and powders to ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. Moreover, he intended to seize this opportunity to deepen his understanding of this world. The system had only informed him that it was a realm of martial arts, yet the extent of its complexity and vastness remained unclear to him. Soon after purchasing his supplies, Chowan gazed at the meager copper coins left in his possession, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Money, it seemed, was universally fleeting. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, for he had acquired the necessary items and gleaned some preliminary insights about this world. The more he inquired, the more he discovered how utterly extraordinary this realm was. The name of this world was the Divine Martial Continent, an unfamiliar place to him until he encountered names that stirred recognition. The Great Qin Dynasty, the Great Tang Dynasty, the Great Song Dynasty, the Great Ming Dynasty, and the Liang Dynasty, among others, dynasties that had existed only in the annals of history, now coexisting simultaneously upon the Divine Martial Continent, each governing their own territories and engaging in a delicate balance of power. Additionally, there were numerous martial sects and renowned figures that left him astounded. The great masters of the martial world, the progenitor of Wudong, the universally acknowledged leader of righteousness, the centenarian Zhang Sanfeng. The carefree hermit Li Chongqing, reputed as the world's foremost martial artist, now hidden away in obscurity. Yi Guqing, the lord of Baiyun City, who single-handedly defended a city against 100,000 troops with a single sword. And the sword demon Dugu Qiubai, who had traversed the martial realm for 30 years seeking only a single defeat. Other illustrious names included Li Chugang, the sword god of Liang, and Wang Xianji, who claimed to be the second best in Liang. The legendary duel at Huashan had birthed the five greats of the Central Plains. There was also the enigmatic founder of the Xiaoyao sect, Zaya Yozi, who straddled the line between righteousness and wickedness, and the formidable Xiaoyao Three Elders, who instilled fear and respect in all who heard their name. These were the legends of the elder generation, alongside the rising stars of the new. The trio known as the Snow Moon Immortals, the Wine Immortal Bailing Dongjun, the Sword Immortal Li Hanyi, and the Spear Immortal Sikong Changfeng. The Yihua Palace S Moon Inviting, the Star-Loving Sun and Moon Sect S Dongjun Fian, the Moon God, the Beggars Sect Qiaofeng, the Morong family of Gusu, Morong Fu, the Compassionate Voyage Quiet Meditation S Shi Feishuan, and the Yin Kuei Sect S Wanwan. Such names left Chao and utterly dazzled. He realized he had truly stepped into an incomprehensibly rich martial world. Yet, amidst this whirlwind, he pondered the presence of practitioners of immortality. The thought of being swept up in such tumultuous currents filled him with a sense of fortune. In a world so vast and populated, as long as he could safely escape Shueyue City, it seemed unlikely that Li Hanyi would easily track him down. Secret manuals. We have martial arts manuals for sale. Basic swordplay. The 19 styles of the elegant sword, 3 per volume. Beginner's knife technique. The 5 tigers break the mountain's knife, 10 per volume. Fundamental body technique. The leisurely walk, 7 per volume. Buy 3, get 1 free. Purchase 3 volumes and receive a basic meditation manual as a gift. Come take a look. Just as Chowan was about to leave, a vendor's voice caught his attention. The 19 styles of the elegant sword and the 5 tigers break the mountain's knife were indeed quite famous. As a newcomer to this world, it seemed prudent to acquire 1 or 2 martial manuals for self-defense. With this thought in mind, Chowan approached. Sir, how much for these manuals? All 20 copper coins represented his entire wealth. Ah, a young hero. New to the martial world, I see. What would you like to purchase? These are basic introductory martial arts. The elegant sword 19 styles for 3 per volume, the 5 tigers break the mountain's knife for 10 per volume, and the leisurely walk for 7 per volume. There are also advanced manuals, such as the falling flower sword manual for 2 taels of silver per volume and the flowing water knife manual for 3 taels of silver per volume. The vendor, seasoned in these dealings, observed Chowan's bewilderment and immediately assumed he was a wealthy young master, keen to venture into the martial realm without his family's knowledge. Such a naive heir could easily be swindled, presenting a potential opportunity for profit. However, the vendor had misjudged this time. Chowan, uninterested in the expensive manuals worth several taels of silver, focused solely on the basic martial arts, inquiring, "Are you certain about the buy 3, get 1 free offer?" Seeing Chowan's sole interest in the basic manuals, the vendor's smile faltered, his demeanor becoming slightly rigid. "Indeed, buy 3, get 1 free." The vendor, still hopeful, presented a 3-tael boxing manual to Chowan, saying, "Young hero, perhaps you would like to consider this boxing manual? I went to great lengths to acquire this advanced manual. It used to sell for 50 taels, but fortune favors you today. I can let it go for 30 taels." Chowan stared at the boxing manual in confusion. Was it truly his good fortune to encounter such a deal? "Can it be given as a gift?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. The vendor, misinterpreting the question as an inquiry about the buy 3, get 1 free offer, eagerly replied, "Of course, buy 3, and you receive 1 free." Chapter 6. Haggling. A net gain of 15 coins. The shopkeeper, displaying a visage of hardship, lamented, "Young hero, these martial arts manuals are truly hard-won treasures. I am forced to sell them at a loss. How about this?" he continued. "If you genuinely wish to purchase 3 volumes, I shall grant you a 20% discount. Each volume costs 30 taels of silver, totaling 90 taels for 3. Even with the discount, that amounts to 72 taels, a profit indeed, a considerable one at that." Listening to the shopkeeper's words, Chowan felt quite moved. How wonderful it is in ancient times, filled with good-hearted people. Chowan, overwhelmed with emotion, hurriedly picked up the 19 styles of the elegant sword, the 5 tigers mountain-slaying blade, and leisurely walk. "Then I shall take these 3, he declared. "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper." As he prepared to reach for the manual in the shopkeeper's hand, the shopkeeper, quick-witted, swiftly retracted all the items, his smile frozen in disbelief as he gazed at Chowan. "These 3 combined cost less than 20 coins, and you wish for me to part with a manual worth 30 taels each?" Chowan responded, his face a picture of confusion. "Isn't it a gift? I gift it to you." The shopkeeper nearly lost consciousness from anger. Having traversed the realms of commerce for many years, he had never encountered someone as brazen as Chowan. Chowan said, slightly disheartened, "So it's not a gift after all." He had thought he had stumbled upon a kind soul, expecting a high-level manual to be gifted to him right from the start. The shopkeeper was at a loss for words, realizing that the fellow before him was utterly penniless. Just a clueless wanderer, emulating the rich scions as he roamed the martial world. "Will you buy or not? If not, please leave, do not hinder my business." "I shall buy," Chowan replied, glancing at the 3 foundational manuals in his possession. "Did you not say, buy 3, get 1 free, and grant me a 20% discount?" "I shall take these 3. Esteemed shopkeeper, which one do you intend to gift me?" His gaze returned to the stall, scanning attentively. Although he had given up on the 30-tael high-level manual, a free advanced manual would still be a boon. "Buy 3, get 1 free, and you still wish for a 20% discount?" The shopkeeper stared at Chowan in astonishment. Could one not possess a modicum of shame? Chowan paused momentarily, unfazed, and retorted, "Did you not say that you urgently need money, thus selling them to me at a bargain price? Buy 3, get 1 free, with an additional 20% discount. You never stated I could not purchase other martial arts manuals, did you?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized he had not indeed prohibited Chowan from purchasing other manuals. He had prematurely assumed this fellow was merely a wealthy young master, instinctively believing he sought to acquire the 30-tael advanced manual. As their exchange continued, several onlookers paused to witness the unfolding drama. Feeling the weight of curious gazes, the shopkeeper, growing impatient, said, Fine. Today considers me unlucky." He snatched a basic manual from the table and tossed it before Chowan, mumbling, "The 19 styles of the elegant sword, 3 coins. The 5 tigers mountain-slaying blade, 10 coins. Leisurely walk, 7 coins. 20% discount, 16 coins. Now, pay up." Chowan picked up the basic manual, feeling somewhat let down. "Is this the only one you can offer? Could you not provide something else?" His gaze instinctively drifted to the area housing the advanced manuals, valued at 1 or 2 taels of silver. The shopkeeper laughed, exasperated. He had truly never encountered such audacity. However, a thought struck him, and he said, "Very well, did I not mention that I am in dire need of funds? Although this is somewhat lacking, even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. If you add 10 more coins, I will gift you an advanced version of the grappling techniques." As he spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved a slightly thicker manual from beneath the counter, which bore the simple title, Grappling Techniques. Chowan paused, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, he remained cautious. "May I see it first?" "Here." The shopkeeper handed the manual to Chowan, who took it and began to peruse its contents. Though he understood little of martial arts, he felt it prudent to ensure the text was indeed filled with information. A cursory glance revealed that it was indeed comprehensive. Hesitating, he glanced at the meager coins in his pocket and said, "Esteemed shopkeeper, what if I offer you 20 coins? How about buy 3, get 2 free?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Chowan. "Are you serious? Get lost, get lost, get lost. What can you purchase without money? Hurry and leave, do not delay my business." Chowan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, realizing his actions bordered on shamelessness. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. 20 coins represented his entire fortune. "All right then," he said with a resigned shrug, pulling out the 20 coins, leaving behind 4, and handed them along with the grappling techniques back to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper observed Chowan's actions with a sense of resignation, yet when he glimpsed the remaining 4 coins, "Alas, today marks my misfortune. Keep the remaining 4 coins. You may take the book," he said, accepting the 16 coins and passing the manual to Chowan with a glimmer of hope. Chowan exclaimed, "Really?" The shopkeeper replied with a sigh, "It is not easy traversing the martial world. Consider it a gesture of friendship." "Very well, I accept this friendship," Chowan said joyfully as he handed over the remaining 4 coins. With a simultaneous exchange of coins and goods, the grappling techniques returned to Chowan's possession. The shopkeeper remarked nonchalantly, "The road of the martial world is long. Should we meet again, do remember to greet me." "Certainly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not delay your business any further. Farewell, esteemed shopkeeper." Chowan raised his hand in a respectful gesture, his gaze instinctively drifting to a nearby patrol squad from Snow Moon City. Fearing they might come to apprehend him, he dared not linger and hurriedly bid farewell to the shopkeeper. As he hurriedly departed, burdened with his belongings, the shopkeeper glanced at the 20 coins still in his hand, reflecting on the state of commerce in these times. He had anticipated a lucrative deal, but ended up with merely a gain of 15 coins. Meanwhile, Tang Lian was patrolling at the foot of Tsang Mountain. Her thoughts preoccupied with Chowan, she always found him to possess an unusual aura, though she could never quite articulate why. "No, wait. The clothing, it's the clothing." In an instant, Tang Lian recognized the source of her unease, her expression shifting dramatically. Chowan's attire was utterly ill-fitting. It was not his own. "This is bad, master." Chapter 7. Anxious Tang Lian. The escaped Tang Lian's gaze abruptly fixed upon the lofty Tsang Mountain, a fresh jolt of alarm surging through him. The entire expanse of Tsang Mountain was solely inhabited by Li Hanyi. If anything had indeed befallen him, then Tang Lian would be utterly culpable. In the next moment, Tang Lian's internal energy surged forth, propelling him towards the dwelling of Li Hanyi, where he typically practiced his cultivation. At the summit of Tsang Mountain, just outside Li Hanyi's courtyard, Tang Lian's figure came to an abrupt halt. Upon noticing the entrance, he trembled involuntarily. A severed head dangled grotesquely from the beam above the door. Its face was a ghastly shade of dark blue, with bulging eyes reflecting a furious gaze. It was the lifeless visage of Sun Yong. This shocking sight sent a wave of panic through Tang Lian's heart, and instinctively, he feared that Li Hanyi had met with misfortune. "Second master!" he exclaimed in alarm, just as the courtyard doors swung open. Emerging was Li Hanyi, adorned in a new lavender-gray, form-fitting robe. His countenance bore the marks of exhaustion, his lips pallid, betraying his evident state of distress. "Second master, are you all right?" Tang Lian inquired, his heart easing slightly at the sight of Li Hanyi. Fortunately, regardless of the events that had transpired, at least Li Hanyi was still alive. Had anything dire occurred to him, Tang Lian could scarcely fathom the upheaval that would follow in Shuyu City. The entire martial world would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Li Hanyi cast a fleeting glance at Tang Lian, his expression devoid of warmth, before directing his gaze toward the head of Sun Yong suspended at the entrance. I am unharmed. This man is Sun Yong, the brother of Sun Chong, Li Hanyi stated. Tang Lian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is he not the one whom you, second master, killed, Sun Chong, who fancied himself the young master of Bailey within the martial realm?" This man styled himself the wandering young gentleman amidst flowers, and his infamy is no less than that of his brother, Sun Chong, Li Hanyi replied, nodding indifferently. He has infiltrated Shuyu City for some time, seeking vengeance for his brother. Fortunately, I uncovered his plot and dispatched him. Take his head and attend to the ensuing matters, Li Hanyi instructed. Tang Lian clasped his hands together in salute, affirming, understood. Sun Yong was notorious in the martial world as a notorious rogue, wanted by the authorities of various empires. The act of slaying Sun Yong came with a bounty, and numerous cases awaited closure upon his demise. Dealing with such a villain indeed required considerable effort. Moreover, assist me in locating the whereabouts of this individual, Li Hanyi continued, retrieving a piece of parchment from his bosom. The paper bore the likeness of Chao, and Li Hanyi's artistic skill was commendable, and coupled with the distinct features of Chaoan, the image had been indelibly etched into his memory. This is, Tang Lian's pupils dilated as recognition dawned upon him. This was the peculiar individual he had encountered at the foot of the mountain. Li Hanyi spoke in an emotionless tone, identity unknown. He may be an accomplice of Sun Yong. The mere mention of Sun Yong's accomplice sent tremors of alarm rippling through Tang Lian's heart once more. Sun Yong was dead, yet his accomplice had escaped, and Li Hanyi remained in this state. What had transpired atop Song Mountain? What events had rendered Li Hanyi so haggard? How could an ordinary individual, lacking martial prowess, manage to slip away under Li Hanyi's very nose? A torrent of questions surged within Tang Lian. Just then, Li Hanyi's cold voice echoed again. Find him at all costs. He must be taken alive. Yes. Tang Lian snapped back to attention, hastily responding. Yet, concern gnawed at him as he asked, Second Master, are you truly unscathed? Li Hanyi shook his head. It is of no consequence. Merely a minor mishap during my training. A few days of rest will suffice. I shall enter seclusion for meditation over the next few days, so do not allow anyone to ascend the mountain. Understood. With Li Hanyi's assurance, Tang Lian's worries subsided. He saluted Li Hanyi respectfully before departing Song Mountain, clutching the image of Chao and the severed head of Sun Yong. As he watched Tang Lian's retreating figure, Li Hanyi instinctively clenched his fist, whispering in a tone void of warmth, No matter the distance, I shall find you and uncover your identity and purpose. If circumstances permitted, he would have pursued Chao himself without hesitation. However, the tumultuous energy surging within him dictated that he must enter seclusion. Otherwise, he risked the very real threat of self-destruction. Sun Yong had not spoken falsely. The Longhu Hehe San had deceived Li Hanyi not because it was a poison, but rather due to its exceptional properties that enhanced one's cultivation. Yet, the side effects were indeed formidable. Li Hanyi could sense that the 2-year-long bottleneck was on the verge of shattering, propelled by the burgeoning energy within. Thus, if she wished to survive, she had no choice but to retreat into seclusion. Only by enduring would she stand before Chao and unveil the entire truth. For those familiar with Li Hanyi, witnessing her current demeanor would undoubtedly reveal her earnest determination. Once she resolved upon a course of action, not even the mightiest of forces could dissuade her. In this lifetime, Li Hanyi had irrevocably entangled herself with Chao and, Huff. I can't go on. I'm utterly spent. Meanwhile, after departing Shuyu City, Chao sprinted northward with fervent urgency. Time slipped by, and before long, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Congratulations, host. You have persevered in weighted running for 5 kilometers. Constitution 1. Current Constitution, 12 points. A notification chimed in Chaoan's ears. The boost to his constitution revived his flagging spirits. Have I truly only run 5 kilometers? Chaoan glanced back at the diminishing outline of Shuyu City, nearly overwhelmed by despair. He longed for longer legs, yet his ability did not permit such a wish. With his energy restored, Chowan felt invigorated, his spirits lifted as if he had been infused with vitality. He silently acknowledged his fortune in having the system. Otherwise, he would likely have been captured by the people of Shuiyue City before he had even gone far. 5 kilometers might seem a monumental distance for an ordinary person like him, untrained in martial arts. Yet for a master like Li Hanyi, it was merely a casual stroll. It was not just Li Hanyi. Even a novice martial artist would easily outpace him. This sensation is rather pleasant, Chowan mused, but it is still insufficient. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. He was still too close to Shuiyue City to consider resting. He had to keep running. Chapter 8. A mysterious individual emerges upon returning to the Lord's mansion of Shuiyue City with Sun Yong's severed head in hand. Tang Lian promptly declared a state of emergency. He swiftly convened the dark web of Shuiyue City and ordered several copies of Chowan's likeness to be made, initiating the search for his whereabouts. Within less than half an hour, a dossier concerning Chowan was presented to Tang Lian. This individual is currently unidentified by name. After entering Shuiyue City, he first changed into a new set of clothing, subsequently procuring provisions such as food, water, candles, daggers, and various necessities for his journey. Before departing, he purchased 3 manuals from a vendor selling secret techniques in the eastern part of the city. These include the 19 styles of elegant swordplay, the 5-tiger mountain-splitting blade, leisurely walk, and a basic breathing technique gifted by the vendor. After acquiring these items, he exited the city through the northern gate. The head of the dark web of Shuiyue City reported Chowan's movements with precision. The 19 styles of elegant swordplay? The 5-tiger mountain-splitting blade? Leisurely walk? What purpose does he have in acquiring such fundamental martial arts? Tang Lian mused, his brow furrowing slightly. While the other actions were quite ordinary, this sudden decision provoked a sense of contemplation. The chief responded earnestly, according to the vendor's description, this individual seems to be a fledgling wanderer of the martial world, lacking in financial means, and does not exhibit any signs of martial prowess. Purchasing those martial arts manuals appears to be for his own cultivation. Self-cultivation, you say? Tang Lian repeated, pondering. A person capable of stealthily traversing the Tsang Mountain and eluding the watchful eyes of Li Hanyi would truly lack martial skills. Despite having personally witnessed Chowan, he had indeed perceived him as unskilled. Yet, at this moment, even he found it hard to trust his own judgment. In this vast world, the extraordinary is commonplace. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that the individual possesses methods to obscure his martial aura. Investigate how he infiltrated Shuiyue City and how he managed to reach Tsang Mountain. The chief furrowed his brow. There are no traces left behind. It is as if this individual, he hesitated briefly but ultimately voiced his suspicion. It is as if he materialized out of thin air. Tang Lian's expression deepened with concern. An unidentified and enigmatic figure, once he leaves Shuiyue City, would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Should he depart from Liyang, the chance of encountering him again would rely solely on the whims of fate. Pursue. Since he exited through the northern part of the city, it is highly probable he will head north. If he lacks martial skills, he should not be swift on foot. We must also remain vigilant against potential traps he may set. Dispatch personnel along the other 3 routes to pursue him. Should any sighting occur, do not act rashly but return immediately to report. Understood. The chief replied with a respectful bow before taking his leave. Congratulations, host. Persisting in weighted running for 5 kilometers has increased your physique by 1 point. Current physique, 13 points. Congratulations, host. Persisting in weighted running for 5 kilometers has increased your physique by 1 point. Current physique, 14 points. Congratulations, host. Persisting in weighted running for 5 kilometers has increased your physique by 1 point. Current physique, 15 points. Congratulations, host. Persisting in weighted running for 5 kilometers has increased your physique by 1 point. Current physique, 18 points. Congratulations, host. Achieving a cumulative distance of 100 kilometers in long-distance running has increased your physique by 2 points. Reward, 1 bottle of basic blood replenishing pill, 12 pieces. Current physique, 20 points. Basic blood replenishing pill. An elementary medicinal pill that, upon consumption, stabilizes and replenishes a certain amount of vitality, suitable for those with vitality depletion. As the series of notifications chimed in, Chowan found himself running until dusk. His cumulative distance had indeed reached 100 kilometers. In other words, he was now over 100 kilometers away from Shiyue City. His ability to endure such a feat was largely attributed to the assistance of the system. The increase in physique enhanced his strength and overall capabilities, and even after augmentation, he could recover his state. Although he did not return to his peak condition, it nonetheless saved him considerable time for rest. 100 kilometers. Only now did Chaoan feel a semblance of relief. Even if the people of Shiyue City reacted and pursued him, finding him would not be an easy task. Moreover, he had not been running exclusively along the main roads or highways. When encountering forks in the path, he opted for the less traveled routes, sometimes even venturing down smaller paths. Though this meant taking a few detours, it ensured greater safety. Of course, this choice also brought him a certain degree of distress, as he had lost his bearings. Uncertain of his current location, he sighed, "Phew. I shall rest here for the night," he murmured softly. The horizon had descended into twilight. Chaoan located a small stream to refill his water supply. This place, nestled against the hills and beside the water, proved to be a suitable resting spot. After a day of running, covering 100 kilometers, he felt fatigued despite the system's assistance in restoring his stamina. Today had been a whirlwind of experiences. He had managed to take a trip to an amusement park, attempting to reclaim the joy of his childhood. Who would have thought that a single misstep would thrust him into this world? And upon arriving, he encountered Sun Yong's treachery against Li Hanyi. Most crucially, Li Hanyi had indeed fallen victim. Ultimately, he had been subjected to such. At this moment, Chaoan still felt as if his very essence had yet to recover. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to thoroughly study those martial arts manuals. The system is an extraordinary and unparalleled asset, yet within this world, martial arts also represent a formidable advantage. Some individuals, even without a system, remain the pinnacle of existence. But what if one could possess both advantages simultaneously? Chaoan's gaze swiftly fell upon the upgraded version of capturing hands that he had acquired as part of a buy 3 get 2 promotion. If presented with 2 martial arts manuals, one elementary and one intermediate, it is only natural for anyone to choose the latter, for the power unleashed after practice would be significantly greater. With eagerness, he retrieved the capturing hands manual from his backpack and began to examine it meticulously. The first page contained an introduction to the technique, revealing no apparent issues. It was a creation of a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of overcoming adversaries beyond one's level upon mastery. Upon reading this description, Chaoan's excitement surged. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. He could hardly wait to turn to the second page, where he found the following written: "The art of massage, where technique and pressure point identification are paramount. Masterful techniques facilitate easier circulation of energy, allowing one to locate the correct acupoints, thereby enhancing one's mood." The first step in massage? Identifying the foot acupoints. What in the world? Wasn't this supposed to be capturing hands? How had it transformed into a massage manual? Chapter 9. A humiliating disgrace, cultivating the heart method. Chaoan, filled with skepticism, hastily flipped to the third page, which read, "A comprehensive guide to massage techniques. Only the correct posture can yield the right force." The fourth page elaborated, "Oil massage for the back. Opening the acupoints on the back facilitates blood circulation." The fifth page continued, "The force of the techniques must emanate from the palm. Applying force with the fingers will result in skin tightening and pain." The sixth page stated, "Unobstructed blood vessels enable the flow of qi and blood within, potentially saving one's life when necessary." The seventh page maintained a similar theme. The eighth page retained the same focus on massage knowledge. The ninth, 10th, and 11th pages followed suit, concluding with the same content. It's over. I've been deceived. Throwing the book titled Capturing Hands onto the ground, Chaoan's countenance turned ashen, as images of the vendor who sold him the manual flashed through his mind. Damn it, to think I was cheated out of just 20 coins. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Chaoan hurriedly glanced at several other foundational martial arts books. Could it be that these two were fraudulent? If they were indeed false, it would feel as if the sky had collapsed upon him. Fortunately, after meticulously examining the 19 styles of the elegant sword, 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade, leisurely steps, and the basic breathing method he received, he confirmed their authenticity. Although he had yet to achieve any success in cultivation, at least the textual descriptions posed no issues. After finishing his review, Chaoan let out a sigh of relief, murmuring softly, "Thank goodness." As for those 4 coins, I suppose they were merely fodder for the dogs. Chowan felt a pang of bitterness, yet he remained silent. Who could truly comprehend his feelings? Those coins represented his entire fortune. What a profound humiliation. Since I can no longer practice the capturing hands, I shall commence with the heart method instead. I wonder if my aptitude is sufficient. I pray I do not find myself unable to cultivate internal energy. Chowan muttered softly to himself, promptly adopting the postures and breathing techniques outlined in the basic breathing method, beginning his practice. With his heart directed towards the heavens, he focused his mind, attuning to his breath, and sensing the circulation of qi within his body. Breathe, inhale, exhale. An involuntary sound escaped him. Chowan's face flushed crimson as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Thankfully, he was alone here, and no one else was aware. If others were to learn of such an embarrassing incident, he would never be able to show his face again. Gathering his composure, Chowan resumed his breathing. Time passed quietly. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the beginner heart method breathing method for half an hour. Beginner heart method breathing method learned successfully. Current progress. Entry. 1. You may continue practicing to enhance your progress. Next level. Ordinary. 1. A notification chimed, and Chowan's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment. This system possesses such functionality? Indeed, through effort, one can grow stronger. If he diligently practices, would he not also become formidable? Enlightened by this realization, Chowan's motivation surged. With a system at his disposal, what need was there to fret over aptitude? Had he not heard tales of cheats surpassing all geniuses? With this thought in mind, Chowan intensified his efforts, forcing himself to calm down and continue his breathing exercises. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the beginner heart method breathing method for half an hour. Progress for beginner heart method breathing method has increased. Current progress. Entry. 1. You may continue practicing to enhance your progress. Next level. Ordinary. 1. Another half hour passed, and the notification sounded once more. The breathing method had reached the entry level, achieving entry. 1. Moreover, this time, Chowan felt a transformation within his body. A warm current emerged beneath his abdomen, precisely at the location of his dantian. A faint sensation of qi manifested within the dantian, a delicate thread of energy materializing alongside it. The first step towards becoming a martial artist had commenced. He had successfully gathered qi. To become a true martial artist, one must surmount 3 thresholds. The first threshold, gathering qi, is straightforward. As before, one simply needs to adopt the correct posture and find a rhythmic breath until they can perceive the qi within the dantian. The second threshold, condensing qi, is equally simple. By using the gathering technique, one cultivates the slight internal energy within the dantian until a cyclone forms. Once the cyclone appears, condensation is achieved. The third threshold, circulating qi, is comparatively more challenging, requiring one to manipulate the direction of the internal energy cyclone within the dantian. Mastering this control allows entry into the realm of martial artists, becoming a foundational 9th grade martial artist. At this moment, Chowan had successfully completed the first step, and with the system's assistance, how far could he be from the subsequent stages? The more he practiced, the more invigorated he felt. The fatigue that once plagued him had dissipated. He continued his cultivation. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the beginner heart method breathing method for 1 hour. Progress for beginner heart method breathing method has increased. Current progress. Ordinary. 1. You may continue practicing to enhance your progress. Next level. Proficient. 1. Another hour passed, and the notification chimed again. Within his dantian, a warm current surged forth, significantly more intense than the previous sensation. Almost instantaneously, the warmth coalesced into form, and a comforting warmth flooded his heart. The internal energy within the dantian began to move in accordance with Chowan's thoughts. Condensing qi and circulating it, he swiftly ascended into the ranks of martial artists, becoming a 9th grade initial martial artist. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the ranks of martial artists through diligent practice, becoming a 9th grade initial martial artist. Constitution 5, current constitution, 25 points. The average constitution for a 9th grade initial martial artist is 15 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the ranks of martial artists through diligent practice, becoming a 9th grade initial martial artist. Reward: 1 proficiency enhancement card, 1 intermediate quality sword, and a bottle of primary chi replenishing pills, 12 pills. Chowan felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world, his eyes ablaze with excitement at the series of rewards. Goodness, this system has substantial merit. Proficiency Enhancement Card. Upon use, it can elevate any ability directly to Proficient. 1. Intermediate Sword. A sword of mid-tier quality, exceptionally sharp, wielding far greater power than an ordinary sword. Replenishing Pill: Can be used to replenish a small amount of internal energy, suitable for consumption when energy is depleted. Proficiency level? Chowan glanced at his attribute panel. Alright, still none.at present. He remained a novice with no discernible abilities. Not a joke, JPG. Wait a minute, I possess a wealth of knowledge in my mind. At the very least, I should have basic life skills, such as cooking and laundry, right? Why is this not reflected? Chowan mused aloud. However, the system offered him no response. Throughout this journey, Chowan had come to understand the system well. It functioned much like a personal machine. Unless specific conditions were met, it would remain unresponsive. System, Chapter 10. A surge in physical fitness, strength through dedication, never mind. I shall continue my training. If I become strong enough, even Li Hanyi will be powerless against me. Li Hanyi is indeed a prodigy, though it remains uncertain what her current prowess is within this martial arts universe. However, some things remain unchanged. She is still the second city lord of Shuiwe City, the junior disciple of Bailey Dongjun, and the apprentice of the transcendent Li Changsheng. With such a background, her strength is undoubtedly formidable. Yet, despite her genius, once Chowan grasped the workings of the system, he found himself less anxious, as long as he persevered through this period. Catching up to Li Hanyi's pace, or even surpassing her, was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, he was a hanging expert. With his resolve fortified, Chowan cast aside distractions and resumed his training. The initial stage of the 9th rank was merely the beginning. A myriad of paths and avenues awaited him. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the basic technique breath regulation for 2 hours, your progress in breath regulation has increased. Current proficiency. 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress towards the next level mastery. 1. Congratulations, host. Through your relentless training, your realm has successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 9th rank. Physical Fitness 7. Current Physical Fitness, 32 points. The average physical... Congratulations, host. After 3 hours of diligent practice in the basic technique breath regulation, your progress has increased. Current proficiency. 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress towards the next level. Minor achievement. 1. Congratulations, host. Through your relentless training, your realm has successfully advanced to the late stage of the 9th rank. Physical Fitness 10. Current Physical Fitness, 42 points. The average physical fitness of a late-stage 9th rank martial artist is 32 points. A quiet night passed, and the technique breath regulation successfully reached a proficiency level of 1. Chowan's realm also ascended several minor stages, advancing directly from the early to the late stage of the 9th rank, with only a short distance remaining to the peak of the 9th rank. However, Chowan was not inclined to continue his training. The dawn had arrived. It was time for him to set forth on his journey. 100 kilometers still felt rather close, in Chowan's mind. It was best to leave. Could Shuiwe City extend its reach into other dynasties? This time, however, Chowan did not run blindly as he had the previous day. He was now not only equipped with the system, but also a martial artist, possessing the foundational technique of leisurely steps. Though leisurely steps was merely a basic technique, it could still enhance his speed through the use of inner force. Congratulations, host. After half an hour of diligent practice in leisurely steps, your learning has been successful. Current progress. Entry level. 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress towards the next level. Ordinary. 1. Indeed. As Chowan silently recited the techniques of leisurely steps, the notification sounded. With a physical fitness of 42 points, even while sprinting, he did not find himself breathless as he had before. Now, he was invigorated and filled with zeal. However, as with any newly learned technique, his proficiency in leisurely steps was still rudimentary. The consumption of inner force at the late stage of the 9th rank was rapid, and soon he found himself running without the aid of inner force. Congratulations, host. After half an hour of diligent practice in leisurely steps, your progress has increased. Current proficiency. Entry level. 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress towards the next level. Ordinary. 1. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in the basic technique leisurely steps has successfully reached the entry level. Physical Fitness 1. Current Physical Fitness, 43 points. Martial arts could indeed enhance physical fitness. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Chowan's mind. This was yet another delightful surprise. As the notification chimed, a warm current enveloped Chowan's body, and his mind became remarkably clearer. His understanding of leisurely steps transformed from rigid to intuitive. Was this the essence of martial arts enhancement? It was far more exhilarating than the elevation of basic techniques. With his proficiency, the rate of inner force consumption slowed considerably compared to when he was still at the entry level, and his progress in leisurely steps began to accelerate swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, another day slipped by quietly. According to the system records, Chowan had covered over 180 kilometers, an increase of 80 kilometers compared to the previous day. Naturally, today's time was much more ample. He began running at dawn and did not cease until nightfall. Moreover, with his physical fitness enhanced and his proficiency in leisurely steps improving, he hardly took any breaks except for meals and hydration. Strength through dedication. At this moment, this phrase became a tangible reality, manifesting in Chowan's life. Within a single afternoon, the proficiency in leisurely steps elevated directly to mastery level. In terms of physical fitness, he gained 2 points at the ordinary level, 3 points at the proficient level, and 5 points at the mastery level. The distance he could run continuously, like the martial arts techniques, was not fixed. Initially, he could activate a system notification after running approximately 5 kilometers. This gradually increased to 10 kilometers, and eventually, it required 20. Chowan reflected on this with a hint of melancholy. It was evident that as one's physical fitness increased, the difficulty of enhancement also escalated. Moreover, the challenge of reaping rewards from repetitive tasks similarly intensified. Of course, this was understandable. What he was enhancing was his own physical fitness, a reflection of his holistic capabilities, akin to breaking through his personal limits with each advancement. Under normal circumstances, such limits were not easily surpassed. Some individuals might need to exert countless efforts for even a slight breakthrough. Yet, he possessed the system, which ensured that his perseverance would not be in vain. In the span of a day, through leisurely steps, he improved his physical fitness by 10 points. Through running, he gained 8 points, totaling 18 points. Coupled with the enhancements from martial arts realms and prior improvements, Chowan's physical fitness now reached 60 points. The average physical fitness for a late-stage 9th-rank martial artist is 32 points. He was now nearly double that of an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist. However, in genuine life-and-death battles, martial artists would seldom reveal their realms beforehand, nor would they announce their levels before engaging. That would merely be sparring, devoid of life-or-death stakes. Even if one could discern realms, it would typically only be a rough estimate of their major stages, requiring extensive experience in the martial world to differentiate. For a novice like Chowan, standing before martial artists of the 9th, 8th, or 7th rank, even if they unleashed their aura, he would be unable to discern who was stronger or weaker. Only through combat would one truly understand. Chapter 11. Watching the play, Betrayal. As night fell, after consuming some dry rations and water, Chowan did not hasten to practice his breathing technique. Instead, he shifted his focus to the Xiao 19 styles and the 5-Tiger mountain cutting blade. The enhancement of his martial arts proficiency could elevate his physical constitution. However, at this stage, cultivating breathing technique, conversely, initiating the practice of the Xiao 19 styles and the 5-Tiger mountain blade would likely bring significant improvements. Chowan was indeed a man of action. Once he had a thought, he acted upon it without delay. Under the moonlight, he unfurled the sword manual for the Xiao 19 styles and began his training. The night was long. The sweat of the young man flowed freely, as the moonlight pierced through the droplets, cascading upon the earth. Opportunities are always reserved for those who strive diligently. Clang, clash, bang. Just as Chowan was immersing himself in his practice, the crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed through the nearby woods, reaching his ears. Alarmed by the noise, Chowan instinctively doused the fire and readied himself with the finely crafted sword bestowed by the system. Had the people from Shuiwa City pursued him? After scanning his surroundings with caution for a considerable time, and seeing no one appear, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. Clearly, it was not directed at him. His gaze drifted to the opposite side of the woods. The sounds of blades clashing began to diminish. A shiver ran down Chowan's spine, prompting him to grab his pack and retreat deeper into the forest. Without understanding the situation, fleeing would serve no purpose. It was wiser to wait in silence and observe. allowing him to determine his next course of action once he grasped the full circumstances. This was a scene of encirclement by a dozen individuals. At this point, the ground was strewn with the bodies of several, all clad in black night attire with their faces concealed. By the time Chowan arrived, only 3 figures remained standing, one of whom had already been pierced through the body by another with a long sword, beyond saving. The remaining 2 were distinct from the others. One wore a grayish-white scholar's robe, suggesting affiliation with a particular faction, likely a student from an academy. Blood marred his jade-like face, yet his handsome features exuded an extraordinary charm. How beautiful! Though lacking the pure allure of Li Hanyi, this individual possessed a commanding aura that was equally captivating. This was Chowan's first thought upon clearly observing the figure's features. The other person was adorned in an orange dress, seemingly a maid accompanying the former. With a pack slung over her back, it was evident that the black-clad figures had been relentlessly pursuing this master and servant. Judging by the outcome, their assassination attempt had failed, leaving the pair victorious. At this moment, it appeared to be nothing more than a false alarm. The people of Shuya City had not caught up with him. After their counterattack, the master and servant would likely depart swiftly, and Chowan felt he had no further business with them. However, just as Chowan prepared to retreat, a scene reminiscent of a drama unfolded before him. Suddenly, the maid raised her long sword and drove it into the back of the woman in front of her. The strike was lethal, piercing through. A real-life act of betrayal occurred without warning before Chowan's very eyes. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly happening? If the woman did not possess some extraordinary status, it would be hard to believe. As the woman felt her body pierced, she turned around in shock, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, she had not anticipated such treachery from her companion. The maid, devoid of any compassion, coldly declared, "Because of Su Xiao, my family, we will not allow him to succeed. By killing you, the plans of the Shangyin Academy will be thwarted, akin to severing an arm from Su Xiao." As the maid spoke, she withdrew the long sword, blood gushing forth from the woman's chest. Yet, astonishingly, even in her dire state, the woman still summoned enough strength. From her sleeve, she released a hidden arrow that struck true upon her shoulder. The arrow was laced with potent poison, and in an instant, the woman began to foam at the mouth. Both the master and servant collapsed simultaneously onto the ground. Chowan gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. It was simply too dramatic. A chase, a counterattack, betrayal, and mutual demise. Due to the distance, he had not clearly heard the final exchange between the master and servant. Had he caught their words, he would have undoubtedly deduced the identity of the woman who had been betrayed. The Beiliang Wang, the schemes of the Shangyin Academy, and a woman donned in scholarly attire. Was this not Su Weisheng, the foremost candidate of the Liang vice list, who appeared rather unremarkable? Of course, without additional evidence, Chowan would never have guessed that this woman was Su Weisheng. Unremarkable? What could possibly be deemed extraordinary? As the pair fell, the sounds of crickets filled the air, and the night reclaimed its inherent silence. Chowan did not rush to leave, nor did he hasten to investigate. He waited, biding his time for a suitable moment, a chance to approach the bodies. After all, he was currently without a penny to his name, and the meager rations he possessed would not sustain him for long. With such a golden opportunity laid before him, could he simply walk away? Wasn't he foolish? This was akin to a game where, after a fierce battle, corpses litter the ground, and boxes lay scattered everywhere, only for the last survivor to be taken out by an aerial bombardment. Just beside, a cunning player with only a knife, the fine sword, lay in wait. Who could resist such a temptation to loot? Yet, Chowan did not rush forth. As a competent player, one must ensure absolute safety before revealing oneself. What if others were to arrive? What if they had additional allies? Chowan did not believe that his fine sword would be sufficient to take down any remaining foes. However, Chowan's expression grew grim. The ground was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood, the air thick with the stench of carnage, making it nearly unbearable for him. This was his first encounter with such a gruesome scene, and he felt his stomach churn. Ugh! Having recently eaten his dry rations for dinner, he could no longer hold back. Chapter 12. Touching corpses, the fortune teller declares me a good person after retching for a considerable time. Chowan began to regain his composure and decided it was time to proceed. He covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve and ventured towards the blood-soaked battlefield. Despite the discomfort, the act of scavenging the dead was an absolute necessity. Nausea was but a fleeting sensation. However, if he could unearth silver or other valuables from these unfortunate souls, he would strike it rich. Once he reached a place of safety, he could indulge in sumptuous feasts, recouping all that he had lost in this moment of sickness with interest. Does that sound rather grotesque? Ugh. Chowan involuntarily heaved again, yet he found himself amidst the carnage, commencing his search among the fallen. A sword. It appeared to be of decent quality, but its weight would hinder his escape, best left behind. A jade vial containing unknown pills caught his eye. It seemed quite valuable, so he pocketed it. A handkerchief. What a peculiar item. Does a man of stature require such a thing? A token? Made of copper. Utterly worthless. Discarded. A pouch? It resembled a coin purse. Chowan's eyes brightened as he hurriedly opened it, revealing a bounty of over a dozen taels of silver. What a windfall! Excitement surged through him as he poured the silver into his pocket, disdainfully tossing the pouch aside. This item, belonging to the deceased, felt ominously unlucky. Having tasted success, Chowan became increasingly enthusiastic in his search, finding that the earlier feelings of nausea had significantly abated. Another handful. A tremendous profit. Did this fellow venture out without any money? What a miserly wretch attempting assassination with mere coins to spare. After scouring the area, Chowan amassed over 30 taels of silver, more than 200 copper coins, and around 20 medicinal pills that appeared to be for healing or detoxification. Although he was unfamiliar with their properties, he decided to keep them for future inquiry. As for the rest, they were impractical to carry, and thus he left them behind. Ultimately, Chowan's attention shifted to the pair of master and servant. If the assassins were destitute beyond measure, the attire of this duo clearly indicated their elevated status. Without hesitation, Chowan focused on the maidservant. Typically, when a master and servant ventured out, it was the maid who carried the money. Surely this girl had a considerable sum on her person. Although this maid's complexion was pallid from poisoning, her eyes remained wide open in a state of disbelief, as if she could not succumb to slumber. Yet, after witnessing such gruesome scenes and recalling Sun Yong's similar plight, Chowan had developed a degree of immunity to the horror. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to rummage through the maidservant's belongings. Soon, a bulging purse appeared in his grasp, and his eyes sparkled with delight. The quantity must surely amount to 60 or 70 taels. Upon opening it, indeed, his assumption was confirmed. He had struck gold. This was a veritable fortune. Following that, more exploration revealed several jade vials and a stack of silver notes in his hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chowan, 1,000 taels. This was a veritable windfall. With this sum of money, what could he not accomplish? Once he reached a safe haven, he could purchase a modest courtyard, engage a matchmaker, and take multiple wives. Surely, such a life would be far more enjoyable than that of a wandering hero. In addition to the banknotes, there were several jade vases and a piece of sheepskin parchment. This young lady had quite a stash hidden away. The jade vases, fortunately, bore labels naming their contents: Snow Toad Pill, Vitality Pill, and Detoxification Pill. As for the sheepskin scroll, upon opening and examining it, Chowan discovered it depicted the contours of mountains, rivers, and lakes, resembling a treasure map. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to keep it all. Who knows? It might truly be a treasure map. Should he find the treasure one day, it could change his fortune entirely. He could indulge in 2 bowls of soy milk each day, consuming one while discarding the other. After thoroughly inspecting the maid from head to toe and confirming there was nothing of value, Chowan approached and gently covered her eyes, sighing, "May you be born into a fortunate life in your next." Of course, Chowan did not harbor overly optimistic expectations, for they were, after all, companions in this endeavor. The money he had extracted from the maid was likely hers as well. Yet, if he could find a martial arts manual on her, that would be splendid. Currently, he was practicing only the most rudimentary techniques. While his progress was not the issue, there was an inherent limit to his potential. At this rate, even if he cultivated the breathing technique to a perfect 100, achieving a 7th rank would be a considerable feat. He would eventually require more advanced methodologies to further elevate his standing. With a heart brimming with excitement, Chowan rubbed his hands together and approached Su Weisheng directly. Huh? It had been over half an hour since her demise, yet she still felt warm? No. The blood around the wound was warm too. Good grief. She was still breathing. Startled, Chowan quickly withdrew his hand from Su Weisheng, his face a portrait of disbelief. How can she still be alive after having her heart pierced? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Su Weisheng's breathing was exceedingly faint. Even if she was alive now, it was unlikely she would see the dawn. Chowan scratched his head, feeling a pang of frustration as he looked at Su Weisheng. However, suppressing his thoughts, he resumed his search of her belongings. Alas, apart from a jade pendant, there was nothing of significant value on her, not even a martial arts manual. With a tinge of regret, he cast a complex glance at Su Weisheng and murmured, "I seek only wealth, not death. Though you have miraculously survived, I am unable to save you. May you fend for yourself." With a heavy heart, Chowan muttered, gritted his teeth, and hurried back in the direction he had come. It was a rather poignant realization to In June, the sky resembled that of a mere infant, and the rain fell as swiftly as it came. Large droplets splashed against Chowan, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned back. Approaching Su Weisheng once more, he did not linger in indecision but instead lifted her in his arms, gritting his teeth and murmuring in frustration, "Who said the fortune teller predicted I was a good person in my youth? For the sake of your more than 1,000 taels, I shall give it a try. Do not hold it against me if I fail to save you." As he muttered to himself, he hastened towards the woods, quickly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 13. Desperate measures amidst calamity. The rain cascaded down, cleansing the earth, washing away the gruesome remnants of slaughter scattered across the ground. On the other side, Chowan was fortunate. Having navigated through the woods, he soon stumbled upon a cave formed by a rocky cliff, modest in size, yet sufficient to provide shelter from the rain. However, the need for such refuge had diminished considerably, as both he and Su Weisheng were thoroughly drenched. Fortunately, the fire starter remained functional, at least allowing for a fire to be kindled. After laying Su Weisheng flat within the cave, he deposited the various bottles and bundles he had scavenged earlier. Undeterred by the rain, he ventured to a copse of trees to gather some kindling that could be ignited. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in coaxing the flames to life. The flickering light illuminated the cave's stone walls, and Chowan gazed blankly at the young woman lying on the ground, her breaths shallow and labored, momentarily at a loss. He had indeed managed to bring her back, but how was he to save her? "Well, it's a case of desperate measures," he muttered after a lengthy hesitation, and stepped forward to begin unfastening her clothing. While gathering firewood, fortune had smiled upon him. He had discovered some hemostatic herbs. Although Chowan lacked medical knowledge, he possessed a modicum of common sense. He recalled how, as a child, he had inadvertently cut his finger while helping his family gather grass, and his parents would crush these very herbs to apply to the wound. What rural child does not bear a scar on their left index finger? If not, they are surely a left-handed individual. As he unfastened Su Weisheng's garments and beheld the ghastly wound that pierced her side, Chowan could not help but gasp in shock. Should he manage to revive her from such a grievous injury, he would have tales to regale for a lifetime. Tearing a strip of cloth from her clothing, he crushed the hemostatic herbs and placed them upon the fabric. Just as he was preparing to dress the wound, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the several jade vials he had found from the maidservant. He poured out one each of the snow-toad pill, the Peiyuan pill, and the detoxification pill. He also retrieved one each of the blood-replenishing pill and the chi-replenishing pill, rewards bestowed upon him by the system. He crushed them all and mixed them into the hemostatic herbs before finally bandaging Su Weisheng's injury. As for the medicinal powders looted from others, he dared not use them. What if they contained some toxic concoction? After completing the bandaging, he fetched some water and crushed one each of the snow-toad pill, detoxification pill, Peiyuan pill, blood-replenishing pill, and chi-replenishing pill, dissolving them in the water before gently administering it to Su Weisheng. Once all was done, he dressed her in her blood-stained clothing once more, for whether he appreciated her exquisite figure during the process. Chowan remarked that, in stark contrast to the horrific wound, her form lacked any semblance of beauty. However, after the bandaging, she appeared somewhat more pleasing to the eye. Indeed, her figure was quite admirable. Phew, he sighed. All I can do is this much. Whether you survive now rests solely in your hands. He gazed at Su Weisheng, murmuring a soft lament. If she were to perish despite his efforts, he could rest easy knowing he had done all he could. Ultimately, this matter was of little consequence to him. He was merely a benevolent passerby. Having completed these tasks, Chowan turned his thoughts back to practicing the Xiujian 19 styles and the 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade, both of which he had yet to master successfully. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the beginner martial arts Xiujian 19 styles for half an hour, you have successfully learned it. Current progress, entry level. 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress. Next level. Entry level 1. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the beginner martial arts Xiujian 19 styles for half an hour, your progress has improved. Ordinary 1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached the entry level of the beginner martial arts Xiujian 19 styles. Constitution 1, current constitution, 61 points. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the beginner martial art 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade for half an hour, you have successfully learned it. Current progress, entry level 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress. Next level. Entry level 1. Congratulations, host. After current progress, entry level 1. You may continue to practice to enhance your progress. Next level. Ordinary 1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached the entry. Constitution 2, current constitution, 63 points. Time flowed on, marking yet another sleepless night. The following morning, the rain had ceased, and a delicate mist hung. To his astonishment, Su Weisheng's condition had indeed improved. Her breathing had steadied considerably, and her complexion no longer resembled the pallor of death. Whether it was due to the hemostatic herbs or the potent pills, the outcome was uncertain. In any case, from Chowan's perspective as an outsider, Su Weisheng seemed to be on the path to recovery, however. While she had regained some vitality, a new dilemma arose. How was he to transport Su Weisheng? He could not simply remain here, awaiting her full recovery or awakening. Although they had traversed 280 kilometers in the last few days without being pursued by the inhabitants, to truly feel at ease, he would need to be at least 500 kilometers away from this place. Thus, he had to leave, but with Su Weisheng in her current state. Abandoning her now would render his earlier act of kindness pointless. It would be far more merciful to end her suffering with a swift blow. After much contemplation, the only viable solution for Chowan was to carry her on his back. He opened his pack, organizing its contents, and soon found himself with several strips of cloth. He then proceeded to bind Su Weisheng securely to his back in no time. She was affixed firmly against him, ensuring she would not slip off during movement and minimizing any strain on her injury. Once this was accomplished, he slung the heavy pack in front of him, and thus, Chowan embarked on a new day of flight. With a person on his back, his pace diminished considerably, and the exertion increased significantly. Fortunately, although Su Weisheng appeared to have a fine physique, she was surprisingly light. As a girl of nearly 5 feet 7 inches, her weight did not exceed 100 pounds. Most importantly, her figure was indeed commendable, possessing curves in all the right places while remaining slender where it mattered. Chapter 14. Seeking medical help in the small town, facing obstacles at the ordinary level, they enhanced Chowan's physique by 2 and 3 points respectively. At the proficient level, they provided a further boost of 3 and 5 points, culminating in a total increase of 13 points. In an instant, Chowan's overall physique surged to 76 points, 7 times that of an average person. Even with a burden of 100 pounds, it was no longer a daunting task. Moreover, carrying a load had its advantages. The system was not solely focused on increasing distance without regard for Chowan's actual circumstances. Congratulations to the host, after enduring a 100-pound 77 points. The melodious notification rang out, transforming what once required a grueling 20 kilometers to trigger a system reward into a mere 10 kilometers. This was undoubtedly splendid news for Chowan. After all, it was just a 100-pound burden. As long as rewards were offered, he could handle 200 pounds without issue. Given his current physique, carrying a 200-pound load should pose no problem. With the system's encouragement, Chowan's motivation was reignited. Moreover, it must be said that Su Weisheng's fortune was rather favorable. By midday, the two arrived at a small town. Following his previous thought, if possible, he would opt to bypass it entirely. After all, one could not dismiss the possibility of having spies from Shuiyue City lurking in such places. Even if he reached the small town, he would be unable. However, now he was carrying a critically ill patient, and to ensure Su Weisheng's survival, it was imperative to find a doctor. With money in hand, a considerable sum of over 1,000 taels, he could also improve his own meals. At the medical clinic, the elderly doctor placed a thin cloth beneath Su Weisheng's wrist, furrowing his brow, his face etched with concern. Chowan stood nearby, equally tense. Though he and Su Weisheng were not related, he had saved her life. Having made that choice, he naturally hoped to preserve her well-being. Alas! After a prolonged silence, the elderly doctor finally exhaled deeply, saying, "You should consider seeking help elsewhere." This was already the second clinic in the small town, and the first had provided the same response. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, "Could you prescribe some herbs to staunch the bleeding?" And before long, Chowan found himself burdened with several large bundles of herbs as he exited the clinic, carrying Su Weisheng along. The bustling street was filled with pedestrians, all casting peculiar glances at Chowan. He had gradually grown accustomed to such scrutiny, as nearly everyone had regarded him with those same eyes since entering the small town. Yet, there was no alternative. Having decided to save her, he could not turn back. He was not one to abandon a task midway. Moreover, if he did not exert himself, he would not find peace in having spent over 1,000 taels of silver. With the herbs in tow, Chowan made his way directly toward the western side of the small town. There were 3 clinics in total, and this was the last one. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Bringing a corpse to our clinic, are you doing this on purpose? Scram, if you dare return, don't blame me for being rude. He managed a bitter smile, reflecting on his foresight in having procured some herbs at the previous clinic. Otherwise, once he left, he would likely find himself on the blacklist of all 3 establishments. Well, it seems there is no other. The inn had initially intended to refuse him, given that he was carrying an unconscious person on the brink of death, but in contrast to the clinics, the innkeeper was far more accommodating. For 1 or 2 taels of silver per night, Chowan handed over 2 taels, stating that he would stay for no more than an hour. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper personally escorted him and Su Weisheng to a room. Inside, he laid Su Weisheng flat on the bed and retrieved the recently prescribed hemostatic herbs, applying them to her injuries. Once again, he dissolved 3 types of medicinal pills into water and administered them to the young woman. After completing these tasks, Chowan exited the inn, intending to procure some new provisions. Carrying Su Weisheng out was simply too conspicuous. He had not forgotten that he was still a wanted fugitive in Shuiyue City. Yes, he should indeed be considered a fugitive. Li Hanyi would not let him off so easily. With money in his pocket, Chowan did not skimp on his purchases. He acquired a new set of clothing, along with a change of attire and a set of women's garments. Additionally, he stocked up on dried meat, flatbreads, and other provisions, replenished his supply of essential items such as fire sticks, and inquired about the layout of the small town. Only now did Chowan realize that he had traversed to the border between Liang and Bailey. Furthermore, he was now within the territory of Liang. Having entered Liang, he was at last somewhat safer. However, the proximity to Shuiyue City remained a concern. He needed to continue onward. Standing in the bustling street, Chowan momentarily lost his thoughts when he suddenly sensed a figure darting past him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the petite figure had already sprinted a few meters ahead. Almost instantly, several coarse voices rang out from behind. "Stop, stop! You filthy beggar, daring to steal from me. Are you tired?" These men were indeed quite brazen. "Kid, don't block my path." Among the trio, the most robust man surged to the forefront, ready to shove Chowan to the ground just like the others. However, Chowan was no ordinary individual anymore. With over 70 points in physique, his reflexes, perception, and strength had significantly improved. Though the 3 appeared, they were merely bullies among the common folk. Chapter 15. The first strike. The young beggar, after all, is aware that martial arts training has its thresholds. To say nothing of other factors, the fundamental process of cultivating one's chi is, even in this world of martial arts, practitioners constitute but a small fraction, while the majority remain ordinary people. Were everyone to become a martial artist, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the blow, affording himself the time to lift his other hand and deliver a punch directly to the man's shoulder. Chowan was not one to seek trouble, yet neither was he one to shy away from it. Should these three individuals have simply passed him by in pursuit of the thief, he would not have impeded their path. However, since they chose to confront him, he could not acquiesce. With a punch thrown his way, it was only reasonable to retaliate. The forceful blow caught the burly man off guard, causing him to stagger and lose his balance, resulting in a rather undignified fall. Brother! The sudden turn of events startled them. They had not anticipated that a mere passerby would dare to block their path. Could it be that he was in cahoots with the little thief? You brat, daring to strike me, are you courting death? The burly man, humiliated by his tumble, was not about to let. With wide, furious eyes, he glared at Chowan and, glancing at his companions, barked, "Get him! Beat this insolent fool to a pulp." The other two nodded, raising their fists as they charged toward Chowan. Bang! Please don't hit us, we were wrong. The rapid shift in the atmosphere left the onlookers in disbelief. These three were notorious bullies in the town, accustomed to wielding power and rarely facing consequences. Yet today, they found themselves bested by a dashing young man. It was indeed a delightful turn of events. Chowan flexed his wrists, relishing the exhilaration of the fight. This marked his first engagement since his strength had increased. Powerful! Each punch landed with palpable force, reducing his opponents to their knees, gazing up at him with pleading eyes, imploring him for mercy. Yes, that was precisely the feeling he had longed for. It was reminiscent of the heroes depicted in television dramas and novels from his previous life. The term, young hero, sounded far more gratifying than the charlatans selling manuals in Shuiue City. Very well, be gone. Should I encounter you again, I shall not hesitate to strike you once more. Chowan assumed the demeanor befitting a chivalrous figure, casting a disdainful glance at the trio and delivering a stern. Having indulged in his moment of heroism, Chowan felt a surge of joy as he returned to the inn amidst the grateful gazes of the crowd. Waiter, bring me all the finest dishes your establishment has to offer. Recognizing Chowan as a generous patron, the waiter was exceedingly enthusiastic, promptly replying, "Certainly. Would you care for some wine? Our establishment has a 30-year-old Huadiao wine. Shall I bring you a pot?" Chowan waved his hand dismissively. "I must travel later. Please serve me the finest tea instead." Having spent several days in this world, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Now that he had chosen to rest in this town, it would be a disservice to his efforts not to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Before long, a grand array of dishes adorned the table before Chowan: braised pork knuckle, pig trotters, roast chicken, soy sauce beef, and sweet and sour fish. Without hesitation, he seized a large pork knuckle and began to feast. The tender, flavorful meat brought tears of joy to his eyes. It had been a hard journey, and he had expected that activating the system would lead him to a life of luxury. Instead, he had endured hardship. This, however, was the life he had yearned for. It was not mealtime. The inn was sparsely populated, with only Chowan seated at his table. Gulp! The unmistakable sound of someone swallowing saliva reached Chowan's ears. He paused, sensing a gaze lingering upon him. Instinctively, he turned to the entrance of the inn, where a dirty little head peeked around the door, intently watching him eat. It was a boy of no more than 10, thin and raggedly dressed, appearing as if he had suffered from malnutrition. Upon closer inspection, Chowan recognized the boy as the little beggar who had just stolen from the three burly men. Chowan hesitated. Although he had dealt with the three men, it was merely because they had provoked him. He did not condone theft. Casting a fleeting glance at the boy, Chowan chose to ignore him and resumed his meal. That moment, the waiter also noticed the little beggar and impatiently exclaimed, "What are you doing here again? Scram! Get out of here! Don't dirty our floor." The little beggar quickly withdrew his head, pointing at Chowan as he said, "I came to thank him. He helped me earlier." The waiter paused, glanced at Chowan, and then impatiently retorted to the little beggar, "Not everyone can be on friendly terms with just anyone. This esteemed guest is a busy man and has no time to waste on you. Leave. If you don't go, I'll fetch a broom." Chowan overheard their conversation and turned back to the little beggar, asking, "You wish to think this boy is merely a parentless waif, raised on the kindness of others. Recently, he seems to have found a leader and has grown rather arrogant." The waiter's explanation drew a nod of indifference from Chowan, while the little beggar reiterated, "Earlier on the street, you helped me. My leader said that one must always be grateful, so I want to thank you." Chapter 16. A dog. The leader of a dog. The little beggar's gaze conveyed a hint of sincerity, prompting Chowan to wave his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. I merely dealt with them because they provoked me, not out of a desire to assist you." Observing the boy, who appeared to be just over 10 years of age, Chowan recognized that the act of returning to express gratitude suggested that the child's nature was not entirely corrupt. A flicker of compassion stirred within Chowan, and he added, "Though you have endured hardship, you are still whole and healthy. If you truly wish to thank me, refrain from engaging in petty thievery in the future. Be a good person. Do not let those who have helped you feel disheartened." Chowan's words could be seen as an attempt to steer a wayward youth toward redemption. Yet, the little beggar's face flushed with indignation as he quickly retorted, "I did not steal their money. All that wealth was forcibly taken from them. Although the protection fee is only due once a month, they have already collected it twice this month. I was merely acting in righteous indignation. I did not steal that. I returned all the money to them." Chowan paused, surprised by the little beggar's fervent reaction. The nearby waiter, appearing puzzled, inquired, "Sir, perhaps there is a misunderstanding? Though this lad, did he not just encounter the tyrants of our town, Lu San and his cohorts?" It was unexpected for the waiter to defend the little beggar. Judging by the child's anxious demeanor, it indeed seemed plausible. Given the waiter's previous attitude, it was unlikely he would shield the boy from blame. That must be the case. I did not inquire about their names, but they certainly appeared to be unsavory characters. Chowan replied to the waiter. The waiter nodded in understanding. That would indeed be them. Lu San and his two cousins are notorious bullies in this town. They spend their days idly, relying on their physical strength to extort money from street vendors, all under the guise of a simple apology would not diminish his integrity. Upon hearing his apology, the little beggar's expression softened. Perhaps truly starving, his eyes gravitated toward the bountiful spread before Chowan, widening with longing. Chowan, noticing the child's gaze, paused and smiled. "How about joining me for a meal?" He had indulged himself over the past few days, and having unexpectedly come into some fortune, he felt inclined to share. With such a lavish spread, even 3 or 4 people would struggle to finish. How could he alone consume it all? Moreover, he needed to continue his journey, accompanied by the burdensome Su Wei Sheng, making it impossible for him to take the food with him. However, he quickly steeled himself, firmly stating, "My leader has taught me to be grateful. I came to thank you for your help, and I have yet to bow in appreciation. It would be inappropriate to also share your meal." "You eat," the little beggar insisted, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee. With such attitude and resolve, Chowan was thoroughly convinced of the waiter and the little beggar's earlier claims. "Very well, I accept your gratitude. My name is Chowan. What is yours?" The little beggar hesitated, then replied, "My mother always called me a dog." "A dog?" Many say that an unflattering name is easy to bear. Chowan found the name rather peculiar and inquired further, "What about your full name?" The little beggar shook his head, explaining, "I do not know. My mother never told me. I only know my surname is sure, as in stone." Chowan was taken aback once more. Perhaps a dog's youth had been marred by the cruelty of men, prompting him to withhold even his given name. After a moment of contemplation, Chowan said, "All right, I shall call you a dog then. Now that we have exchanged names, we are acquainted. Having acknowledged your gratitude, we may as well consider ourselves friends. Since we are friends, there is no need for formality. Come, join me for a meal." Chowan extended the invitation once more. Despite the little beggar's unwavering resolve, he was still just a child, and the sumptuous feast before Chowan was undeniably enticing. Yet, he hesitated, saying, "I have a leader who treats me well. Sharing blessings is commendable." The boy's virtues were indeed admirable. Upholding the principle of not wasting food, Chowan nodded, "Then go and fetch him." "All right. Thank you." A dog's face lit up with joy as he heard. Meanwhile, the waiter chuckled and remarked, "A dog's fortune lies in encountering you, sir. Merely fate. More friends lead to more opportunities," Chowan replied with a smile, acknowledging the serendipity of their meeting. As for more opportunities, he did not harbor lofty expectations, for after this meal, he would be departing. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he likely would not return to this place in his lifetime. The waiter smiled in agreement, refraining from further interruption. Chowan picked up the remaining portion of his elbow and continued to feast. Before long, there were two additional figures at the table, both ravenous and devouring their food without regard for decorum. One was the newly acquainted dog, and the other was a dog's leader, a scruffy-looking youth of about 15 or 16, appearing somewhat diminutive. He wore a tattered, filthy cap askew upon his head, and his face was equally dirty, making it difficult to discern any facial features, rendering him far less presentable than a dog. Clutching half a chicken, he gnawed at it voraciously, his gleaming white teeth starkly contrasting with his disheveled appearance. As for the quotation marks around youth, they were warranted, as Chowan saw through the disguise. This was evidently a girl masquerading as a boy to survive in the harsh world. In this era, a man's identity indeed afforded far greater ease in navigating society than that of a woman. A dog, well done. I never imagined you could befriend such a generous companion. My teachings have not been in vain, the youth praised while devouring his meal. With his mouth full, a dog mumbled indistinctly, chow, big, brother, is, dining is always more delightful when accompanied by others. As a dog and the youth savored their meal, Chowan found his own appetite further whetted. Soon, the entire lavish spread was consumed by the three of them. Burp. The trio simultaneously belched in satisfaction. Chapter 17. Su Wei Sheng was recognized, and the leader's name was quite elegant. Your name is Chowan, right? Just call me Xiao Jiaohua. You just helped Ago, thank you. You even treated both Ago and me to a sumptuous meal. I am not one to disregard loyalty. Should we encounter difficulties in the future, just let us know, and Ago and I will certainly come to your aid. The youth patted his still-developing chest, earnestly assuring Chowan of course, such words were merely for show. The world of Zongwu is vast. Unless one seeks out another intentionally, encountering someone again is truly a blessing from the heavens. Moreover, the other party was disguised as a man and had only introduced herself as Xiao Jiaohua, which clearly indicated she possessed another identity. Indeed, the intricacies of Zongwu are ever present. Even a small beggar from a modest town can harbor an extraordinary identity. Chowan smiled, took a deep sip of tea, and rose to his feet, replying, very well, should the need arise, I shall not be polite with you two. He looked up at the sky outside and added, it is getting late. I am merely resting temporarily in this small town, and it is time for me to depart. He had only booked a room for an hour, which equated to 2 hours in total. Having spent some time shopping and dining, it was nearly time to leave. It was not that Chowan was reluctant to part with his silver, but given that he might soon be pursued by the forces of Shuiwa City, and with his strength not yet fully developed, along with carrying a patient like Su Wei Sheng, he truly wished to linger no longer in this small town. Are you leaving already? Ago asked, somewhat astonished, having not anticipated that Chowan would depart the town so swiftly. He had been contemplating how to repay Chowan. Chowan chuckled and clasped his fists, saying, until we meet again. Ago quickly raised his hand in return, Chao Gu, until we meet again. With that, Chowan returned to his room at the inn, first changing Su Wei Sheng's blood-stained garments before hoisting her onto his back once more. In the lobby, when Ago and the youth saw Chowan appear carrying an unconscious young lady, their astonishment grew once more. So, Chowan is not alone? Could that be his wife? Chao Gu, is this your sister-in-law? Ago asked hesitantly, gazing at Chowan as he descended from the second floor. Sister, upon reflection, carrying a patient as he did indeed resemble a devoted couple weathering life storms together. However, Chowan shook his head and clarified, no, she is a friend of mine who has... Watching him depart, Ago's eyes glimmered with respect as he murmured, Chao Gu truly is a man of deep loyalty. In contrast to Ago, the leader wore an expression of incredulity. The youth quickly regained his composure and shook his head. It's nothing. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes as he turned to Ago. Ago, I must take my leave. You should practice diligently the things I have taught you. Once mastered, you need not worry about being bullied again. Ago was taken aback, questioning, Leader, did you not say... Now, with the leader suddenly bringing it up, it seemed he had found his answer. The youth gazed in the direction Chowan had taken and nodded. I suppose I have realized it. I have things to do now. He ruffled Ago's hair. Then we shall meet again? Ago nodded earnestly. Yes. Until we meet again, I will remember your words, leader, and I shall strive to become a chivalrous hero, ridding the world of evil. Ago's gaze was resolute, filled with anticipation as he asked, Leader, will we meet again? The youth smiled and replied, Of course. I will come to find you when you have made a name for yourself. I will know where to look. A name for myself? Ago's mouth fell agape, marveling at the prospect. All right. The youth smiled knowingly and added, Also, remember your leader's name. Even if you have not achieved fame, should you find yourself wronged or bullied, just invoke my name. My name is Huang Rong. Huang Rong. Ago remarked, What a lovely name. It sounds like that of a young lady. He gazed at Huang Rong with Huang Rong, taken aback, raised her hand and lightly tapped Ago's head, admonishing, Remember this well. Should you forget, I will make you pay. Rest assured, leader, I will never forget. A leader for a day, a leader for life. You shall always be my leader. Ago's gaze was resolute, firmly etching Huang Rong's name in his memory. Moreover, there was Chowan, who had aided him and treated him to the finest meal of his life. I must go now. Take care of yourself. Huang Rong affectionately ruffled Ago's hair once more, marking their final farewell. After speaking, she left the inn, heading in the direction Chowan had taken. She was certain that the individual was Su Weisheng, the second princess of the Bailiang royal family, renowned as the foremost talent of Liang. As for how she came to know her, it was merely a matter of chance. 2 years prior, Su Weisheng had traveled to Jianghu and visited Peach Blossom Island, where she had met Huang Rong. Though their encounter was fleeting, they could be considered acquaintances. Most importantly, Huang Rong was curious as to why Su Weisheng had been so gravely injured and why Chowan was carrying her to some unknown destination. The young woman had ventured into the Jianghu seeking novelty, eager to witness the people and events that transpired. In other words, she simply enjoyed the excitement. Furthermore, her brief acquaintance with Su Weisheng heightened Huang Rong's curiosity regarding the story between Chowan and Su Weisheng. Upon leaving the small town, Chowan initially intended to hire a carriage, thereby sparing Su Weisheng the discomfort of a bumpy ride. However, renting a carriage necessitated taking the official road, which was not safe. First, he had to be wary of the pursuers from Shuiyue City. Secondly, he had not forgotten that Su Weisheng was also being hunted by unidentified assailants. Though he remained uncertain of her true identity, what if there were more pursuers? He did not wish to find himself ensnared by Su Weisheng's troubles after narrowly escaping from Li Hanyi. Given his current cultivation level at the late 9th rank, even with a slightly superior physique, he would still be no match for those pursuing him. Why not just... Chapter 18. The Academy of Shangyin. Is Su Weisheng to receive a foot massage? Chowan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively doubting his own ears. Uncertain, he inquired, Is it you who is speaking? Have you awakened? Su Weisheng's voice came from behind him, though he could not discern her appearance. After a prolonged silence, a faint voice broke through. Who are you? If you do not intend to kill me, what is your purpose? Huh. Chowan was startled once more, his surprise palpable as he exclaimed, You truly have awakened. He hastily pressed on with questions. This is what I want to ask you. Forget about who I am. First, tell me who you are. Where is your home? I must escort you back. Carrying Su Weisheng was not a sustainable solution, and Chowan had contemplated this before. If the young lady could awaken, he could ascertain her home and, if he delivered her safely, perhaps, after all, anyone capable of carrying 1,000 taels of silver notes was undoubtedly extraordinary. If he could acquire a a treasured martial art manual, that would be ideal. With the system at his disposal, he could gradually become an unparalleled master through his own efforts, thus relieving himself from the constant fear of being killed or captured. Alas, the system was lacking, compelling him as its host to strive harder. He could hardly return with a corpse. He could not afford to be mistaken for a murderer. Chowan posed several questions, yet received no response. Hey, are you still awake? At the very least, you should provide me with an address, so I know which direction to head. Shangyin Academy. After a lengthy pause, the faint voice emerged once more, causing Chowan to halt. Shangyin Academy? Are you a student of Shangyin Academy? What is your name? Hey, hello. This time, there was a complete absence of response. Shangyin Academy? The name struck a familiar chord, yet which direction was it? Chowan glanced around, realizing he was unfamiliar with the area. He could only pray that he would not retrace his steps as for other directions. They were all the same to him. After some contemplation, he turned back toward the small town he had just left. Once he clarified the general direction of Shangyin Academy, he set off anew. Fortunately, they had traveled from the southwest direction of the town, while Shangyin Academy lay to the northeast. The further he went, the further he distanced himself from Shuya City. That was sufficient. Shangyin Academy? As Chowan departed the small town once more, Huang Rong soon encountered a passerby to inquire about directions, successfully learning of Chowan's ultimate destination. However, given Su Weisheng's severe injuries, it was logical to assume she should be taken back to Bailiang for recuperation. Huang Rong found this puzzling but chose to follow nonetheless. However, it was not long before Huang Rong was left fuming. She had lost sight of them. I simply cannot comprehend why this fellow would choose to traverse the back roads instead of the main thoroughfare. Huang Rong, her face flushed with indignation, stamped her foot in frustration. Forget it. Regardless, I know they are headed to Shangyin Academy, so I might as well wait for them there. Though not as entertaining as following them the entire way, there was little choice. Since her curiosity about Chowan and Su Weisheng had been piqued, she at least wanted to know the outcome. Chowan was oblivious to the fact that Huang Rong had followed him, and subsequently, if he were aware, he would likely feel a sense of pride. In his previous life, he had participated in counter-surveillance training, so he possessed a modicum of tracking skills. For a novice like Huang Rong, evading her would have been a trivial matter. Another afternoon passed, and as Chowan ventured further away from Shuya City, his heart grew steadier. Today, he had only covered a little over 50 kilometers. While the distance traveled was less than the previous days, the overall gains were not diminished. Due to the weight he carried, nearly 100 pounds, he triggered system rewards approximately every 10 kilometers. Although the increases were still modest, he had nonetheless gained 5 points in constitution, as long as he could grow. After all, these were not mere numbers, but tangible enhancements to his body that he could genuinely feel. Moreover, although he had not deliberately practiced, through the method of breath regulation, he had adjusted his state while running. Cumulatively, his constitution had reached an impressive 89 points, only a step away from the 100-point threshold. Typically, a warrior at the peak of the 9th tier possesses merely 45 points in constitution. This disparity was gradually widening. As night fell, Chowan adhered to his previous routine, seeking a sheltered spot to wait out the rain. He gently set Su Weisheng down, sprinkled medicinal powder around to deter snakes, insects, and rodents, scanned the vicinity, gathered firewood, and lit a fire. Fortune smiled upon him as, while foraging for firewood, he stumbled upon a wild rabbit. With his proficiency in casual walking and his 89 points of constitution, the rabbit stood no chance against him. With the roasted rabbit, Chowan had little desire for dry rations. Thankfully, he had been clever enough to purchase a small bag of salt, which complemented the roasted rabbit perfectly. After a hearty meal and reapplying medicine to Su Weisheng's injuries, Chowan laid out the few manuals he had on hand. Breath regulation, the 19 styles of the elegant sword, the 5-tiger mountain-splitting blade. He had already experimented with the mental cultivation and martial arts aspects, and the method for enhancing proficiency was fundamentally the same. What if he were to persist in practicing other techniques? Would he also receive constitution rewards, or perhaps other benefits? With this notion, Chowan's gaze grew increasingly fervent. It was worth a try. Only by thoroughly understanding the system could he better strategize his path to strength, minimizing detours. However, what could massage therapy possibly yield for him? Surely, he wouldn't become a mere technician, and besides, he couldn't very well massage himself. Chowan instinctively turned his gaze toward Su Weisheng, and an idea sparked. He recalled reading that massage therapy could invigorate the flow of energy and blood. After being carried for so long, her body must be quite stiff. Though she could not undergo advanced techniques due to her injuries, a foot massage should be feasible. With this thought in mind, Chowan felt an eagerness to proceed. If you truly survive this, I will count myself as your savior. Allowing me to use you as a free model should be acceptable, right? Chowan muttered, adding, if you remain silent. After all, a foot massage should be beneficial for your condition. Su Weisheng. Had Su Weisheng been awake, she would have undoubtedly kicked this shameless individual to the ground. Not speaking? She was unconscious. It would be remarkable if she could manage a response. Chowan talked to himself for a moment before stepping forward to remove Su Weisheng's footwear. Some individuals are naturally exquisite, their feet even after several days without washing. Her feet bore no trace of unpleasant odor. In fact, what peculiar inclination was this? Chowan quickly dismissed his inappropriate thoughts, pondering. He then opened the second page of Capturing Hands and located the section on identifying foot acupoints, carefully comparing it. Following the manual's instructions, he began to awkwardly massage Su Weisheng's feet. Congratulations, host. Would you like to learn the skill medicine? Half an hour later, a melodious notification chimed in Chowan's ears, and upon seeing the prominent term medicine, he was overcome with excitement, rising to his feet. Medicine? The hidden essence of this massage therapy was, in fact, the art of healing. He had struck gold. Chapter 19. Acquiring medical skills. An awkward situation whether in modern times or antiquity, medicine has always been a life-saving discipline. Mastering the art of healing significantly enhances one's chances of survival, regardless of the place or the world one finds oneself in. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect is that medicine is a skill. A skill? He has not forgotten that upon officially becoming a 9th-tier warrior, he was rewarded with a proficiency card for skill enhancement. In other words, he can now elevate his medical skills directly to proficiency level. Learn, commence your learning at once. He commanded the system eagerly. This is medicine, after all. His gaze fell upon Su Weisheng, and he murmured, it seems fate has spared you. Even a simple foot massage can trigger the ability of healing. But I wonder, can proficiency-level medicine save you? Congratulations, host. The medical skills ability has been successfully learned. Current proficiency. Novice. 1. Can be upgraded to the next level. Proficient. 1. Isn't there still a proficiency enhancement card? I've used it, applying it directly to medical skills. Chowan issued another command to the system. Proficiency enhancement card used successfully. Congratulations, host. Your medical skills have successfully reached proficiency level. 1. Can continue to be upgraded to the next level. Mastery. 1. Congratulations, host. Your medical skills ability has been successfully upgraded to proficiency level, gaining Constitution 3, Novice level reward, Constitution 6, a medical kit, normal level reward, and 1 medium-grade bone cleansing pill, proficient level reward. A series of notifications echoed in succession. Observing the rewards, Chowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The abilities not only rewarded him with points to enhance his constitution, but also bestowed other valuable items. Medical kit. Contains a complete set of medical equipment, including an entire set of silver needles, scalpels, gauze, and all necessary instruments for medical practice. Medium-grade bone cleansing pill : a pill of medium quality that, when consumed, can cleanse the marrow and fortify the bones, improving inherent qualities and enhancing overall competence. The bone cleansing pill is indeed a remarkable item. However, Chowan was not given much time to marvel. In the next moment, he felt a surge of warmth in his head. A torrent of medical knowledge began to flood his mind. Observation, inquiry, diagnosis and treatment, herbs and remedies, acupuncture and massage, internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, gynecology, orthopedics, and more. All knowledge and skills. Oh no! My mind is expanding. Chowan's mouth fell agape, his eyes glazed over like a country bumpkin unaccustomed to the world, utterly astonished. It was no wonder he felt overwhelmed. This was nothing short of miraculous. He felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned physician capable of treating patients independently. Is the enhancement brought by abilities truly this formidable? Chowan pondered, astonished. It is worth noting that the previous improvements from the Swordplay 19 techniques had granted him some similar benefits, yet none were as potent as this. If this is merely proficiency level, what might mastery or even grand mastery yield? Could he not ascend to greatness in one fell swoop? After a considerable time, the influx of knowledge and experience finally subsided. In a brief moment, Chowan's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Transitioning from a neophyte in medicine to a competent doctor in such a short span inevitably brings about noticeable changes. His gaze returned to Su Weisheng, placing his hand on her pulse, and he finally comprehended why the doctor at the clinic in the small town had been so scathing. The girl's injuries were indeed grievous, beyond serious. Although her breath was momentarily sustained, it was uncertain how long she could hold on. Perhaps there was a method for salvation, but at least with his current proficiency in medicine, he could not revive Su Weisheng. It seems I can only resort to desperate measures. From a medical perspective, Su Weisheng's condition was dire. However, since he found her, her situation had visibly improved. From a state of weakness, teetering on the brink of death, she had stabilized her breath, barely holding on to life. By the time they left the town, she had even regained consciousness and spoken with him. These developments were inexplicable on the basis of his proficiency in medical skills, but perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck, an unintended recovery. Of course, with the newfound medical abilities, Chowan could surmise what had been at play at IT must be the 3 vials of elixirs he discovered from that maid. Those elixirs were of exceptional quality. If sold, each would likely fetch a price exceeding 100 taels, if not more. Chowan marveled at the situation but did not continue the foot massage for Su Weisheng. Having found the answer and directly utilized the proficiency enhancement card to elevate his medical skills, there was no longer a need for further massage. From his satchel, he began to prepare medication for Su Weisheng. Though his current medical skills were insufficient to save her, he could effect some improvements, at the very least. He could use silver needles to seal the acupoints around her wounds, alleviating the pain caused by her injuries. He could also more effectively utilize the advantages of acupuncture to help Su Weisheng absorb the medicinal properties, thereby accelerating her recovery. Should she survive. As for the rest, it would have to be left to fate. Su Weisheng awoke once more, and it was already deep into the night. Moreover, she found herself in an exceedingly awkward situation, slowly opening her eyes. Cough, cough, please don't misunderstand, Chowan began. I'm merely changing your dressings. You have a penetrating wound that requires bandaging on both sides. It's impossible to do so without removing your clothing. Feeling the girl's weak yet penetrating gaze, Chowan felt inexplicably nervous. He had merely appreciated her form. Is there a crime in admiring beauty? Art is innocent. As he spoke, Chowan carefully secured the bandaging around her wounds, discreetly adjusting Su Weisheng's clothing back over her shoulders and fat. Once her garments were in place, her expression softened slightly. In such a state before an unfamiliar man, anyone would feel uneasy. Of course, had she been capable of movement, she might have already sent Chowan flying with a single strike, shattering his meridians and subjecting him to dire consequences. Chapter 20. No expectation of return? A clumsy excuse, my foot. The garments were donned. Yet Su Weisheng noted another peculiarity. Her feet were still bare. It was evident that Chowan had removed her shoes. But why? She had sustained an injury to her chest. What purpose did removing her shoes serve? This fellow, could he possibly harbor some eccentricity? At this moment, I thought that being confined might be detrimental, so I allowed you some fresh air. Such a feeble rationale. Even Chowan himself found his justification hard to believe. However, regardless of belief, with Su Weisheng in her current state, her life hanging by a thread, could she truly? Once her shoes and socks were on, Su Weisheng took a moment to recuperate, calming her emotions before weakly inquiring, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Chowan replied while tidying up the medicinal herbs by the fire, "My name is Chowan. As for why I saved you, I happened to pass by, and seeing you still clinging to life, I acted with compassion." Chowan. Su Weisheng softly murmured, searching her memory, yet it was apparent she was unfamiliar with this name. To alleviate the earlier awkwardness and lighten the atmosphere, Chowan smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Just call me Li Feng." Li Feng? Su Weisheng frowned, pondering yet another unfamiliar name. Who exactly was this person? The two names bore no relation. Could it be some sort of street moniker? Observing Su Weisheng's expression, Chowan suddenly realized that this jest might not have been appropriate and quickly added, "Don't mind the details. Ultimately, just know that I am a good person. But you, what is your name? You mentioned something about the Shangyin Academy before you fainted. Are you a student of the Shangyin Academy?" Chowan was more curious about Su Weisheng's identity than eager to answer her questions. Only by determining her identity could he gauge whether the trip to the Shangyin Academy was worthwhile. Though he had already resolved to visit as a newcomer, any destination would suffice. Delivering Su Weisheng to the Shangyin Academy might even yield a reward. Why not? Even if there were none, it mattered not. He had already received one reward, allowing him to act with a clear conscience. In contrast to Chowan, Su Weisheng's gaze was filled with wariness. Having just endured pursuit and betrayal, especially from the maid even though he had saved her, her savior could not be wholly trusted. Over the years, she had witnessed far too many insincere gestures, even those cloaked in familial affection, leading to lethal traps. Although she had not personally experienced such treachery, books serve as excellent teachers, imparting lessons to those who come after. Is it inconvenient to speak? Noticing Su, I can't simply call you He or that person. I am called Su Shi-san, Su Weisheng weakly revealed, which was not entirely a false name, merely an alias bestowed upon her in the realm of Go. The number 10 indicated her status as a distinguished 10th Dan Master, while 3 signified her capacity to progress further beyond that rank, hence the moniker Su Shi-san. Su Shi-san? Quite catchy and easy to remember, Chowan remarked with a gentle smile. For him, it mattered not whether it was her real name or a pseudonym. Names were merely identifiers, a means to facilitate conversation along their journey. Therefore, whether he referred to her as Su Shi-san or Su Shi made little difference. Su Weisheng silently observed Chowan, attempting to gauge his reaction. From his demeanor, it appeared he genuinely did not recognize her identity. Not knowing her identity suggested that Chowan was not an enemy, yet it did not confirm his status as a good person. The clothes could be justified as a necessity for treating her wounds, but who among the good would remove a young woman's shoes while she lay unconscious? Su Weisheng, after a moment's thought, Chowan decided to speak again. Is there anything else you wish to do besides going to the Shangyin Academy? Su Weisheng remained silent for a time before softly shaking her head, her voice weak as she replied, We can inquire there for further information. However, when I passed a small town previously, they mentioned that it would take at least 10 days of travel to reach the Shangyin Academy. Having only traveled one day, it shouldn't be too... After a moment, she inquired, What do you desire? The sudden question caught Chowan off guard, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Although he had indeed contemplated whether he might receive a decent reward, Chowan awkwardly replied, What do you mean by one? I already mentioned, didn't I? I am a good person. My intention in saving you was purely altruistic, with no expectations in return. He himself did not wish for anything, but surely she would feel obliged to offer something in return? Presently, he was neither destitute nor affluent. Having 1,000 taels of silver made him quite well dash off in this era. A single steamed bun costs merely 1 won, and 100 taels could secure a modest residence in any major capital of the dynasties. With 1,000 taels, he could comfortably sustain himself for the foreseeable future. As for returning anything to Su Weisheng, that was utterly out of the question. However, in Su Weisheng's eyes, Chowan's demeanor seemed to take no expectation of return. How could that be? Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play. A flicker of suspicion crossed Su Weisheng's gaze as she recalled the scene of her ambush. She had faced pursuit more than once, and this time she had deliberately chosen a path so obscure that even the locals were scarcely aware of it. Chowan was clearly not from the area, and his vague responses only heightened her suspicions. Coincidentally passing by? What a flimsy excuse, who meanders through such remote wilderness without a reason. Chapter 21. Li Hanyi emerges from seclusion. The intelligence capabilities of Shuyu City are impressive. However, if she were indeed an enemy, would it not be more prudent to present her severed head to the superior for accolades and rewards? Conversely, if she were an ally, should one not expose her identity and send word to the Wangfu of Bailiang? In that case, he would receive a bounty sufficient to sustain him for generations. Yet, why does he seem to desire nothing at all? What is Chowan's true objective? Who exactly is Chowan? The way he treats her raises questions about the schemes he is orchestrating. This illustrates the stark contrast between individuals. Chowan, a time traveler, is imbued with modern sensibilities, his mind brimming with social intricacies. In stark contrast, Su Weisheng has been steeped in the world of intrigue since childhood. Entrusted with such a heavy burden at a tender age has instilled in her a habit of cautious maneuvering. While she may lack understanding of social niceties, she must vigilantly guard against those around her, for any one of them could threaten her life. The fate of her previous maidservant serves as a vivid reminder. Su Weisheng's gaze shifted, her eyes now laced with wariness as she regarded Chowan. She was resolute in her belief that Chowan was far from simple. Until she fully comprehended his intentions, trust in him was out of the question. Silence enveloped the space as Su Weisheng remained mute. Observing her peculiar expression, Chowan rubbed his nose and gently cautioned, your condition is quite dire at the moment. Refrain from today. He had not anticipated that Su Weisheng would awaken during the bandaging, before she had even consumed the medicine. As he spoke, Chowan began his task. Su Weisheng's brow furrowed as she recognized the jade vial he produced. Naturally, she identified the 3 vials and their contents. However, these items should have been with that maidservant. How did they come into Chowan's possession? In an instant, realization dawned upon her. Corpse examination in this world. Such acts are commonplace, yet a person who engages in them harbors thoughts that are anything but pure. After consuming the medicine, Su Weisheng, already weak, her energy soon reached its limit. Before long, she succumbed to slumber once more. With Su Weisheng unconscious, Chowan retrieved silver needles and removed her shoes and socks. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He was not indulging in an obsession, but rather preparing to administer acupuncture to the young lady. With several silver needles inserted into her feet, hands, and head, he aimed to expedite her body's absorption of the medicinal properties. If these pills proved effective, Su Weisheng's recovery would indeed hasten. However, unbeknownst to Chowan, as he applied the needles to her feet, Su Weisheng's consciousness flickered back to life. Feeling the chill of her bare feet and witnessing her shoes and socks being removed, she was once again taken aback. This individual truly possessed peculiarities. He was certainly, her innocence, it seemed, was irrevocably lost. With this final thought, Su Weisheng could no longer endure and fell into a deep sleep. After finishing the acupuncture, Chowan finally turned his attention to the rewards stemming from his enhanced medical proficiency. A boost of 9 points to his physique made him feel significantly stronger. Yet, what truly captured his interest was the mid-grade Shisui Fagadan. The Shisui Fagadan is a miracle. Although the system described it as merely a mid-grade pill, Chowan remained hopeful about its effects. In the next moment, a pearl-sized, off-white pill appeared before him. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, took a sip of water, and swallowed it down. As the pill dissolved, a warm current surged down his throat, radiating outward. This warmth felt akin to the sensation of enhanced vitality, yet it was not entirely the same. The warmth was accompanied by a tingling sensation that penetrated his bones, leaving him with an itch at the soles of his feet. Additionally, the internal energy he had cultivated over the past few days began to stir involuntarily, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Chowan's heart raced, prompting him to sit cross-legged. Meanwhile, behind Shueiyue City, atop Zhongshan, the vast spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to converge in a singular direction. Countless petals, in synchrony, drifted toward that point. Masters of the Jingang realm and above turned their gazes toward Zhongshan, their eyes filled with awe. Atop the mountain stood a solitary figure, Li Hanyi, who had achieved a breakthrough. Enveloped by a flurry of petals, she remained the most resplendent blossom amidst a sea of flowers. The aura surrounding her gradual. Though the fluctuations of her internal energy diminished, one could still distinctly perceive the sharpness and vigor emanating from her. Li Hanyi had ascended from the mid-stage of the Fuyo. In the faintest sense, she had even grazed the threshold of the Tianxiang Great Freedom Realm. Though this breakthrough involved merely 2 minor realms, once one reaches such a stage, even the slightest advancement results in exponential growth and strength. Moreover, at the tender age of 18, Li Hanyi stands at the apex of the Fuyo Grandmaster realm, a paragon among the denizens of the divine martial continent. Her reputation as the Snowy Moon Sword Fairy is now more firmly established than ever. Welcome back from seclusion, Second Master. Upon witnessing the commotion, Tang Lian promptly ascended to Zhongshan. Currently, with both Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng absent from the city, all matters of Shueiyue City had been entrusted to Tang Lian. Li Hanyi's breakthrough was a significant and joyous event, and he naturally sought to be present. As the energy around her settled, Li Hanyi's gaze fell upon Tang Lian, inquiring, "Has that fellow been captured?" "That fellow?" Tang Lian paused at Li Hanyi's choice of words, her conviction deepening. It was clear that Chowan had indeed engaged in something significant with Li Hanyi on Zhongshan. The typically reserved and composed second master had employed such a term. However, Tang Lian quickly regained her composure and replied, "We can confirm that he has headed north. Our people have been pursuing him and have ascertained, despite not having located Chaoan, they were able to deduce his entry into Liyang from various clues." Liyang, you say? Chapter 22. Pursuing in person, mastering the art of massage, a glimmer of cold. I shall personally journey to Liyang. Tang Lian was taken aback once more. What deep-seated enmity could possibly compel the typically placid Li Hanyi to pursue someone himself? Master, may I inquire about your relationship with him? Tang Lian raised his gaze slightly. Li Hanyi's penetrating stare drifted into the distance, and the scene from that fateful day replayed vividly in his mind. Even though several days had elapsed, every detail remained etched in his memory, magnified as if under a lens, continuously haunting him. The seclusion he had undergone these past few days almost led him to the brink of madness. There are matters I must clarify in person. After a lengthy silence, Tang Lian paused, sensing an inexplicable change in his master, though he could not quite articulate what had altered. Perhaps it was due to the recent breakthrough in his cultivation. Very well, I shall begin organizing the information collected during this period for you, master. Tang Lian acquiesced, aware that there were many matters he could not pry into. Yet, he understood that once they found Chaoan, all would be revealed. He truly could not fathom how an ordinary person devoid of martial prowess could evoke such profound emotions in his master. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, your realm has successfully ascended to the initial stage of the 8th rank. Constitution 18, current constitution. 116 points, the average constitution for an ordinary. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, your realm has successfully reached the 8th rank. Reward: 1 proficiency enhancement card for martial arts, 1 medium-grade constitution pill. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a mid-grade cleansing marrow and bone-forging pill. Constitution 25, current constitution, 141 points. 3 prompt notifications resonated in succession. Chaoan felt himself enveloped by a warm current once again. The elevation after a considerable period, the surge in his constitution finally subsided. Chaoan felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, however. He recalled that the average constitution for an ordinary peak 9th rank martial artist was merely 45 points, while his own had soared to 68 points at the initial 8th rank. The rewards for his realm elevation had granted him only 18 points, following the expected growth pattern of the 9th rank. Thus, the additional 5 points had taken him by surprise. He had anticipated a more gradual increase. System notification. The comprehensive evaluation of constitution is based on the abilities an ordinary martial artist can master at their current realm, calculated through a multifaceted algorithm rather than a singular metric. Please regard this rationally, host. To Chaoan's astonishment, the system provided an unexpected explanation. Upon reviewing it, he grasped the meaning in essence. A martial artist at the 9th rank possesses only a minimal repertoire of abilities, merely the slight enhancements afforded by their rank. As one's realm ascends, the breadth of mastery expands, consequently elevating the comprehensive constitution. Chaoan chose not to dwell excessively on this revelation. He was not naive enough to assume that every initial 8th rank martial artist possessed some. After all, the system's parameters referred to an ordinary initial 8th rank martial artist. Yet, who could define what was ordinary? That figure was merely a reference point. What truly mattered to him was the system's rewards. Upon usage, it can elevate any martial art to a proficiency level of 1. Constitution Pill. Medium grade, a pill produced by the system to enhance constitution, permanently increasing constitution by 30 points upon consumption. Gazing at the constitution pill, Chaoan's eyes brightened once more. This was indeed a valuable item. As for the proficiency enhancement card, he currently possessed 3 martial arts techniques. The leisurely stroll had already reached proficiency and thus was of no further use. Meanwhile, both the 5 tiger breaking mountain blade and the 19 styles of elegant swordsmanship had attained a familiar level. Chaoan surmised that as the quality of martial arts increased, the difficulty of enhancing proficiency would also rise. The 19 styles and the 5 tiger breaking mountain blade would soon reach proficiency. Perhaps even the minor accomplishment level IT would be wiser to reserve the card for when he acquired higher quality martial arts in the future. With a thought, the constitution pill appeared before Chao, and without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth, resulting in another 30-point increase in his constitution, bringing his total to 171 points. The rapid growth in his constitution left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He felt as though he could easily fell a bull with a single punch. Lifting over 300 pounds seemed to pose no challenge at all. Once he had completed these tasks, Chaoan's attention shifted to the newly acquired ability, medical skills. This was undoubtedly a highly practical and advantageous capability. With a healer at hand, life's troubles would dwindle. Even the mightiest of figures, lacking medical knowledge, would inevitably find themselves in need at times. After all, who among us is free from illness, however? How could one enhance their proficiency in medical skills? Mastering this art would significantly bolster his ability to survive in this realm of divine martial prowess. Yet, unlike mental cultivation or sword techniques, there were no specific forms or strokes to repetitively practice. Just then, an idea surged forth. He had inadvertently activated his medical skills while providing a foot massage to Su Weisheng. Could it be that continuing this practice would also enhance his After all, the girl was unconscious and unaware. Moreover, foot massages indeed have their benefits. Why not? In merely a few seconds, Chaoan convinced himself and rolled up his sleeves, positioning himself by Su Weisheng's feet. The knowledge of massage was already embedded within his proficient medical skills. He could now perform the techniques without even referencing a book for acupuncture points. His methods, one might even mistake it for a haunting. Congratulations, host. By diligently practicing massage for half an hour, your progress in medical experience has improved. The system's notification chimed in his ears. Chaoan glanced at the attributes panel, specifically the medical skills section, and noted that the proficiency had risen from the previous 1 to 11. Indeed, it works. Chaoan's mouth hung open in surprise. Moreover, this increase was a substantial 10 at this rate. Reaching proficiency in medical skills would be merely a matter of time. The knowledge within his mind felt tangible. If the familiar level was already this formidable, what could... In that moment, Chaoan's anticipation surged, and his hands quickened their pace. Smack, smack, smack. Chapter 23. Sudden change of... With such progress, he could easily step into the minor accomplishment stage. Upon reaching this stage, his realm should further elevate. However, Chaoan did not linger over this fleeting moment. The break of dawn signaled his departure. Additionally, his medical skills had reached a proficiency of 28 alas. Despite the merits of massage therapy, prolonged application ultimately proved ineffective. Su Weisheng was a person, a living, breathing individual, not merely a machine to accumulate experience. He had to consider her feelings. After organizing his belongings, Chaoan called out to Su Weisheng several times, expecting her to remain in a deep slumber, planning to assist her to her feet and carry her on his back. To his surprise, Su Weisheng slowly awakened. It appeared his treatment had been effective, and Providence favored this young woman, as her life was not meant to be extinguished. Yet, as Su Weisheng opened her eyes, her awareness gradually sharpened. In her mind, the hazy memories of the previous night flickered. Chaoan had removed her shoes and socks, and she could distinctly feel a lingering soreness in her soles. This was all real, not a dream. This man had indeed. In the next moment, her gaze fell upon Chaoan, filled with icy hostility. In her weakened state, she coldly uttered, "Don't touch me." Clearly, she regarded him as a pervert. The sudden chill in her demeanor startled Chaoan. Was this woman still dazed from sleep? Had she lost her senses? She had not expressed such anger upon waking in similar circumstances the previous night. Su 13, are you all right? Chaoan asked, perplexed, yet he attempted to clarify, surely, you haven't forgotten? As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached out to check Su Weisheng's forehead. She did not seem to be burning with fever, however, the movement pulled at her wounds, causing her features to contort in pain. This woman had seemed fine just a moment ago. Had she lost her mind? Hey, are you all right? Have you forgotten me? Or what's the matter? I haven't done anything to you. For heaven's sake, to wake up with such an attitude. Could it be this girl was unwell? Suffering from a split personality? Perhaps the sister emerged on one day, while the sister appeared on another? Clearly, the rational one from yesterday had transformed into a tempestuous harpy today. As the pain gradually subsided, Su Weisheng's gaze dimmed significantly, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. She raised her eyes to Chaoan and said, "Just kill me." With that, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. To endure humiliation at the hands of this demon was not worth living. Death would preserve her last shred of dignity. Moreover, the servant who had wielded that blade had already considered herself dead. Chao En's unexpected arrival had indeed granted her a sliver of hope, yet now she wished to relinquish that hope. Diagnosing her with a split personality was indeed a fitting conclusion. Today's manifestation was undoubtedly a madwoman. What kind of luck was this for him? Not that. You must provide me with a reason to kill you. In your current state, one might think I have bullied you. Even if she were deranged, Chao needed clarity. It was a rare good morning, and now it had been thoroughly disrupted. Who could he turn to for an explanation? Had he not bullied her? After all, he had stripped her of her clothing, claiming it was to tend to her wounds. Yet, what was the purpose of removing her shoes and socks? Was it not to satisfy some perverse desire? Had Chao known that Su Weisheng harbored these thoughts, he would have truly been unable to remain composed. Pervert! She was the one who was truly deranged. Her entire family was deranged. He had been raised under the red banner, nurtured by the spring breeze, donned the red scarf, and bathed in the glorious light of socialism. An optimistic young man. In elementary school, he had even served as a team leader and raised the flag. How could he be labeled a pervert? Su Weisheng's icy gaze pierced through him as she whispered, "You know well what you have done. Why must you perform for me now? You would do well to kill me, for when I recover, I shall ensure your demise." She was truly insane. This woman had lost her mind. The abrupt shift in her demeanor extinguished any goodwill within Chao. No amount of patience could withstand such misunderstandings. What have I done? How have I acted? I carried you from... Is that not enough? And yet, you have the audacity to demand death? You claim to know what I have done. What have I done? I have seen every inch of you. If I truly intended to harm you, I would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? I must clarify this matter today. Should I fail to do so, I shall not depart. With each passing moment, Chao's frustration mounted. He had encountered a white-eyed wolf. Su Weisheng, momentarily stunned, was taken aback by Chao's sudden outburst. However, given Su Weisheng's nature, she would not engage in excessive dialogue. The mention of her wounds rendered her previously restored color pale once more. She repeated, "So, I ask you to kill me." This plea seemed to drain her last vestiges of strength, leaving her to collapse lifelessly onto the makeshift bed Chao had prepared for her, devoid of any expression. Yet, remarkably, she did not lose consciousness, merely lying there. Witnessing her state only fueled Chao's ire further. Who wishes to concern themselves with you? If you wish to die, go ahead. Just do not let me see it, or it shall bring me misfortune. With that, he stood, slinging his prepared bundle over his shoulder, and left without a backward glance. As for murder? Faced with such a gravely injured individual, he found himself unable to commit the act. Yet, sometimes, to wish for someone's demise was not so complex. Merely ignoring them and walking away sufficed. As Chao's figure receded, a flicker of relief crossed Su Weisheng's eyes. Nevertheless, his string of remarks stirred a tempest within her heart. Why did he possess such unwavering confidence? Had she truly misjudged him? Yet, why had he removed her shoes and socks? Moreover, during her half-conscious state the previous night, she had sensed something unusual in her feet. The sensation was neither painful nor unpleasant. Rather, it was oddly comforting. Had this beast truly done something to her? How could she have felt such shame? Chapter 24. Su Shi-san, I owe you for my past life. As Chao departed, silence enveloped the surroundings. The pain emanating from her wounds surged in waves, causing her already weakened consciousness to blur further. Am I to die? Su Weisheng felt her own breathing becoming labored, her heartbeat resounding. It turned out that slowly awaiting death felt like this. Even though she had already experienced death once, her previous memories were more dominated by the betrayal of her maid and the sheer incredulity of it all. By the time she regained awareness, she had completely lost consciousness. Upon awakening again, she found herself slumped against someone's back, being carried to the medical hall, only to collide with the wall. At that moment, she lacked the strength to speak. Her consciousness faded once more shortly after regaining it. Yet, she retained a vivid memory of everything that transpired during her fleeting moments of awareness. Could such a person truly commit such acts? In the throes of death, one's thoughts often wander aimlessly. Time passed, though Su Weisheng could only feel her heartbeat slowing, her vision flickering and becoming increasingly indistinct. Just then, a shadow materialized before her. Now, she could no longer discern the features of the individual, but the voice that reached her ears made it clear who it was. Su Shi-san, I truly owe you for my past life. I have gone to great lengths to save you, and you think you can simply die? It won't be so easy. I will take you to the Shangyin Academy, but if you do not repay me properly, I shall reveal the secret of the mole on your thigh. The voice, filled with expletives, belonged to none other than Chowan. Ultimately, he could not overcome his own heart's turmoil. Although this woman had a penchant for madness, she was still very much alive. After all the effort he had expended to save her, could he simply abandon her? That would be a tremendous loss. Previously, due to his vigorous movements, Su Weisheng's wounds had reopened, and blood had stained her garments crimson. Fortunately, Chowan had not ventured far. Unable to quell his conscience, he returned. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have returned only to collect her corpse. With silver needles in hand, he hurriedly staunched her bleeding and stabilized her injuries. He administered several blood-replenishing pills, energy-replenishing pills, as well as snow toad and essence-nurturing pills, ensuring she took them with water. After a considerable effort, her breath finally steadied. Feeling Su Weisheng's pulse, Chowan sighed, alas, it seems we have returned to square one. These past 2 days have been in vain. Chowan expressed a sense of helplessness, thankful for the ample supply of pills he possessed. Otherwise, who else would have so many at their disposal? To be precise, it was Su Weisheng's own stock of medicine that proved sufficient. It seems that in the future, he must carry more healing potions while traversing the martial world. They could prove life-saving in critical moments. Having stabilized Su Weisheng's injuries, he gazed at the young woman who had succumbed to unconsciousness once more, a hint of lament crossing his features. It was quite the peculiar affair to have such an episode unfold so early in the morning. Could it be that his actions from the previous night, when he had used her feet to gain experience, had been discovered? But that was merely foot massage. Was she not the one benefiting from it? It hardly seemed significant. This woman was indeed delusional. Upon her awakening, he would have to discipline her properly. Resolute in his decision, Chowan hoisted Su Weisheng onto his back once more and continued on his journey. Traveling on foot while burdened is often the ultimate test of one's mettle. It demands not only abundant physical strength but also a considerable amount of endurance and resilience. Few could persist like Chowan, running for such durations and distances that, of course, the system played a significant role, providing him with minor physical rewards upon reaching certain thresholds, fueling his determination and vigor. Moreover, with the enhancement of his realm and physique, even while bearing another person and a considerable load, he could traverse the winding paths with remarkable agility, scarcely resembling someone encumbered by another. As his proficiency in leisurely walking increased, Chowan's strides became increasingly stable, ensuring that Su Weisheng experienced minimal jolting, allowing her to recuperate effectively. Su Weisheng awoke once more, 2 days later. During this period, Chowan had advanced over 300 kilometers towards the Shangyin Academy, and despite the burden, his physique had increased by 16 points in terms of martial arts. He had also made significant strides. Both the 5-tiger mountain slicing blade and the 19 styles of the elegant sword had reached the proficient level, each contributing an enhancement of 5 and 8 points to his physique, respectively. His leisurely walking had successfully entered the minor completion stage, yielding an additional 10-point increase in his physique. Simultaneously, his foundational breathing technique had also reached the minor completion level, propelling him up 2 minor realms from the... However, what surprised him was that upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the 8th rank, his physique had only increased by 13 points, similar to the gains he had at the peak of the 9th rank. The late stage of the 8th rank yielded only a 16-point increase, far less than the gains he had experienced when breaking through from the early stage of the 8th rank to the peak of the 9th. Of course, any increase is still an improvement, and it is quite normal for larger realm breakthroughs to yield greater enhancements than smaller ones. Over the course of these 2 days, according to the System's reference, the average 8th rank late-stage warrior possesses a composite physique of 110 points. This disparity was becoming increasingly pronounced. However, as he progressed further, Chowan began to recognize the limitations of elementary martial arts. While proficiency improved rapidly, the points gained in physique remained insufficient. Regrettably, he currently had no opportunity to engage with higher quality martial arts. Nonetheless, he now possessed a substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver. While he might not be able to access rare or extraordinary martial arts, he could certainly purchase intermediate, advanced, or even top-tier martial arts in US City. The proprietor of martial arts manuals sold advanced techniques for merely 50 taels of silver, did he not? Thinking of that manual vendor, Chowan spat in disdain. He had approached the situation with sincerity, believing he had encountered a kind-hearted individual, only to discover he was a swindler. That had been his entire fortune at stake. Speaking of that massage manual, his medical skills had progressed by an additional 25, reaching a proficiency of 53. However, due to Su Weisheng's weakened condition, he could not practice extensively, limiting his sessions to half an hour each day, resulting in a somewhat slower progression. As evening fell, Chowan began a fire as usual, sitting beside the flames. Over the fire, a wild mountain chicken sizzled, its oil crackling. With his enhanced realm and strength, the difficulty of wild game such as rabbits and chickens posed no resistance against him. In fact, should he encounter such creatures, emulating Wu Song in his legendary battle against the tiger would not be out of the question. Chapter 25. A shift in attitude. A confrontation beside the fire. Su Weisheng had once again regained consciousness. She sat there, staring vacantly at the flickering flames, their glow reflected in her pitch-black eyes, sparkling, enchanting, and mesmerizing. It was uncertain whether she was gazing at the fire itself or at the golden-brown roasted chicken sizzling above it. This time, she was remarkably quiet, lacking the previous resoluteness. She had not anticipated that Chowan would return, saving her life once more. Even now, the echoes of his murmurs lingered in her ears from before her fainting spell. Su 13, I truly owe you for my past life. I have gone to great lengths to bring you back. You think you can just die so easily? I'll take you to the Shangyin Academy. If you don't repay me properly, I'll reveal the secret of the mole on your thigh. Indeed, this man had ultimately seen through her entirely. She ought to have felt resentment towards Chowan, preparing for another life-and-death confrontation. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself devoid of such thoughts now. Perhaps, she had resigned herself to fate? I'll make this clear. If you can speak, then do so. If not, keep quiet, and no one considers you a mute. Looking at the silent Su Weisheng, Chowan had preemptively prepared her for what was to come. His demeanor If Chowan truly did not know her identity, then her life seemed inconsequential. If he did know, what were his intentions? Did he not realize that once they reached the Shangyin Academy, she would be completely safe, and he could no longer act against her? Or was it simply that he did not wish for her to die so easily? Chowan cast a resigned glance at Su Weisheng and replied directly, I came back for the reward. Is that satisfactory? I put in so much effort to bring— Do you think I did it out of kindness? Once I deliver you to the Shangyin Academy, you must repay me at the very least, a rare martial art or mental technique. Otherwise, this matter will remain unresolved. Chowan had initially intended to request merely a rare martial art or mental technique, but upon further consideration, he felt that such a request was too lenient for this individual. If she failed to comply, he would reveal the secret of the mole on her thigh. A rare martial art or mental technique. Was that all? Su Weisheng was equally astonished. She had not expected Chowan to make such a modest demand. While rare martial arts and mental techniques might be elusive for others, were they not readily accessible to the second princess of Bailiang Wangfu? Moreover, Lei Feng. This was the second time she had heard this name. Who exactly was Lei Feng, and why did Chowan keep mentioning him? Weren't you the one who said you didn't want anything in return? The simplicity of Chowan's request left Su Weisheng skeptical. She recalled their first conversation, wondering if this was merely a guise to mask his true intentions. I was just being polite. If I don't want it, do you think you could refuse me? That was a life-saving grace. But if you dare to renege, your reputation at the Shangyin Academy will be ruined, and I will expose the secret of the mole on your thigh. You While she was not particularly concerned about the earlier accusations, many had slandered her over the years. The last statement truly struck a nerve. What audacity it took to speak so shamelessly, not only having seen her body but also brazenly declaring it. This was utterly disgraceful. Chowan, unperturbed, remarked, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't mean to see. But your clothes were stained with your own blood, and you got caught in the rain. If left for too long, you know it will smell. I don't want to carry you while reeking of blood every day." Even with her strong spirit, Su Weisheng could note her previously pale face flushed visibly, taking on an unnaturally pale hue. If only she could move, she would certainly have delivered a few kicks to Chowan and silenced his foul mouth. How infuriating. What about you? Just eat something. Unbeknownst to her, a piece of roasted chicken had appeared in Chowan's hand, expertly carved with his delicious. Su Weisheng gazed at Chowan in astonishment, never having tasted such exquisite roasted chicken before. Chowan paid no heed to her expression. After feeding her a piece, he tore off a chicken leg and, savoring the warmth and aroma, placed it into his own mouth. The heat and flavor exploded within, melding the chicken's natural juices with the essence of roasting, a perfect combination. He would deem this chicken the most exquisite roasted chicken of the year. These past few days, Su Weisheng had been nourished by numerous medicinal pills. Now that she was awake, consuming some meat was entirely necessary. However, this girl savored each bite, and with her limbs barely able to move, she relied entirely on Chowan to feed her. Chowan consumed 2/3 of the chicken before Su Weisheng managed to finish the remaining third. Afterward, her mouth was glossy with grease, her cheeks round and adorable. Seeing her like this, Chowan felt a pang of admiration. She was quite a fine girl, albeit with a foul mouth. Nonetheless, Chowan took off his sleeve and wiped it across Su Weisheng's face. Instinctively, she recoiled, panicking. "What are you doing? Stay still." Having learned from past experiences, Chowan acted swiftly, pinning Su Weisheng down, and proceeded to wipe her mouth with his sleeve, his movements lacking any grace. What was even more infuriating was that just moments ago, Su Weisheng had witnessed him using the same sleeve to wipe his own mouth. Su Weisheng felt as though she might lose her mind. How could there be such a person in this world? Unable to escape, she simply turned her head away, choosing not to look at him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. However, not long after, she was lifted and propped up again. For it was time to change her bandages. Chapter 26. Want a default? Not a chance. For Su Weisheng, changing the dressings was undoubtedly a profound challenge to her innermost feelings. Watching a stranger unbutton her clothes, his gaze fixated on her with unwavering intensity, was daunting. Even in the most intimate of relationships, maintaining composure is often unattainable. How much more so for two mere acquaintances? Once the medication was administered, Chowan proceeded with his usual routine, removing Su Weisheng's shoes and socks. Her eyes widened in shock. Was he truly so brazen? She was still conscious. Did he not regard her as human? Yet, when she saw him retrieve silver needles and insert them into the acupoints on her soles, her astonishment only deepened. Needles? Wasn't something sordid supposed to occur? It seemed she had gravely misunderstood the situation. Chowan's actions were not driven by some bizarre quirk, but rather a legitimate medical procedure. All this time, her previous assumptions had been nothing but her own misconceptions. No wonder Chowan had reacted so strongly that day. He must have perceived her as a capricious, ungrateful, and unreasonable individual. Yet, when she had first awakened and inquired about her shoes and socks, why hadn't he explained? His hesitance had certainly suggested he had something to hide. Moreover, what was the source of the slap sounds echoing in her semi-conscious state? Chowan glanced at Su Weisheng, noticing her peculiar expression, and retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that? Haven't you ever seen acupuncture before?" Feeling the weight of Su Weisheng's incredulous gaze, he responded curtly. Su Weisheng opened her mouth, intending to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chowan, assuming her silence stemmed from concern over his actions, added, "Rest assured, while my medical skills are not exceptional, I do know enough to avoid reckless needling. The soles of your feet are connected to your internal organs. By stimulating them, we can enhance your blood circulation and hasten the absorption of the medication, thereby expediting your recovery. Furthermore, I will also massage the acupoints on your soles to aid in restoring your internal balance. Chowan could have chosen not to elaborate, but he decided it was prudent to clarify, especially as establishing a solid foundation now would ensure he would have to deal with Su Weisheng's emotional upheaval later on. After all, he would be in her company for several more days before reaching the academy. Maintaining a tense dynamic would serve neither of them well. Massage the acupoints on my soles? Su Weisheng was taken aback once more, realizing that the sensations she had experienced that night had been due to Chowan stimulating her foot acupoints. But could such a method truly be effective? Indeed, have you never heard of foot reflexology? The soles connect to all vital organs. Stimulating them promotes metabolism and blood circulation, which is beneficial for both body and mind, Chowan explained, wearing an expression of exasperation. Moreover, her feet were not odorous at all. Thank you, she finally managed to utter, a single phrase encapsulating the multitude of sentiments she had harbored since the incident. Despite awakening, had this woman truly changed her demeanor? Or perhaps she was suffering from a split personality, and the gentler version had emerged today? Feeling the weight of his gaze, Su Weisheng shifted uncomfortably, suddenly feeling bashful. If Chowan had removed her shoes and socks for the purpose of acupuncture, then she had indeed misjudged him. Now, as she spoke those words of thanks, a hint of vulnerability crept in. Chowan paused in his needling, moving closer to Su Weisheng, gently probing her forehead as he murmured, "Do you have a fever? Did you take the wrong medicine? You're infuriating." Su Weisheng was once again exasperated. This man was insufferable, unable to utter a kind word. Feeling the sharpness of her glare, Chowan finally relaxed. Her expression was as it had been before, indicating she hadn't taken anything to alter her state of mind. She was not mentally unstable after all. As for her sudden expression of gratitude, perhaps it was his sincerity that had touched her. After all, it was only natural for an exceptional man to evoke feelings in a woman. However, something felt off. Hadn't she transformed her demeanor immediately after he made his request? This was peculiar, indeed. Chowan, with his keen intuition, surmised, "You don't seriously think that by softening your tone and thank—" "I assure you, that is utterly impossible. A masterpiece of a secret manual leaves no room for negotiation." This Su 13 was attempting to default. Did she truly think he was oblivious? Not a chance. "You?" Su Weisheng's face flushed a deeper shade of red. The maid's sword had not taken her life, yet she felt as though this man might be the cause of her demise. It was utterly incomprehensible. She had never felt so frantic and speechless before. How could someone like Chowan even exist in the world, and why did fate bring them together? As Su Weisheng fell silent, Chowan's conviction only strengthened. Did she genuinely believe he was so easily deceived? Did she think he was one of those internet big shots from his past life who could be swayed by a few kind words and affectionate titles? Apologies, but he was not here to shower her with gifts. After completing the acupuncture, ignoring her resentful glances, Chowan settled onto a stone, lifting Su Weisheng's foot to commence today's foot massage. The intense sensation left her feeling utterly unprepared. She wanted to laugh, but having just been reprimanded by him, to do so now would be utterly humiliating. Yet, the ticklishness was undeniable. Instinctively, her hands clenched into fists, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue. However, this sensation was fleeting. Soon the tickling subsided, replaced by a warm, soothing feeling radiating from her soles. It was delightful, utterly pleasurable. This was the sensation she had experienced in her semi-conscious state before. It made her feel languid, allowing her to relax completely, even igniting a desire to vocalize her contentment. Yet, reason reminded Su Weisheng that she must not give in to such impulses. If she were to make any sound, she could only imagine the endless mockery she would endure from Chowan Chapter 27. Chow Duo, the greedy one. Congratulations, host. By persisting with tweener massage for half an hour, your medical experience progress has increased, current proficiency. 61. The notification sound echoed, prompting Chowan to finally cease his actions. It must be said, the sensation one experiences when massaging a person who is awake versus one who is in a coma is indeed markedly different. Although Su Weisheng had demonstrated considerable restraint, Chowan could still discern her true feelings. This woman, while undeniably enjoying the massage, feigned nonchalance with an air of pretentiousness, a touch of drama, and a hint of arrogance. Chowan silently lamented within himself. Were it not for the desire to swiftly enhance his medical proficiency, would he have had the pleasure of rendering her such a service? In due course, he would recoup his investment manifold. Once the massage concluded, Chowan washed his hands and returned to his place by the fire. Sitting cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, he regulated his breathing and commenced his practice of the breathing technique. Having cultivated the minor level of the breathing technique to a point of great ease, Chowan found that the higher his proficiency grew, the more he became aware of the weaknesses and lack of endurance inherent in the foundational martial arts principles. At his current rate of cultivation, it would take an eternity to reach the heights achieved by Li Hanyi. Failing to rival Li Hanyi posed a significant risk. Although the world is vast, it would indeed be challenging for Li Hanyi to locate him. Yet, what if she truly managed to find him? What might that young lady do to him? Kill him? Maim him? Surely, she wouldn't resort to castration. He wished to avoid any of those outcomes. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chowan opened his eyes for meditation, instinctively glancing at Su Weisheng. At that moment, Su Weisheng had once again closed her eyes, leaving him uncertain whether she was unconscious or merely asleep. He silently prayed, "Su 13, please do not let me down." If Su Weisheng could procure for him a volume of exquisite martial arts or a profound mental technique, he could, with the aid of the system, rapidly become formidable. Su 13 was undoubtedly the wealthiest and most capable individual he had encountered in this realm. If even she could not assist him, then his situation would indeed be dire. Yes, if sensing Chowan's gaze, Su Weisheng instinctively opened her eyes and followed his line of sight. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, Chowan inexplicably felt an unsettling sense of guilt. Perhaps even he believed that requesting a volume of exquisite martial arts was a bit too odd. His primary concern remained that Su Weisheng might struggle to find an exquisite tome. He could not afford to suffer a loss, particularly if he ended up without even a rare volume. Upon hearing Chowan's sudden change of request, Su Weisheng was equally astonished. Had this person experienced a change of heart? No, why would she assume also? From the depths of Chowan's eyes, Su Weisheng detected a hint of helplessness. Clearly, he was harboring some unspoken thoughts. Once they arrived at the Shiyan Academy, she would thoroughly investigate this fellow's background. Moreover, 2 rare tomes? Did she not deserve better? When had Su Weisheng's life become so? Su Weisheng had already resolved that when the time came, she would hurl the exquisite tome in this fellow's face, demonstrating what true extravagance looked like. She had begun to anticipate it would surely be quite the spectacle. Without directly responding to Chowan, Su Weisheng turned her head away and resumed her meditative state. Ah, this is already the greatest concession. There is no room for negotiation. If you still wish to back out later, do not blame me. Noticing Su Weisheng's disregard, Chowan hastily issued a few more threats. Su Weisheng had no intention of acknowledging him. This fellow remained as infuriating as ever. A night swiftly passed. Whether it be mental techniques or martial arts, the speed of proficiency enhancement slowed significantly once reaching the minor level. Throughout the night, nothing of note transpired. As per usual, Chowan began to stir at the break of dawn. Su Weisheng, still drowsy, was roused by his movements, her instinctive wariness causing her to startle. What greeted her was Chowan's indifferent expression. Upon seeing Su Weisheng awake, Chowan did not bother to mask his displeasure and stated directly, "What are you doing? Do you not realize it is dawn? Still sleeping, like a pig?" Su Weisheng looked at Chowan with astonishment. This fellow, despite his handsome appearance, had an infuriating mouth. If only she could restore her martial abilities, she would surely use her needles to seal this insufferable man's mouth. However, having endured numerous events prior, Su Weisheng had garnered some understanding of Chowan's temperament. He was akin to a cat prone to explosive outbursts, but was also easily appeased. Being carried by a man was a sensation she had never experienced before. Yet, upon reflecting on the earlier medicinal application, what did that even matter? Regaining her composure, Su Weisheng continued, "Why have you chosen to take the back roads all this way? And why not simply hire a carriage? That way, you wouldn't have to struggle while carrying me." This question had been on Su Weisheng's mind for quite some time. Chowan's behavior was evidently abnormal. Chowan retorted, "Why should I care which path I take?" Chowan's expression shifted, his movements faltering as he glanced at her warily. "What do you want? Are you trying to reclaim those silver notes?" I assure you, that is out of the question. Moreover, who told you that my money came from her? Do you have any evidence? If you have the ability, summon her to confront me. He expected her to demand the return of the silver notes? Absolutely not. Had it not been for the considerable sum, he might have even left Su Weisheng to her own devices. Greedy! Su Weisheng inwardly cursed, yet she did not care much for the 1,000 taels to owe her. That amount was merely a drop in the bucket. What piqued her interest was why Chowan, despite having acquired such wealth, insisted on traversing mountain paths, even those absurdly narrow goat trails. As they spoke, Chowan had already secured Su Weisheng's belongings. Without further hesitation, he slung the various bags and packages onto his back and resumed their journey. Chapter 28. A shift in mindset, relentless pursuit. As they walked, Chowan continued the previous discussion. Do you think I do not wish to travel the official road? You also haven't told me who you are, or your status. What if someone is still pursuing you? Traveling the official road so brazenly to Shangyin Academy, if someone were to discover your identity, your death would be inconsequential, but I still wish to live. Though the primary... With this revelation, did Su Weisheng not owe him a greater debt of gratitude? When the time came to acquire the secret tome, it would be far more agreeable. Su Weisheng paused, momentarily taken aback. Was it truly for this reason? Although Chowan's words were rather harsh, they were not without reason. This fellow had considered matters quite comprehensively. As for whether they might encounter pursuers along the way. To be honest, even Su Weisheng was uncertain. That group was evidently intent on disrupting Bailiang's plans and was aware of her destination to Shangyin Academy. It was indeed unpredictable if they might attempt an ambush again. Perched on Chowan's back, she noted that while his pace was swift, it was also remarkably steady. Su Weisheng recognized that the footwork he employed was the most basic leisurely stride, and his cultivation was merely the most rudimentary breathing method. So, was Chowan truly just an ordinary passerby? At some point, Su Weisheng's gaze toward Chowan had lost its previous sharpness. Even though Chowan's words could be vicious, she found herself quite willing to converse with him. The days that followed were considerably more mundane compared to the previous ones. Fortunately, Su Weisheng's injuries had stabilized. Perhaps having been cooped up and rushing along was stifling for him. Naturally, Su Weisheng did not seem to be a particularly talkative individual. For the most part, it was Chowan who spoke while Su Weisheng listened, only occasionally offering brief responses. At times, Su Weisheng found herself at a loss for words, reluctant to engage with this fellow, yet knowing that a slap awaited her if she did not comply, which left her feeling both humiliated and furious. She had to endure the necessity of responding to him. If she answered poorly or dismissively, the humiliation of a slap could not be avoided. However, upon closer inspection, she found that Chowan's musings were rather intriguing. She had no idea where he had gathered such tales, or if he was merely spouting nonsense. Regardless, they were certainly novel to her. Unbeknownst to her, her emotions had reached a point where Chowan could sway her. A poorly timed, unamusing joke, delivered with his earnest demeanor, unexpectedly made her laugh. Typically, such an occurrence would never transpire for her. After all, she was Su Weisheng, the foremost talent of Liang and the second princess of Bailiang. The only aspect she found difficult to accept was that this fellow seemed accustomed to the dynamic. The moment she showed any sign of non-compliance, a slap would inevitably follow. Though the force was not severe, the sense of shame was palpable. For Su Weisheng, this feeling was even 100-fold more humiliating than undergoing a dressing change or receiving an injection. Yet, she was utterly powerless against him. Indeed, she was helpless. Under his roof, her life was firmly in his grasp. On one occasion, Chowan encountered a dog in Huangrong in a small town. Inside the inn, the three ruffians of the Lu San brothers knelt tremblingly on the ground. Before them stood a slender figure, clad in a light purple fitted long robe, with a silver-white mask that appeared exceedingly rugged. Sporting a handlebar mustache and thick eyebrows, if one were to judge by the mask's appearance, he seemed even more formidable than Lu San himself. In his hand, he held a long sword, emanating a chilling glint. For those with extensive experience in the martial world, it would not be difficult to identify this sword. It was the famed Iron Horse, Ice River, the treasured weapon of the Snow Moon swordsman, Li Hanyi. The Iron Horse, Ice River, inherently exuded a cold aura, and under Li Hanyi's influence, its chill intensified, coupled with an intimidating presence that made the kneeling Lu San and his companions feel as though they were facing their impending doom. Now, another masked figure had appeared, seemingly acquainted with the one who had assaulted them. By heaven's conscience, they were the victims. They genuinely did not know where Chowan had gone. Li Hanyi's cold gaze surveyed the trio before shifting to the innkeeper, who was equally trembling, aware that this person was far beyond their means to provoke. "You speak," Li Hanyi commanded, his gaze probing the innkeeper. The innkeeper stammered, "Master, we truly do not know. The young hero brought a gravely injured woman to our town, first visiting 3 local medical establishments, but they all claimed her injuries were too severe to treat. It's because of that little beggar that we encountered the young hero, and then we foolishly bumped into him." Li Hanyi shot a glance at Lu San, who immediately fell silent. Li Hanyi then turned his attention back to the innkeeper, asking, "And what of the 2 beggars?" The innkeeper explained, "The younger beggar is called a dog, and the other only recently arrived in our town, whom a dog acknowledges as his elder brother. However, he had some knowledge of the comings and goings of various matters." Upon hearing the innkeeper's account, Li Hanyi's brow furrowed deeply. After much effort to track this place down, it appeared that the lead had once again gone cold. "Do you know who the woman he carried is?" Li Hanyi's gaze returned to the innkeeper hesitated, casting a guilty glance at Li Hanyi. It was evident that despite the coarse and deep voice emanating from behind the mask, a woman was concealed beneath it. The individual sought a man and inquired about another woman who had traveled with him. What exactly was the relationship between this person and Chowan? If it were a case of pursuing a husband across 1,000 miles, any misstep in his words could spell disaster. Heaven forbid this person might simply cleave him in 2 with a sword. Chapter 29. Encountering a good soul. That I am not entirely certain of his identity, the innkeeper stammered. However, I vaguely recall hearing him mention something to those 2 little beggars when he departed. It seemed he referred to one of them as a friend, but they did not elaborate much, and given the distance, I could not hear clearly. The innkeeper was visibly trembling, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. "A friend, you say?" Beneath his mask, Li Hanyi's brows furrowed even tighter. Throughout this journey, as he traced Chowan's whereabouts, he had yet to uncover any indication that Chowan possessed friends. The crux of the matter was that Chowan was bearing a dying individual. Where could he possibly be heading? Upon emerging from seclusion, she had meticulously reviewed all the information Tang Lian had gathered about Chowan, not once, but over 10 times. This person was shrouded in mystery. All that could be discerned about him began atop Songshan Mountain, and beyond that, there was scarcely a trace of information regarding his existence. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Thus far, Li Hanyi remained oblivious to Chowan's true identity or status, let alone the purpose behind his journey from Shuiyue City to Liang. Could it truly be that he was merely attempting to evade her pursuit? Yet, what of that gravely injured friend of his? Second City Master. At that moment, a man clad in the distinctive attire of Shuiyue City appeared at the entrance of the inn. Li Hanyi's gaze shifted toward him, and he inquired directly, "Have you any news?" The man reported earnestly, 3 days ago, someone observed him departing toward the northwest, but shortly thereafter, he returned, contemplating. He coldly instructed, "Since he has indeed made an appearance here, it affirms that our search direction is not misguided. He left Shuiyue City alone, yet now he is accompanied by an injured friend. This matter is undoubtedly intricate. Have someone retraced the route to ascertain if there are any other overlooked details along the way. Let us see if we can uncover any traces of his friend." Now, a third individual had emerged within the clue. Even if they could not uncover Chowan's secrets, they might glean some insights from his companion. Understood. The disciple of Shuiyue City brightened at this revelation. Li Hanyi was correct. Since their pursuit had been accurate and Chowan now had an additional companion, how could they fail to investigate the whereabouts of someone associated with him? With directions clarified, Li Hanyi took several strides and exited the inn, his steps light and purposeful as he made his way toward the northeast. The disciple of Shuiyue City cast a final glance at the few trembling patrons of the inn before departing alongside Li Hanyi. They had finally managed to usher away this formidable presence. The intangible pressure radiating from such a skilled individual had left them feeling as though they could be haunted by nightmares for days on end. What manner of person is he, so formidable? Lu San slumped to the ground, gazing in the direction Li Hanyi had gone, his voice trembling with disbelief. The innkeeper hesitated before responding. If I am not mistaken, that individual should be the renowned Snowy Moonsword Immortal of Shuya City. The Snowy Moonsword Immortal. Upon hearing this, the patrons' eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. The innkeeper continued, I once encountered a disciple from Shuya City whose attire resembled that of the one who just reported. That person referred to him as the second city master, so it must indeed be the Snowy Moonsword Immortal. Who? The Snowy Moonsword Immortal? To think I could survive while being pursued by the Snowy Moonsword Immortal. My luck is truly extraordinary. That young hero is indeed a good person. Lu San and his companions instinctively thought of Chowan. Initially, Chowan had merely given them a sound beating, leaving them with lingering resentment. Yet now, how could they dare harbor even a hint of grievance? To be pursued by the Snowy Moonsword Immortal, he could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Had they encountered someone with a less forgiving temperament, they might not have had the chance to see another day. Truly, they were blessed by the heavens. They had encountered a good soul. Meanwhile, Chowan remained oblivious to the fact that Li Hanyi had already tracked him to the small town where he had previously taken refuge. Yet, even without this knowledge, he had not permitted himself a moment's complacency. Each day, he set forth at the break of dawn and continued his journey until nightfall, when the path became nearly indistinguishable. Before seeking a place to rest, he traversed the narrow, winding paths that were seldom frequented by others. However, while these paths had their advantages, they were not without their drawbacks, as they made it quite easy to lose one's way at times. He found himself making considerable detours before retracing his steps. Fortunately, in his past life, Chowan had performed well academically, and the knowledge he had acquired about navigating in the wild remained etched in his memory. Finding the North Star, observing the orientation of tree trunks, and studying the growth rings of trees, among other techniques. With these skills, he was able to ascertain the correct direction with relative ease. Throughout the journey, Su Weisheng had become more subdued. Chowan recognized that this woman could not be indulged too much. The moment any sign of defiance arose, a swift reprimand would restore her compliance. Of course, he was mindful that Su Weisheng was still a patient, so he did not exert excessive force. His warnings were more significant than the reprimands themselves, and the soft slap had an unexpectedly pleasant feel to it. Despite some delays along the way, Chowan was as tireless as a workhorse, resting only to drink water and eat. At times, Su Weisheng could not help but worry, fearing that this fellow, with his slight frame, might collapse from exhaustion along the way. Before long, 5 days had quietly slipped by. On this day, Chowan lifted his gaze to behold the quaint and elegant structures nestled halfway up the mountain, as if the entire mountain emanated a profound literary ambience. He had finally arrived at the Shangyin Academy. Surrounding the Shangyin Academy was a great river, and to reach the academy, one had to cross the water, which required a boat ride lasting over 10 minutes. Just for this brief journey, they charged Chowan a hefty fee of a tael of silver, an outrageous sum indeed. Beneath the Shangyin Academy lay a small town, for the academy was a prestigious institution renowned. It was sought after by scholars not only in the Liang dynasty but also across the entire continent, having nurtured numerous talents. The flow of individuals from the south and north was unceasing, rendering the town, though small, as bustling as any county seat or prefectural city. However, before he could act, Su Weisheng's voice called out from behind him. Chowan paused and retorted, "If I set you down, will you be able to walk up on your own? With your current condition, do you truly think you can manage it? Is your lover a dog?" This was not merely Chowan's attempt to belittle Su Weisheng. The reality was indeed as he stated. Although Su Weisheng's injuries had stabilized, the wounds were perilously close to vital arteries, severely restricting her mobility. Presently, Su Weisheng could barely manage to stand with assistance or maintain a seated position. The prospect of ascending the Shangyin Academy on her own, she would likely succumb before reaching the halfway point. Su Weisheng faltered once more, acutely. However, the thought of being carried up to Shangyin Academy by him was mortifying. Where would she be able to hide her face in such a scenario? Chowan paused, suddenly realizing a pressing question, and inquired, "Could it be that you have a lover within Shangyin Academy?" "The actions I undertook were solely to administer your medicine and aid in your recovery. It would be unfortunate if he were to misconstrue our intentions. Su Weisheng shot a furious glare at Chao, and for a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in her eyes. Innocent? Perhaps that was true a few days prior. Even if this man had seen her in her most vulnerable state, it had been for her salvation. Yet, since the shift in his demeanor towards her, even now, her posterior still burned with embarrassment. Was it truly innocent? In her moment of perplexity, Su Weisheng, though his intentions had been to save her, he had nonetheless seen things that were perhaps better left unseen. It would be unfortunate should their budding relationship suffer irreparable damage. However, he soon added, but really, your situation is rather dismal. You do not even have a lover. You? Su Weisheng was incensed once again. This man truly had a knack for making unkind remarks. Chao, puzzled, continued, that cannot be right. Despite your somewhat frigid demeanor, you are not lacking in physical allure. Surely, you must have someone vying for your affection? Suddenly, it seemed he had uncovered a great secret, exclaiming in astonishment, You do not possess any peculiarities, do you? His mind conjured up bizarre phrases. Lilies, intimate gestures, and sisterly bonds. I do not, Su Weisheng retorted through gritted teeth, her thoughts simmering with indignation. Once she regained her strength, she vowed to hang this man up and sew his mouth shut. Otherwise, she would resort to administering poison to silence him. His tongue was far too sharp, a potential cause of her demise. She must rid the world of such a menace. Is that so? Chao mused skeptically. Why are you biting me? Currently, with Su Weisheng slung over his back, the only part of her that could move was her head. And what else could this sensation be but a bite? Humph! Su Weisheng clung fiercely to his shoulder, using every ounce of her strength to bite down. Chao found himself at a loss. If he moved too much, he risked aggravating her wounds. If he moved too little, he would not be able to assert his authority. Along the journey, the medicinal pill. Moreover, if she fainted again, what if she refused to acknowledge him? The stakes were high. Su Weisheng might lose her reputation, but he stood to lose tangible benefits, 2 invaluable tomes. Fortunately, having undergone a physical enhancement, Chao had become more resilient. Otherwise, Su Weisheng's biting would have truly enraged him. Ah, Su 13, this really hurts, you know? Su Weisheng remained unfazed. Chao's hand came down behind him in a show of defiance, pinching her as a warning. Su Weisheng's face, already flushed with anger, grew even redder, yet she showed no intent. Will that suffice? Su Jia, 13 Jia, please stop biting. If you do, I may lose my shoulder. Perhaps fatigued or simply lacking strength, blood seeped through his clothing, staining his hands. Deep down, he felt exasperated. This woman truly showed no mercy. How had he not realized how fierce she was before? Thankfully, they had reached Shangyin Academy. Once he received his reward, he could depart. Otherwise, he might find himself at the mercy of her future retribution. Quickly, he retrieved a bottle of medicinal powder from his pocket, applying it to the wound based on instinct. Were this the modern era, a rabies vaccination would be imperative. After tending to his injury, Chao grumbled, You cannot take a single jest. With a temper like yours, who would dare marry you? I fear you may never find a partner. You? Su Weisheng was once again incensed, lifting her mouth as if to bite him anew. However, before she could, Chao quickly raised his hands in a defensive posture, urging, All right, enough. Do not bite. It would only provide others with a spectacle. I will carry you up the mountain now. Chao understood Su Weisheng's character well. When her stubbornness emerged, he was truly at her mercy. If he were too harsh, her already fragile condition might worsen. If too lenient, he would not find satisfaction and would fail to instill any fear in her. It was indeed. Su Weisheng fell silent. Chao too refrained from conversation, proceeding directly towards Shangyin Academy. I did not expect their pace to be so swift. We have arrived at Shangyin Academy already. Not far behind them, This individual was none other than Huang Rong, the leader of the troop that had previously sought to follow Chao but had lost track of him. Huang Rong intended to greet Chao but swallowed her words at the last moment. That will not do. Su Weisheng has seen my face. The Northern Liang's influence is vast. If she were to reveal my whereabouts to my father, it would spell disaster for me. Huang Rong's gaze fell upon the throngs of students adorned in Shangyin Academy attire, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Got it. With a snap of her fingers, she seamlessly blended into the crowd. Chapter 31. The notorious name unbeknownst to the young girl Huang Rong, her attention was fixated upon Chaoan, who remained oblivious to it. Along the way, Chaoan encountered an increasing number of individuals clad in scholarly robes resembling those worn by Su Weisheng. Both men and women directed their gaze towards Chaoan, their eyes wide open as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary and utterly shocking. Yet, each seemed to harbor a silent fear, quickly averting their gaze. Su Weisheng offered no response, prompting Chaoan to mutter to himself, "What am I thinking? Why would I ask you? You can't even see. Surely, I do not appear so fearsome as to warrant such scrutinizing stares? And why are they avoiding me?" Chaoan continued to grumble, only to encounter a slender man dressed in the attire of the Upper Yin Academy. Noticing the man's evasive gaze, which mirrored that of the previous onlookers, Chaoan hastily asked, "Hey there, my friend. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. Classmate, is there something on my face? Why do you regard me with such a look?" The student, taken aback, had not anticipated being addressed by Chaoan. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Su Weisheng behind him, the man promptly replied, "No, nothing at all. I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way." Though still a student, many referred to her as a revered teacher, and a strict one at that. "Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished my questions," Chaoan called out, yet the man fled as if he had seen a ghost, increasing his pace. However, as Chaoan followed Su Weisheng's guidance, navigating smoothly towards the Upper Yin Academy and arriving at a secluded and tranquil courtyard, the realization dawned upon him. These individuals were not afraid of him. They were terrified of Su Shisan, whom he bore on his back. "Su Shisan, who exactly are you? Why are the students of the Upper Yin Academy so fearful of you?" Once he regained his composure, Su Weisheng paused, hesitating before responding, In truth, once one arrived at the Upper Yin Academy, they were essentially safe. Even if Chaoan discovered her identity, it would pose no threat to her now. Moreover, throughout their journey, Su Weisheng had already dispelled any doubts regarding Chaoan. This fellow had merely stumbled upon their ambush that fateful night, inadvertently saving her when he discovered she was still alive while inspecting the corpses. As for why Chaoan appeared in that desolate location, she had yet to ascertain, but it was clear that it had little to do with her. "Who goes there? Do you not understand that one cannot simply intrude here?" Just as Su Weisheng deliberated whether to reveal her true identity to Chaoan, a sudden exclamation interrupted her. A girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, clad in maidservant attire, dashed out from the side. Upon spotting Chaoan, her eyes instantly filled with wariness. "Imo Mei, it's me," came Su Weisheng's voice from Chaoan's back. The girl, referred to as Imo Mei by Su Weisheng, initially appeared stunned, only to erupt in exclamation, "Miss?" Upon seeing Su Weisheng bound on Chaoan's back, Imo Mei's expression shifted dramatically, and she glared fiercely at Chaoan, declaring, "You there? Who are you? Release our miss at once." She assumed a combative stance, clearly prepared for a fierce confrontation. Despite her youth, she exuded a formidable aura. "Please, don't misunderstand. I am not abducting your miss. I am merely returning her," Chaoan exclaimed, startled. This girl was clearly skilled in martial arts, and with his meager abilities, he might not stand a chance in a fight. "Imo Mei, I am fine. He is not a bad person," Su Weisheng hastily interjected. Although Chaoan was indeed insufferable, she wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Imo Mei hesitated. Noticing Su Weisheng's condition was far from good. What on earth transpired? Su Weisheng's state indicated that something serious had occurred. Casting a glance at Chaoan, Su Weisheng instructed, "Please set me down. She is my maid and trusted confidant." In contrast to the traitorous maid from before, this Imo Mei was someone Su Weisheng regarded with special significance. Chaoan discerned this and nodded in understanding, recognizing that the girl addressed Su Weisheng as Miss, indicating their close relationship. With Imo Mei's assistance, Chaoan gently laid Su Weisheng upon a soft seat in the hall, loosening her bindings, allowing her to sit comfortably. Observing Su Weisheng, who was wrapped in a thick white cloth and appeared weary and frail, Imo Mei's eyes instantly reddened with concern, her voice trembling. "Who has caused you such harm, miss?" How much pain must you have endured? Seeing the tears welling in Mo Mei's eyes, Su Weisheng managed a rare gentle smile, softly reassuring her, I am all right now. Please fetch ink and paper. There are urgent messages that must be dispatched immediately. Mo Mei paused for a moment before hastily replying, I shall first summon a doctor for you, just in case. Su Weisheng interrupted once more, insisting, I am fine. First, write the letter, then seek a doctor. Understood. Though reluctant, Mo Mei nodded in agreement and hurriedly departed to prepare. Chowan stood to the side, having unexpectedly unburdened Su Weisheng, feeling momentarily at a loss for what to do. Should he leave? He had yet to receive his reward. Should he stay? But he found himself at a loss for words. Su Weisheng glanced at Chowan, contemplating, then said, There is you may rest there for the time being. Should you require anything, you may instruct Mo Mei, but do not wander about recklessly. The Upper Yin Academy is a complex web of influences, with individuals from various empires and factions. Many are not ones you can afford to provoke. If you were to cause a ruckus, I would be unable to assist you. Su Weisheng's tone grew markedly colder, her expression grave. Furthermore, regarding your reward, it shall be provided within 5 days. However, should I hear any rumors about you within the Chapter 32, which one is the true you? The young lady has changed. Chowan lifted his gaze and glanced at Su Weisheng. Though her expression remained composed, an air of aloofness emanated from her, suggesting a desire for distance. The previous state of indignation, where she had been provoked to fury and rendered speechless, had vanished, replaced by a calmness that left him pondering. Was this truly the real Su Shisan? The abrupt transformation was somewhat unsettling. Chowan's lips twitched slightly, yet he paid it little mind. Throughout their journey up the mountain, the glances cast upon Su Weisheng by the other scholars revealed much. It was clear that she was not well regarded at the Shangyin Academy. After all, such trepidation towards her could not arise without reason. Reflecting on this, Chowan smiled nonchalantly and remarked, Rest assured, as long as you keep your promise. After all, divulging certain secrets would serve no advantage for him. His only concern was the possibility of Su Weisheng denying her pledge, prompting his earlier threats. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, pondering whether he had grown too complacent, fretting over matters that were not his concern. Each person had their own life. What difference did it make to him who the true Su Weisheng was? 5 days passed, and Chowan gazed anxiously towards the southwest. It was an opportune moment for him to indulge in a long-awaited bath, a good night's sleep, and a well-deserved rest. In 5 days, he would obtain 2 precious tomes, retreat into the depths of the mountains, and once he had elevated his martial prowess, he would emerge anew. By then, even if Li Hanyi came searching for him, he would not be afraid. Indeed, should that young lady dare to confront him again, he would not shy away from avenging the humiliation he suffered at Songshan. With these thoughts settled in his mind, Chowan felt increasingly liberated. Life was improving splendidly. Just then, Mo Mei entered with paper and ink. Su Weisheng instructed her, Please take him to the guest quarters to rest. Whatever he desires, see to it that he has it. Mo Mei's bright eyes darted around before she scrutinized Chowan once more. Though she knew he was her mistress's savior, a lingering wariness persisted within her. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man might attempt to take something from her, though she couldn't pinpoint precisely what it was. Perhaps food? Yes, it must be food. She resolved to keep a close watch on any edibles to prevent Chowan from absconding with them. Master Chow, please follow me, she said. Despite her apprehension that he might pilfer her provisions, she recognized that Chowan was ultimately Su Weisheng's savior, and thus dared not treat him with indifference. Chowan, feeling no need for formality after such a long journey, intended to forego all practice and simply rest. One must admit, Su Weisheng's residence was splendidly arranged. There was a grand hall. Although a gentleman typically refrains from the kitchen, many students at Shangyin Academy were either affluent or noble, and it was not uncommon for individuals like Su Weisheng to employ attendants and guards. Upon entering his room, the sight of the soft bed immediately beckoned Chowan. Even before Mo Mei could exit, he lay down, succumbing to sleep. Madam instructed me to assist you with any needs, Master Chow. I shall attend to them right away, Mo Mei said. Chowan waved her off. You may attend to your mistress first. I wish to sleep. Anything else can wait until I awaken. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of his snores filled the air. Instant sleep. Mo Mei's small face contorted in bewilderment. Who on earth was this man, her mistress's savior? This was utterly. With Chowan already asleep, Mo Mei refrained from saying more, quietly stepping out and closing the door behind her. In the hall, Su Weisheng had completed her letter. Surprised to see Mo Mei return so swiftly, she inquired, "Isn't that fellow's situation rather complicated? How is it that you are back so soon?" Mo Mei was even the heir of the royal family had never received such treatment. Clearly, her mistress held a special regard for this Chowan. Nothing much. Master Chow lay down and fell asleep immediately. He asked me to tend to you first and said we could discuss other matters after he awoke, Mo Mei replied truthfully. Su Weisheng looked as if she had just realized something profound. No wonder. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have kept you occupied for at least an hour. Su Weisheng had grown accustomed to Chowan's ability to fall asleep in an instant. One moment, he would be conversing. The next, he would be snoring. She had always envied and admired his ability to sleep soundly, perhaps because he was devoid of any burdensome worries. More surprises, Mo Mei's eyes widened. Was this truly her mistress, the second princess of the Bailiang royal family? Had some malevolent spirit possessed her? "Madam, I shall fetch a physician for you. Let us have you examined," Mo Mei suggested. Su Weisheng nodded, picking up the envelope on the table and instructing, "Also, send this letter back to Bailiang, and bring my personal token to relay orders to the spies hidden in Bailiang." "I wish to know everything about Chowan." Mo Mei's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "Is there something wrong with Master Chow?" Despite her concerns about him potentially taking her food, he hardly appeared to be a villain. Su Weisheng pondered for a moment before responding, "We shall ascertain the truth through investigation." "Oh, I shall arrange it immediately," Mo Mei affirmed, preparing to leave with the letter. That day, the Shangyin Academy was far from tranquil. The usually cool and aloof Su Weisheng, who regarded all men with disdain, was openly carried into the academy by a man described as unremarkable, coarse in speech, and uncouth in manner. The very act of being carried in public, while greeting others along the way, was a gross affront to propriety and decorum. Most importantly, the individual being carried was none other than Su Weisheng herself, the foremost talent of Liang, the leading candidate for the literary examination, and a likely heir to the literary lineage of Liang. Such a prestigious identity being subjected to such indignity was scandalous. The news spread like wildfire, nearly causing several esteemed scholars at Shangyin Academy to suffer apoplexy. I felt akin to a beloved daughter, cherished and doted upon. What father could withstand such a shock? Chapter 33. The wronged young girl and the strange uncle. In an instant, the entire Shangyin Academy was abuzz with excitement. Numerous admirers of Su Weisheng. Fortunately, Su Weisheng's esteemed reputation deterred these individuals from crossing the threshold of the courtyard. Of course, a small faction was aware of the assassination attempt that had befallen Su Weisheng, which nearly cost him his life. It was Chowan who, after enduring countless hardships, had managed to carry Su Weisheng back to the Shangyin Academy. Upon learning of this incident, it was primarily the senior officials of the academy and a few irate scholars who spared Chowan from further ire. Otherwise, he would have been unable to enjoy even a moment of peace, likely yanked from his bed and subjected to a rigorous examination and scrutiny, rendering him incapable of even remaining in Su Weisheng's courtyard. Chowan opened his eyes once more, and it was already noon of the following day. The warm sunlight caressed his face, while a gentle mountain breeze mingled with the scent of the river, filling the room with a refreshing ambience. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such a fulfilling slumber. With a new day dawning and the weather fair, Chowan's spirits were equally elevated. Su Weisheng had promised him a reward, and in just a few days, at that time, his martial arts realm and strength would undergo a significant enhancement. Subconsciously, his gaze fell upon the attributes panel. Host: Chowan, age, 23 years, realm, mid-7th grade physique. 400 points, the average physique for breathing method, beginner, mastery, 12, martial arts, elegant sword 19 styles, beginner, mastery, 8, 5 tigers breaking mountains blade, beginner, mastery, 6, leisurely walk, mid-7th grade, with all martial arts and mental techniques elevated to the level of mastery. In terms of realm, He had ascended from late 8th grade directly to mid-7th grade, resulting in a 64-point increase in his physique. The latter stages contributed 18 points. The transition from 8th to 7th grade added 25 points, and moving from early to mid-7th grade yielded 21 points. The three martial arts reaching mastery also brought respective increases of 15, 20, and 15 points to his physique. His medical skills, enhanced to a proficient level, added another 20 points. Coupled with the 22 points gained from weighted running during this period, Chaoan's overall physique had reached the remarkable milestone of 400 points, precisely double that of an ordinary mid-7th grade martial artist. It had not been an easy journey. The higher his proficiency, the more he sensed the inadequacies of the beginner martial arts techniques. Were he to possess a mid-level mental technique and cultivate it to mastery, he estimated that his realm could potentially rise to 6th grade. With an even higher level, his realm might ascend further still. Fortunately, Su Weisheng had already pledged to reward him with a precious mental technique and a precious martial art. Moreover, upon elevating his realm to 7th grade, he had received additional rewards. A proficiency card for martial arts, a proficiency card for mental techniques, and a proficiency card for skills. Once he obtained the two manuals, he could promptly enhance them to proficiency level. At that point, his strength would soar once more. Hope gradually ignited in Chaoan's eyes. Life was becoming increasingly promising, and his mood reflected this improvement. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach voiced its protest. Chaoan patted his belly. Having crashed into sleep the previous night without eating, it was no surprise that hunger had finally caught up with him. After a moment's thought, he dressed and exited his room, making his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, a petite figure came into view. There were only 3 individuals in the courtyard. He was already well acquainted with Su Weisheng's silhouette, so it was evidently someone else, Mo Mei. The young girl sat with her back to him on a stone bench. Curious, Chaoan approached, and upon closer inspection, he found her devouring pastries with great enthusiasm. Wow, the food looks delightful, Chaoan remarked suddenly, startling Mo Mei. She was eating so hastily that her cheeks were stuffed, and she hadn't even swallowed her mouthful before nearly choking at his unexpected entrance. Burp. Chao Gongzi, it's you? You scared me to death, Mo Mei exclaimed, belching as she recognized him, visibly relieved. The kitchen was typically devoid of visitors, and she had forgotten that besides Su Weisheng, there was also Chaoan. How is your young lady faring? Su Weisheng's injuries had stabilized, but full recovery would still require time. Of course, given that Shangyin Academy was a place of hidden talents, it was entirely possible that a miraculous healer could restore Su Weisheng's health in a single day. Mei replied candidly, the doctor has already examined her and provided treatment. She can now get out of bed and walk normally. However, the doctor mentioned that she still needs to rest for a while to fully recover. As Chaoan was Su Weisheng's savior, Mo Mei felt no need for reticence and divulged the situation without hesitation. Already able to walk? There truly are miraculous healers. Yet, considering they were at Shangyin Academy, it was hardly surprising. After all, with his current medical skills, he could not facilitate Su Weisheng's recovery to such a degree within just a day or two. Chaoan's gaze drifted to the pastries before Mo Mei. Inquiring about Su Weisheng's condition had merely been incidental. His primary aim was to find something to eat. Those pastries, they appeared exceedingly delectable. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, grabbed a piece, and tossed it into his mouth. Tio put it frankly, the pastry chef possessed considerable skill. In the next moment, a shriek nearly pierced Chaoan's ear. She lunged forward, snatching the nearly empty plate of pastries and clutching it tightly to her chest, akin to a pup guarding its food. These were the pastries she had painstakingly requested from the head chef of Shangyin Academy, and now they had been devoured by Chaoan. Sure enough, her instincts had proven correct. This fellow simply couldn't resist snatching her food. Chaoan looked at Mo Mei in astonishment and asked, "What's wrong? Was there poison in those pastries?" His half-chewed morsel froze mid-bite, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to swallow or spit it out. "These are mine." Mo Mei's eyes turned red, her expression pitiful, as if she had suffered a grave injustice and was on the verge of tears. Zero. Chaoan gazed at Mo Mei in astonishment. Goodness, had he turned into the kind of uncle who snatches treats from little friends? Yet, he truly did not understand. Wasn't it merely a piece of ordinary cake? Oh, please don't cry. I genuinely didn't know. Where can I buy it? I can pay you back if that would suffice. Chowan could hardly bear to see a girl in tears, especially one as cherubic as Mo May. It was just a cake, after all. But what was this wretched sense of guilt that plagued him? You have to queue for it. It's not that easy to obtain. I have saved up for quite some time and waited for several days for Master Wang at the foot of the mountain to prepare it for me. Mo May felt utterly wronged. In her lifetime, she could relinquish many things, but she would not allow anyone to take away her food. Yet, this person before her was precisely her savior, leaving her utterly helpless. Chapter 34. Complaints and Diligent Study. Chowan now felt utterly overwhelmed. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "It's merely a few pastries. How about this? You gather some ingredients, and I shall prepare them for you, ensuring they are no less delightful than those crafted by Master Wang." Chapter 35. The comforting sensation and culinary skills. Chowan cast a glance at the medical proficiency section of his attribute panel. It had previously registered a mastery of 3, but now it had surged to 6, a remarkable increase of 3. It is worth noting that once medical proficiency reaches the mastery level, even if he were to provide Su Weisheng with an hour-long foot massage, the enhancement would only range between 2 to 4, and that too without. However, now, after merely perusing a book for half an hour, his proficiency had escalated by 3. It was as though Chowan had unlocked a gateway to a new realm. If reading could yield such rewards, it would be akin to leisurely accumulating experience points. This led him to ponder the potential benefits of exploring other texts. With this thought in mind, Chowan set aside the medical book and retrieved a different volume from. This time, it was a traditional text, the Tao Te Ching. If specialized literature could enhance one's expertise, what might the philosophical musings of a text with less defined categorization offer? By diligently reading the Tao Te Ching for half an hour, your martial arts experience has been elevated. 0.0 Chowan's lips parted slightly as he once again gazed at the attributes panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that both his mental cultivation and martial arts progress had simultaneously surged by 2. This was nothing short of a cheat, an extraordinary cheat at that. Congratulations, host. By persistently reading the Tao Te Ching for half an hour, you have received Constitution 3, current total Constitution, 403. Another half hour passed, and the notification sound echoed once more. This time, however, it heralded yet another reward. It appears that such non-specific literary rewards are indeed random. After reading for an uninterrupted hour and a half, Chowan felt a slight strain in his eyes. Just as he was poised to continue his reading and further experimentation, the young girl Mo May returned, having prepared the necessary ingredients. "Everything is ready. When will you begin?" Mo May pouted, her expression imbued with a hint of melancholy as she regarded Chowan, as if to imply that should the outcome be less than delectable, he would be in trouble. Casting a glance at Su Weisheng, Chowan waved the Tao Te Ching in his hand and declared, "This book is borrowed." With that, he made his way directly to the kitchen, with Mo May following closely behind. She intended to supervise Chowan, eager to ascertain whether he could replicate the exquisite pastries crafted by the renowned chef Wang from the foot of the mountain. Su Weisheng slightly lifted his head, observing the departing figures of Chowan and Mo May, a flicker of contentment passing through his eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of comfort. This feeling was rather pleasant. Cooking was, for Chowan, a relatively straightforward endeavor. A child of poverty learns responsibility early. What rural lad of his age could not ignite a fire and prepare a meal? While his culinary skills may not rival those of a Michelin-starred chef, fortune had smiled upon him in his past life, allowing him to work in a small restaurant for 2 years, during which he diligently honed his craft, even obtaining a second-level chef certification. This was certainly sufficient to impress a young girl like Mo May. Under her watchful gaze, a sumptuous array of pastries materialized before her. The enticing aroma permeated the entire kitchen, almost overwhelming Mo May's senses. "Wow! It smells heavenly. Can I eat now?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she nearly drooled at the prospect, having completely forgotten Su Weisheng's earlier admonition to find fault with Chowan. The combination of color, fragrance, and flavor was irresistible to a food enthusiast. "You may, but be cautious of the heat." As Chowan spoke, he served a plate to Mo May, adding, "I've poured my efforts into this pastry, so no more tears, all right?" He sighed lightly, realizing that soothing a child was no simple task. All right, I forgive you. Imome eagerly accepted the plate of pastries, hastily grabbing a piece and shoving it toward her mouth. Phew! It's so hot. After taking a bite, she exhaled repeatedly, fanning her mouth. Chowan chuckled helplessly, serving another plate, for he too was genuinely hungry but needed to wait for the pastries to cool. Congratulations, host. Through your efforts, you have flawlessly completed a grand meal. You have acquired the ability culinary skills. Would you like to learn it? The notification startled Chowan once again. Could it truly work this way? Just how many secrets did this system still conceal from him? System 0. Learning. Acquiring skills is never a burden, especially since he already possesses a degree of culinary expertise. He is eager to discover what transformations the system's culinary skills may bring compared to his own learning. Learning successful, congratulations to the host for acquiring a new ability. Culinary arts, current progress. Novice 1 can be upgraded to Novice 1. Congratulations, host. It has been detected that you possess a wealth of culinary knowledge in your mind, enhancing your culinary experience. Congratulations, host. Your culinary 45. Congratulations, host. Your culinary ability has successfully advanced to the skilled level earning. Constitution 4, Novice level reward. Constitution 8, a complete set of chef's knives, ordinary level. A mid-grade spirit elixir, skilled level reward, current total constitution. For 15. A prompt sound resonates, heralding yet another series of rewards. Mid-grade spirit elixir. A mid-grade pill, upon consumption, can enhance the pure internal energy of an ordinary martial artist's foundational cultivation method for 1 year. The prospect of enhancing internal energy ignites a spark of excitement in Chowan. This is indeed a valuable item. Previously, when his medical skills elevated to the skilled level, he was rewarded with a bone-cleansing pill. To his surprise, this culinary skill has also yielded something worthwhile, a year of pure internal energy, although it is merely derived from foundational cultivation methods. Yet, is he not currently practicing only foundational techniques? However, the moment for Chowan to revel in his surprise is fleeting. Much like the last time he advanced his medical skills, an overwhelming influx of culinary knowledge begins to flood his mind. The 8 major cuisines, regional delicacies, various culinary techniques such as flipping, chopping, carving, and knife skills begin to materialize in Chowan's consciousness. One must travel thousands of miles to grasp the vastness of the world. Chowan once again experiences the meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well, and the concept of being blinded by a single leaf. He once believed his culinary skills were sufficiently impressive. Yet, he is astounded to discover that the culinary arts encompass so many intricate nuances. The experience and techniques of a level 2 chef can only elevate his culinary skills to skilled. 45. Nevertheless, with the amalgamation of countless memories, Chowan feels no sense of loss. Previously, he could consider himself a competent level 2 chef within a specific cuisine. However, now, following this enhancement, he can confidently regard himself as a versatile level 2 chef. Whether it flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water, with flavors ranging from sweet and sour to bitter, spicy, salty, crispy, and numbing, he can now create any dish imaginable. Only at this moment does Chowan realize that the system is not devoid of merit. He still possesses a proficiency enhancement card. However, after careful contemplation, Chowan decides against utilizing it. His culinary proficiency has already reached skilled. 45. Following this trajectory, it will not be long before he attains the proficient level. Rather than squandering it on culinary arts, it would be more prudent to reserve it for when he acquires his next ability, allowing for an immediate leap to proficiency, thereby yielding greater rewards. Wow, it smells amazing. What delicious dish is being prepared? At that moment, a delightful voice rings out. It is a clear, melodious female voice. Chapter 36. Huang San. The business was neither that of Imo Mei's nor Su Wei Xiong's. Chowan was momentarily taken aback, only to regain his senses and realize that Imo Mei had inexplicably vanished, taking with her the plate of pastries. It seemed likely that she had hidden away to indulge herself, fearing that Chowan might attempt to snatch her food. But if it wasn't Imo Mei, who could it be? Chowan lifted his gaze, following the sound. On the kitchen wall stood a young girl, dressed in the attire of a student from the Shangyin Academy, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. She had a blade of dogtail grass clenched between her teeth and was smiling at Chowan upon setting his eyes upon her. Chowan was momentarily stunned. To be precise, he was rendered speechless. Logically, after being visually seduced by the stunning Li Hanyi and Su Wei-xiong, he should have developed a certain immunity to beauty. Yet, here he was, entranced by the girl before him. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, adorned by a golden ribbon. Her large, deep-set eyes sparkled with brilliance, framed by long lashes, while her elegantly arched brows lent her a naturally delicate beauty. The oversized robes of the academy hung loosely on her petite frame, revealing a slender neck and skin as fair as snow, radiating an aura of springtime charm. Every aspect of her being could be encapsulated by the word charming. Chowan instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was imagining things. Were there truly so many beauties in this world? First Li Hanyi, then Su Wei-xiong, and now, yet another exquisitely lovely student had appeared. Furthermore, there was something familiar about her eyes, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. Yet, it shouldn't be possible. Such a face was unforgettable. How could he not remember? Perhaps he had simply read too much and his mind was a bit hazy. Seeing Chowan's dazed expression, Huang Rong felt a surge of delight within her. No girl is indifferent to her appearance. Even though she was aware of her natural beauty, the fact that it could evoke such a reaction from a young man was a testament to her allure. Moreover, her initial impression of Chowan was quite favorable. He was generous, affable, and possessed a sense of loyalty. And judging by Chowan's bewildered demeanor, it was clear he had not recognized her. This made her all the more amused. "Hey, if you keep staring, your eyeballs might fall out," she teased. Although she was aware of her beauty, being gazed at so intently by Chowan made her feel a tad bashful. Chowan, regaining his composure, realized he had been a bit rude. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "How about you come down and join me for a bite?" "Sure." Huang Rong responded eagerly, and with a light leap, she gracefully descended into the kitchen courtyard. "What delectable treats are you preparing? I could smell something delicious from outside." Chowan replied, "Pastries. I made plenty. Let us share some." As he spoke, he offered her the pastries he had just set aside to cool. Huang Rong's brows relaxed in delight. "Then I won't hold back." Without hesitation, she grabbed a piece with her hands, mirroring Mei's earlier lack of restraint, and stuffed it into her mouth. One piece was insufficient, so she took another, her cheeks bulging comically, utterly disregarding any semblance of decorum. Chowan was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been told that scholars in this world were typically quite reserved? What happened to the adage of not speaking while eating or the custom of abstaining after noon? This girl's manner of eating was more uncouth than his own. Nevertheless, he chose not to comment. With a face like hers, even such gluttony was a sight to behold. Moreover, her approach to eating, though unrefined, made the food appear particularly appetizing. Given his own hunger, he felt no guilt, and they both indulged heartily. They continued feasting until they had consumed 3 plates of pastries. "Burp, that was satisfying," Huang Rong exclaimed, lounging casually on a stone bench, her demeanor far from that of a refined student. Chowan, equally content, glanced at her and inquired, "What is your name? Are you also a student of Shangyin Academy?" "Ah." Huang Rong hesitated, momentarily flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Of course, I'm wearing the Academy's robes, so I must be a student here. My name is Huang San." Just as the name was on the tip of her tongue, she abruptly altered it. This was Shangyin Academy, after all. It would be wise not to disclose her true name. What if Chowan was close with Su Wei-xiong and knew of her family's affairs? If her identity were exposed and her father, Huang Yaoshi, caught wind of it, her predicament would be dire. Huang San. Chowan's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded her. Why would a young lady bear such a name? In a bustling marketplace, it would be entirely unremarkable for a humble village girl to possess such a name. Yet here, in Shangyin Academy, this girl was a student. Huang Rong quickly realized that she had spoken without thinking. Thankfully, her quick wit allowed her to recover, and she added, "A humble name is easy to live with. My father named me. He is quite unrefined and lacks education. It is a gift from an elder one cannot refuse, especially when it comes to names, which are not easily changed. Thus, I go by this name. The statement 0. Consider the present day. There are countless parents, illiterate in the ways of academia, who would go to great lengths, sacrificing everything, to ensure their children receive an education. Among them are those children who, through sheer determination, gain admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Nevertheless, in this era, it is rare to find parents of modest educational background with such awareness. Very well, Chowan reluctantly accepted the name, while Huang Rong, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic, hastily inquired, "And you? What is your name?" It was evident that Chowan did not recognize her as the little beggar from the town. "As for me, I am called Chowan, and what is your relationship with her?" She had traveled a great distance to this Shangyin Academy, primarily to uncover the true nature of Chowan's connection with Su Weisheng. Currently, the entire academy was abuzz with rumors that Chowan was Su Weisheng's confidant, which only piqued Huang Rong's curiosity further. Earlier in the town, Chowan had merely referred to her as a friend. However, under such fleeting circumstances, his words were not entirely credible. Her? Who is she? For a moment, Chowan was taken aback. Su. Oh, Su Shi-san. Before Huang Rong could complete her sentence, Chowan quickly connected the dots and replied with a nonchalant demeanor. We are merely acquaintances with business dealings, I suppose? Chowan pondered for a moment, providing a more precise response. As for whether they could be considered true friends, reflecting on the events that had transpired along the way and his own actions, it was evident that this woman had harbored intentions of ending his life at one point. Thus, perhaps not. Su Shi-san? Huang Rong was momentarily stunned but vaguely recalled that Su Weisheng indeed had a moniker of Su Shi-san. Thus, addressing him as such was not inappropriate. However, the subsequent phrase, acquaintances with business dealings, left her even more perplexed. Was it possible that Chowan was a merchant? But what kind of business could a mere commoner engage in with the esteemed second princess of Bailiang? Chapter 37. The Lark, Imo Mei, the sky has fallen, by chance, I saved her life, and in return, she shall grant me a generous reward. Does this count as a business deal? Imo Mei was wary of him, while Su Weisheng maintained a demeanor of cold indifference, seemingly reluctant to entangle himself further. It was rare for someone to engage him in conversation, especially a stunning beauty, and Chowan was not stingy with his words. The truth was as it stood. Chowan felt no concern, nor did he care if others were aware of it. Is it a deal? Chowan's assertion seemed to carry no fault. Yet, the life-saving grace bestowed by the second princess of Bailiang was so casually reduced to mere commerce, and articulated so nonchalantly. Had these two quarreled? What kind of reward could possibly equate to the life of the second princess of Bailiang? In a moment, Huang Rong's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire, I am rather curious about the nature of this reward. Her words, though inquisitive, felt rather presumptuous. After a brief hesitation, Huang Rong hastily added, I merely asked out of curiosity. If it's inconvenient, you needn't feel obliged to answer. Chowan cast a scrutinizing glance at Huang Rong, noting the inexplicable presence of an unfamiliar individual. It was impossible not to harbor some suspicion. Yet, this was Su Weisheng's courtyard. Could she possibly have come for him? With a casual smile, Chowan replied, How about 2 rare tomes of secret knowledge? Does that suffice? After a moment's contemplation, he revealed his proposal, keen to ascertain her true intentions. 2 rare tomes of secret knowledge? Huang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed in astonishment as she instinctively checked her hearing. Surely, she had not misheard. 2 tomes. In exchange for Su Weisheng's life? This. Huang Rong regarded Chowan with a hint of skepticism. Was he attempting to deceive her? To jest? However, the sincerity reflected in his eyes suggested otherwise. Wait a moment. Su 13? Suddenly, Huang Rong realized that Chowan's demeanor bore no semblance of deceit. Perhaps he was unaware of Su Weisheng's true identity? You wouldn't be. Huang Rong was about to voice her thoughts when she abruptly halted, her gaze drawn instinctively towards the kitchen. Not far off, a petite figure hurriedly approached. Huang Rong quickly rose, explaining, Thank you for the pastries. I must take my leave now. Will you be cooking again tomorrow? If so, may I return? Chowan noticed Imo Mei returning and nodded with a smile. Certainly, if you are not afraid of being caught, you are welcome to come by any time. Chowan cast a meaningful glance at Huang Rong. Huang Rong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, then it is settled. I shall not take advantage of your kindness. And also, unless necessary, refrain from wandering outside. It is best to remain within the courtyard. This display was hard to gauge in terms of strength, but her lightness of movement was undoubtedly impressive. Don't wander outside. Su Weisheng's advice was one thing, but why did Huang Three echo it as well? Was there some fearsome beast lurking within the Shangyin Academy that devoured people? How terrifying! The original text had not mentioned such things. Not taking advantage. Perhaps this was merely the natural advantage of beauty. Had she been a homely girl with a face full of blemishes, Chowan would likely have been disinclined to engage in conversation at all. Though uncertain of her true intentions, he found her manner of speaking refreshingly candid, devoid of the pedantic airs of a bookish scholar. Young Master Chow, what captures your attention? Mo Mei's figure reappeared in the kitchen, noticing Chowan lost in thought as he gazed at the wall. With a mere pastry, Chowan had completely won over the little food enthusiast, as the wariness in her eyes had vanished, replaced instead with a hint of eagerness for his approval. Chowan returned from his reverie, redirecting his gaze to explain, nothing much, just observing a lark. A lark? Where is it? I wish to see. Mo Mei tilted her head, beginning to search eagerly. Chowan responded with a smile. It has flown away. Ah. Mo Mei's expression fell, and Chowan glanced at the empty plate she was holding, asking, have you finished already? At the mention of food, Mo Mei, I am still hungry. Chowan looked towards the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, why don't you go check for yourself? Oh, okay. Mo Mei responded eagerly, dashing into the kitchen, and soon thereafter, a lamenting voice echoed from within. Ah, how could this be? There was clearly so much left just now. How could it be gone so quickly? Clearly, the little girl was still unsatisfied. Yet, this was perplexing. She had already consumed a plate, devoured another upon serving, and had taken yet another away. Was such a petite frame capable of such an appetite? Before long, the little girl re-emerged, her expression tinged with melancholy as she cast a reproachful glance at Chowan. She had not realized that Chowan had such a voracious appetite. Had she known, she would have simply taken 2 plates for herself. Having only tasted one of those delectable pastries, which had been too hot to savor properly, she felt she had missed out entirely. Come now, you had already consumed 2 plates. If you wish for more, I shall prepare some for you tomorrow. Given that he would be at Shangyin Academy for several days, cooking would also enhance his culinary skills, yielding greater rewards, so he had no intention of idling. Will you still be cooking tomorrow? Mo Mei's brow unfurled, her excitement rekindled. Chowan pondered for a moment before replying, how about this? Tomorrow, you gather the ingredients you desire, and I will cook whatever you wish. Previously, he might have hesitated to make such a promise, but now, with a comprehensive understanding of various cuisines and local delicacies, he feared only that Mo Mei might struggle to procure the necessary ingredients. Perfect, then it is settled. I shall prepare the ingredients tomorrow. The prospect of enjoying Chow En's culinary creations daily made the absence of a single meal seem insignificant. In an instant, the little girl's spirits lifted, and she cheerfully headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. This era's young girls were truly easy to please. Was such a simple act enough to bring her joy? Chowan chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He picked up the borrowed Tao Te Ching from Su Weisheng and turned back towards the courtyard. Of course, there was no rush to read it. He still possessed a mid-grade spirit-enhancing elixir he had just acquired. He could always peruse it after refining the elixir. Chapter 38. He had always treated her well, but she had provoked his anger. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chowan strode directly into the room and promptly retrieved the mid-grade spirit-connecting pill, tossing it into his mouth. This time, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact, releasing a subtle sweetness. Without the need for water, Chowan swallowed it down effortlessly. As the pill took effect, a warm current surged towards his dantian, where a continuous flow of internal energy began to pour in. Unconsciously, he initiated a rapid circulation along the foundational meditation technique he had mastered. The refined internal force cultivated over a year through ordinary foundational practice was no trifling matter. Before long, the aura surrounding Chowan began to shift as well. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, your realm has successfully advanced to the late 7th rank. Constitution 25 points. Current Constitution. For 40 points. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, Your realm has successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Constitution 28 points. Current Constitution 468 points. The average Constitution for an ordinary pinnacle 7th rank martial artist is 280 points. Having rapidly increased 2 minor realms, Chaowen's aura finally stabilized. As he felt the burgeoning power coursing through him, a sense of reassurance settled in his heart. At this rate of progression, surpassing Li Hanyi was merely a matter of time. Even if Li Hanyi was a prodigy, he was merely a pretender in comparison. Soon, the energy within him calmed down, and Chaowen's gaze fell once more upon the Tao Te Ching as he began to read it with keen attention. He was eager to discover what surprises such a tome could bestow upon him. Congratulations, host. By persisting in reading the Tao Te Ching for half an hour, your capacity for understanding life's principles has improved. An enhancement in the ability to comprehend life's principles. This was yet another novel term. Chaowen glanced at his attribute panel. This time, his proficiency had increased, with his medical skills rising from mastery 6 to mastery 8. His culinary skills surged even more, jumping from proficient 45 to proficient 53. A remarkable increase of 8. Half an hour of reading equated to roughly 2 hours of his usual efforts. This Tao Te Ching was truly remarkable. He pressed on. At that moment, Chaowen was thoroughly invigorated. It seemed he had grasped a new truth. Hard work yields rewards, but if one can discover the right method of effort, the rewards may be even greater, however. In comparison to traveling the path of martial practice and the repetitive training of meditation tech, reading required a calm mind, a still heart, and prolonged concentration. Chaowen was not inherently studious. The Tao Te Ching lacked the dramatic twists and humorous elements of a captivating novel, making it easy. Nevertheless, Chaowen compelled himself to read earnestly, adopting a posture reminiscent of a scholar enduring hardship. Congratulations, host. By persisting in reading the Tao Te Ching for half an hour, your understanding of the profound principles of heaven and earth has been enhanced. This time, although the system notification only indicated half an hour, he had likely spent nearly an hour in reality. It was difficult to maintain focus. These texts were indeed challenging to read. Moreover, being in classical Chinese made it all the more daunting. Fortunately, he possessed a certain level of literary foundation. Though parts remained incomprehensible, he could at least grasp the general themes. Despite the tedium, the outcomes were undeniably positive. Another new enhancement emerged. Upon checking the attribute panel, he discovered that his martial skills, meditation techniques, and abilities had all increased by 1. This, he would continue. Tonight, he would read through the night. Chaowen felt a surge of determination, and his previously drooping eyelids sprang back to life. Congratulations, host. By persisting in reading the Tao Te Ching for half an hour, your martial arts experience has improved. This time, according to the system's timing, every half hour of focused reading typically triggered a reward, be it martial arts experience, constitution, or insights into life's capabilities. The enhancement of understanding profound principles had only occurred twice, each time yielding a mere 1 increase. Yet this comprehensive enhancement felt more valuable than the others. Of course, the system's time was merely half an hour, while in reality, he had spent somewhat longer. He was still getting accustomed to this, however. With prolonged reading, he anticipated that the effects would improve over time. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, rejoined. Observing her empty hands, inquired, "What happened? Did you not bring anything back?" Pouted slightly, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she replied, "I never expected he could eat so much. When I returned, not a single piece was left. However, he promised me that he would cook for me again tomorrow, and he will prepare whatever I desire." The thought of this made spirits lift. Somewhat surprised, remarked softly, "He seems quite accommodating towards you. This fellow treated others so well. Why was he particularly different with her?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, found herself momentarily lost in reverie, images of Chaowen tirelessly carrying her about town in search of medical aid filling her mind. Then there was that day. Su Shi-san, I must have owed you in my previous life. Yet upon closer reflection, aside from his foul mouth, his unkind words, his obsession with wealth, and his stinginess, he consistently tended to her needs, changing her dressings punctually, diligently administering acupuncture, and aiding her recovery. Even during meals, while it seemed he was forcing food upon her, he always provided her with the choicest cuts of meat. He had indeed treated her quite well, yet she had merely angered him. Miss. Noticing sudden stupor, looked on, puzzled. What could be troubling her mistress? Why had she suddenly fallen into thought? At this moment, snapped back to reality, blinking as she collected her thoughts and asked, "Have you gathered any information on him?" Shook her head and replied honestly, "Not yet." Wanted to say that the orders had only been issued yesterday. It was unlikely that results would materialize so swiftly. However, she refrained, sensing that something had transpired between her mistress and Chowan upon returning. Her mistress seemed to have undergone considerable change. Paused, contemplating before continuing, "Tomorrow, prepare a few wild mountain chickens, and tell him you wish to have roast chicken." Huh. For a moment, was taken aback, stammering, "Miss, I don't want roast chicken." Paused, calmly stating, "No, you do want it. Do you not heed my words?" Felt an invisible hand guiding her, and with insistence, she felt disheartened, lowering her head in concession. "All right, I want it." She couldn't help but wonder if perhaps it was her mistress who desired it. Chapter 39 Fool? Roast chicken yet. In terms of culinary preferences, the young lady had never been particularly discerning. Whatever was presented to her, she would consume without hesitation, and roast chicken, of all things? Had the young lady been bewitched? Su Weisheng nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "And what of the others?" "They have gone outside," came the reply. A flicker of concern crossed Su Weisheng's face. While it was true that the higher-ups at the Yin Academy would not take any action against Chowan, there were certainly skilled individuals among the ordinary students. With Chowan's meager abilities, should he venture out, would he not be beaten to a pulp? Imome shook her head and explained, after finishing his meal, "I saw him take the book he had obtained from the young lady and return to the side courtyard." Su Weisheng paused, incredulously stating, "Reading? Is he being serious?" That fellow, with his coarse and uninhibited mannerisms, was quite the silver-tongued charmer, yet the tome he had taken, Tao Te Ching, was a revered classic. Could he truly comprehend its depths? Imome tilted her head, her expression filled with profound curiosity. "I cannot say for certain. I came over after tidying the kitchen." However, Imome expressed her surprise by asking, "It seems the young lady knows quite a bit about young Master Chow?" Su Weisheng halted momentarily and replied, "A fool like him can be seen through at a glance. Is there any need for deeper understanding?" "A fool? Is young Master Chow truly foolish?" Imome inquired, her small face revealing a great deal of perplexity. "Foolish?" Observing the dazed Imome, Su Weisheng felt compelled to add a cautionary note. "Therefore, you should limit your interactions with him. Do not allow yourself to be influenced." 0.0 Imome widened her eyes, for this was her first time hearing that foolishness could be contagious. However, since her young mistress had stated it so, it must surely be true, leaving no room for doubt. Imome nodded her small head vigorously, akin to a wooden fish being struck, and declared with utmost sincerity, "Rest assured, miss, I shall be cautious and will not succumb to this contagion." Observing Imome's earnest demeanor, Su Weisheng's lips curled into a smile, revealing the rare sight of Imome's delight. Indeed, it was essential for Imome to remain vigilant and not allow that fellow to corrupt her. Achoo! In the room, Chowan sneezed unexpectedly. Rubbing his nose, he murmured, "Who is gossiping about me behind my back? Could it be Li Hanyi? That woman should not let me grow stronger. If I do, I shall surely repay the debt of gratitude for her support on that day." Chowan mumbled to himself, his gaze returning to the book as he continued to read with great concentration. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the dawn of the next day arrived. Chowan had read until the break of day, but eventually, the heaviness of his eyelids overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. During the night, Chowan ventured into Su Weisheng's usual reading alcove, seeking out several other tomes to peruse until dawn. Among them were the Tao Te Ching, the Analects, medical texts, culinary manuals, and various other eclectic writings. With these books, he conducted experiments throughout the night, redefining his understanding of diligent study. Given the current circumstances, specialized literature appeared to enhance specific capabilities. In contrast, works like the Tao Te Ching and the Analects, which hold educational or philosophical significance, offered a diverse array of insights, resulting in random enhancements akin to the effects of the Tao Te Ching. As for the extent of these improvements, Chowan had yet to discern any established patterns, though he had begun to outline certain principles regarding the triggers for rewards while reading. Engaging with a book required genuine focus, Merely flipping through pages would not suffice to activate rewards. With concentrated effort, one could trigger a reward approximately every half hour. Conversely, if one was distracted or half-hearted, it could take an hour or even two without any reward being triggered. After completing a book, the effects of a second reading would diminish significantly. As for a third reading, Chowan had not yet experimented, but he suspected the benefits would be even less, if not entirely absent. This was his newfound understanding of reading, gleaned from the previous evening until the morning. His physical constitution, martial arts, mental techniques, and proficiency in various abilities had all seen considerable improvement, yielding results comparable to his daily running regimen. Over the course of a single night, Chowan had garnered 12 points in physical fitness, progress in the breathing technique, the Xiaojian 19 styles, the 5-tiger mountain slicing blade, and an approximate 10 increase in leisurely strolling. His medical skills had expanded by 5, reaching a mastery level of 11, while his culinary skills surged even further to a proficiency of 87, leaving him but a stone's throw for mastery. Awakening not at the crack of dawn to embark on a journey was a feeling of indescribable comfort. Chowan enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. It was only in the afternoon that he stirred from his sleep, his eyes still heavy with fatigue. Clearly, he was not cut out for prolonged reading. Having done so for just a short while left him feeling entirely unwell. He had never felt this exhausted even after running over 100 kilometers in a day. Stretching lazily, just as Chowan prepared to rise and freshen up, he opened the door to find a petite figure standing rigidly at the threshold, casting a gaze filled with slight resentment towards him. Who else could it be but Imome? "Good morning, little one," Chowan greeted her with a gentle smile. "Is it still early?" "It's hardly early," Imome replied, her face clouded with discontent. "The sun is nearly setting, and you promised to prepare a delicious meal for me today." Her expression conveyed her frustration. If Chowan did not awaken soon, she would have no choice but to burst through the door and rouse him herself. Aware of Imome's love for food, Chowan took her sentiments lightly, for he too felt hunger pangs. With a grand gesture, he responded, "A trivial matter. Have the ingredients been prepared?" Upon hearing Chowan's agreement, the little girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, I have everything ready. Today, I wish to have roasted chicken. I specifically went to catch wild mountain chickens early this morning near the school." Although this was not her true desire, when her mistress expressed a craving, she felt compelled to oblige. Moreover, she genuinely enjoyed roasted chicken, though there had been other dishes she yearned for more in the past. Yet now, only roasted chicken would suffice. Roasted chicken? Chowan paused, slightly taken aback. You caught wild mountain chickens? It was understandable to crave roasted chicken, but surely, the girl could easily purchase one. To speak frankly, wild chickens were not necessarily more delectable than domesticated ones. Their meat was tougher and less palatable. In the wilderness, one might have no choice, but surely the nearby town did not lack for domesticated chickens. Is that not permissible? Imome asked nervously, fearing how she might explain to her mistress if it were not. It is permissible. Come, let us head to the kitchen. Perhaps the girl had some peculiar culinary preferences. Chowan chose not to delve further into the type of chicken. Together, they ventured into the kitchen. Perhaps due to yesterday's lesson, the little girl had caught 6 chickens this time, all of considerable size, each weighing at least 2 pounds. Let it be known, of the 6 chickens, at least 3. Chapter 40, Trust, the place of birth and upbringing. Chowan smiled and replied, "All right." As he spoke, he glanced around and inquired, "Is that all?" Imome, taken aback, asked, "Is 6 chickens not enough?" Chowan, somewhat helpless, remarked, "The chickens are sufficient, but what about the seasonings? One cannot simply roast them plain, can one?" Although the kitchen was functional, it appeared to have been in use prior to his arrival. Yesterday, while preparing pastries, there had been little need for an abundance of spices. However, roasting chickens was an entirely different matter. Sprinkling a bit of salt would suffice in the wilderness, but with the current amenities, Chowan was unwilling to deprive his palate. Oh, I forgot. What seasonings do you need? I shall fetch them right away." The young girl seemed anxious, fearing that Chowan might abandon the cooking over such trivialities. Her own concerns were minor, but failing to meet her mistress's expectations would be a significant issue. "I'll write you a list. I shall be cooking for the next few days, so it would be prudent to prepare a bit extra. Purchase according to the list." "All right." Imome responded eagerly and hurried off to find a writing instrument. Before long, Imome returned, and Chowan listed a plethora of essential dry ingredients and seasonings that would be staples in the kitchen. Clutching the list, Mo May dashed down the mountain. Fortunately, the young girl was skilled in martial arts, and her agility was commendable. Otherwise, the chickens might have remained uneaten today. With Mo May gone, Chowan did not remain idle and began to prepare the chickens. Once everything was ready, and still awaiting Mo May's return, he decided to take advantage of the moment. Having not practiced martial arts for the past 2 days, Chowan retrieved a finely crafted sword from his system space and commenced training in the Xiao 19 styles and the 5 Tigers Breaking Mountain Blade. The Xiao 19 styles encompassed the most fundamental sword techniques, including drawing, lifting, parrying, striking, stabbing, and thrusting. The movements were gentle, embodying a sense of softness overcoming hardness. In contrast, the 5 Tigers Breaking Mountain Blade emphasized sheer force. The interplay of these contrasting styles provided a rigorous workout, significantly enhancing Chowan's mastery over strength. Both techniques had reached an advanced level, and Chowan's comprehension of if one were to disregard martial arts realms, he could certainly hold his own in a duel of swordplay or blade techniques against practitioners of the Golden Vajra or Free Spirit realms, provided he refrained from utilizing internal energy. Should he resort to internal energy, however, individuals of those realms could dispatch him with a mere finger. Achieving a high level of martial arts mastery was not a feat that ordinary practitioners could easily attain. Beyond diligent practice, it required a certain level of insight and understanding of the techniques involved. For someone like Chowan, who effortlessly elevated 3 martial arts to an advanced level, even the most rudimentary practices were rare across the entire divine martial continent. Xiao 19 styles and the 5 Tigers Breaking Mountain Blade, he mused. And the footwork should be the leisurely step. These are the fundamental introductory martial arts of the Northernly. Are you from Northernly? A voice, as clear as a lark's song, chimed in, prompting Chowan to look up. Unbeknownst to him, the girl known as Huang San had perched herself on the courtyard wall, still donned in yesterday's ill-fitting attire. She sat with an air of carefree elegance, one leg bent and resting on her arm, while the other foot lay casually upon a tile, entirely devoid of the scholarly demeanor expected of a student from the Shangyin Academy. Could this girl have infiltrated the Shangyin Academy for some undisclosed purpose? Such plotlines were common in dramas and novels. A fleeting thought crossed Chowan's mind, though he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, he was not affiliated with the Shangyin Academy. Aside from Li Hanyi, he had not knowingly crossed paths with anyone who might hold a grudge against him. Even if this girl had ulterior motives for attending the academy, it was unlikely that they were directed at him. Don't you have classes to attend? Chowan inquired, curiosity piqued. If she were indeed a student of the Shangyin Academy, her absence from morning lessons and classrooms seemed rather indulgent. Huang Rong paused, her smile faltering, taken aback by Chowan's question. After a moment's thought, she leaped down from the wall and approached him. What if I said I skipped class? Would you believe me? Chowan smiled nonchalantly. I would. We are but strangers, neither kin nor foe, and there is no need for you to deceive me. Thus, I shall take your word at face value. There is little to lose for me. Chowan regarded the matter with equanimity. In a world rife with deception, if every lie warranted concern, one would be doomed to live in anxiety and bitterness. He suspected that Su Shirsan was likely an alias, yet he did not dwell on it. A name was merely a moniker. Whether it was Su Shirsan or Su Shirsi, the distinction held little significance. As for the girl before him, whether Huang San was genuine or a fade held little import. Primarily, such fabrications posed no substantial detriment to him. They merely provided insight into a person's character. If it were a matter of personal interest, he would certainly be more discerning. Yet, what could this Huang San possibly gain from him? He was still quite young, and if conditions allowed, he would bathe daily. Huang Rong was momentarily taken aback. Such a response was a first for her. Oddly enough, it was rather amusing. What delectable dish do you plan to prepare today? Chicken? Huang Rong glanced toward the kitchen, eyeing the 6 chickens that had been readied, her anticipation evident. Chowan nodded. Roast chicken. The young girl in the courtyard expressed a desire for it, and since I had the inclination, I decided to make it for her. In truth, his primary motive was to enhance his culinary skills, but that was a secret he would carry alone for a lifetime. You certainly indulge her, Huang Rong remarked, echoing sentiments similar to those of Su Weisheng. Chaoan chuckled. Do you not find the young girl adorably simple-minded? Huang Rong paused, reflecting on Mo Mei's demeanor. Indeed, she was rather endearing. Therefore, you still have not answered my question. Are you from Northern Li? Huang Rong's curiosity regarding Chaoan intensified. Northern Li? Chaoan shook his head. If possible, he wished never to return to that place in his lifetime. No, I do not belong to any nation. I am merely a wanderer, I suppose. Chaoan sighed softly, or perhaps it could be said that he belonged to all nations, for he was part of a land shaped by the ebb and flow of history, ultimately coalescing into one entity. Huaxia, a wanderer? Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with interest, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. After all, there were many individuals like Chaoan in this world. And where were you born and raised? Born and raised, you ask? Chapter 41. Extraordinary individuals, sincere hearts. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passed through Chaoan's eyes as he sighed. It was merely an ordinary village, not particularly large, nor densely populated, yet it offered an unparalleled comfort. Winter was warm, summer cool, the seasons akin to spring, with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. The folk were simple-hearted, and although takeout was exorbitantly priced, one could feast on nature's bounty without spending a single coin. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in Chaoan's gaze. In this lifetime, he feared he would never return, and of course, there was little worth longing for from his past. His closest kin had long since passed, and after the demise of his parents, connections with distant relatives had dwindled. As for those childhood friends with whom he had fished, caught shrimp, and even ventured into the fields to chase mice, all he could do was wish them well. Huang Rong followed Chaoan's gaze towards the south, the direction belonging to the divine martial continent. Listening to his description, a spark of yearning flickered in her eyes as she softly murmured, "If given the chance, I would truly love to see it." Does such a place truly exist in this world? Chaoan smiled lightly, then turned to Huang Rong and inquired, "What about you? Where is your home?" "Me?" Huang Rong hesitated for a moment, her gaze also drifting southward. "My home is on an island. The island is equally blessed with picturesque landscapes. My mother adores peach blossoms, so my father has planted an abundance of peach trees there. Every year during this season, when the peaches ripen, I love to climb the largest peach tree on the back mountain to pluck and savor the fruit, and afterwards, I would blissfully nap in its branches. However, those were merely the days of my childhood. As I grew older, my father became stricter, and such indulgences became rare." As Huang Rong spoke, a flicker of emotion stirred within her, and for a moment, she felt a pang of homesickness. Yet she had vowed that she would not return until she had made a name for herself in the martial world. Snapping back to reality, Huang Rong gazed at Chaoan with surprise. This man was truly extraordinary, effortlessly disarming her defenses and allowing her to open her heart. Were it not for the certainty that Chaoan was merely a martial artist of the 7th rank, she might have suspected him of wielding some formidable enchantment. She sensed that Chaoan's approach was not one of sorcery, but rather a genuine sincerity that even extends to strangers. Huang Rong blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, and with a smile, she said, "In truth, I was just teasing you. I am not skipping class. Actually, I am not a student at the Yin Academy." Chaoan replied knowingly, "I had already guessed." Huang Rong was taken aback, clearly surprised. As Chaoan continued to explain with a smile, "Your attire is ill-fitting." So that was it. Huang Rong realized, and since the truth was out, she elaborated, "I came to the Yin Academy not with any grand purpose, but to find someone and learn a few things." Chaoan inquired, "Have you found this person?" Huang Rong looked at him and nodded, "Yes, I believe I have learned what I needed to." "Are you leaving then?" Chaoan asked next. Huang Rong shook her head, "There's no hurry to leave. I did mention that I wouldn't let you provide me with food for free. You asked that Su Shursan for 2 precious martial arts manuals? Do you truly need those manuals?" Her question elicited a somewhat helpless shrug from Chaoan as he replied, "Didn't you already see? I practice only the most basic primary martial arts and techniques of Bailey. Do you not think I appear as someone who requires those manuals?" At the pinnacle of the 7th rank, he possessed only a handful of basic martial arts techniques. No matter how proficient he became, there would always be a ceiling. Huang Rong nodded in understanding, stroking her chin thoughtfully. When did she promise to give you those manuals? If she does indeed provide you with 2 precious manuals, do not hastily accept them. Wait for me first. Since their acquaintance began, Chowan had already treated her to 2 meals, each devoid of ulterior motives. At tea times, such unadulterated kindness from a stranger could be the most touching. It was evident that even upon arriving at the Yin Academy, Su Weisheng had not disclosed her identity to Chowan. What was her true intention? Was she trying to evade responsibility? The second princess of Bailey, could she truly settle a life-saving debt with merely 2 manuals? She would undoubtedly stand up for Chowan. As for now, until she understood Su Weisheng's motives, it would be unwise to confront her directly. Chowan regarded Huang Rong with a hint of confusion, asking, "Is there something wrong?" As he spoke, he recalled the disgrace of his past life, the blood-stained lessons from Shuyue City. Huang Rong bestowed upon him a sweet smile and explained, "Once the roasted chicken is ready, do remember to save one for me. I shall return later this evening." With that, Huang Rong gracefully stepped over the kitchen wall and departed. Chowan had yet to finish his sentence, poised to inquire further when Mo Mei appeared at the kitchen doorway. It was Mo Mei returning. That explained the urgency. "Young Master Chow, I'm back. Were you speaking to someone just now?" Chowan withdrew his gaze, shaking his head nonchalantly. "No, it was merely that the lark from yesterday has returned." However, it seemed frightened and flew away. Chowan offered a meaningful explanation, his gaze falling upon the numerous bags and bundles Mo Mei carried. It was clear that this girl was quite the foodie. If she intended to utilize all these seasonings, it would take at least a month or 2 to surely. Didn't he think he was planning to stay permanently at the Yin Academy? Permanently contemplating the multitude of books in Su Weisheng's study, if he aimed to gain experience, he might consider lingering at the Yin Academy a while longer. Of course, this was contingent upon Su Weisheng's consent, and that the Academy did not force anyone to leave. Most importantly, there was the pressing concern of whether Li Hanyi would pursue him, if Li Hanyi came after him. No, if Li Hanyi pursued him, he would have no means of escape. Thus, Chowan swiftly dismissed any thoughts of lingering too long at the Yin Academy. 5 days. Once 5 days had elapsed and he had acquired the manuals, he would seek refuge in a secluded mountain hideaway, waiting until he had mastered the mental techniques and martial arts to perfection. No, at least to completion, before re-emerging. Flew away? Mo Mei glanced once more towards the courtyard wall, a hint of regret in her eyes. Chowan, having resolved his thoughts, assisted the girl in removing her spice bundles while asking, "Mo Mei, do you know of Li Hanyi?" "Li Hanyi?" Mo Mei paused, momentarily taken aback. "Who is that?" "From Bailey, the Shuyue Sword Immortal, Li Hanyi." The Shuyue Sword Immortal. Upon hearing this, Mo Mei's eyes widened in realization, and with curiosity, she asked Chowan, "Why do you suddenly inquire about the Shuyue Sword Immortal? Do you know her?" Chapter 42. The terrifying Li Hanyi. "The young miss does not allow me to play with fools. Do you know her?" "Well, I suppose I do. At the very least, we've exchanged words. Naturally, I have heard tales of her reputation, though my knowledge is rather superficial. Could you elaborate on what you know?" This matter is rather intricate and challenging to elucidate. Since the young girl has heard of Li Hanyi, it spares him the trouble of inquiring elsewhere. "Oh," Mo Mei responded, pondering for a moment before inquiring further. "What aspect does young Master Chow wish to understand? We would need to investigate." Chowan, being the savior of Su Weisheng and having treated her to delectable dishes, had already been classified as a good person in the young girl's eyes, despite the apparent disdain the young miss held for this young Master Chow. For instance, just how formidable is her strength? What caliber of adversary could she contend with? This was the crux of Chowan's concern, as it pertained to the extent of effort he would need to exert in order to evade the peril of being hunted by Li Hanyi. Well, Mo Mei tilted her head, beginning to contemplate. Just as Chowan had prepared himself for the young girl's inevitable declaration of ignorance, she remarked, "According to the title of Sword Immortal, it is generally exclusive to Bailey, and only those who have attained the level of Fuyao Master or above can be considered true Sword Immortals in Bailey. The Shuyue Sword Immortal has garnered considerable fame over the years, and this Sword Immortal is indeed legitimate. Hence, in terms of realm, she must at least be at the Fuyao Master level." Fuyao Master level. Chowan's eyes widened in astonishment as he began to meticulously unravel the martial arts hierarchy of this world in his mind. From the 9th to the 1st rank, One is merely referred to as a martial artist and cannot be deemed a master. Beyond the first rank lies the realm of the Diamond Ordinary, and upon entering this realm, one possesses at least a degree of self-protection in the martial world. Following this is the Free and Easy realm, then the Carefree Nine Heavens realm, with the Fuyao Master realm being the next echelon. He is currently at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, and there exists a total of 11 grand realms that he must traverse, including the differences of 1, 2, 3, 4. This leaves him pondering how he could possibly catch up to his opponent. Does he still entertain thoughts of avenging the grievances of that fateful day? What revenge could he possibly enact? It is likely that he will never have the opportunity to do so in this lifetime. Chaoan's expression resembled that of someone who had just ingested a fly, reflecting an intricate web of emotions. Imome also took note of this and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Young Master Chao, what troubles you?" 0-inch Chaoan came to his senses and quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some rather terrifying matters." "No need to concern yourself. Please continue." He felt a cold sweat begin to form on his back. The fleeting sense of courage he had mustered through the system evaporated in an instant. The master of the Fuyo realm, given the current pace of his strength's growth, he pondered how long it would take before he could reach such heights. Terrifying matters? Mo Mei's mouth slightly parted as she suddenly remembered Su Weisheng's words from the previous day. This is a fool, and moreover, a fool that is contagious. The young girl instinctively took a step back, for she could not afford to be infected. What would become of her if she were, and the young lady no longer wanted her? Chaoan wore a puzzled expression. Was that step back truly sincere? Had he behaved in an uncivil or indecorous manner? Surely not. As she retreated, the little girl finally explained, "I've heard that a few months ago, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal slew a notorious flower thief known as Bailey Liangshang's young gentleman, who had previously killed a mid-stage master of the Fuyo realm. If we are to deduce from this, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal's strength must be at least at the mid-stage of the Fuyo realm. The mid-stage of the Fuyo realm, and at the very least?" Chaoan suddenly felt that merely surviving to this point was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. To have lived through the pursuit of such a formidable expert. How remarkable must— Imome hesitated before responding, "The young lady does not permit me to associate with fools." 0-inch Chaoan widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Imome. "Your young lady? A fool? Who did she call a fool? She is the fool, a complete fool." This Su Shursan truly was one to take liberties when left unattended for even a brief period, resorting to such slander against him. As Chaoan spoke, he resolved to confront Su Weisheng directly. Observing this, Imome hurriedly retreated a few steps, positioning herself at the kitchen entrance, arms outstretched, shielding the path behind her and adopting a defensive stance. "What do you intend to do?" "I will not permit you to harm my lady." Chaoan, filled with exasperation, replied, "Step aside. This matter must be clarified, for it pertains to my reputation." As he spoke, he attempted to bypass Imome to seek out Su Weisheng. However, before he could even approach, the resolute young girl firmly blocked his way with her arm, declaring, "I will not let you pass." With that, she summoned all her strength to push him backward. In the next instant, Chaoan found himself propelled like a kite severed from its string, a tremendous force lifting him and sending him tumbling backward. Fortunately, his reflexes had been honed to an exceptional degree, enabling him to execute a near 360-degree spin in midair, thereby dissipating the force and narrowly avoiding a disastrous fall. Regaining his balance, Chaoan stared at Imome with eyes even wider than before. Could this girl truly possess such strength? Was she endowed with innate divine power? Yet, he quickly realized that it was not mere natural strength. Rather, her martial prowess far exceeded his own, resulting in such an effect. He recalled how vividly she had described Li Hanyi's situation. This was no ordinary maid. A girl of merely 12 or 13 could hardly possess such comprehension. Furthermore, he remembered the earlier warning from Huang San, along with the circumstances of those he had encountered at the Yin Academy. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Su Shursan's identity might be far more intricate than he had initially assumed. Would he truly be at a loss over the two precious tomes? Yet, if he were to suffer a loss, so be it. One must adapt to the resources available. As a newcomer, he had to acknowledge that even the finest tomes were treasures beyond his reach. The mere fact that they were willing to honor their promise and provide him with 2 precious texts was already a significant boon. Should they possess a complex background and harbor intentions to renege, he would have no opportunity to threaten them. After delivering the individual to the courtyard, he might find a blade at his throat by midnight. In light of this, Su Shisan seemed to possess a modicum of conscience. Facing the watchful Mo Mei, Chowan sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall not seek out your young lady. But I must inform you, I am not a fool, he conceded, for he recognized that resisting was futile. Given the force she had just demonstrated, if a confrontation were to ensue, he would be entirely at her mercy, utterly outmatched by the young girl. Oh, Imome replied, though her tone clearly indicated skepticism. The blind loyalty of a feudal society materialized in that moment. Chowan shook his head in exasperation, silently vowing, Su Shisan, you had best not fall into my grasp again. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Without further contention with Imome, Chowan redirected his focus to the task of roasting the chicken. Chapter 43. Double Harvest Experience Card, the stingy one in the blink of an eye. More than an hour had passed once again. 6 golden brown roasted chickens sizzled and oozed juices, their enticing aroma having completely filled the courtyard of the kitchen, even wafting into the main hall. Is it almost ready? In the hall, Su Weihong was primarily engaged in quiet reading to recuperate from injuries, occasionally practicing meditation to aid in recovery. As the delicious scent wafted through the air, her beautiful eyes also turned towards the kitchen. It was that long-lost flavor. Before long, Imome hurried in with a large platter, her face aglow with excitement. Miss, the roasted chicken is ready. It smells absolutely divine. I can hardly contain my saliva. As she approached Su Weihong, she lifted the lid from the platter, revealing a generous serving of perfectly sliced roasted chicken. It was a medley crafted from 3 chickens. With a smile urged, Miss, please eat while it's hot. Su Weihong set down the book in her hand and glanced towards the entrance, inquiring, Where are the others? Explained, I caught 6 chickens and saved 3 for him. Su Weihong nodded, pondering whether that fellow could possibly consume so much. It seemed that during their journey, he hadn't eaten nearly as much. Though a hint of doubt lingered in her mind, she dismissed it, as the chicken was prepared by. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of chicken into her mouth. Delicious, due to the added seasonings, it was even more flavorful than the chicken Chowan had roasted in the wild before. Yet, it felt as though something was still missing. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about food and couldn't quite pinpoint what it was that fell short. With a slight frown, Su Weihong took another bite. It was undoubtedly tastier than before, but somehow, it lacked the previous charm. How is it, miss? Is it delicious? Asked, swallowing hard, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Su Weihong smiled gently at. It's delicious. Come, sit and enjoy it with me. Perhaps it was due to an excess of seasoning. A small sense of regret flickered in Su Weihong's heart, yet she paid it little mind. Chowan was around, and she could always ask to prepare a few more chickens another day to test with simpler seasonings. All right. If eating her own saliva could fill her, would surely be stuffed by now, having long been unable to hold back. It's so good. Absolutely delightful. Not long after, exclamations of delight echoed from the side hall. On the other side, in the courtyard of the kitchen, Chowan sat beside the fire, 3 roasted chickens still sizzling and releasing their savory aroma. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a roasted chicken feast, and your culinary skill proficiency has improved. Congratulations, host. Your culinary ability has successfully reached the proficient level. You have earned 28 points to physique and a 1-day double harvest experience card. Current total physique, 528 points. Double harvest experience card. Upon use, all rewards acquired through effort will be doubled within 24 hours. An enchanting notification chimed in his ears, and upon glancing at the description of the double harvest experience card, Chowan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was promising. Doubling all gains from effort, especially when paired with reading. The effects would be extraordinary. It seems I must devote myself to relentless effort tomorrow, Chowan murmured softly. The master of the Fuyun realm was still at the mid-stage or higher. The thought of Li Hanyi's cultivation level weighed heavily upon him, like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him no room to breathe. Reflecting on the past 2 days, he realized he had indeed grown too comfortable. The first day, he had slept from the previous afternoon until noon the next day. On the second day, although he had stayed up all night reading, He shouldn't have slept until the afternoon. Now, at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, with a physique exceeding 500 points, even an 11 or 12-year-old girl could easily topple him. Why had he allowed himself to indulge in leisure? A shift in mindset often occurs in an instant, and in that moment, Chowan made a resolution. He would forego sleep that night, head to Su Weihong's study to fetch a few books, and then activate the double harvest experience card to begin accumulating experience. In his mind, the knowledge of proficient culinary skills surged forth, though his expression remained largely unchanged. He had grown accustomed to this sensation, akin to a sudden enlightenment. Whoosh! Just then, an object was thrown toward Chowan. Though his cultivation was not high, he possessed enough reflexes to catch it immediately. It was a round wine jar, sloshing with liquid inside. Chowan lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the jar had been tossed. Huang Rong's graceful figure stood there. I brought you some fine wine. How could one enjoy roasted chicken without a good drink? Huang Rong leaped down from the courtyard wall, holding another jar of wine in her hand, and unceremoniously sat beside Chowan. This marked their third meeting, and after discussing numerous topics, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Chowan glanced at Huang Rong, smiling. You certainly think highly of me to throw it over so casually. If I hadn't caught it, or if it had shattered as a concealed weapon, that wine would have been wasted, Huang Rong replied without hesitation. In that case, you would have to share this jar of wine with me. Though it would be nice to drink, it wouldn't be as enjoyable. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the chicken still roasting on the grill. She swallowed hard and asked, Is it done? I'm nearly starving. I haven't eaten all day. Chowan smiled gently. It's ready, just waiting for your arrival. As he spoke, he carefully removed one of the chickens, shifting the others aside to ensure they wouldn't burn while maintaining their warmth. Then, he took a cloth, tore off a chicken leg, and handed it to Huang Rong. This roasted chicken must be eaten directly with your hands, while it's still steaming hot, to truly savor the flavor. Huang Rong accepted it without hesitation. Although the chicken had been on the grill, it was merely to ensure it wouldn't cool down and affect the taste. Now, the temperature was just right. With no reservations, Huang Rong took a hearty bite. After finishing, her eyes instantly narrowed with delight. This roasted chicken is exquisite. Though she could cook and her culinary skills were commendable, she couldn't help but genuinely praise Chowan's roasted chicken as truly exceptional, far surpassing the pastries from yesterday. Where did you learn to combine these ingredients so deliciously? Chowan replied with a mysterious smile. It's a proprietary secret, not to be disclosed. Seeing Huang Rong relish the meal, Chowan joined in, tearing off another chicken leg to enjoy himself. Tisich, stingy one. Huang Rong huffed playfully, yet she didn't take it to heart. She had her own secret recipes, and when the opportunity arose, she would cook a meal for Chowan that would leave him astounded, without revealing her own formula. Chapter 44. Intoxicated and transformed? Deep within her heart, Huang Rong seethed as she opened the wine jar and called out to Chowan, Come, have a sip. Chowan likewise uncorked the jar, casting a glance at the liquid within. This was his inaugural experience with the libations of this world, and he was uncertain of the taste. Cheers! Chowan lifted the jar, clinking it against Huang Rong's. He took a tentative sip. The flavor was quite mild, the alcohol content not overly high, likely just in the teens. The taste was rather pleasant, indeed a fine wine in contrast. Huang Rong was far more audacious, tipping the jar over her head, tilting back, and opening her mouth wide, allowing the liquid to pour directly in, exuding a spirit of chivalry. This display was undeniably impressive and carefree. Young men should indulge in such revelry, drinking heartily and feasting generously. Drink! Chowan imitated Huang Rong, raising the jar above his head and attempting to pour the wine into his mouth. Unfortunately, a calamity ensued. Some endeavors require finesse. The liquid cascaded from the jar, not into his mouth but straight towards his nose. Cough, cough, cough. Chowan erupted into a fit of coughs, while Huang Rong glanced over, her laughter erupting. Pfft. Could it be that you cannot hold your liquor? She teased. I never would have guessed you were so inept. Chowan's face flushed crimson. It's not that I cannot drink. I merely am unaccustomed to this method of imbibing. In my homeland, we drink from cups. No, from bowls. Really? Huang Rong regarded him with skepticism, and Chowan quickly affirmed, Of course it's true. Such wine would never grace our tables. To drink a spirit of merely a few degrees would be a source of ridicule in their culture. All right, I believe you. If the opportunity arises, take me there to witness it, Huang Rong replied nonchalantly, taking another hearty bite of chicken leg. Chaoan, feeling somewhat resigned, remarked, that can only happen if the chance presents itself. They ceased further discussion on the topic. After devouring the chicken leg, they turned to the wings, followed by another leg. Soon, all 3 chickens lay completely consumed, both of them with grease smeared across their mouths, embodying a carefree spirit. The jar of wine also quickly reached its bottom, leaving Chaoan with a lingering desire for more, while Huang Rong appeared somewhat off. Chaoan, let me tell you, hic. I'm not boasting. My home is truly beautiful. Hic. When the peach blossoms bloom each year, we brew peach blossom wine on the island. Now that is exquisite wine, absolutely better than what you have back home, she slurred, her speech becoming a tad muddled, betraying her inebriation. Chaoan glanced at Huang Rong, noticing her cheeks flushed from the effects of the alcohol. Her large, watery eyes conveyed a sense of daze, and before long, she leaned against Chaoan's shoulder, gradually drifting into slumber. Chaoan chuckled to himself, recalling the girl's earlier remarks. He couldn't help but tease, you claim to have a strong constitution, yet it seems you are the weakest of us all. At such a tender age, indulging in drink, he mused, Huang Rong, merely 15 or 16, could be likened to a high school girl in modern times. If she were more sensible, she might not even know the taste of alcohol. How much could one truly drink at such an age? It was fortunate he was a gentleman. Otherwise, the girl would soon learn of the world's harsh realities. Yet, considering her age, a glance at Huang Rong's delicate figure sent a chill down his spine, dispelling any imprudent thoughts. He swiftly reminded himself to dismiss such fantasies. By this time, night had fully descended. Observing the slumbering girl, Chaoan furrowed his brow. This girl was not from the Yin Academy. Where could she sleep? It would not do to let her remain there leaning against him. He couldn't allow her to be discovered by Mo Mei, after all. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision. She would sleep in his room. After all, he intended to stay up all night studying and accumulating experience. It was fortuitous that the situation had unfolded this way. He could offer her the bed. With this resolved, Chaoan wasted no time, effortlessly lifting Huang Rong in his arms and returning to his quarters. Once he had settled her comfortably, he retrieved several books he had borrowed from Su Weisheng's bookshelf the previous night and made his way to the main hall. In the side hall, candlelight flickered, illuminating the room where Su Weisheng was engrossed in a book as usual. Where's Mo Mei? The courtyard was not large, and given Mo Mei's inability to conceal her emotions, Chaoan was well aware that the 3 roasted chickens had been intended for Su Weisheng. He even surmised why the girl had gone to such lengths to catch wild chickens in the mountains, rather than purchasing domesticated ones. It was Su Weisheng who had a craving. Su Weisheng looked up, responding flatly, she went to the kitchen to clean up. Did you not encounter her? I returned to the side courtyard briefly but did not see her, Chaoan explained, inwardly relieved that he had managed to deliver Huang Rong to safety. Otherwise, their paths would have certainly crossed. Feeling somewhat parched, Chaoan noticed a teapot on Su Weisheng's table and unceremoniously poured himself a cup, downing it in one go. You? Su Weisheng was taken aback, the suddenness of the event leaving her momentarily speechless. That had been her cup. Chaoan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" He poured another cup, finishing it with satisfaction. Su Weisheng stared in disbelief, her teeth clenched as she replied, "Nothing." Chaoan sighed, accustomed to her dramatic reactions by now, and inquired, "So, how was the roasted chicken today?" His expression held a hint of mischief, clearly indicating that he had deduced the truth, that it was not Mo Mei who desired the roasted chicken, but rather Su Weisheng herself, particularly the version he had prepared along the way. Was she not captivated by his culinary prowess? It was passable adequate. Su Weisheng maintained her calm demeanor. Chaoan felt exasperated. He knew that hearing a compliment from this woman would likely require another lifetime. It was evidently delicious, yet she insisted on feigning reluctance. If it had not been enjoyable, why would she have sent Mo Mei to catch wild chickens for him to roast? This woman was simply stubborn, and of course, had Su Weisheng been aware of Chaoan's thoughts, she would not hesitate to deliver a punch to his smug face. This time, she was speaking the truth. Without tasting it at its best, this roasted chicken could only be deemed passable as for why it was different. She could not articulate it. Perhaps only he understood. A faint aroma of alcohol wafted towards Su Weisheng. She wrinkled her nose and asked, "Have you been drinking?" "What? Is it forbidden to drink?" Chowan glanced at Su Weisheng casually, retorting, "You have no authority over me. You are not my wife, and I shall not heed your words." Chapter 45. Unlocking double rewards, frantically enhancing abilities. Su Weisheng was somewhat exasperated by Chowan's remarks. Why couldn't this fellow communicate in a more civil manner? Was it truly the case that he could not be managed simply because she was not his wife? What kind of reasoning was that? Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Chowan's behavior was a direct consequence of the misunderstandings she had inadvertently caused. Steeling herself, she patiently replied, "The wine down the mountain is rather inferior. If you wish to drink, you may have Mo may fetch some for you. There are fine wines within the academy." Chowan was taken aback by Su Weisheng's unexpected response. Had this person changed her disposition? Or was there some ulterior motive behind her words? Instantly alert, he inquired with a hint of suspicion, "Could it be that something has gone awry with that manual? Let me make this clear. There are only 5 days, and there is no room for negotiation." At present, the only connection he had with Su Weisheng was indeed that manual. Beyond that, he couldn't fathom what else this person might require from him. Su Weisheng widened her eyes, filled with bewilderment. This individual truly had a knack for turning kindness into folly. Why not simply down a bottle and be done with it? How could such a person exist in this world? Frustration clawed at her heart like a caddis scratch. Regrettably, she was still injured. Although she could move normally, she was unable to engage in combat. Otherwise, she would have shown no mercy. The manual poses no issues. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I would like to rest. Su Weisheng gritted her teeth as she spoke, her patience wearing thin. If she could just hold on a little longer until she could harness her inner strength, she would surely exact her vengeance. Chowan scrutinized Su Weisheng and reminded her, "Remember, there are only 5 days. Today marks the 3rd day, and you cannot renege on this." Chowan hastily took a step back, waving the several books he held. "I have finished." She understood that resistance was futile. This person would simply seize what he wanted. Rather than waste her breath, it was better to shut her eyes and ignore him. Out of sight, out of mind. With Su Weisheng silent, Chowan interpreted her silence as acquiescence. This time, however, he was not aimlessly choosing. He had a specific intention. Among the collection of texts, he selected a volume on The Art of War, uncertain whether it fell under specialized abilities or was more akin to the universal principles of the Tao Te Ching. The remaining selections pertained to various abilities. One on Go Strategies, one on Essentials of the Guqin, one on Advanced Calligraphy, and another on Insights into Painting, each corresponding to the 4 skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. While mastering these skills might not significantly enhance his combat prowess, they could at least refine his character and enrich his inner self. As for why he chose these 4 categories, it was simply because they were the only clear skill-related texts available on Su Weisheng's shelves. The others were either incomprehensible, philosophical works like the Tao Te Ching and the Analects, or historical texts from various nations or military treatises. Such books would be of no use to him. With 5 books in hand, plus the need to allocate time for martial practice, a single day would suffice for him to delve deeply into their content. "Thank you. By the way, please remember to inform Mo May that I will be unavailable tomorrow. She should make do with whatever she can find to eat. I expect to spend the entire day in the courtyard, so unless there is something urgent, do not seek me out." With that, Chowan departed, clutching his books. Su Weisheng could not be bothered to cast a glance at Chowan, her eyes filled with resentment only after he had completely left, directing her ire towards the doorway. How infuriating it was to be unable to do anything about this man. Returning to her quarters, she found Huang Rong soundly asleep on her bed. Chowan lit a candle, seated himself on a stool in the room, and eagerly opened the book on Go Strategies. Mastering abilities represented the quickest way for him to earn system rewards. Running, for instance, now required him to cover at least 50 kilometers while bearing a 100-pound load to trigger a single reward. The efficiency of martial training, particularly after reaching the advanced stage of basic martial arts, was exceedingly low. In contrast, these new abilities promised a greater rate of improvement. System: activate the double rewards experience card. Congratulations, host. The Double Rewards experience card has been successfully activated. For the next 24 hours, all your efforts will yield double rewards. Kind reminder: double rewards apply solely to efforts made and do not include enhancements derived from system rewards. As the notifications chimed in, Chowan focused his mind and began to read intently from Go Strategies. Congratulations, host. After diligently reading Go Strategies for half an hour, you have acquired the ability Go skills. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. As anticipated, the skill associated with chess pertained directly to the art of playing Go. Learning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Go skills. Current proficiency: Novice 1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the double effort reward. Your Go skills proficiency has increased to Novice 47. You have also gained Constitution 3, 1 packet of healing ointment. Current total Constitution 531 points. Excellent, excellent. This is how improvement works. Observing the System's notifications, a glimmer of excitement shone in Chowan's eyes. Although the rewards were not doubled, the experience points had indeed multiplied, yielding commendable results. Knowledge about various forms of chess began to form in his mind, encompassing not only Go but also Xiangqi, Gamoku, Junki, Doshoqi, and Ludo, among others, a rather extensive repertoire. However, time was of the essence. As he integrated this newfound knowledge, he continued to read. This time, he shifted his focus to essentials of the Guqin. Congratulations, host. After diligently reading essentials of the your Guqin skills proficiency has successfully risen to Novice level, gaining Constitution 3. Current total Constitution 534 points. Congratulations, host. Once he concentrated, time seemed to fly by swiftly. Before he knew it, the night had quietly slipped away. This night had been plentiful, even deserving of the term abundant harvest. In total, he had gained 5 abilities, indeed, 5, not 4. Go skills, ordinary level. 45 Guqin skills, ordinary level. 41 calligraphy, ordinary level. 42 painting, ordinary level. 43 military strategy, ordinary level. 11 in addition to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he had unexpectedly acquired military strategy, which took Chowan by surprise. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that having multiple skills is never a burden, he gladly accepted them all, as they too were part of the rewards from the system. Chapter 46. A grand battle of 300 rounds, the clues gradually become apparent. With 5 abilities reaching the ordinary level simultaneously, Chowan reaped considerable gains in his physical prowess. Chess skills, 3-6, totaling 9 points, complemented by an exquisite set of white jade chess pieces. Musical talent, 2-5, amounting to 7 points, along with a finely crafted Guqin. Calligraphy, 3-5, summing up to 8 points, accompanied by a complete set of writing implements. Painting, 2-4, aggregating 6 points, with a full array of artistic tools. Military strategy, 5-10, culminating in 15 points, without any additional rewards. Over the course of one night, his physical attributes surged by 45 points, bringing his overall prowess to an impressive 573 points, further widening the gap between him and an ordinary peak-level warrior of the 7th rank. Besides experiencing slight eye strain and occasional drowsiness, he engaged in no other activities. This endeavor truly yielded abundant rewards with remarkable ease. Dawn's light gently illuminated the earth, infusing it with the vigor of a new day. Chowan found himself unable to sustain his focus any longer. Reluctantly, he set aside the book in his hands, drew forth his elegant sword, and commenced practicing the 19 styles of the elegant sword and the 5 tigers breaking mountains blade in the courtyard. Diligence in reading is essential, yet the pursuit of martial arts demands an even greater commitment. Should he master all 3 martial disciplines to perfection, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement, and the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those of the present. With sweat cascading freely, the sun gradually cast its warm rays upon the earth, heralding the dawn of a new day. Thanks to the system, Chowan now effortlessly entered a state of complete immersion in any task he undertook. In the courtyard, the sword flew through the air countless times, yet the young man showed no sign of halting his practice. Your techniques leave little room for critique. A voice, as refreshing as a lark, broke through the air, followed by, indeed, his experience in combat was lacking. Aside from the 3 ruffians from that small town, he had yet to engage in genuine combat. Very well. Engaging in a sparring match without the stakes of life and death is indeed a fortunate opportunity. Identifying flaws during practice will ultimately prepare him for true life-and-death encounters. Chowan eagerly agreed and advanced toward Huang Rong. With graceful steps, Huang Rong effortlessly evaded Chowan's strikes, exhibiting ample energy as she tapped lightly on his shoulder. A missed opportunity. Had this been a real fight for survival, that move would have surely left Chowan gravely injured, if not dead. Again. Huang Rong retreated a couple of steps, and Chowan's expression grew increasingly earnest. Having someone to help him identify his weaknesses was a blessing. His foundational skills were solid, and his swordplay was steady and precise. It was merely that Chowan's realm was too low. Otherwise, Huang Rong would find it challenging to provide him with any substantial guidance. In fact, if they were of equal standing, Huang Rong might not necessarily be his match. Alas, this world is inherently unjust. Chowan became increasingly focused. With each flaw Huang Rong pointed out, he grew more determined. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by once more. Congratulations, host. You have earnestly accepted Huang San's guidance and diligently worked to correct your flaws for half an hour. Your martial arts experience has been enhanced, triggering a double effort reward, resulting in a doubling of your martial arts experience points. The notification chimed, prompting Chowan to take a brief pause and glance at his attribute panel. The proficiency of the elegant sword's 19 styles had initially reached Great Accomplishment, 19, and now it had ascended to Great Accomplishment, 29. The 5 Tigers Breaking Mountains blade and the leisurely step also improved, rising from Great Accomplishment, 17 and Great Accomplishment, 26 to Great Accomplishment, 27 and Great Accomplishment, 36 respectively. All had increased by 10. Though this was a result of the double effort effect, since reaching the Great Accomplishment level, Chowan's progress had typically only been around 1 with each advancement. The fact that he had achieved a 5 increase without the doubling effect demonstrated a significant enhancement in efficiency. Again, this was an unexpected delight and a fruitful gain. Furthermore, while Huang Rong's guidance could not be classified as a system reward, it nonetheless represented progress earned through his earnest efforts. If he could maintain a 10 increase over half an hour, he was confident that he could elevate all 3 martial arts to the level of perfection by the end of the day. The rewards he would reap then would far surpass those gained from a day's worth of reading. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? Did you take some strange medicine? Observing Chowan's exuberance, Huang Rong was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he seemed perfectly fine. What had caused this sudden surge of enthusiasm? With an expression of fervent urgency, Chowan replied, "Don't stop. Let us engage in a grand battle of 300 rounds today." 0.0 This phrase seems innocuous at first glance, yet it carries an awkward undertone, as if it conceals an additional layer of meaning. Hey, watch out. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Rong called out in a delicate tone and rushed towards Chowan. After exchanging pleasantries the previous evening, Imo may refrain from intruding upon Chowan in the courtyard. Furthermore, given Su Wei Xiong's injuries, the young girl was loath to stray far from her lady's side. Apart from mealtimes, she hardly had a spare moment to seek out Chowan. Meanwhile, within the modest confines of the same quaint town, atop the roof of an inn, Li Hanyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, exuding an odd tranquility. Second City Lord. Shortly thereafter, a disciple from Shuya City, tasked with tracking down Chowan, appeared before Li Hanyi. Do you have news? The voice emanating from beneath the mask was a deep, rugged tone, its timbre altered, perhaps by the mask's peculiar properties or Li Hanyi's own modulation. The man held a sword in his hands and recounted, in accordance with the Second City Lord's instructions, "We scoured the town's outskirts and discovered signs of a struggle by a secluded path. There were at least a dozen individuals involved. Following the traces, we found a hunter 5 miles away who was collecting the bodies. This sword was among those he picked up during the task. According to the hunter, there were 18 weapons present at the scene. Yet only 17 corpses were recovered, and all the silver and medicinal pills had been thoroughly looted, leaving behind only some worthless trinkets. It appears that someone had preemptively ransacked the bodies, neglecting to follow the customary practices of the martial world. Typically, those who traverse the martial realm carry a few taels of silver or valuable items on their person. In the unfortunate event of an unexpected demise, should someone encounter them, it is customary for the finder to claim the silver and ensure the proper burial of the deceased. This has become an unwritten rule, one that most wanderers in the martial world understand and adhere to. Sometimes, a fire may be lit, and out of respect, a pit may be dug to lay the remains to rest. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Hanyi's beautiful eyes beneath the mask. She recalled the state of Sun Yong atop Zong Mountain that day. Chowan had similarly rummaged through Sun Yong's corpse, even going so far as to change his clothing. While it could be attributed to her having torn the garments, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Chowan had indeed meddled with the dead. This sword, Chapter 47. Locking onto the Shangyin Academy, Huang Rong exhausted Li Hanyi's gaze sharpened as he observed the sword cradled in the man's hands. It was evidently a remarkable weapon, worth far more than 1,000 gold pieces. 18 weapons, 17 individuals. While it was conceivable that 2 weapons could be wielded simultaneously, whether as dual blades or twin swords, the entire situation was indeed highly suspicious. Second City Lord, my subordinate has verified that this sword is likely the Hongqi of Bailiang. Hongqi? Li Hanyi murmured with a hint of skepticism, to which the man replied earnestly, the Hongqi fell into the hands of Bailiang over 20 years ago. According to our investigations, it is currently the sword of Su Weisheng, the second princess of Bailiang. Su Weisheng? Shangyin Academy? Li Hanyi whispered, his eyes turning toward the northeast. The direction is correct. The disciple nodded in affirmation, saying, moreover, according to intelligence gathered from Shuiyue City, Bailiang is scheming to establish a foothold in Liang, preparing for the heir Su Fengyan to inherit the throne of Bailiang. Su Zhitian has already married into Jiangnan. Su Weisheng remains stationed at Shangyin Academy. The 2 sisters, one commanding the literary figures of Jiangnan and Liang, the other governing the literary lineage of Liang, are intent on consolidating control over the scholars of Liang and even those across the realm. Recently, Su Fengyan was expelled from the royal residence by Su Xiao for training, and upon Su Weisheng's brief return to the Bailiang royal estate, she did not head east directly but traveled south instead. If we consider the direction, it is plausible that Su Weisheng has appeared in this southern town, which is in close proximity to Bailiang. Li Hanyi nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the northeast. I shall proceed to Shangyin Academy first. You all must investigate closely along the way and leave no stone unturned. As Li Hanyi spoke, he seized the Hongqi sword. With the certainty that this sword belonged to the Hongqi, it was evident that Su Weisheng had indeed traversed this area. What could have compelled her to abandon her personal sword? A grievous injury. Perhaps she was rescued, and her savior did not have the opportunity to retrieve the sword. Coincidentally, not long after, Chowan appeared in this small town, accompanied by an injured woman. Everything seemed too fortuitous. Regardless, she had to visit Shangyin Academy to uncover the truth. That individual must be found, no matter the cost, even if it meant traversing mountains and seas or facing perilous flames. Understood, the man replied, as Li Hanyi took flight with remarkable agility. Observing Li Hanyi's departing silhouette, the man was likewise filled with bewilderment. What unspeakable deed had that man committed to provoke such a fervent response from the typically aloof Second City Lord? Could it be that the 2 had a prior engagement? Was he a faithless lover, betraying the Second City Lord? Yet, there had been no word of Li Hanyi ever being betrothed. The grievances of the world are seldom varied. The enmities between unrelated men and women are particularly straightforward. They either stem from deep-seated familial hatred or the entangled affections of love. Judging by Li Hanyi's obsessive demeanor, it appeared to be the latter. From the outset, she had never uttered a word about wanting to kill Chowan, consistently instructing them to capture him alive. If it were a matter of profound enmity, she would not have given such orders. From this location to Shangyin Academy, at Li Hanyi's speed, she could easily arrive within a day. If the person who rescued Su Weisheng was indeed the one Li Hanyi sought, the truth would soon be revealed. One could only hope to find that individual swiftly. For the first time, he witnessed the Second City Lord so earnest. Ha ha ha, I can't go on any longer. Let us take a break. Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly delicate exterior lies the strength of a bull? Don't you ever tire. At Shangyin Academy, in the courtyard of Su Weisheng, Huang Rong sat breathlessly on a stone bench, casting a resentful glance at Chowan. She had initially believed that pointing out Chowan's flaws would suffice for him to practice and amend them. However, she was astonished to discover his remarkable aptitude. Many mistakes, once highlighted, were rectified within mere half an hour. Moreover, the most critical realization was that Chowen's stamina far exceeded her expectations. They had been at it for an entire morning. Where did this fellow draw such energy from? Did he not tire? Looking at Huang Rong, now slumped on the stone bench, Chowen felt a pang of unfulfilled anticipation. They had only just begun. How could she be exhausted? He glanced at his attributes panel. Xiao Jian 19 styles. Mastery, 85 Wahuduan Mountain Blade. Mastery, 87 Leisurely Walk. Mastery, 89 inch. He was not far from achieving perfection. However, the longer the session continued, the less effective Huang Rong's guidance became. At this point, his experience gain was nearly on par with his own training. Thank you, Chowen said, sheathing his sword and moving beside Huang Rong to pour her a glass of water. After a morning of practice, their progress had reached a satisfactory level. With the double experience card still active and the fatigue from last night's reading nearly dissipated, he was ready to refine his skills further. With this in mind, Chowen returned to his room, retrieving several books to read during the break. Huang Rong stared at him in astonishment, her curiosity piqued. What has gotten into you? She had known Chowen for a while now, and since the day in the small town, it had been 4 days. The previous 3 days had seemed relatively normal, but today he was incredibly diligent. Something was amiss. Chowen glanced up at Huang Rong and explained, no particular stimulus, but I must apologize. I will be busy until late tonight. Thank you for your guidance. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Anything you wish to eat, or I could prepare it myself. Huang Rong had indeed aided him significantly, yet, having spoken, Chowen's attention returned to the book in his hands. Huang Rong's mouth fell slightly agape. Did he truly have no time even for idle chit-chat? Had Su Weisheng said something to him last night? Huang Rong was suspicious. However, given Chowen's demeanor, it was clear that prying any information from him would be futile. Really? Huang Rong asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Chowen smiled nonchalantly. Am I likely to deceive you? Why not share the names of the dishes so I can prepare the ingredients in advance? You can simply enjoy your meal when the time comes. Huang Rong pondered for a moment before responding. That sounds fair, but remember, you owe me a grand feast. However, your new manual will be arriving tomorrow. Let us postpone it. This meal will be noted for later. As Huang Rong spoke, her expression suddenly grew solemn, and with heartfelt gravity, she cautioned, remember my words. If she only offers you 2 precious manuals, do not rush to accept. Wait for my arrival. Chapter 48. Small expectations, greater harvests, all right? Chowen replied with a smile. Huang Rong, her countenance radiant, rose to her feet and added, with such exceptional culinary skills, it is only natural that you prepare the meal for me. As for what I wish to eat, I shall inform you in due course. After all, this is someone else's courtyard. I cannot linger too long, I must take my leave now. With that, Huang Rong lightly stepped away, akin to a lark taking flight. Chowen watched her depart, a hint of wistfulness in his gaze. When would he be able to flit about as she did? Tomorrow, when the topic of the secret manuals arose, Chowen could not suppress his anticipation. Once the manuals were in his possession, the proficiency-level martial arts and mental cultivation cards in his hands would finally be put to use. A rare-grade martial arts manual should bestow upon him considerable enhancement. As for Huang Rong's remark about not accepting the 2 rare manuals initially, although he had acquiesced, he had no intention of adhering to it. Perhaps fortune had truly smiled upon him, and he had inadvertently rescued a young lady of remarkable lineage, who might effortlessly present him with 2 rare manuals, or even one of supreme quality. Yet, since he was the one to propose the 2 rare manuals, and the other party agreed to fulfill the promise, that was sufficient for him. Of course, to claim that he harbored no expectations would be disingenuous. He had indeed suggested 2 rare manuals, but what if the other party insisted on granting him more? He would feel entirely justified in accepting them. After all, who would refuse a gift offered at their doorstep? He was not so noble as to turn away such generosity. Nonetheless, this was merely a modest expectation, not a fixation. Human greed knows no bounds. Desiring thousands when one already has hundreds can only lead to a life fraught with anxiety. Fortunately, he was a man easily contented. Were it not for the formidable presence of Li Hanyi above him, he might very well have sought a more comfortable city in which to settle down, procure a modest residence, and find a sensible, industrious wife through a matchmaker. He could engage in small business ventures, practice martial arts in his leisure time, and enhance his abilities through the system. That would be a life of bliss. If one could live comfortably, who would willingly step outside their comfort zone to endure unnecessary hardships? Initially, he had intended to invite Huang Rong to dinner the following day as a gesture of gratitude and farewell. It was indeed fortuitous to have made a friend at the Shangyin Academy. However, since she had expressed her sentiments, they would have to rely on fate for another meeting. He could only wonder if they would cross paths again. As for Su Weisheng, Chaoan's expression grew more complex. How should they part? He hadn't reached a conclusion, nor perhaps was a farewell necessary. Once the manuals were secured, they would be even. He quickly shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Whatever the case may be, he would address it tomorrow. For now, he needed to focus on his studies, as the time for his double experience card was fleeting. Warm reminder. The double effort experience card time has concluded. Subsequent gains for the host will revert to normalcy. As night fell, the system's alert chimed in Chaoan's ears, marking the end of his double harvest experience card's duration. At last, it was over. Chaoan tossed the book in his hand aside and sprawled onto his bed. The relentless pursuit of knowledge and martial prowess, a race against time. While it was a nostalgic endeavor, moderation was key, lest one invite misfortune. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been as diligent as he was today. Life's demands were indeed challenging. Yet, despite the fatigue, the rewards of the day were remarkably substantial. It was unequivocally a day where the harvest surpassed the effort. Host: Chaoan, age, 23, realm, peak of 7th rank, physique, 633 points. The average physique for a peak 7th rank martial artist is 280. Mental cultivation method, breathing technique, beginner, mastery, 26, martial arts, show sword 19 styles, beginner, mastery. 85, 5 tigers breaking mountains blade, beginner, mastery, 87, leisurely walk, beginner, mastery, 89, skills, medicine, proficient, 13, culinary arts, proficient, 3, military strategy, skilled, 5, chess, skilled, 47, music, skilled, 45, calligraphy, skilled, 42, painting, skilled, 41. All 5 skills had been elevated to proficiency, and their progress was commendable. The rewards were bountiful. These 5 skills had collectively enhanced his physique by 60 points. Additionally, he received 2 medium-grade spirit-nourishing pills, 2 bottles of medium-grade chi restoration pills, 2 bottles of medium-grade blood restoration pills, an exquisite white jade chess set, an ancient zither, and a complete set of calligraphy and painting tools. Fortunately, the items awarded by the system could be stored in the system's space. Otherwise, with such an abundance of belongings, he would have been hard-pressed to carry them all while traversing reality. The 2 medium-grade spirit-nourishing pills could directly augment his internal energy derived from cultivating the foundational mental method by 2 years. Lying on his bed, Chaoan retrieved the pills and consumed them. Drawing from his previous experience, he was now too lethargic to move. There was no need to actively channel his energy. His body would autonomously circulate the mental method to absorb the medicinal potency. The 2 pills should suffice to elevate his realm to 6th rank. Warm currents began to flow into his dantian, transforming into a steady stream of internal energy. Within the dantian, the energy vortex swiftly revolved, its burgeoning power beginning to extend throughout the rest of his body. Transitioning from 9th to 7th rank was merely the most rudimentary stage for martial artists. Ascending from 7th to 6th rank represented a modest advancement. Upon entering the 6th rank, internal energy would directly influence the strength of the body's organs, limbs, and meridians. Thereafter, as one's realm increased, both the body's strength and power would rise accordingly. This was precisely why, despite her tender age, May could effortlessly send him flying without consciously channeling her internal energy. Similarly, though Huang Rong may not possess a deeper understanding of swordplay and blade techniques than Chaoan, she was still able to impart guidance on his martial arts. The disparity in realms rendered any technique futile in the face of absolute power. As the relentless flow of internal energy surged into his dantian, it created immense pressure within his body, akin to a water-filled bottle being overstuffed, engendering a sensation of fullness. However, this feeling did not persist for long. The internal energy swiftly began to permeate through the finer meridians, gradually merging with his organs. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, your realm has successfully ascended to the early 6th rank. Physique 40 points. Current physique 673 points. The average physique for an early 6th rank martial artist is 350 points. Congratulations, host. Through diligent cultivation, your realm has successfully ascended to 6th rank. Reward: 1 high-grade physique pill and 1 small scalability enhancement card. Physique pill, high grade, a pill that enhances physique produced by the system. Consuming it permanently increases physique by 80 points. Small scalability enhancement card. Upon use, it can elevate any one ability to small scale level. As he beheld the rewards for reaching 6th rank, Chowan's pupils widened slightly. This batch of rewards was indeed quite generous. Chapter 49. A modicum of medical skill. Fated rivals. After 2 years of cultivating the foundational heart method and refining his internal energy, he found himself fatigued after breaking through to the initial stage of the 6th rank. Soon, the surging internal energy within him subsided, assimilated by his internal organs. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the superior quality constitution pill into his mouth. Additionally, he had a card for enhancing his abilities at the minor achievement level. With little deliberation, Chowan decided to allocate it to his medical skills. Among the myriad of abilities he possessed, the most practical was undoubtedly medicine. Furthermore, upon reaching mastery level, the rate of improvement in his medical skills had slowed considerably. Even reading books yielded only minimal progress. As he was on the verge of re-entering the world of martial arts, could he really afford to set aside the most useful skill in favor of enhancing one of the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? He was no fool. Such a foolish decision was out of the question. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed the superior quality constitution pill. Constitution 80, current total constitution 753 points. Congratulations, host. The minor achievement level ability enhancement card has been successfully utilized. Your ability medicine has been elevated to minor achievement 1, gained. Constitution 50, acquired special constitution, immunity to 10 poisons. Current total constitution 803 points. Once again, 2 notifications chimed in succession. Observing the increase in his constitution points and comparing them with those of martial artists at the same realm, he felt a stimulating sense of competition. This was primarily due to the fact that Chowan was cultivating basic heart methods and elementary martial arts. The upper limit of these foundational skills was ultimately too low, resulting in only modest improvements. Without the system, had he solely practiced these martial arts and heart methods, he would likely not even be classified among ordinary martial artists, let alone have the opportunity to directly exceed the comprehensive constitution of others at the same realm by a factor of 2. I have heard of the immunity to all poisons, but I have never encountered the immunity to 10 poisons, he mused. Immunity to 10 poisons, : Possessing this constitution grants immunity to all ordinary poisons. After reading the description, Chowan understood that this was essentially a simplified version of the immunity to all poisons. Nevertheless, being immune to all ordinary toxins was indeed quite advantageous, providing an additional layer of protection as he traversed the martial world. In the next moment, knowledge regarding minor achievement level medicine began to flood into his mind, far surpassing that of the mastery level. Pondering for a moment, Chowan's gaze shifted back to the abilities section. System: please apply that mastery level ability card to military strategy. Compared to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, military strategy offered a significantly greater increase in constitution points. Moreover, the rate of improvement in military strategy was somewhat slower. If he had to choose one among the 5 options, military strategy would undoubtedly be his first choice. After all, studying military strategy could be immensely beneficial in life. Mastering the Art of War by Sun Tzu could inspire a powerful existence. Congratulations, host. The mastery level ability card has been successfully used. Your ability military strategy has been elevated to mastery 1, gained. Constitution 25 points, current constitution 828 points. Immunity to 10 poisons is currently being integrated 1, 2, 3. With a constitution of 828 points, the comprehensive constitution of a martial artist at the initial stage of the 6th rank was only 350 points. By this standard, he should have no rivals within the 6th rank. Even among those of the 5th rank, he could confidently challenge them. Having ascended to the 6th rank, he had closed the gap between himself and Li Hanyi by yet another level. Of course, a prodigy like Li Hanyi would undoubtedly possess combat abilities that transcended the ordinary standards set by the system. However, it was still far from sufficient in his mind. the knowledge of military strategy intertwined with that of medicine, rapidly flooding into Chao-En's consciousness. Having exhausted all available resources, he finally closed his eyes, intending to organize the knowledge of medicine and military strategy swirling in his mind. Yet, upon closing and reopening his eyes, inside were several books and an exquisite jade vial. "Wow, is this the secret manual for young Master Chao?" Imome exclaimed, pulling out the 4 books contained within. She looked puzzled and asked, "Didn't young Master Chao only request 2 books? Why did the miss acquire 4? Su Weisheng glanced at Imome and then at the titles of the 4 secret manuals. The first 2 were Heart Sutra of Returning to Origin and Twin Elements Sword of Clear Wind, one a Precious Heart Method and the other a Precious Sword Technique. The remaining 2 were titled Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill and One Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate, both exceptional skills of the highest caliber. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill was a top-tier external cultivation heart method consisting of 13 levels, with increasing explosive power as one trained further. One Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate, a signature move of the legendary swordsman Li Chuangang, could cleave the heavens, sever mountains, split the earth, and cut through all illusions. Su Weisheng raised his eyes to Imome and asked, "Do you truly believe that your miss's life is worth merely 2 precious secret manuals?" Imome came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. "Of course not. The miss's life is priceless. Even 10 or 100 exceptional secret manuals would not suffice." Her gaze was resolute, revealing the sincerity of her words. Su Weisheng smiled lightly and said to Imome, "Give him all 4 secret manuals and the vial of elixir." Though she was tempted to personally confront Chao-En with the 4 manuals and witness his reaction upon discovering the 2 exceptional manuals, she ultimately refrained. Considering that fellow's foul temper, one could only imagine the mischief he might conjure. Curiously, Imome picked up the jade vial, upon which 3 characters were inscribed, "Minor Recovery Pill." "Wow, it's actually a minor recovery pill," Imome exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed a minor recovery pill, a top-tier elixir capable of directly enhancing a martial artist cultivation point. One minor recovery pill could grant a practitioner of exceptional heart methods an increase of 10 years in their power. Even she had never consumed one. Su Weisheng nodded, then cautioned Imome, "When you give it to him, remind him to take only 1 at a time. He must not consume a second until the effects of the first have been fully absorbed. Otherwise, if his meridians rupture from excess, no one will be able to save him." "Oh, I will remind young Master Chao," Imome replied, tilting her head as she glanced at the items in her hands, hesitating slightly. "Miss, young Master Chao is in the courtyard not far away. Should I call him over so you can personally advise him?" Though the young girl was not very old, she was perceptive enough to see through certain matters. Having accompanied Su Weisheng for many years, she had never witnessed her mistress display such warmth towards any other man. Only in the case of young Master Chao did she sense something different. In her idle moments, she would often visit the academy to listen to the instructor's tales. According to the stories, the relationship between her mistress and young Master Chao was referred to as fated rivals. Chapter 50. To give or not to give, the secrets in hand. Su Weisheng lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the little girl who had just cast a glance in her direction. The little girl, startled, promptly replied, "Miss, I shall deliver it at once." Imome nodded eagerly, her mind racing with thoughts of how, having obtained young Master Chao's secret manuals, his mood today would surely be buoyant. An opportunity to celebrate would arise, and how could she resist preparing an exquisite feast? Anticipation coursed through Imome as she grasped the 4 manuals, ready to present them to Chao-En. However, Su Weisheng suddenly recalled something and called out to Imome, "Wait, leave those 2 exceptional manuals and the elixirs behind." The more she pondered, the more aggrieved Su Weisheng felt. Throughout this journey, she had endured considerable torment from that fellow. To simply hand over the 2 exceptional manuals would surely elate him, his grin likely stretching from ear to ear. But what about her? Would that not imply she was easily bullied? The remaining 2 manuals she would present in person once her injuries had healed, and then she could witness the delightful expression on his face. At that moment, she would also reveal his true identity, releasing the pent-up frustration she had endured along the way. Oh, very well." Imome nodded vigorously, her face displaying an expression of understanding. Su Weisheng shot her a glance of exasperation and said, "Hurry along, do not dawdle. Observe his expression and report back to me." "Oh yes, Mo Mei nodded hastily, leaving behind the two exceptional manuals and the vial of elixirs, and made her way to Chowan's courtyard with the remaining two prized manuals. As the first light of dawn broke, Chowan awoke, realizing that today was a momentous occasion. The imminent arrival of the two prized manuals rendered him restless. Soon, his strength would surge to new heights. Rising from his bed, he took up his sword and began practicing several fundamental martial arts techniques in the courtyard. With 3 basic martial arts on the verge of reaching perfection, he anticipated a substantial reward. The higher his proficiency, the greater the reward, and perhaps he might even receive an unexpected surprise. After his training, he intended to seek out Su Weisheng, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the prized manuals. Although he considered going right away, he decided against it, fearing he might seem overly eager. While he had been told the delivery would occur today, it had also been specified for the morning, and being too hasty could be seen as losing face. He had waited several days. A little longer would not hurt. "Young Master Chow, are you awake?" Before he could even begin his practice, Mo Mei's voice called out from outside the courtyard. Chowan paused, surprised by her early arrival. Was she here to deliver the manuals, or perhaps to prepare his meal? Mo Mei entered the courtyard, her face beaming as she greeted, "Young Master Chow, you've risen. I thought you might sleep until noon like the past few days." Chowan's gaze immediately fell upon the 2 books in Mo Mei's hands. Could they be the manuals? The thought quickened his heartbeat. After spending over half a month in this world, he was finally about to possess a respectable martial arts manual. "Are those in your hands?" Chowan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Mo Mei smiled as she approached, saying, "These are the prized manuals you requested, one for internal cultivation and another for swordplay. They just arrived, and Miss instructed me to bring them to you without delay." Mo Mei graciously handed the 2 manuals to Chowan, closely observing his reaction, as she would need to report back to Mississippi. Chowan accepted them, glancing at the titles on the covers. "Heart of Returning to the Origin" and "Sword of the Clear Wind" and "Dual Forms." The names appeared quite pleasing. "Excellent, I accept these," Chowan replied, and Mo Mei, her eyes sparkling, inquired, "Does young Master Chow have anything else to say?" Chowan hesitated for a moment, considering Mo Mei's expectant expression, and then added, "I must first examine the contents of the manuals. If they are indeed of prized quality, then my dealings with your miss will be settled. Once bitten, twice shy." Although he believed Su Weisheng would not resort to deceit, he could not afford to be careless. If they turned out to be forgeries, he would be the one at a disadvantage. "Oh," Mo Mei responded, her heart filled with confusion. Was it truly possible for 2 prized manuals to be fake? However, since Su Weisheng had instructed her not to elaborate, she refrained from further discussion. Observing Mo Mei standing there, somewhat dazed, Chowan asked, "Do you have any other matters?" Mo Mei snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "Oh, no. I shall return to report to Mississippi." With Su Weisheng's instructions in mind, Mo Mei dismissed the idea of discussing meal preparations with Chowan for now, deciding it would be better to return in the afternoon. With that, she took her leave. As for Chowan, once Mo Mei departed, he eagerly opened the Heart of Returning to the Origin, intent on thoroughly examining it. While he could not discern the quality of the manual himself, he had the system. Triggering a notification would reveal its true nature. "Miss, I have delivered the manuals to young Master Chow." In the side hall, Mo Mei returned. Su Weisheng looked at her and asked, "What did he say?" Mo Mei tilted her head and replied honestly, "Young Master Chow appeared quite pleased, though not excessively so." "Oh, and he mentioned that once he confirms those 2 manuals are indeed of prized quality, then our dealings will be settled." Mo Mei recounted Chowan's words. Upon hearing this, Su Weisheng felt a wave of exasperation. This fellow often left one itching to give him a good kick. With his limited perspective and skill level, could he truly discern between high-grade and prized? Moreover, why would she need to deceive him with inferior goods? For a moment, Su Weisheng felt a sense of relief at not having allowed Mo Mei to directly present those 2 exceptional manuals to Chowan. With his lack of discernment, he would likely mistake the exceptional martial arts for mere prized ones. Have we yet to uncover any information about him? 5 days had passed, and Northern Liang's intelligence capabilities were not lacking. Surely there should be some results by now, Mo Mei explained. The intelligence from our scouts can only reach the small town at the foot of the mountain, unlike Northern Liang's public reports that can be delivered directly to the mountain. "I have yet to check today." "I shall go and see," Su Weisheng said. Both she and Mo Mei were equally curious about the true nature of Chowan after 5 days. Northern Liang's intelligence network should have some answers. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the prized manual heart of returning to the origin for half an hour, you have successfully learned it. Current progress, Novice Level 1. As the notification chimed, Chowan finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing the words, prized manual. Thank goodness the woman had a semblance of integrity and did not attempt to deceive him with forgeries. In his mind, the content of the heart of returning to the origin began to crystallize. This was perhaps the aspect he appreciated most about the system. With martial arts manuals, once the system confirmed learning, even the most rudimentary level would flood his mind with knowledge. It was a rather jarring experience, akin to memorizing classical texts in school, rote learning that could be easily forgotten after a single night's sleep. Chapter 51. Huang Rong's sense of justice and identity revelation. The system's imposition was indeed unforgettable, yet it lacked any profound comprehension, merely alleviating the burden of memorization. Nevertheless, this alone warranted a grand commendation for the system. Those who have experienced it know the torment of rote learning, especially when the material is beyond one's understanding. Although he possessed a master-level skill enhancement card, Chowan was not in a hurry to utilize it. Once he verified the quality of the remaining tome, Qingfeng Liangyi Sword, he would be ready to depart from Shangyin Academy. Awakening early in the morning, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if some voice urged him to leave promptly. The longer he lingered, the more likely he would find it impossible to escape. Chowan sighed. Despite having spent only a few days at Shangyin Academy, he felt a pang of reluctance. Perhaps it was the reluctance to part with such tranquil and harmonious moments. After leaving Shangyin Academy, he would return to a life of wandering, enduring hardships, and living as a drifter. Opening the Qingfeng Liangyi Sword manual, Chowan brandished his sword and began practicing in the courtyard. With the foundation of the 19 elegant swords, Qingfeng Liangyi Sword proved to be much easier to grasp. Congratulations, host. By diligently practicing the exquisite sword technique, Qingfeng Liangyi Sword, you have successfully learned it. Current progress, 1, not yet initiated. In less than 10 minutes, the system's notification chimed again. Observing that it was also an exquisite sword technique, Chowan nodded in satisfaction. With 2 precious manuals now in hand, it was time for him to set forth. Is that so? Did she truly hand you the manuals? At that moment, a melodious voice akin to a nightingale resonated, and Chowan didn't need to look up to know that Huang San had arrived. Chowan replied with a calm smile, Indeed, I acquired them, and they have been verified as exquisite manuals. Huang Rong leapt down from the wall, her expression grave as she remarked, Did I not mention? If she only offers you exquisite manuals, do not hastily accept them. Wait for me to arrive first. Why did you accept them? Approaching Chowan, she glanced at the 2 manuals on the table, flipping through them briefly before confirming their authenticity. Indeed, they were exquisite. A hint of anger flickered across her stunning face, not directed at Chowan, but rather at Su Weisheng. She felt it was unjust for Chowan. Come, let us confront her. Is she merely sending you off with 2 exquisite manuals, as if you were a beggar? Huang Rong exclaimed, seizing Chowan's hand, ready to seek accountability from Su Weisheng. However, Chowan remained still, gently pulling Huang Rong back, and calmly stated, Huang San, let it be. The 2 exquisite manuals were my request. She honored her promise by providing them. If there is any loss, it is due to my own lack of experience and narrow vision, not to blame others. Huang Rong paused, gazing at Chowan's sincere expression. Instead of calming her, it only intensified her anger. How could someone so pure-hearted be deceived by Su Weisheng? Did she not fear retribution for her actions? Having heard much about the cunning nature of the second princess of Bailiang, Huang Rong was astonished that she would scheme even against her savior. Moreover, Chowan had not made any excessive demands, merely a few manuals of skill. Did Bailiang lack the capacity for generosity? As Huang Rong's thoughts spiraled into frustration, she looked at Chowan with a serious gaze and asked, Do you know who she is? She is Su Weisheng, the second princess of Bailiang. To her, 2 exquisite manuals are nothing. Given how you treated her before, with unwavering loyalty and commitment, how does she regard you? Originally, if Su Weisheng had provided something reasonable, Huang Rong would not have wished to disclose her identity. After all, she, too, had her own concerns about revealing her true identity to Chowan, fearing it might affect their friendship due to the implications of her background. But now, Su Weisheng had only offered 2 exquisite manuals, which was patently an insult. Since it had come to this, there was no need for Huang Rong to protect Su Weisheng anymore. Chaoan was her friend, and she would undoubtedly side with him in this matter. Come, I will take you to confront her. You need not fear her identity. This is Shangyin Academy. Should her ungrateful actions be revealed, she shall find no refuge here. With me around, you need not worry about what she might do. Huang Rong asserted, once again taking hold of Chaoan's hand, prepared to seek out Su Weisheng. However, upon hearing Huang Rong's words, Chaoan stood frozen in place. What? Who? The second princess of Bailiang, Su Weisheng? The person he had saved was Su Weisheng? Yet, wasn't she said to be plain and unremarkable? That was clearly an exquisite beauty. Are you saying, she is Su Weisheng? Chaoan could scarcely believe his ears. Huang Rong replied directly, could I possibly deceive you? Besides, this is Shangyin Academy. You can easily inquire and confirm her identity. In this entire Shangyin Academy, it seems you are the only one unaware of her true identity. In a secluded courtyard of Shangyin Academy, he recalled the reverent yet fearful gazes of the students. Su Shisan? Su Weisheng? He should have anticipated this sooner. Wait. If she was indeed Su Weisheng, then he... Chaoan's pupils dilated as memories of his interactions with Su Weisheng flooded his mind. Suddenly, cold sweat began to trickle down his back. In the original narrative, Su Weisheng was not a character to be trifled with. Her danger level surpassed even that of Li Hanyi. Even though this was a world of mixed martial arts, where many things had changed, he couldn't dismiss the fact that, despite alterations, she could not have become that much more benign. Recalling the day when she had abruptly driven him away, had she possessed a sword in hand, he might have met a graver fate. Moreover, after arriving at Shangyin Academy, Su Weisheng had begun her recovery and had even insisted he stay in the side courtyard, catering to his every request. Could it be that she intended to exact revenge on him once she regained her strength? Reflecting on Su Weisheng's earlier expressions of barely contained rage, Chaoan felt a surge of trepidation. What he had perceived as a struggle was, in truth, her restraint, biding her time until she could seek vengeance. Chaoan stood in shock. A delicate hand rested on his shoulder, gently patting him. Indeed, she is Su Weisheng, but do not be intimidated by her status. This is Shangyin Academy, not Bailiang. You are her savior. If she tries to deceive you with these trifles, she would risk tarnishing her own reputation. Do not fear her. Huang Rong's resolute demeanor instilled a sense of determination in Chaoan. Knowing Su Weisheng's identity and remaining so composed, it was evident that this Huang San was not an ordinary person. In typical circumstances, upon hearing such a title, anyone would have retreated far away. Who would dare to confront the second princess of Bailiang? Moreover, this individual might very well be a future inheritor of the literary legacy of Liang. Chapter 52. With a tinge of sorrow in his heart, he departed. However, regardless of the other party's intentions or true identity, Chaoan discerned genuine sincerity in the young woman's eyes. The actions she took were clearly for his benefit. Gazing into her unwavering gaze, a flicker of emotion crossed Chaoan's eyes as he remarked, I understand you are advocating for me, and I appreciate your goodwill. Yet, confronting her is quite unnecessary. Indeed, the 2 precious tomes I offered were my bargaining chips, and I had been candid with her. Once the manuscripts were secured, all debts would be settled. Words spoken in haste bear little weight. It was not that Chaoan truly feared Su Weisheng's unwillingness to confront him. Rather, he recognized that even if he did engage in discourse, the final word would rest with Su. Creating an uncomfortable scene would only serve to his detriment. One must remember that the Shangyin Academy attracted scholars from all corners of the world, potentially including individuals from Bailey or even those from Shueiyue City. Should the matter escalate, news would inevitably return to Shueiyue City, sealing his fate. Even if Su Weisheng ultimately conceded and offered him a more generous reward, he would need to survive to enjoy it. Of course, a part of Chaoan's heart bled at the thought. He recalled that initially, he had sought the absolute tomes, but out of concern for his counterpart's ability to procure them, he had settled for the precious ones. If only he had been a bit more resolute back then. The absolute tomes, though merely a tier above the precious ones, were exponentially more challenging to obtain, at least tenfold, if not more. Weakness of heart is indeed a malady. Chaoan wished he could slap himself to amend this wretched flaw, but now, Given the current situation, even 10 Xiaonis could not match a single Su San, no, Su Weisheng. As for tearing the Fade, as Huang Rong suggested, reflecting on the events that transpired, it was impossible for Chowan to claim he felt no pangs of compassion for such a beauty. He was human, a young man with a full heart, both physiologically and psychologically normal. How could he remain unmoved? After all, she had fulfilled her promise, and in her current demeanor, she had preserved a semblance of dignity for both parties. Chowan let out a long sigh, inwardly lamenting to the system. Oh, system, what am I to do with this bitter feeling in my heart? The world is fraught with treachery. I cannot withstand it. Might you allow me to return and live as a heartless, emotionless laborer? System, Chowan was filled with reflections that Su Weisheng. Why must Chowan smiled serenely? Let us not dwell on her matters. Let us speak of something else. Casting aside his inner discontent, he forced a smile and said, Since you are here, I shall bid you farewell. I am leaving. You? What? You are leaving? Huang Rong stared at Chowan in astonishment, instinctively asking, Where to? The abruptness of the farewell caught Huang Rong off guard. Chowan gazed toward the base of the Xiyin Academy, pondering, I have yet to decide. I shall wander and see, as if traversing the world. He truly had no plan. His departure from Shua City had been similar, only deciding now, staying at the Xiyin Academy was no longer an option, and he had to distance himself further. After all, if Su Weisheng sought him out for retribution, it would be a significant predicament. Is it due to Su Weisheng's identity? Huang Rong asked with curiosity. On that day in the small town, Chowan had carried the nearly lifeless Su Weisheng on his journey. The distance from the town to the Xiyin Academy was not insignificant, spanning over 1,000 miles. Was it all merely for 2 precious tomes? Chowan shook his head. I had already contemplated leaving. Moreover, I was merely escorting her to the Xiyin Academy. She is not related to him. I cannot linger here simply because I am his lifesaver, can I? Huang Rong lowered her gaze, muttering softly, She might not regard you as her savior. Surely the travel expenses exceed the value of a single precious tome. Chowan chuckled at Huang Rong's murmurs, genuinely amused. It was evident that she genuinely cared for him. Such a friend was worth cherishing. If she does not see me as a benefactor, then I must depart, mustn't I? Chowan countered with a smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for considering my plight, and for standing up for me. I will remember you as a friend, one for a lifetime. Huang Rong slightly raised her head. Her height fell nearly a head shorter than Chowan. Her head barely reached his chin. They stood close, her sparkling eyes gazing up at the radiant smile on his face. This was the first time she had looked at a boy from such proximity. In that fleeting moment, her heart inexplicably raced faster. Chowan looked down, while Huang Rong gazed up at that instant, their eyes intertwined, their heartbeats seemingly resonating in unison. However, it was but a brief moment. The young girl quickly faltered, hastily averting her gaze and stepping back to create distance, turning her back to him. What was that sensation just now? How had she never experienced such a thing before? The girl felt warmth enveloping her, her heart pounding like a young deer, almost leaping from her throat. Huang Rong's sudden action left Chowan somewhat bewildered. He believed he had said nothing amiss. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Chowan inquired, concern evident in his voice. Huang Rong was certain her face was now flushed beyond recognition. She turned her back and quickly shook her head. I am fine. Do not come closer. Chowan was perplexed, yet everything appeared normal before him. Nothing seemed amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Moreover, my visit to the Xiyin Academy has yielded other rewards beyond these 2 tomes. After all, I have made a friend in you. Some things are more precious than absolute tomes, treasures that money cannot buy. For instance, the sincerity that exists in this very moment. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong's heart raced even faster. Really, is that true? I, too, find that my greatest gain from this journey to the Xiyin Academy has been your friendship. Huang Rong stammered, attempting to steady her emotions. What was happening to her? Surely her inner thoughts had not gone awry, had they? Are you truly all right? Chowan asked, his worry growing present. His medical skills had reached a minor level of proficiency. The knowledge he possessed could easily establish him as a renowned physician in any town. Had he possessed such skills when rescuing Su Weisheng, he would not have had to carry him around seeking medical help, only to encounter obstacles at every turn. With his current abilities, if he were to face Su Weisheng's condition again, he could confidently assure that the man would not perish under his care. In fact, had he begun treatment back then, Su Weisheng would likely have fully recovered by now, able to wield his sword as before. From her demeanor and condition, Huang Rong should have been perfectly fine. Chapter 53. Have you been teased, playing a big game? Oh dear, I truly am fine, please turn around. The soft voice carried a hint of melancholy, leaving Chowan momentarily puzzled. Me? Turn around? If I ask you to turn, then just do it. Do you still consider me a good friend? Chowan found himself utterly perplexed by Huang Rong's intentions. All right, I shall turn. Reluctantly, Chowan complied. Yet, even the smallest of women possess their own intricacies. Their thoughts cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Moreover, Huang Rong was no longer a child. After confirming that Chowan had indeed turned away, Huang Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hastily channeled her inner strength, suppressing her tumultuous emotions with great haste. After a while, her disordered heart began to regain its composure. Huang Rong lifted her gaze to glance at Chowan's back, and a flicker of brilliance danced in her eyes. Although Chowan spoke of parting ways, it seemed their story was far from over. He mentioned a desire to wander the martial world, did he not? Was she not on a similar path? Her arrival at the Yin Academy was, after all, to witness the spectacle between Su Weisheng and Chowan. Her gains were substantial. She had discerned the essence of both individuals. Point one was Su Weisheng, the first among the deputy rankings of Liyang, the second princess of Bailiang. Despite his academic prowess, his character left much to be desired. From this moment forth, she would regard Su Weisheng with a degree of disdain. The other was Chowan, an obscure figure, an ordinary warrior of low martial prowess. Yet, from him, she had gleaned invaluable insights, lessons she could not perceive in others. He was indeed a remarkable individual, so unique that it felt as though he were the sole one of his kind in this world. Chowan was departing, the spectacle had concluded, and she too should take her leave. Moreover, as they both traversed the martial world, it seemed they were still on the same journey. However, it appeared that her identity as Huang Xin could use a change. All right, you may turn back now. A sweet smile reappeared on Huang Rong's face. Chowan, utterly bewildered, turned back to her and asked, "What is going on?" "This is all rather perplexing." Huang Rong felt a twinge of vulnerability and quickly replied, "Oh, you wouldn't understand. It's a girl-less matter. Why do you ask so many questions, you big man?" She couldn't possibly admit that it felt as if she had been charmed by this fellow. How embarrassing that would be. Very well. Chowan completely relinquished his curiosity, gazing at Huang Rong with a slight sigh. "Speaking of which, you still owe me a meal. How about we go to the small town at the foot of the mountain for a meal?" Huang Rong hesitated before quickly adding, "No, what I desire is for you to sincerely invite me and prepare it with your own hands. I cannot accept a meal that is merely a formality, hastily taken at some restaurant." Chowan smiled helplessly. "As long as you are willing to wait and do not assume that I am intentionally avoiding this meal, then that is all that matters. The martial world is vast, and for some, a single parting could signify a lifetime of separation." Huang Rong replied calmly, "How could that be? Rest assured, we shall meet again. Very soon," she silently added in her heart. "All right." Chowan smiled knowingly, granting his agreement. This could be regarded as a promise between him and Huang Rong, a meal to share. "Now then, since you do not intend to pursue this matter further, there is little reason for me to remain here. As you know, I am not a student of the Yin Academy. It is time for me to depart." With Chowan's imminent departure, there was nothing left to bind her to this place. Chowan nodded, raising his hand in a solemn gesture. "May the road of the martial world be kind to you." Pfft. Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh at Chowan's earnestness. "Enough of this. You make it sound as if we are parting forever, and I do not favor such sentiments. Now that I am leaving, remember that you still owe me a meal, one that requires your own preparation. We will meet again soon." With that, Huang Rong exited the courtyard without a trace of reluctance. "Is this girl really leaving so decisively?" Chowan murmured as he watched Huang Rong walk away. However, considering her personality, it was not entirely unexpected. She was indeed a person of strong emotions. Engaging in conversation with Huang Rong had alleviated much of the anxiety he felt upon discovering Su Weisheng's identity. Regardless, the deed had already been done. If Su Weisheng were to hold a grudge against him, then so be it. There was little he could do in this world. There is no remedy for regret, nor did the system grant him the ability to rewind time. If only, he vowed he would never ride a roller coaster again, nor would he choose to traverse to this world. This realm was far too arduous, perilous, and the human heart far too intricate. With Huang Rong's departure, Chaoan returned to his room to begin packing. His belongings were quite minimal. The provisions he had brought along were nearly depleted by the time he reached the Yin Academy. Besides, now that he had reached a place of rest, who would prefer to eat dry rations when daily treats and roasted chicken were readily available? As for the supplies needed for his onward journey, he could purchase them in the small town at the foot of the mountain. Other than that, it was merely a few sets of change of clothes and a water pouch. The rewards from the system were stored within the system space. Even the sword he practiced with daily was conveniently kept within the system space, allowing him to retrieve and return it at will. Once everything was packed, Chaoan cast one last glance at the courtyard. The days of peaceful living had indeed been nostalgic. Yet, reason urged him that it was time to leave. If he lingered any longer, it might truly appear as though he were seeking favors in return. Perhaps I should leave a letter. Chaoan hesitated slightly. Departing without a word felt somewhat impolite. After pondering for a moment, he turned back into his room to fetch a brush and ink. This had been prepared beforehand, though he lacked paper. However, that was of no consequence. He had some on hand, as he had already memorized the content of the manual. Without further hesitation, Chaoan tore a page from it and boldly inscribed the words, "I have departed." His gaze wandered towards Su Weisheng's courtyard in the distance as he sighed, "Until we meet again. I wonder if you will think of me." If that Su Shi-san, no, Su Weisheng has any conscience, then perhaps he will. If he lacked a conscience, then it would simply be his misfortune, his sincerity wasted on those unworthy. However, he truly had no cause for lament, for he had already obtained what he desired. It was merely Huang Rong's interference that had led him to entertain some unrealistic fantasies. I shall take my leave. Chaoan found a stone to weigh down the paper on the stone table in the courtyard. He then glanced once more toward the entrance, contemplating before, emulating Huang Rong. He took a few steps and gracefully leaped over the wall, departing. "Miss, we have received news about young Master Chao." Meanwhile, in the side hall, the excited Mu Mei presented a stack of papers to Su Weisheng, containing information regarding Chaoan. Su Weisheng set aside the book he had been reading and immediately accepted the papers from Mu Mei's hands. The first page bore a portrait of Chaoan, skillfully rendered, capturing his likeness with remarkable detail. However, upon reading the description beneath the image, Su Weisheng's brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 54. The Bounty of Shuiyue City. The young overlord of Daong, the bounty of Shuiyue City? How is he connected to Shuiyue City? At this moment, Mo Mei began to elaborate. The identity of young Master Chao is quite mysterious. Aside from being wanted by Shuiyue City, he has only appeared in the Zongwu. Prior to that, there was not a shred of information about him. Not only us, but even Shuiyue City, which issued the bounty, could not trace a single lead. It's as though young Master Chao emerged from thin air. As the adept messenger for Su Weisheng, Mo Mei had naturally perused this information in advance, and even consulted with the Beiliang spies lurking in the small town. Su Weisheng did not respond but meticulously read through the contents of the paper. The information matched closely with what Mo Mei had conveyed. Emerged from thin air. Su Weisheng furrowed his brow as well. How could he have possibly just appeared? Either the individual had undergone a transformation, living under a different guise all along, or he belonged to a hidden sect that had just revealed itself to the world. Otherwise, there would be no way to leave no trace. Have you not discerned why Shuiyue City wants him apprehended? Su Weisheng was primarily concerned about the relationship between Chaoan and Shuiyue City. Mo Mei explained, the correspondence indicates that the bounty was personally issued by the second city lord of Shuiyue City. The sword immortal Li Hanyi. Seems he has offended Li Hanyi. According to the intel, Li Hanyi is quite invested in young Master Chao, and has personally pursued him. I wonder if he has traced him to the Yin Academy. As Mo Mei spoke, she seemed to realize something. No wonder young Master Chao suddenly inquired about the sword immortal of Shuiyue, the day before yesterday. It turns out he has offended Li Hanyi. Su Weisheng looked up in surprise and asked, he asked you about it. What did he inquire? May tilted her head in recollection. It wasn't he much. He just asked about Li Hanyi's strength and realm. I recall his expression was rather grim at the time. Su Weisheng frowned once more. Recalling the place where she was ambushed, it was near the border of Bailey and Liang, and Chaoan must have come from the southern part of Bailey, heading northward. Additionally, when she had asked Chaoan why he preferred the back roads over hiring a carriage on the official road, he responded that he was worried about exposing her whereabouts and attracting unnecessary trouble. Now it seemed that Chaoan's words might not have been entirely truthful. That fellow was likely evading the pursuit of Li Hanyi, wasn't he? Moreover, from this perspective, it would make sense that Chaoan was able to rescue her in such a secluded location. Noticing Su Weisheng deep in thought, May suggested, "Miss, young Master Chao is just next door. Shall we invite him over for a few inquiries?" May glanced towards the side courtyard, her questioning gaze directed at Su Weisheng. Su Weisheng also looked toward the side courtyard and nodded gently. Understanding, May hurried off towards the side courtyard. Meanwhile, as he sauntered down the mountain with remarkable speed, Chaoan felt relieved. Fortunately, Su Weisheng had already given him prior notice when he ascended the mountain, and now, being somewhat of a notable figure at the Xianyin Academy, descending this mountain was not difficult at all. Soon, Chaoan arrived at the small town at the foot of the mountain and began to procure provisions and other essentials for his travels in the Zongwu. This time, he did not intend to travel by land as he had previously. With his mind now infused with military strategies, his thoughts had become significantly clearer than before. Reflecting on his earlier escape, he recognized that while there were no major flaws in his planning, numerous minor oversights remained. For instance, during his journey, he had passed through several small towns, but aside from the one where he sought medical aid for Su Weisheng, he had not lingered in any of them. He had paid little attention to his disguise, which was a mistake he should not have made. Clothes can alter many aspects of a person and significantly influence others' perceptions. He should have changed outfits more frequently, even resorting to some form of disguise, such as wearing a false beard or a mask, making it impossible for the people of Shuiyue City to locate him. Furthermore, he had predominantly taken back roads, avoiding the official roads unless absolutely necessary, which was not an ideal strategy either. To effectively shake off pursuers, he needed to create diversions and blend reality with illusion. Solely relying on back roads could leave him with more vulnerabilities, allowing the pursuers to pinpoint him. But of course, these oversights were already made, and there was no way to remedy them now, but he had to be more cautious in the future, proceeding step by step with vigilance. Traveling by water was the swiftest and most secure method. Unless one were a terrifyingly formidable opponent akin to a deity on land, even the most skilled individuals could not maintain flight indefinitely, nor could they linger atop the water's surface. To truly pursue him, unless they knew his destination, they would have to set off overland and race to the destination to wait for him. Otherwise, they would have to follow him by water. In this era, even the fastest ships had speed limitations, so as long as the time gap exceeded 2 hours, it would be nearly impossible to catch up. Moreover, traveling by water would afford him more time to practice martial arts and refine his skills, hastening his growth. Li Hanyi was at least in the mid-stages of the Master Fengyao realm, while he was merely at the initial stages of the 6th rank. The gap between them was far from trivial. He needed to strengthen himself promptly to narrow that distance until he possessed the ability to ensure his own safety. Having descended the mountain with relative ease, Chaoan exhaled in relief. This isn't dangerous at all. He surveyed his surroundings. The sun shone brightly, and the town bustled with life, filled with laughter and joy. Where was the terror Su Weisheng had described? Observing this, Chaoan couldn't help but scoff. She warned me not to wander outside. I suspect that woman is merely worried I might discover her identity and then demand a heftier reward. Am I the kind of person who would do that? She truly underestimates me, thinking like a petty person about a gentleman. With a look of disdain, Chaoan felt as if he had been peered at through a crack in the door, as if he were being belittled. However, not long after, Chaoan sensed something was amiss. Within the town, the number of scholars bustling about was noticeably greater than when he had carried Su Weisheng up the mountain. Yet today, without Su Weisheng in tow, why did it seem that the gazes directed at him were even more venomous than before? What was happening? Chaoan was perplexed. He had been staying in Su Weisheng's courtyard these past few days and had not offended anyone, had he? When people look at you oddly in uncertain situations, you should return the gaze with equal peculiarity to induce self-doubt, thus securing your victory, however. It was one thing for one or two individuals to regard him thus. It seemed as though all the passing male scholars looked at him with disdain. A few women were casting similar glances as well. Had he offended them or encroached upon their rice supply? Hey, did I provoke you? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chowan seized a slender, seemingly frail scholar and glared at him, angrily declaring, "You better not look at me like that, or I swear I'll beat you up." After all, he was once the young overlord of Daong, renowned throughout the Kongsong Mountain, Santai Slope, Liangho Water, and Dadi Village. If he were to swallow this indignation, his former companions would surely mock him mercilessly. Chapter 55. The Thief Chow, Lifelong Rival, I.U. Upon hearing this, the student was instantly flushed with embarrassment. Crude! This scoundrel is utterly uncouth. Nevertheless, his eyes remained filled with venomous resentment as he resolutely declared to Chowan, "Humph! Thief Chow, I shall not share the heavens with you." The opponent, lacking any martial prowess, was merely a frail scholar. Faced with Chowan's overwhelming demeanor, he was infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration. After leaving behind a harsh retort, he fled, his eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Deep within, he silently vowed that from this day forth, he would train in martial arts and trample this rogue underfoot. The shame of today would become a lifelong enmity. Why would we not share the heavens? This left Chowan utterly bewildered. Furthermore, this fellow seemed to recognize him. It appeared he had done nothing to provoke such notoriety. Where is the thief Chow? Get out of the way. Everyone, clear the path. Thief Chow, I challenge you to a duel. At that moment, a young man clad in the garb of the Upper Yin Academy rushed towards Chowan, his eyes ablaze and a sword in hand, approaching with great fervor. What on earth is happening? Thankfully, this student was also untrained in martial arts. Observing his frantic approach, Chowan discerned his lack of combat skills. Quick-witted, Chowan seized the assailant's wrist with a serious expression, tightening his grip. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. You're going to break my wrist. The young man immediately wilted, hastily begging for mercy. Chowan, perplexed, gazed at him and inquired, "Hey, my friend, I don't believe we've met before, nor have I offended you in any way. What deep-seated grudge compels you to risk your life against me?" The young man, face contorted in pain, suddenly steadied his gaze and declared resolutely, "Thief Chow, kill me if you must. To die for her would mean I could be remembered by her for eternity. I, Lu Yunfong, would have no regrets." With that, Lu Yunfong adopted a demeanor of grand sacrifice. Who is she? The inquiry echoed in Chowan's mind. Are the people from the Upper Yin Academy all mad? Yet, Lu Yunfong's words sparked a commotion among the surrounding students. Indeed, they could not attain her affections, as she scarcely spared them a glance. However, if this act could capture her attention, would it not be a means to an end? Run! At that moment, a figure darted past Chowan, seizing his hand and pulling him forward. Chowan was momentarily taken aback. The force was so great that even his robust physique failed to react in time, and he was dragged along. Thief Chow, do not escape. Thief Chow, halt. I will tear you to pieces. Thief Chow, for the grudge of stealing my wife, I will fight you to the death. Count me in. What merits does this Thief Chow possess? I am 100 times stronger than him. Thief Chow, you are my lifelong rival. Seeing Chowan flee, dozens of students erupted into a frenzy, pursuing him relentlessly. The cacophony of insults sent shivers down Chowan's spine. What heinous act had he committed to incur such wrath? And the most puzzling part was that he himself had no idea. Moreover, who was this person dragging him away? The figure was obscured, their face hidden, clad in tattered garments with a small, dark felt hat atop their head, petite in stature, barely reaching his chin. From the silhouette, they appeared quite young. After running a considerable distance and weaving through several turns, the duo finally ducked into a narrow alley, successfully evading their pursuers. Ha ha! We've finally shaken them off. Breathing heavily, the figure dressed as a little beggar, Huang Rong, let out a sigh of relief. Chowan, following closely behind, also exhaled in relief. Despite the fact that most of them were ordinary students lacking martial skills, the bizarre situation left him utterly perplexed. "Who are you?" Chowan scrutinized Huang Rong, finding her silhouette somewhat familiar. Huang Rong turned around, her delicate features smeared with dirt to conceal her identity. Slightly utilizing her internal energy, she lowered her voice and said to Chowan, "What? Has it only been a short while and you've already forgotten me? That day in Qingchuan town, you treated me and a gu to a meal. You are the little beggar." Realization dawned upon Chowan as he recalled their previous encounter. The youth he met while carrying Su Weisheng on his back, the leader of a gu. "What are you doing here? And why were those people chasing me? I don't believe I offended them." Seeing that Chowan did not recognize her, Huang Rong felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Although she had deliberately concealed her identity, she still felt a tinge of sadness when he failed to recognize her. After glancing around to ensure they were no longer being pursued, she asked Chowan, "I was just about to ask you, what brings you here?" "I, the little beggar, am free as a bird, wandering the world wherever I please. As for you, you truly do not know why those people are after you?" Huang Rong's gaze scrutinized Chowan. Of course, she knew he was oblivious because he had only just discovered Su Weisheng's identity and had not left her residence in days. Had Chowan ventured outside, he would have undoubtedly learned the truth about Su Weisheng's background long ago. Chowan, utterly perplexed, shook his head. "I have no idea. Since arriving at the Upper Yin Academy, I haven't gone out, nor have I done anything to provoke their wrath." Observing Chowan's bewildered expression, Huang Rong couldn't help but smile. At times, he was quite clever, yet at other times, he seemed rather foolish. After a moment's thought, Huang Rong asked, "The friend you were carrying that day in the town, was she the second princess of Bailiang, Su Weisheng?" Chowan paused, gazing at Huang Rong in confusion, yet he nodded. "Indeed. She mentioned she wanted to come to the Upper Yin Academy, so I brought her here. It has been about 4 or 5 days." Huang Rong explained, "Su Weisheng is renowned as the future literary heir of Liang, possessing knowledge that surpasses even many of the instructors here at the Upper Yin Academy is a treasure trove of talent, gathering countless elites from the entire divine martial continent. If those individuals were to strike, even she might not be able to intervene." Chapter 56. Li Hanyi pursues, recognizing him. At this juncture, if Chowan remained oblivious, it would indeed be a testament to his foolishness. No wonder those individuals spoke of the resentment of a stolen wife. The intensity of their gaze suggested they would relish the opportunity to devour him whole. Admirers? Illegitimate fans? A venomous situation. How fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, that he found himself entangled in such a predicament. "Ah, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have remained blissfully ignorant. By the way, where is a gu? Did he not accompany you?" Chowan glanced around but failed to spot a gu. Huang Rong elucidated, "I have known a gu for no longer than you have. I noticed that the lad possesses admirable qualities, so I took him under my wing and imparted a few self-defense techniques to him. After you departed, I too made my exit. To think I would encounter you here at Shangyin Academy? Are you preparing to leave?" Huang Rong's acting skills would undoubtedly earn her a place in modern textbooks. The genuine curiosity reflected in her eyes belied her prior knowledge of the answer. Chowan nodded. "Having delivered the person and concluded my business, it is only natural." Before he could finish, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure in the distance, a rugged and menacing silver mask coming into view. That mask. Chowan's eyes widened in alarm as cold sweat instantly drenched his back, prompting him to hastily turn Huang Rong away from sight. Startled by Chowan's sudden action, Huang Rong gazed at him with confusion. What is it? Could it be that Su Weisheng was in pursuit? With that thought, she instinctively leaned to peek behind Chowan, eager to uncover the truth. However, Chowan swiftly pulled her back, firmly holding her head in place and whispering, "Don't look, don't move, don't speak." Beads of sweat trickled down Chowan's forehead involuntarily. She was indeed after him. Li Hanyi had truly come. Was this woman akin to a bloodhound? After running thousands of kilometers, from Bailey to Liang, from Shuyue City to Shangyin Academy, how could she still track him down? Heaven above, this cannot be. I have only just traversed this realm, and it has yet to be a month I am a newcomer. Spare me this turmoil. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Chowan dared not turn around, nor did he dare to move, fearing that any slight motion might draw Li Hanyi's attention, which would spell disaster. Huang Rong's face was held in his hands, and perhaps due to Chao An's overwhelming anxiety, he forgot to release her. With his hands still cupping her face, she could discern the palpable panic etched across his features. Even from a distance, she could feel the rapid rhythm of his anxious heartbeat. What had Chao An seen to elicit such trepidation? After what felt like an eternity, the worst outcome did not manifest. That person should not have noticed you. She must have moved on. Oblivious to what Chao An had witnessed, Huang Rong was merely reminding him that enough time had elapsed, and he should not have drawn attention. Snapped back to reality by Huang Rong's words, Chao An gradually released his hold on her head and cautiously turned to survey the street. Not a trace of Li Hanyi remained, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little beggar, this place is no longer safe. I must leave immediately. We shall meet again. With his heart slightly steadied, Chao An regained his composure and made a decisive resolution. He needed to depart this place without delay. After bidding Huang Rong farewell, he scrutinized his surroundings with utmost caution, stealthily making his way toward the docks. Hey, wait for me. Huang Rong, having intended to accompany Chao An, would not allow him to slip away so easily, promptly trailing after him. Navigating through the shadows, Chao An stealthily reached the docks, spending 20 taels of silver to secure passage on the fastest medium-sized merchant vessel at the town's harbor. Just as he prepared to board and flee, he was once again halted. Are you certain you wish to travel with me? Do not blame me for not warning you. I am in grave danger and could be captured or viciously slain at any moment. If you board the same vessel as I, it is highly likely you will also be affected if they come after me. Chao An gazed at the persistent little beggar following him, feeling utterly exasperated. What had possessed this girl to insist on accompanying him? She claimed her desire to wander the martial world in tandem with him, seeking companionship. Given that she had aided him previously, he felt reluctant to outright refuse her. Huang Rong shook her head with unwavering determination. I mentioned this back in the town. I have resolved to be your friend. Regardless of what seeks to harm you, I shall protect you. With me by your side, they will not dare to lay a finger on you. Huang Rong confidently asserted, patting her chest. Chao An paused momentarily. Why did her tones sound so familiar? Moreover, as his gaze fell upon her eyes, they bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Perhaps it was due to having held her face for too long earlier, or perhaps his nervousness had caused his palms to sweat, but the thick layer of ash on his face had lightened considerably. This visage, a delicate and exquisite countenance surfaced in his mind, and he compared it to the girl before him. He matched perfectly, so it was her. Chao An suddenly realized, no wonder that gaze felt so familiar. This figure was indeed known to him. Huang San, engaging in such clandestine antics, are we? If we are to play, then let us play. Chao An's lips curled into a smile. If this little beggar truly was Huang San, could it be that she had been tailing them since the town? But why would she wish to follow him? Did she harbor a grudge against Su Weisheng? Yet why continue to accompany him now that Li Hanyi had reached Chang'an Academy? It was evident that Huang Rong had no ties to Shuyue City. Furthermore, she had previously assisted him in exposing Su Weisheng's deceit, indicating little connection to him. Could it truly be just because of that meal? Considering the girl's forthright nature, perhaps it was not entirely implausible. Feeling the weight of Chao An's gaze upon her, Huang Rong began to feel uneasy and swiftly turned her head, lowering her voice. Why do you stare at me like that? Are you worried I cannot protect you? A hint of guilt crept into Huang Rong's heart as she silently pondered. What if Chao An recognizes her? If Chao An recognized the little beggar as Huang San, he would smile knowingly and declare, very well, since you are unafraid of danger, then accompany me. However, I must preface this. If we encounter peril, do not hold me accountable for any mishaps. Since the girl was eager for adventure, Chao An was more than willing to indulge her. The path of flight was far too monotonous. Having such a lively companion would surely alleviate the tedium. Chapter 57. Su Weisheng panicked, escaping yet again seeing Chao An's agreement. Huang Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief and vowed earnestly, with me here, no one can harm you. Just rest assured. Huang Rong spoke with utmost sincerity. In her mind, she pondered. With Chao An's mediocre skills, how formidable could anyone he offended truly be? Apart from someone like Su Weisheng, who had suffered severe injuries and was fortunate enough to be picked up by Chao An, any true expert would not allow him to escape, would they? Of course, if Chao An had indeed wronged a significant figure, She would not shrink back. In the world of martial arts, the essence lies in loyalty. Having promised to protect him, she would not waver. In light of the urgent situation, Chowan refrained from elaborate explanations, promptly pulling Huang Rong onto the boat and instructing the boatman to set sail immediately, departing the town at the utmost speed. "Miss, it's terrible." "Miss." In the courtyard, Imome rushed into the side hall in a state of panic, clutching the piece of paper that Chowan had left in the side courtyard. Su Weisheng frowned. "What is it?" Imome rarely exhibited such distress, unless someone was attempting to snatch her food, and she found herself unable to retaliate. Or perhaps, as in the case with Chowan, her savior's identity prevented her from resorting to violence. Had Chowan bullied the girl again? Had he taken her food? Imome's face was filled with urgency, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Chow Gongzi, he has left. I searched the side courtyard, the main hall, the kitchen, the latrine, and even outside the courtyard. He is nowhere to be found. The belongings in his room are also missing, and he left behind this paper. Miss, it appears that Chow Gongzi has truly departed. Chowan had left a favorable impression on Imome, often preparing delicious food for her. However, this sudden departure caught the young girl completely off guard. He has left? Su Weisheng was so shocked that she stood up from her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chowan had left? Without a word. Imome glanced at the paper in her hand and handed it to Su Weisheng, meekly saying, "Miss, this is what Chow Gongzi left behind." Su Weisheng took the paper, where 3 bold characters stood out starkly. "I have left." He truly had departed? Nearby, Imome weakly pointed out, "Miss, this paper seems to be the route map and incantation for the Guiyuan Heart Sutra." Chow Gongzi tore this page out, rendering the entire Guiyuan Heart Sutra utterly useless. Imome had seen this text before and recognized its contents at a glance. The route map and incantation of the Guiyuan Heart Sutra? Su Weisheng's pupils dilated, her body stiffening in place. The person who so desperately sought these 2 manuals had left behind the core essence of the technique? Miss, could it be that Chow Gongzi felt that the Northern Liang Wangfu was too stingy, that we offered too little, and was displeased, thus departing? Imome's words struck Su Weisheng like thunder. He was angry. Chowan was angry. The 4 characters, Northern Liang Wangfu, reminded Su Weisheng, and her gaze abruptly fixed on Imome as she urgently inquired, "Did you tell him I am Su Weisheng?" The question left Imome bewildered, her small eyes wide with confusion. He doesn't know the identity of the miss? Su Weisheng's hand clutching the paper began to tremble uncontrollably. She seemed to realize that she had made an exceptionally foolish decision, one bordering on the absurd. The Upper Yin Academy was vast, filled with people. Even if Imome did not speak, could Chowan not learn of her identity from others? Yet, there were certain truths she could not confess, and he would not bring them up either. He truly seemed to be angry. But what pained him was not merely the fact that she had given him only 2 manuals, but that she had concealed her identity from him. 2 precious manuals, taken by the obscure Su Shisan. Yet the second princess of the Northern Liang Wangfu could not possess them. For the unremarkable Su Shisan, acquiring these 2 precious manuals might indeed require significant effort. However, for the second princess of the Northern Liang Wangfu, it was hardly a matter of note. The difficulty she faced in presenting these precious manuals was even less than that of an ordinary person earning a mere penny. She recalled that initially, Chowan had intended to request an exceptional manual from her. Seeing her stunned silence, he assumed her hesitation and subsequently settled for 2 precious manuals instead. His intentions had been noble, yet it seemed she had toyed with his kindness. These 2 precious manuals, hidden behind the title of the second princess of the Northern Liang Wangfu, held an unbearable irony, as the other party was well aware that she was concealing this identity. This time, it felt as though she had truly flung these 2 manuals back at Chowan's face, without a hint of compassion. That paper now felt like 2 daggers, deeply embedded in her heart. "Quickly, Imome, go find him. Hurry." Su Weisheng was frantic. In that moment, genuine panic overwhelmed her. She felt an endless sorrow surging within, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, that person had already occupied a significant place in her heart. Oh. I will head down the mountain to search for him. Do not worry, Mississippi. Chow Gongzi should not have gone far, and I will explain everything to him. Imome snapped back to reality. This was the first time she had seen the miss in such a state. Chao Gongzi was truly different in the Mrs. Presence. Ome hurried out of the side hall, swiftly employing her lightness skills and racing down the mountain. She silently prayed that Chao Gongzi had not gone far. The situation was far from what he imagined. The miss was not that kind of person, nor had she intentionally concealed her identity. She had prepared even more and better gifts to express her gratitude. On the deck, Chowan stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing towards the direction of the Upper Yin Academy. The surrounding mountains and trees gradually receded, and as he watched the Upper Yin Academy shrink in the distance, his anxious heart finally found some solace. Little beggar, I have once again escaped a calamity. Chowan found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. Was it survival after disaster? An escape from great peril? Or perhaps a sense of regained freedom? Perhaps it was all of these, or perhaps merely a sliver of fortune amid misfortune. Had he delayed his departure from the Upper Yin Academy for another half-hour, he would surely have been cornered by Li Hanyi right there. What if he had been trapped in Su Weisheng's small courtyard? What then? Chowan could not fathom an answer. Would Su Weisheng protect him? But with the two manuals settled, how could the other party possibly intervene? Furthermore, even if she did intervene, could Su Weisheng truly safeguard him? That was Li Hanyi, after all, a being at least at the mid-stage of the Master Fuyao realm. This was the Upper Yin Academy, not Northern Liang. In Northern Liang, Su Weisheng might have genuinely been able to protect him, but within the confines of the Upper Yin Academy, she could hardly protect herself, let alone rely on him to fortuitously save her life. What would she have to safeguard him with? Huang Rong sat with her back to Chowan, her feet dangling over the side of the boat, swaying leisurely. Hearing Chowan's contemplative remarks, she turned her head slightly to look at him and inquired, "What are your plans next?" To traverse the martial world, one must have a destination, no? Chapter 58. Fearful of gambling. Cheap goods are never good. Chowan shook his head, pondering, I am uncertain. Let us not concern ourselves with our destination for now. Let the ferryman row along the river for 3 days and nights, and we shall see. This response was not new to him. He had previously conveyed the same to Huang San. However, at present, the interlocutor was Xiao Jiaohua. This young lady exhibited a remarkable conviction in her role, her demeanor strikingly authentic. It truly echoed Zhang Wuji's mother's adage, the more beautiful the maiden, the more deceitful she may be. Su Weisheng was one such example, and so was this Huang San Xiao Jiaohua, for her words held not a single truth. It is often said that men are frivolous, enamored with flowery words and sweet talk, deceiving young maidens. Yet, these young maidens are no less disingenuous, employing their own charming rhetoric to ensnare a dashing and spirited young man like him. Suddenly, Huang Rong had an idea and eagerly suggested to Chowan, let us journey to Hangzhou of the Ming dynasty. Would not the scholars extol the virtues of above is paradise? Below are Su and Hang? I have heard that not only is the scenery exquisite, but the people are even more enchanting. Huang Rong felt a surge of anticipation. She had longed to visit Hangzhou, but the urgency of this outing, coupled with the need to disguise herself to evade her father's spies, had deprived her of that opportunity. Ming. Hangzhou. In the Shenzhou continent, a new realm born from the amalgamation of martial arts worlds, she was candidly unaware of Hangzhou's direction. Is it near Shuiyue City? And how far is it from the Shangyin Academy? Now that Li Hanyi had pursued her to the Shangyin Academy, her concerns extended beyond Shuiyue City. The academy had become a focal point of her caution as well. Huang Rong tilted her head, seemingly trying to ascertain their current position, while curiously inquired, why the sudden mention of Shuiyue City? What, do you have an enemy there? The mention of Shangyin Academy was understandable, as Chowan might harbor disdain for Su Weisheng, but this was her first encounter with Chowan referencing Shuiyue City. Chowan wore an expression of helplessness. I suppose one could say that. What did it mean to have an enemy in Shuiyue City? His adversaries had always been the denizens of Shuiyue City. But wait, did he and Li Hanyi truly count as enemies? A perplexing thought arose in his mind. He bore no animosity towards Li Hanyi, even after she had wronged him grievously, yet he believed that the mastermind behind it all was Sun Yong. Nevertheless, Li Hanyi might not share that sentiment. Did she consider him an enemy? Most likely, for if she did not, why would she pursue him to Shangyin Academy? At times, Chowan truly wished to cease fleeing and confront Li Hanyi directly, clarifying that it was Sun Yong who had wronged her, not him. He was merely an innocent bystander, with no ill intentions towards her, and in fact, he was the one who had been victimized, the one she had championed. However, Chowan lacked the courage. Though he knew that if he gambled correctly, joy would abound, and he would no longer need to live in constant fear, evading pursuit and suffering from hunger and cold. Yet, should he gamble incorrectly, and Li Hanyi were to cleave his head asunder with a single strike, all would be irrevocably lost. Presently, with 2 rare tomes of martial arts in his possession, his strength was incrementally growing. The more he possessed, the greater his fear of losing, and the less inclined he felt to gamble. Huang Rong cast a meaningful glance at Chowan, genuinely surprised to discover that he harbored quite a number of adversaries. Shuiyue City lies to the south of Beili. If we are indeed heading to Hangzhou, Beili is situated to the northwest of the Ming dynasty, a distance of at least several thousand miles, I presume? It is certainly farther than the distance from Shuiyue City to Shangyin Academy. As for Shangyin Academy, if we continue southeast, it should be approximately the same distance from Shuiyue City to Shangyin Academy, I believe. In truth, Huang Rong had never visited these places. Her knowledge merely stemmed from idly observing the map of the Shenzhou continent during her leisure time on Peach Blossom Island. While she could not pinpoint the smaller locales, she was familiar with the major ones such as Shuiyue City, Shangyin Academy, and Hangzhou. Very well, then let us proceed to Hangzhou. In truth, when Huang Rong uttered the name Hangzhou, Chowan felt a stirring in his heart. The phrase above is paradise, below are Su and Hang, though exaggerated, held a kernel of truth regarding Hangzhou's rich cultural heritage. While retreating to the depths of the mountains might be a safer option, upon learning of Li Hanyi's martial prowess from Mo Mei, Chowan had largely abandoned that notion. The disparity in strength between him and Li Hanyi was simply too vast. Even if he were to cultivate the rare tome to perfection, could he truly stand as her equal? Uncertain, yet it was highly probable that it would not suffice. Only supreme-grade martial arts and heart methods could guarantee absolute security and provide him with a sense of safety. Hangzhou's renown was vast, its scenery charming and picturesque, naturally attracting more souls. Where there are people, there exists a world of martial arts, and where there is a world of martial arts, opportunities abound. Gazing into the distant sky, Chao En's resolve solidified. He was determined to thrive in this world. Xiao Jiaohua, you stay here. I shall return to the cabin to practice. Stealing his mind, Chowan instructed Huang Rong before making his way back to the cabin. As a medium-sized merchant vessel, although costly, it offered certain advantages. The ship boasted 2 cabins, with soft bedding akin to that of Su Weisheng's courtyard. On board, the ferryman had also prepared provisions, including grains, fruits, and vegetables, albeit for an additional fee. However, at least he would no longer be subjected to the monotony of a single type of food as he had before. In summary, during this journey to Hangzhou, he would not need to endure unnecessary hardships. Huang Rong turned, watching Chao En's departing figure, lost in thought. Such diligence in cultivation. Just how formidable was the individual that weighed upon Chao En's heart? Shuiyue City? Huang Rong's eyes clouded with confusion, unable to fathom how Chao En could possibly be entangled with Shuiyue City. System: utilize the Proficiency Level Heart Method Enhancement card and the Proficiency Level Martial Arts Enhancement card on the rare Martial Arts Gue Yuan Heart Sutra Anqingfeng Liangyi sword, respectively. Upon returning to his quarters, Chao En issued his command to the system without hesitation. Since Su Weisheng had agreed to provide him with the 2 rare tomes, he had eagerly anticipated this moment. Today, he had finally achieved his wish. Oh, precious tome, I have awaited your arrival with such longing. Please do not disappoint me. Proficiency Level Heart Method Enhancement card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. Your rare Heart Method Gue Yuan Heart Sutra has been successfully upgraded to proficiency. 1. You have gained 15 points to Constitution, Beginner Reward. 24 points to Constitution, 1 Random Intermediate Lottery, Ordinary Reward. 38 points to Constitution, 1 Proficiency Level Ability Enhancement card, Proficiency Reward. 59 points to Constitution, 1 Upper Grade Spirit Replenishing Pill, Proficiency Reward. Current total Constitution, 964. As the initial system prompt echoed, 0, 0, Chao En was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. The essence of the mind technique. This was indeed the essence of the mind technique. The prospect of receiving system rewards for the enhancement of one's proficiency in such techniques was beyond his expectations. Previously, the foundational breathing technique had not afforded him such privileges. Perhaps it was merely that the basic mind technique was too rudimentary. Chao En couldn't help but lament, after all, that breathing technique had been a complimentary gift during a buy 3, get 1 free promotion. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Moreover, before Chowan could dwell on his astonishment for long, a steady stream of warm energy began to surge into his dantian. Chapter 59. Ascension of Realms, Special Secret Techniques. Congratulations, host. Your realm has successfully ascended to the mid-stage of the 6th rank, with a physique increase of 31 points. Current overall physique, 995. The average physique of a mid-stage 6th rank martial artist is 403 points. As the notification sound echoed, the aura surrounding Chowan began to surge rapidly. The enhancement derived from the mastery-level precious mental technique far surpassed that of the basic breathing methods. Mid-stage of the 6th rank, late stage of the 6th rank, peak of the 6th rank. An endless stream of inner strength surged into his dantian, following the circulation route of the Guiyuan Heart Sutra, flowing into his 5 internal organs and 6 bowels, the extraordinary meridians, and all his limbs, enhancing Chowan's overall strength. Bang! The previously somewhat disconnected meridians among his internal organs began to connect with one another at this moment. The velocity of his inner strength circulation more than doubled. 5th rank realm achieved. The minute meridians interconnected as if a route that previously required a detour of approximately 1 kilometer had now been transformed into a mere 400 meters, or even 300 meters, to reach the destination. This exemplifies the distinction between the 6th and 5th ranks. To elevate from the 5th rank to the 4th rank, however, he would need to expand and solidify these delicate channels. Much like road construction, once the hindrances ahead have been cleared, the foundation must be compacted and the surface reinforced to endure the passage of heavier vehicles. 5th rank realm attained. Yet, this progression did not cease. Chowan's aura continued to grow steadily. Mid-stage of the 5th rank, late stage of the 5th rank, peak of the 5th rank, the momentum remained unabated, causing Chowan's heart to race uncontrollably. Was he about to leap across 2 major realms directly? After an indeterminate duration. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds within his body persisted, and he had entered the 4th rank realm. Only after breaking through the barrier of the 4th rank did this momentum gradually subside. 2 entire major realms. Was this the enhancement brought forth by the precious mental technique? Congratulations, host. Through your relentless efforts, your realm has successfully ascended to the 5th rank. Rewards obtained. 1 upper-grade bone-washing pill, 1 upper-grade physique pill, and 1 upper-grade spirit communication pill. Bone-washing pill : upper-grade quality, upon consumption, can wash the marrow and bones, improving one's foundational aptitude and enhancing overall qualities. Physique pill, upper-grade quality, upon consumption. Through your relentless efforts, your realm has successfully ascended to the 4th rank. Rewards obtained. Special secret technique, Xuanbian technique, upper. Xuanbian technique, upper tier. A special secret technique produced by the system, divided into 3 parts. Upper, middle, and lower, obtainable through system rewards. The upper tier consists of 3 levels. Upon mastering each level, one can forcibly elevate their realm by a minor tier, with a total of 3 minor tier elevations possible, disregarding major realm bottlenecks. Continuous consumption of inner strength is required, with duration dependent on the level of inner strength consumed, and it bears no side effects. Gazing at the rewards bestowed by the 2 major realms, Chowan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Particularly, the Xuanbian technique reward for reaching the 4th rank, which could directly elevate one's realm by a minor tier while ignoring major realm bottlenecks. What did this imply? Did it mean that if he were to employ it at the peak of the 4th rank, he could elevate himself to the late stage of the 3rd rank? That was still an understatement. If, in the future, he, like Li Hanyi, were to wield this secret technique at the mid-stage of the master realm, as he believed, wouldn't he be able to directly elevate his realm to the initial stage of the celestial illusion Great Freedom Realm? The most crucial aspect lay in the final 4 words. No side effects. This reward was astonishing. Moreover, this was merely the upper tier. What of the remaining 2 tiers? How formidable could the complete version of the Xuanbian technique be? It had not been easy. After such a long time, the system had finally produced something remarkable. Brother system, do you have any idea how arduous my journey has been? System. The system's rewards were plentiful, yet Chowan managed to suppress the tumult within, forcing himself to regain his composure. With the enhancement of the Guiyuan Heart Sutra concluded, the next step was to cultivate the precious martial art, Qingfeng Liangyi Sword. Master-level martial arts enhancement card used successfully. Congratulations, host. Your precious martial art, Qingfeng Liangyi Sword, has successfully ascended to mastery. 1. Rewards obtained. Physique 26 points, entry reward. Physique 37 points, 1 proficiency level martial arts enhancement card, ordinary reward. Physique 59 points, 1 double experience card, proficiency reward. Physique 81 points, 1 top-tier weapon selection box, mastery reward. Current overall physique, 1540. The average physique of an ordinary initial stage 4th rank martial artist is 830 points. 0 inch to express that the previous cultivation of the rare treasure's heart method unexpectedly enhanced Chaowen's physical condition. The current numerical growth in the rare treasure martial arts has truly astonished him. This is merely the proficiency level of 1. Such a figure has inflated considerably. A 4th grade early stage warrior possesses a comprehensive physique of merely 830 points. If this serves as a reference, then at the initial stage of the 6th grade, he would be able to compete with them. Over 1,500. This could rival a 3rd grade warrior, perhaps even a 2nd grade warrior. Moreover, this is merely a rare treasure. What if it were an exquisite one? Chaowen could hardly fathom what such a scene would entail. In his mind, knowledge of the proficient level clear wind and 2 instruments sword began to surge forth, and he refrained from concerning himself with the rewards, closing his eyes to delve into his own sensations. On the other side, at the Shuigong of Shangyin, Master Su, there is someone at the foot of the mountain seeking an audience. They have not disclosed their identity, but they are holding your treasured sword, the red qi, at that moment. A voice resonated at the entrance, pulling Su Weisheng's thoughts back to the present. The red qi? Su Weisheng's expression tightened. This sword had vanished after her awakening. She had inquired about it with Chaowen, who explained that it likely had been left behind at the site of her incident. That fellow, lacking discernment and amidst the darkness, had been preoccupied with monetary concerns, entirely neglecting the weapon, thus leaving the red qi behind. Now, someone has come seeking the red qi? Is it for her or for Chaowen? It is not unusual for someone to recognize the red qi. Many are aware that it is his treasured sword. Allow her to come in. Understood. The messenger acknowledged and promptly departed to relay the message. Before long, a slender figure gracefully descended from the air, landing directly in Su Weisheng's courtyard. Su Weisheng had already exited the courtyard, standing within it with an expression of icy indifference, devoid of any emotion. So starkly different from the state of panic she exhibited when she learned of Chaowen's departure. As Li Hanyi touched down in the courtyard, her aura immediately grew solemn. With her perceptive abilities, she could clearly ascertain that within this courtyard, aside from Su Weisheng, there was no one else present. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Or had Su Weisheng concealed that person beforehand? Chapter 60. The Duel of Two Maidens, Su Weisheng's support. I have long heard of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal of Snow Moon City, who typically presents herself with a mask. Today, I see it is indeed so. Yet, I wonder what prompts the Snow Moon Sword Immortal to make a sudden visit. Li Hanyi did not introduce herself, but Su Weisheng recognized her nonetheless. The question of why Li Hanyi appeared here was perplexing, as previously, Bailiang and Snow Moon City had no ties, nor had they ever interacted. At this moment, with Li Hanyi personally delivering her crimson qi, there could only be one possible motive. She had come for Chaowen not long ago. The wanted poster depicting Chaowen had just come into her possession. It had been but a brief interval since then, and here was Li Hanyi, arriving at the gates, showcasing the impressive intelligence capabilities of Snow Moon City. However, Su Weisheng grew even more curious. What had Chaowen done to warrant such a journey from Li Hanyi, traversing thousands of miles to seek him at the Shangyin Academy? For the sake of one individual. Li Hanyi stated plainly, producing a replica of Chaowen's life. Together with the crimson qi, she tossed it to Su Weisheng. Although Su Weisheng could not yet summon her inner strength, she was no longer hindered by her injuries and managed to catch the 2 items. The paper bore a clear likeness of Chaowen. This crimson qi, is it not the sword of Miss Su? A robust voice, laced with calmness, emerged as Su Weisheng glanced at it and nodded. Indeed, it is my sword. I encountered an unidentified assailant at the border between Liang and Bailey, sustaining some injuries, and unfortunately, my sword was lost in that encounter. I had dispatched individuals to search for it, yet it seems the second city lord found it first. I am grateful for your assistance in returning it. Su Weisheng raised her hand in thanks to Li Hanyi. However, her demeanor, cool and detached, hardly conveyed gratitude. Li Hanyi remained unfazed and continued. The wounds you sustained, I fear, are not merely superficial? The one who saved you, is he the one depicted in the likeness? Li Hanyi asked directly, her cold gaze radiating a glacial intensity from beneath her mask. Su Weisheng's expression sharpened. It was indeed for the sake of Chao and that she had come. Yes. Su Weisheng admitted outright. Upon hearing this, Li Hanyi's aura intensified, pressing for further information. Where is he? Su Weisheng maintained her calm, replying, he is my savior. Your intentions, Second City Lord, remain unclear. How could I possibly hand him over? What is your connection to him? Su Weisheng's icy gaze was filled with scrutiny. Previously, no one could have anticipated that a mere novice martial artist could provoke the renowned Snow Moon Sword Immortal of Bailey to pursue him across such vast distances. What enmity lay between them? She sought to understand Chowan, hoping to glean more information from Li Hanyi. What was her relationship with him? An enemy. Until the situation was clarified, she could not reach that conclusion. Should Chowan truly be allied with Sun Yong, he would indeed be an enemy, one that could not coexist. Yet, if they were not aligned, what then was the nature of her connection with Chowan? Had it not been for him, she might have been reduced to a mere husk, her meridians shattered by the elixir, or perhaps, in a fit of madness, stormed into Snow Moon City, seeking any man to alleviate the poison, thus ruining her reputation and becoming a laughingstock in Bailey, or even the entire divine martial continent. Chowan had at least afforded her the final shred of dignity. Though she pursued Chowan, she found herself at a loss as to how to confront him should she succeed. Seeing Li Hanyi rendered speechless, Su Weisheng's brow furrowed deeper. Hatred does not arise without reason. Sometimes, unspoken relationships are far more intricate than those articulated. Does the Second City Lord not find it rather presumptuous to come into someone's abode with a wanted notice in search of her savior? Chowan is my savior, Su Weisheng's. Regardless of any grievances you may have with him, I, Baoyang, shall protect this man. Su Weisheng's gaze was resolute, her words laced with an undeniable conviction. His name is Chowan? Li Hanyi's tone remained cold. It was the first time she learned of the man's name. Where is he? I can refrain from taking him away, but there are matters I must clarify in his presence, truths I must ascertain. Otherwise, I cannot simply let this rest. Li Hanyi's determination was unyielding. Some things must be upheld. If Chowan was indeed connected to Sun Yong, then even if it meant opposing Baoyang, she would seek his death, even at the cost of her own life. Yet, if Chowan bore no ties to Sun Yong, it had been over half a month since these events transpired, and her heart remained in turmoil, with no clear resolution on how to deal with Chowan if he were innocent. Su Weisheng regarded Li Hanyi with equal scrutiny. What kind of enmity could incite such fervor in her? Reflecting on Chowan's evasion and his decisive departure, he could either be genuinely angry with her or had anticipated her pursuit and fled in advance. And what if I refused to hand him over? Su Weisheng challenged, keen to see how far Li Hanyi's resolve would stretch. You may attempt to do so. Her voice was low, the chill emanating from Li Hanyi intensified. The overwhelming aura of a peak Fuyo master erupted from her, attempting to engulf the entire Shangyin Academy. It felt as though she might upend the very institution. If the one who saved Su Weisheng were indeed Chowan, he would undoubtedly still be within these hallowed halls. Should they refuse to surrender him, she would have no choice but to seek him out herself. Yet, in the next moment, from the eastern side of the academy, a tremendous force surged skyward, swiftly overshadowing Li Hanyi's presence. A resonant voice echoed within the courtyard. The academy is serene. Disturbances are unwelcome. Once you enter Shangyin Academy, you must adhere to its rules. The words were calm yet laced with menace. With a mere gesture, the speaker enveloped the aura of a peak Fuyo master, a feat only achievable by those of greater prowess. Su Weisheng recognized the location. It was the courtyard of the grand sacrificial wine of Shangyin Academy. Li Hanyi trembled slightly. Her aura dissipated instantaneously. Even without malicious intent, the surge of qi within her stirred uncontrollably. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction of the courtyard, her voice low yet resolute. He is not a member of the academy. Concealing him here, is that not against the rules of Shangyin Academy? Chowan was someone she must locate. Certain matters transcended the realm of life and death. Even if the opponent's strength surpassed hers, she was prepared to risk it all in a desperate struggle. Upon hearing this, Su Weisheng immediately furrowed her brow, concern etched upon her face. She had not anticipated Li Hanyi's fierce resolve to confront the grand sacrificial wine directly. The source of her worry lay precisely with the grand sacrificial wine. As the final words fell, the entire space fell silent, leaving Chapter 61. The Grand Scholar of the Academy, the transaction, I have already stated. He is my savior, and thus, a benefactor of our Northern Liang. He, Chaoan, is under my protection in Northern Liang and has no ties to the Academy. Su Weisheng's grave and resonant voice echoed once more, laden with a palpable threat as he directed his words towards Li Hanyi. You cannot afford to offend the Shui city, nor can you provoke Northern Liang. Does the second city lord truly wish to sever all ties? Li Hanyi cast a glance at Su Weisheng, but remained silent. Her gaze remained fixed in the direction of the courtyard as she intoned solemnly, this individual's identity remains ambiguous. He may be in collusion with the likes of Sun Chong and Sun Yong, vile scoundrels. Must Northern Liang shield this person, and does the Shuayin Academy intend to offer protection as well? Sun Chong and Sun Yong. While many share these names in the world, adding the terms debauched scoundrels narrows it down considerably across the entire divine martial continent. Sun Chong, known as the young master of Baoyang, is notorious not only for his formidable prowess as a master of the Fuyo sect, but also for his infamy throughout the divine martial continent. Though Su Weisheng and the Grand Scholar may not recognize Sun Yong, they certainly are aware of Sun Chong at this moment. Li Hanyi invoked the names of Sun Chong and Sun Yong. The second city lord of Shui City is not merely a martial enthusiast devoid of cunning. This person is no longer within the Shuayin Academy. With that simple statement, everything was laid bare. A flicker of cold indifference crossed Su Weisheng's eyes, even though she had anticipated this response. Had Chaoan truly been within the Shuayin Academy, perhaps he would not have intervened in this matter. In essence, this place is the Shuayin Academy, yet this courtyard represents Northern Liang. However, with Chaoan gone, the Academy would not jeopardize its reputation for someone of little consequence, especially one associated with the infamous likes of Sun Chong. Upon receiving her answer, Li Hanyi raised her hand in salute towards the courtyard, saying, I thank you, sir. With that, she prepared to depart. Although she did not find Chaoan, her efforts were not entirely in vain. At the very least, she had discerned the right path. Chaoan was indeed the one who rescued Su Weisheng and escorted her to the Shuayin Academy. Additionally, she had learned his name. Armed with this name, along with clues concerning Sun Yong and Su Weisheng, she was confident that she could uncover Chaoan's identity. Subsequently, she could begin her pursuit from the Shuayin Academy. No matter the distance, she vowed not to relent. Stop. Seeing Li Hanyi about to leave, Su Weisheng's voice rang out sternly, halting her once more. What is your relationship with him? And what is his connection to Sun Chong and Sun Yong? Su Weisheng's heart was in turmoil, fraught with confusion. Li Hanyi's tenacity only deepened her suspicions regarding their relationship. What reasons could a powerful woman have to pursue a man of inferior strength? Furthermore, how could Chaoan possibly be linked to Sun Chong and Sun Yong? Was he truly a villain? She found it hard to believe. At the very least, throughout their journey together, aside from his incessant chatter, he had shown no substantial flaws. How could such a person be deemed wicked? Li Hanyi's gaze returned to Su Weisheng, her expression inscrutable beneath her cold mask, as she stated firmly, You need not concern yourself with my relationship with him. As for his ties to Sun Chong and Sun Yong, I shall know once I locate him. What if I prohibit you from searching? Su Weisheng's voice was chilling, emanating an aura of frost. Li Hanyi regarded Su Weisheng with a calm demeanor, responding flatly, Your injuries have yet to heal. Exerting your inner strength will serve you no good. Moreover, even if you were uninjured, you would not be my match. Having touched the threshold of the celestial Great Freedom Realm, Li Hanyi possessed ample confidence in her assertion. Furthermore, Su Weisheng, though exceptionally talented, spent most of her time engrossed in scholarly pursuits. Even with her martial talent, she could not hope to surpass Li Hanyi's prowess. Is that so? I may indeed not be your opponent, but do you truly believe the Shuayin Academy is without capable hands? Su Weisheng retorted coldly. Her gaze soon fell upon the direction of the Grand Scholar's courtyard, raising her hand in a gesture of respect as she declared, I beseech the Grand Scholar to intervene and detain Li Hanyi for 7 days. Otherwise, I shall not let today's events pass without consequence. At these words, Li Hanyi shuddered involuntarily. She had not anticipated that Su Weisheng would directly solicit intervention from that esteemed figure. Realizing the gravity of the situation beneath the mask, she instinctively prepared to flee. If she lingered any longer, she would be unable to escape should that individual acquiesce. However, before she could take a single step, an overwhelming force descended upon her, binding her without any chance of resistance. In the next moment, a venerable elder clad in a white scholar's robe, exuding an air of refinement, appeared within Su Weisheng's courtyard. His gaze settled upon Su Weisheng, laced with a hint of lamentation as he remarked, "Your heart is in disarray." This individual was none other than the Grand Scholar of the Xuan Academy, Qiang Long, the current imperial advisor of the Liang dynasty. Su Weisheng replied resolutely, "When a benefactor is in peril, how can one remain calm?" The Grand Scholar shook his head, clarifying that this was not the meaning he intended. He understood that Su Weisheng grasped his true intent, though she was unwilling to admit it. "He saved your life. You feel both gratitude and guilt. Today, I agree to confine Li Hanyi for 7 days on his behalf, alleviating the current crisis. You and he shall be even. But you must vow never to see him again." To Northern Liang, Su Weisheng was a pivotal piece in stabilizing the Liang scholars within the Xuan Academy. Conversely, for the academy, Su Weisheng represented the continuation of the scholarly lineage, and its future, barring unforeseen circumstances, rested upon her shoulders. As the Grand Scholar, he must ensure that no calamity befalls. "That is impossible." Without hesitation, Su Weisheng firmly rejected, stating, "The entanglements between him and I require no concern from the Grand Scholar. I shall resolve it myself. In 3 years, in the realms of chess, calligraphy, and music, I shall surpass all of the divine martial continent." This was a new condition proposed by Su Weisheng. The Grand Scholar raised an eyebrow, astonished by her audacity. This stipulation was hardly less burdensome than the previous one. Observing Su Weisheng's resolute demeanor, he lamented inwardly, regretting allowing that young man to depart. He could not fathom what allure this seemingly unremarkable fellow, devoid of martial prowess and talent, held to so captivate her. Very well, let it be so. With a sigh, the Grand Scholar ultimately conceded. He understood Su Weisheng well enough. Should he refuse and release Li Hanyi, she would likely go to great lengths to obstruct her. Li Hanyi's earlier assertion held truth. Given Su Weisheng's current state, any reckless exertion would be detrimental to her health. It could very well lead to a severance of the Liang scholarly lineage. Chapter 62. Captivity of Li Hanyi. Do you harbor affection for him? The Grand Sacrificial Scholar spoke, as a surge of true essence coursed directly into Li Hanyi's body. In an instant, all the formidable aura surrounding Li Hanyi dissipated, rendering her incapable of channeling even the slightest trace of true energy, and she was swiftly reduced to the status of an ordinary person. This matter pertains to the inheritance of the literary lineage of my Shangyin Academy. If you harbor resentment, then you can only blame your ill-timed arrival. The seals upon you will automatically lift in 7 days. Do not attempt to break the seals on your own. Given your current cultivation, it is utterly impossible. Should any grievances arise thereafter, simply seek me out, and I shall bear them all. With that, the Grand Sacrificial Scholar vanished without a trace, a true embodiment of coming and going without a shadow. Thank you. Su Weisheng bowed respectfully in the direction where the Grand Sacrificial Scholar had departed. In 7 days, Chowan should be able to reach a safe haven. No matter how extensive the intelligence network of Shuyue City might be, could it possibly cover the entirety of the divine martial continent? Had it not been for this Crimson Dragon, Li Hanyi would have never located Shangyin Academy. It could only be said that Li Hanyi's fortune was rather good. You harbor affection for him? With her powers sealed, Li Hanyi's presence weakened significantly. Her voice retained its rugged and deep timbre, which, when coupled with her petite figure, created a rather peculiar impression. Su Weisheng cast a detached glance at her, replying coolly, "It is merely a debt of gratitude for saving my life. The enmity between him and me remains unresolved. This is a matter solely between us, and I have no desire for others to interfere." Harbor affection for him. How could that possibly be? The reason for her demeanor could only stem from a sense of guilt towards him. Guilt. It had to be that. She would never develop feelings for anyone. Li Hanyi observed Su Weisheng with a tranquil gaze, unable to discern any hint of emotion. nor could she fathom the thoughts of the other. Su Weisheng scrutinized the coarse mask upon Li Hanyi's face, furrowing her brow as she stepped forward, stating plainly, "For the next 7 days, you shall remain obediently within this courtyard. Do not attempt to escape. This is Shangyin Academy, not Shuyu City. You cannot flee. Moreover, the mask is unnecessary." Previously, Chowan had managed to escape only due to her lack of vigilance. However, Li Hanyi was resolutely trapped, Su Weisheng's gaze fixated on the rugged mask adorning Li Hanyi's face. After a brief pause, filled with hesitation, Li Hanyi removed the mask. Upon beholding Li Hanyi's delicate and exquisitely beautiful visage, Su Weisheng momentarily found herself taken aback. Such a stunning face. Though her own appearance was commendable, a beauty often appreciates another beauty. Li Hanyi's allure evoked an entirely different sentiment. Miss, trouble has arisen. Young Master Chow has truly escaped." At that moment, at the entrance of the courtyard, Imo Mei hurried back, her face a canvas of confusion. Chowan had departed, leaving by boat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two young women in the courtyard shifted dramatically. As Imo Mei burst into the courtyard and caught sight of Li Hanyi, her small head displayed an even greater perplexity. Who was this beautiful girl? She had never seen her before. "This is Li Hanyi," Su Weisheng clarified, prompting Imo Mei's eyes to widen in astonishment. You are Li Hanyi?" Then young Master Chow, realizing she had perhaps spoken out of turn, Imo Mei quickly covered her mouth with both hands, casting an apologetic glance towards Su Weisheng. "I had no idea." Su Weisheng sighed in exasperation. However, the words were already spoken, and Li Hanyi could not leave now, so it was not of great consequence. She turned to Imo Mei and instructed, "For the next 7 days, she will reside in this courtyard. You must keep a close watch on her. Should she attempt to flee again, you shall see how I will punish you." In addition to Imo Mei, she would undoubtedly deploy shadow guards for surveillance. With her powers sealed, there was no way Li Hanyi could escape, and thus, her worries were minimal. However, her primary concern at that moment was for Chowan had he truly fled. Indeed, Imo Mei, not lacking in wit, recognized that Li Hanyi's appearance was undoubtedly linked to her search for Chowan. Now, being required to remain in the courtyard for 7 days, it was clear she had been subdued by the young mistress, preventing her from pursuing young Master Chow. "Come with me." Su Weisheng cast a meaningful glance at Imo Mei. Certain matters could not be discussed in front of Li Hanyi, yet Imo Mei had to be informed, immediately. "Oh." Imo Mei hastily followed Su Weisheng into the main hall, casting a wary glance at Li Hanyi. To the young girl, those pursuing Chowan were villains. The two made their way to a side hall, ensuring Li Hanyi was not eavesdropping before Su Weisheng inquired, "You say he has escaped. What exactly transpired?" Su Weisheng's body trembled slightly. Imo Mei, equally anxious, responded rapidly, "Young Master Chow arrived in the small town, only to be pursued by admirers of those young ladies throughout the town. She murmured in a low voice, "Jealousy and rivalry. These individuals have truly squandered their education. The academic atmosphere of Shangyin Academy requires serious rectification." Imo Mei felt such a demeanor was rare for Su Weisheng, yet whenever it appeared, it was a clear indication that she was genuinely angry. "Miss, Su Weisheng replied with a somber countenance, "Immediately mobilize all the shadow agents surrounding Shangyin Academy. One group shall take to the waterways, following closely behind. Another group must ride swiftly along the land routes, pursuing along the riverbanks. Do not overlook any dock or any place where a ship might make a stop. Also, locate the residences of the boatmen who set sail. As soon as they return, confirm the location where he disembarked." And most importantly, Su Weisheng's expression turned grave, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. "Once he is located, follow him without interference. Report his movements at the earliest opportunity." "Yes." Imo Mei responded promptly, casting a worried glance at Li Hanyi in the courtyard, hesitantly asking, "Will she?" Su Weisheng replied in a low voice, "For these 7 days, she will not leave Shangyin Academy. Thus, it is imperative to locate him within this time frame to ensure his safety." "Understood, miss. I will make arrangements immediately." "I will certainly find young Master Chow," Imo Mei affirmed once more, hastily descending the mountain. Chapter 63. Tension and testing waters. As Imo Mei departed, Su Weisheng gazed at the vacant side hall, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. The emergence of Li Hanyi had rendered matters significantly more intricate. Presently, she found herself wishing fervently that Chowan could distance himself further, that he might exhibit a greater acuity and wisdom, and refrain from naively believing every word spoken by others. She hoped he would not be so easily tracked down by the denizens of Shuai City. Though threats had been exchanged, she remained acutely aware that she was merely a piece on the chessboard of Bailiang. While her role was undeniably crucial, she was far from being the protagonist of this unfolding drama. Chowan, a nameless and unremarkable martial artist of little renown, stood in stark contrast to the second city lord of Shuai City, who wielded considerable influence alongside three formidable names: Bai Li Dongjun, Sikong Changfeng, and Li Changsheng. Faced with such disparity, she harbored doubts about whether Bailiang would genuinely exert its utmost efforts to protect Chowan. She did not represent Bailiang, but Li Hanyi unequivocally embodied the interests of Shuai City. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Weixiong finally reined in her thoughts. The time for such worries had passed. With only 7 days remaining, she needed to engage with Li Hanyi meaningfully. Upon exiting the courtyard, she found Li Hanyi seated serenely on a stone bench. Su Weixiong had not anticipated that she could summon the Grand Scholar of the Academy to confine her. However, now that the situation had unfolded, all she could do was await the passage of 7 days. This presented an opportunity to glean further insights about Chowan from Su Weixiong. As Su Weixiong emerged, Li Hanyi regarded her with calmness and stated, "Unless you intend to keep him confined within the Bailiang royal household for eternity, or kill me now, you will not be able to stop me." "Then I suppose I shall have to kill you," Su Weixiong replied, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Li Hanyi responded unflinchingly, "You may act at any moment." In this precarious situation, should Su Weixiong decide to take her life, Li Hanyi recognized her own powerlessness. Of course, her survival thus far had not only been due to her own strength, but also the formidable backing of Shuai City. Su Weixiong scrutinized Li Hanyi, aware of her confidence and understanding that she was unable to eliminate her adversary. 2 factors contributed to her hesitation: the immediate concerns that had just arisen and the pivotal moment Bailiang currently faced, with Shuai City's influence resonating throughout the entire Xinyu continent. Most critically, Li Hanyi was a disciple of Li Changsheng. If Li Hanyi were to perish at her hands, the repercussions from that formidable figure would be a burden too great for Su Weixiong to bear. Su Weixiong's gaze softened as she regarded Li Hanyi and inquired, "If you are uncertain about any connection between him and Sun Chong or Sun Yong, why then do you assert that they are linked?" Her eyes bore a scrutinizing intensity, laden with an air of undeniable authority. Li Hanyi's expression tightened as she too assessed Su Weixiong. Was their relationship truly as simple as that of a savior and a saved? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Sun Yong met his demise at his hands." Removing her mask, Li Hanyi's voice returned to its original timbre, imbued with a lightness that hinted at sweetness. Her words unmistakably identified her as a charming young lady. Su Weixiong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a revelation. With a quizzical gaze, she probed, "Yet, you just claimed that they might be colluding? Is Shuai City truly the sort that employs unscrupulous means to achieve its ends?" Su Weixiong's demeanor grew colder, and her appraisal of Li Hanyi plummeted to an all-time low. Li Hanyi shook her head, contemplating before she elucidated. His timing of appearance was far too fortuitous. Given the circumstances, he could not have arrived there without prior scheming. Sun Yong exploited a rare opportunity that would elude most, and he had been laying the groundwork for months to succeed. This opportunity was not one that others could seize, yet he appeared at that precise moment. Songshan had long been deemed a forbidden ground for Shuai City. Upon investigation, it was evident that Chowan was not affiliated with Shuai City, and no information about him could be found within a 1,000-mile radius. Tio's claim, it was merely a 1 in 1,000 coincidence, was difficult to believe. However, Li Hanyi was inclined to trust her instincts. Yet, she needed to locate Chowan and clarify everything. Otherwise, she could not rest easy. Listening to Li Hanyi's ambiguous explanation, Su Weixiong gleaned some insight but remained uncertain, her voice grave as she asked, "What exactly transpired between you two? Given how close Shuai City is to Shangyin Academy, did you really traverse such distances merely for an answer?" Li Hanyi's gaze became resolute as she declared, "That answer is of utmost importance to me. As for the events that transpired between him and me, I shall not disclose them to you. You might consider asking him. If he is willing to share, I would be most grateful if you would relay his words to me." The chill in Su Wei Xiong's eyes lessened slightly, though her wariness remained intact. She could not bring herself to trust someone who had just moments ago been poised for confrontation. Li Hanyi scrutinized Su Wei Xiong, noting, "You could have easily acquiesced to that proposal. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is not so easily repaid. This was a splendid opportunity, yet you chose to forego it. Your connection with him cannot be so simple, can it?" Li Hanyi had overheard Mo Mei's earlier words about fleeing. It seemed peculiar that, having saved Su Wei Xiong's life, she would choose to run. Su Wei Xiong's earlier defense of Chao An did not suggest she regarded him solely as a benefactor. In contrast to Li Hanyi, Su Wei Xiong's depth of character was significantly greater. In an instant, she discerned Li Hanyi's intentions. With an air of indifference, she replied, "As I mentioned earlier, the matters between him and me do not require external intervention. For the next few days, you shall remain here in this courtyard. Do not attempt to leave, nor should you seek to contact anyone from Shuiyue City. This is Shangyin Academy, not your Shuiyue City. You cannot simply come and go as you please. Should you suffer losses as a result, it would be most unfortunate." Li Hanyi had come in pursuit of Chao An. How could she possibly divulge too much information regarding him? Until all was made clear, her words necessitated skepticism. Once Su Wei Xiong concluded her remarks, she departed the courtyard with a flick of her sleeve. She had obtained the answers she sought, and regarding the rest, Li Hanyi's silence left her with no recourse. During this period, she had returned to Bailiang, only to encounter pursuers upon her return, and for the past few days, she had been recovering from her injuries. It had been a considerable time since she had made an appearance at Shangyin Academy, and she suspected that those within had likely forgotten the meaning of propriety. Young Master Chao arrived in the town, pursued relentlessly by admirers of those young ladies. Mo Mei's words echoed in her mind. How splendid! The academic atmosphere at Shangyin Academy was in dire need of a thorough rectification. Chapter 64, Fate's Caprice, a slip of the tongue, 7 days. You say? Where can you possibly run to, Chao An? Su Wei Xiong departed, while Li Hanyi's gaze drifted towards the direction of the Shangyin Academy town. In truth, she had encountered a group of students from Shangyin Academy earlier in the town below the mountain, vehemently denouncing a certain Chao thief, vehemently cursing a man named Chao An with cries of eternal enmity. However, at that time, she was unaware of Chao An's name and had not glimpsed his figure. Had she known, she would have surely possessed the answer by now. Alas. Fate's whims had ultimately conspired against their meeting. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming the high-grade bone-washing pill. Physical Constitution 30, Current Constitution 1570. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming the high-grade Constitution pill. Physical Constitution 80, Current Constitution 1650. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 2 high-grade spirit-connecting pills. Inner strength reserves increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully learning the special secret technique. Xuanbian Art. Current progress, first layer. 0. The second layer can only be cultivated upon reaching 100 in the first layer. Congratulations, host, for a successful random intermediate lottery. Prize. 1 10-year ginseng, medium grade. Within the cabin, Chao An opted to utilize all remaining resources at his disposal. His overall constitution had increased significantly, and his combat prowess was now considerably stronger than before. Soon, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. With 2 substantial realms gained in rapid succession, the distance between him and Li Hanyi had diminished considerably. Moreover, he had acquired the special secret technique, Xuanbian Art. With no side effects, it could directly elevate his capabilities by 3 minor realms, a prospect not to be taken lightly. After 6 years of cultivating a medium-grade mind technique, Haven T even managed to elevate a single minor realm, as he felt the inner strength within his Dantian, now 100-fold purer than the rudimentary inner strength acquired through basic mind technique cultivation. Chao An could not help but marvel at his circumstances. The 2 high-grade spirit-connecting pills and 6 years of refined inner strength from a medium-grade mind technique had not yielded even a single minor realm increase after being absorbed into the precious mind technique. Furthermore, the remaining quantity of inner strength was insufficient even to match a year's worth of cultivation. For the nearly negligible pure inner strength, derived from 2 years of the integrated rudimentary mind technique. It had been rendered almost non-existent after conversion to the precious mind technique. Of course, while the quantity had diminished, the quality had improved due to the mind technique. Overall, his combat power remained unchanged, yet the capacity for storing inner strength had increased. In the realm of inner strength cultivation, the human body functions as a storage vessel. A pile of cotton and a pile of iron, despite occupying the same volume, differ significantly in weight. Cultivating mind techniques is akin to transforming cotton into iron blocks. Basic rudimentary mind techniques may only yield pure, unrefined cotton, loose and scattered, untouched by any external force or technique. This represents the initial state of cultivation. Subsequently, practitioners begin to explore how to compress this cotton, enabling their bodies to accommodate greater quantities, thus establishing various grades: intermediate, advanced, top tier, precious, and ultimately, the unparalleled grade. The varying methods and motivations for compression, coupled with differences in innate talent and comprehension, result in divergences in cultivation among martial artists. Even those practicing the same mind technique may exhibit disparities in strength due to myriad factors. The realms of martial arts, mind techniques, and combat skills are merely methods painstakingly refined by predecessors seeking to enhance their strength. Countless individuals have ascended these paths step by step, culminating in the modern martial arts system. Currently, according to the system's indication, the highest attainable realm is that of a terrestrial immortal. Yet, what if future practitioners devise new methods to transcend existing limits? That would herald the emergence of an entirely new realm. Of course, he was merely a humble early-stage fourth-tier martial artist, and it was premature to engage in such discussions. However, acquiring knowledge of these matters could never be deemed detrimental. I've also received a double reward experience card. It seems I'll have my work cut out for me today. The spoils of this endeavor were substantial, yet with Li Hanyi. Furthermore, the proficiency in the 17 styles of swordplay and the 5 Tiger Mountain Slicing Blade was nearing completion. Although the Qingfeng Two-Element Sword and the Guiyuan Heart Sutra still required further cultivation and proficiency enhancement, Chowan intended to leverage this double reward experience card to elevate one of the 3 martial arts to perfection. Even as a beginner, achieving perfection held the promise of unexpected surprises. Afterward, he planned to cultivate the Xuanbian art. This secret technique could serve as a trump card. He needed to complete its cultivation promptly. Moreover, the training of Xuanbian art did not impose proficiency requirements. One merely needed to reach 100 in each layer to advance to the next, suggesting the challenge would not be insurmountable. Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the double reward experience card. Within the next 24 hours, all your efforts will yield double rewards. Friendly reminder, double rewards apply solely to efforts exerted, excluding enhancements acquired through system rewards. The familiar notification resonated. Chowan sprang from his bed with a vigorous leap. From the top-tier weapon chest granted by this round of system rewards, he chose a sword. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. You have obtained the top-tier sword. Huangke. In the next moment, a sword adorned with blue agate and intricately carved patterns materialized before Chowan. While he previously possessed a medium-grade fine sword and still lacked a quality blade for the 5 Tiger Mountain Slicing Blade, he had now acquired the Qingfeng Two-Element Sword. As its name suggests, this sword technique was a dual-handed style. It comprised 2 sets of mind techniques, one rigid, one supple. One yin, one yang. 2 practitioners could train separately and, through mutual coordination, achieve a synergistic effect exceeding the sum of their parts. Alternatively, an individual could train alone, with the left hand embodying yang and the right hand yin, a considerably more challenging endeavor. However, should one master it, the resulting power would far surpass that of 2 individuals training together. With the system at his disposal, the notion of failure was non-existent. Moreover, having already attained proficiency, he was well equipped to wield this sword technique with notable efficacy. Thus, in light of his options, Chowan chose the sword, enabling him to employ the Qingfeng Two-Element Sword. Having made his choice, he set aside the medium-grade fine sword and, grasping the Huangke, exited the cabin. His intention was to elevate the 17 styles of swordplay to perfection before anything else. Your aura. On the deck, Huang Rong sat at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. Upon seeing Chowan emerge once more, exuding an imposing presence as though transformed, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Had Chowan broken through? Chowan shrugged, adopting a somewhat boastful demeanor as he released a fraction of his aura. Just a small epiphany, and I broke through? 0.0 Huang Rong was increasingly astonished. Previously, she had crossed swords with Chowan, who at that time had not even reached the 6th rank. Yet now, he exuded an aura that unmistakably suggested he had attained the 4th rank. Did you take drugs? Huang Rong questioned incredulously, her gaze fixed on Chowan. That was a leap of 3 major realms. Although ascending from the 9th to the 1st rank is relatively more manageable for martial artists, it is inconceivable to achieve such rapid advancement through 3 major realms without extraordinary. Huang Rong instinctively began to inquire, but as soon as the words left her lips, her body froze in place, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Chapter 65. With you by my side, it matters not. She is now known as Little Beggar, rather than Huang San. Little Beggar remains oblivious to the tale of Chao and Su Weisheng. Casting a furtive glance at Chowan, she silently prays that he does not uncover her secret. Lifting her gaze, she finds Chowan observing her with a smile that dances on the edge of amusement, his face revealing no hint of surprise or astonishment. Clearly, he had recognized her long ago. How foolish of her to have pretended all along. Had Chowan merely been a spectator, relishing her folly? You? Huang Rong hastily rose to her feet, facing Chowan directly. Just as she was about to speak, the moment their eyes met, her resolve crumbled, leaving her feeling like a child caught in a misdeed. When did you realize it was me? Upon boarding the ship, Chowan replied with a chuckle. Did you think I would so easily allow someone I had only met once to embark with me? You must understand, I am fleeing for my life, not engaging in jest. Upon boarding the ship, Huang Rong instinctively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had only discovered her identity at that moment. Had it been earlier at the Yin Academy, who knows what chaos might have ensued between them. I apologize. I merely sought a companion for my travels through the rivers and lakes. However, when you suddenly expressed a desire to leave, I feared that if I directly proposed to accompany you, you might overthink it, which led me to devise this ruse. Chowan shook his head. It's of no consequence. You are with me, so it matters not. Chowan smiled, for he had just activated a double reward experience card. The timing of Huang Rong's identity revelation was fortuitous, prompting him to say, I am ready to train diligently for another day. How about you serve as my sparring partner and offer me guidance? With you by my side, it matters not. Those words sent a shiver through the young girl, her blood surging uncontrollably to her cheeks. How had she not noticed his eloquence before? Very well, Huang Rong readily agreed, adding, but let it be clear, as your sparring partner, you must not harbor any resentment towards me, nor hold it against me. Agreed. Chowan replied wholeheartedly. If he were truly angered, Huang Rong would never have boarded the ship in the first place. With Huang Rong's consent, Chowan wasted no time. He assumed a stance and began to demonstrate the foundational techniques of the Shou Sword 19 forms, executing each move with precision. After integrating the principles and experiences of the Qing Fan Liang E-Sword, Chowan found the execution of the Shou Sword 19 forms to flow with newfound ease. The essence of the Qing Fan Liang E-Sword, which emphasizes the interplay of yin and yang, harmonized perfectly with the Shou Sword 19 forms and the 5 Tigers Breaking Mountains blade. As he honed his mastery of the Qing Fan Liang E-Sword, he anticipated the day when he could seamlessly meld the 5 Tigers Breaking Mountains blade with the Shou Sword 19 forms, thus amplifying the power of both martial arts. You have diligently accepted Huang San's guidance and made earnest corrections for half an hour. Your experience with the foundational martial art, Shou Sword 19 forms, has increased, triggering a double reward for your efforts, doubling the experience gained. The prompt sounded, and Chowan glanced at the proficiency of the Shou Sword 19 forms, noting it had risen from 85 to 88. Though a modest increase, it was commendable at such an advanced level. Continue. As he approached this milestone, Chowan felt a surge of excitement and charged towards Huang Rong once more. Huang Rong was equally earnest, but soon realized that she could scarcely find any flaws in Chowan's techniques. His timing for attacks was impeccable, and his defense was impenetrable. If they were to determine a victor, she could only triumph through sheer force, relying on her superior realm rather than identifying any weaknesses in his martial arts. Could this truly be the legendary martial arts prodigy? Huang Rong watched in awe as Chowan advanced remarkably within just a few days, not only ascending 3 major realms but also making astonishing progress in his martial arts. How could an ordinary person achieve such a transformation? Having trained since childhood, she had indeed made some progress. Yet after more than a decade of practice under esteemed mentors, she found herself unable to reach the level Chowan had attained. Time flew by. Nearly every half hour, a reward would be triggered. However, the increments of progress varied. Sometimes it was 3, at other times 2, and in less efficient moments, merely 1. Yet, each small gain accumulated rapidly, adding up to over 10% in a matter of hours. As they departed from the Academy, it was already midday, and of course, when Chowan paused once more, it was already the afternoon. Congratulations, host. Your dedicated practice of the foundational martial art show sword 19 forms has advanced to completion. 1. Reward, 50 points to Constitution, current Constitution, 1700 points. Congratulations, host. Through your efforts, you have successfully elevated the proficiency of a foundational sword technique to perfection. 1. Special ability sword intent activated. 1. Sword intent, a deeper comprehension of the sword by its wielder, enhancing the potency of sword techniques. Activation requires foundational sword arts to reach perfection. Current progress, 1. Capable of augmenting all sword techniques by 10 in power. Continued practice of sword techniques at certain proficiency levels can further enhance the progress of sword intent. 0. He remarked, mentioning that elevating these foundational martial arts to perfection would yield delightful surprises. Indeed, surprises awaited him, and they were nothing short of astonishing. Achieving just a 1 enhancement could augment his power by 10%, while a 10 increase would result in a doubling of strength. A 100 enhancement could yield 10-fold powered, at any given moment. Opportunities to amplify one's capabilities are exceedingly rare. His life was undeniably improving. Furthermore, if perfecting the basic sword technique could activate the sword intent, would perfecting the basic knife technique also unlock the knife intent? And what of the movement technique? Could casual strolling perhaps grant him something akin to sword intent? A thought surged within him, and Chowan found himself devoid of any desire to pursue other distractions. He was resolute. He would act without delay. With his gaze fixed on the 5-tiger mountain-splitting blade and the casual movement technique, both tantalizingly close to reaching one perfection, Chowan felt invigorated, as if imbued with newfound energy. Today, he was determined to master these 3 elementary martial arts. Come, Sanner, let us practice the 5-tiger mountain-splitting blade once more. Chowan turned his attention to Huang Rong. Although the system had ceased to remind him that Huang Rong was guiding him in these recent sessions, her contribution was undeniable, as she enabled a consistent triggering of system rewards every half hour. Practicing alone demanded a heightened level of concentration and self-discipline to stave off complacency or distraction. However, having a sparring partner made all the difference. The back-and-forth exchanges flowed seamlessly. Though his offensive maneuvers lacked significant flaws, Huang Rong's superior mastery allowed her to evade many of his strikes with ease. As they engaged in this rhythmic dance of combat, time flew by, rendering the experience far less arduous. Chapter 66, The Blade's Intent, the Melancholic Maiden. Ah? Are you coming again? Brother, is it not acceptable for me to call you brother? Let us take a brief respite. We ought to partake in some sustenance and quench our thirst, shall we? Upon observing Chowan rising with renewed vigor, Huang Rong immediately let out a pained wail. Why did Chowan have to maintain such a stubborn disposition? While her physical stamina might keep pace, her willpower was faltering. They had already practiced the 19 forms of the show sword for a couple of hours, and now, just as they were catching their breath, they were to begin the 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade technique. Was there no mercy to be found? Chowan cast a sidelong glance at Huang Rong, contemplating before he finally conceded, "Very well. You may rest for the duration of a stick of incense, half an hour, and I shall practice in the meantime." His relentless pursuit of improvement was driven by a desire to escape peril and preserve his own life. However, Huang Rong had no such obligation to toil alongside him in hardship. Nevertheless, since she had already embarked on this journey with him, surrendering entirely was not an option. This was a realm demanding diligence, and if she wished to indulge in idleness, she would have to seek refuge elsewhere. All right. I shall rest for a stick of incense first. Seeing Chowan relent, Huang Rong eagerly acquiesced. Having the opportunity to rest was already a boon. What more could she possibly demand? Chowan withdrew his gaze from Huang Rong and steadied his mind before once more brandishing his weapon upon the plank. This time, he practiced the 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade. Congratulations, host! You have diligently trained in the foundational martial art 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade. Your proficiency in 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade has increased, successfully reaching perfection. 1. Reward, 70 points to Constitution. Current total Constitution, 1770 points. Congratulations, host! Through your efforts, you have successfully elevated a basic martial arts technique to perfection. Blades and Tint, 1. Blades and Tint. A deeper understanding of the blade by the wielder, which enhances the power of the blade techniques. Achieving perfection in foundational blade techniques activates this ability. Current progress, 1. Capable of enhancing the power of all your blade techniques by 10. As night fell, the system's notification regarding the breakthrough in the 5 tigers breaking the mountain blade finally chimed. Oh, finally reached it. Chowan exhaled a long breath of relief. Such prolonged training was manageable for 2 to 3 hours, yet enduring 4 to 5, or even 6 hours, was a monumental test of one's endurance. Huang Rong had long since collapsed beside him, sprawled out on the deck like a lifeless body. The truth remained. Physically, both might have the stamina, but the psychological strain was the most arduous to endure. Of course, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. As he had anticipated, he successfully activated the blades and tint. With only a basic footwork technique left to practice, its progress had now surged to 92. Nonetheless, Chowan had no intention of continuing further. He was human, his energy finite, and persisting in such rigorous practice would inevitably lead to exhaustion. As night had descended, it was time to engage in the evening's appropriate activities. After all, there were 24 hours in a day. He could refine his footwork tomorrow. Casting a glance at the despondent Huang Rong, he smiled gently. Let us call it a night. We shall continue tomorrow. We are coming back tomorrow. Huang Rong emitted a mournful sound, her heart sinking at the thought of Chowan's tireless spirit. A person like him would surely earn her father's favor. Hard-working, earnest, and never lazy, with a remarkable talent for comprehension. Truly, how could such a person exist in this world? Just watching him filled her with a sense of guilt. Chowan added with a chuckle, just for noon. We shall conclude at the time we began today. Huang Rong's gaze became vacant, her mind swirling with words unspoken. Very well. Ultimately, the maiden could only bow her head in agreement. There was no alternative. After all, she had boarded Chowan's ship of mischief. Having concluded their martial arts practice, Chowan retrieved the provisions he had previously prepared. Once satiated, he retreated to his chamber to practice the Xianbian technique. Presently, he had 3 potential trump cards at his disposal: swords and tint, blades and tint, and this unique secret technique, the Xianbian technique. Mastering it would allow him to elevate himself by 3 minor realms, and at a critical moment, even if it were not to deliver a surprise strike against an opponent, it would at least enhance his chances of a successful escape. Thus, mastering the Xianbian technique was imperative, and he would seize any opportunity to further the progress of his swords and tint and blades and tint. Chowan diligently continued his training, while Huang Rong lay back on the deck, propped up on one leg, gazing at the stars. She still wore the attire of the little beggar, but her face had been cleansed. Recognizing her, she felt there was no longer a need for pretense. Initially, she had planned to reveal her true identity to Chowan as a surprise upon arriving in Hangzhou, but now, she had inadvertently let it slip. No, even if she hadn't spoken out, Chowan would have discovered her identity long ago. It was fortunate she had revealed it. Otherwise, for the entirety of their journey, Chowan might have believed she was deceiving him. Should I reveal my true identity to him? Gazing at the heavens, Huang Rong was filled with melancholy. Recalling how Chowan had immediately sought to leave upon learning Su Weisheng's true identity, her heart fluttered with anxiety. If Chowan were to discover she had been deceiving him as well, would he also abandon her like he did with Su Weisheng? Would they even be able to remain friends? Yet, if she were to confess to Chowan now, how could she even begin? In a moment of turmoil, the maiden felt a wave of frustration. Had she known better while at the Yin Academy, she would have simply used her real name if she had done so. Since Chowan had never directly inquired about her identity, her silence would not have constituted deception. But now, with Su Weisheng's example looming large, her heart was indeed troubled. Miss, everything has been arranged. Whether by land or by water, personnel have been dispatched to hasten along the way. Once there is news of young Master Chow, they will report immediately. As for Li Hanyi, the area surrounding the courtyard has been fortified with personnel. She cannot escape. At the Yin Academy, Imo Mei reported the situation to Su Weisheng. Before Su Weisheng lay a map of the river. Departing from the great river below the Yin Academy, it spread out to various major dynasties. She was speculating which route Chowan might take and to where he would ultimately arrive. Firstly, the area north of the Yin Academy could be eliminated, as it was certain that Chowan had journeyed downstream towards the southeast. Secondly, the direction towards Bailey should also be disregarded. If he were truly heading north, he would be drawing closer to Shuai City. Although the possibility of a clever ruse could not be dismissed, as long as Chowan was not foolish, he would not resort to such a tactic. As for the remaining routes, they could only be investigated one step at a time. After observing for a considerable time, Su Weisheng finally lifted her gaze towards Imo Mei. After a moment's hesitation, she extended the prepared letter to Imo Mei. Chapter 67. Grilled Fish, Little One? Please return this letter to Bailiang. Shuai City must remain vigilant. As for the spies scattered along the way, the primary focus should be on the boatmen of that merchant ship. Their families are here, and they will undoubtedly return. Only they know precisely from where Chowan disembarked. Understood. Imo Mei replied, though a hint of hesitation crept into her voice. Miss, do you think Master Chow might? Imo Mei's words trailed off, but her meaning was unmistakable. If Chowan were to eliminate those boatmen, the lead would be lost. Rest assured, he won't, Su Weisheng answered without a moment's hesitation. Imo Mei gazed at Su Weisheng in astonishment. So, miss, you have such faith in Master Chow? This remark left Su Weisheng momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had unknowingly placed such trust in that individual. Observing her mistress lost in thought, Imo Mei stuck out her tongue and softly said, I shall deliver the letter now. Without lingering, Imo Mei hurried off to convey the message. For Chowan, who was fiercely dedicated to his training, a single night passed swiftly. The Xuanbian technique, while not overly difficult to master, also presented its own complexities. Before long, the night had slipped away. With the benefit of a doubled experience gain, the progress of the first layer of the Xuanbian technique had reached 33. While not exceedingly rapid, at this pace, even without the double experience, he would complete the first layer within a few days. As dawn broke, Chowan began practicing the leisurely steps, rousing Huang Rong from her sweet slumber to serve as his sparring partner with an air of resigned acceptance. Congratulations, host. Your diligent practice of the basic movement technique leisurely steps has successfully reached mastery. 1. Reward. Physique 50 points, current physique, 18-20 points. Congratulations, host. Through your efforts, you have successfully elevated the proficiency of a foundational basic movement technique to mastery. 1. Successfully activating a special ability, Movement Realm. 1. Movement Realm. A deeper understanding of movement techniques by the martial artist, enhancing the potency of movement martial arts. Achieving mastery in foundational movement martial arts can activate this ability. Current progress. 1. Capable of increasing the speed of all movement martial arts by 10%, as expected. This added another trump card to his arsenal, and a 10% increase in speed could indeed prove crucial in life or death situations. No matter how formidable one may be, if speed does not match his own, they would inevitably find themselves trailing behind. Upon reaching mastery in leisurely steps, Chowan shifted his focus to the Qingfeng Liangyi sword. At times, he felt the urge to learn everything, believing that having more skills would be beneficial. Yet, there were moments when he sensed that being overly ambitious could lead to complications, as time was not infinitely divisible. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. As long as he could earn system rewards, that was sufficient. His physique steadily improved, making the realm somewhat less critical in certain instances. Even exquisite martial arts at the proficient level would progress faster than those at the major achievement level. Moreover, while Huang Rong could not guide him in the major achievement level foundational martial arts, she was quite eager to assist him with the proficient level exquisite martial arts. As the time for the double experience card concluded, the progress of the Qingfeng Liangyi sword had reached 34 proficiency. This was impressive for an exquisite martial art, especially given the limited time available for practice. Once the training session concluded, Chowan returned to the cabin for a much-needed rest. Though his realm had ascended to the 4th tier, he had yet to reach the point where he could remain alert without sleep. When Chowan finally awoke, it was already evening. Exiting his room and stepping onto the deck, he intended to engage Huang Rong in conversation, but he found no sign of her. Just as confusion set in, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. "Hey, you finally woke up. Guess what I managed to get from the boatman?" Huang Rong's light voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, Chowan beheld a basin beside her. "What is this? A fire pit?" Huang Rong smiled and said, "And charcoal. Tonight, we can grill fish." She pointed towards the charcoal stacked in the corner. "Grilled fish? But where's the fish?" Chowan glanced at the swiftly gliding surface of the water, realizing he had no fishing rod and certainly could not leap into the water to catch fish. After all, he was a poor swimmer. "That's simple enough," Huang Rong replied, her foot lightly pressing down as she leapt off the boat, gliding across the lake's surface like a dragonfly touching the water. With a few gentle steps on the lake, she swiftly clapped her hands, and several large, plump grass carps leaped from the water. Huang Rong's quick reflexes allowed her to slap the fish towards the boat, landing them directly on the deck before Chowan. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 8 fish were caught before Huang Rong ceased her efforts. It seemed she intended to prepare an entire fish feast. Chowan stood on the deck, utterly astonished. The dragonfly-like gliding, the effortless movement over the water, and the use of inner strength to catch fish. These were feats he had only witnessed in dramas from his previous life, all accomplished with wires and special effects. Today, however, he had witnessed a true display of skill. Of course, the most significant aspect was that, at the early 4th tier, he was utterly incapable of matching Huang Rong's fluidity. What realm was this girl in? Given his current level, it was clear he could not achieve such grace. Utilizing leisurely steps, he might be able to jump a few meters with the help of momentum, but to navigate the water as Huang Rong did, effortlessly catching fish, was beyond him. Not only would the 3rd tier be insufficient, but even the 2nd tier would likely fall short. As for the 1st tier, or perhaps a higher realm such as the Vajra Ordinary Realm or the Free and Easy Realm? Surely, she could not be at the level of the Free and Easy 9 Heavens or the Soaring Mastery. Could she be a hidden expert? No, she must simply be a minor figure. True masters wouldn't need to disembark from the boat, effortlessly summoning fish from the water with a mere wave. Yet, a minor figure is still a figure. 8 fish, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, wild and fresh, looked absolutely delectable. Huang Rong returned triumphantly to the deck and, as if to take credit, addressed Chowan, "See, now we have fish." 0, 0. With so many fish, are we truly able to consume them all? Chowan gazed at the young lady with a hint of skepticism. While she certainly displayed her skills, it would be unwise to squander natural resources. After all, the preservation of our ecosystem is a shared responsibility. Impossible, Huang Rong elucidated. 5 of the fish are intended for the boatmen as remuneration. How else would they provide me with the fire pit and charcoal? We have also agreed upon the seasonings, but the fish must be delivered to them first. Kindly tend to the fire while I deliver the fish and procure the seasonings, Huang Rong advised, selecting 5 fish before making her way towards the cabin. Chapter 68. I can't swim. My heart is heavy. Baby, all right? Chowan replied with a smile, nodding his head. He had intended to mention that he had prepared quite a few seasonings himself, but since the young lady had already made arrangements with someone else, he could save some for later use. When one is away from home, it is wise to conserve resources, for one never knows when they might prove invaluable. Retrieving the fire starters from the bundle in the cabin, Chowan began to kindle the flames. Once the fire was ablaze, he proceeded to prepare the remaining 3 fish. His culinary skills, honed to a masterful level, were more than sufficient for handling these mere 3 grass carp. As he was finishing up with the fish, Huang Rong arrived with the seasonings. Following a series of steps, marinating, setting up the grill, and roasting the fish, the delightful aroma of the grilled fish soon filled the air, and the two eagerly devoured their meal. 3 grilled fish proved to be more than enough for their appetites. After the feast, the two leaned back against each other, gazing into the night sky in a contemplative silence. The night was enchanting, with countless stars adorning the heavens, and as the boat glided through the water, it resembled a living canvas. Huang Rong occasionally stole glances at Chowan, and noticing him lost in thought, she hesitated before asking, "Chowan, have you ever contemplated what you wish to do in the future?" "Me?" Chowan paused for a moment, reflecting before offering a rather simple response. "For me, surviving in this world is sufficient." Huang Rong was taken aback. Surviving? Surely that is not such a daunting task? Besides, you seem to be doing quite well. Chowan shook his head with a bitter smile. It was evident from her words that she was a sheltered young lady, inexperienced in the ways of the world. For you, perhaps survival is indeed simple. But for me, simply being able to live well is already a significant achievement. Recalling the day of his transmigration, he realized that, in truth, he had experienced death once. Ejected from such a great height, he had nearly been catapulted from the safety of the facilities. Even his ironclad body would have been rendered unrecognizable, let alone his flesh and blood. Had it not been for the twist of fate that brought him here, he likely would have become nothing more than a heap of ashes, scattered amongst the bushes around the crematorium as fertilizer for the flowers. In his homeland, those who were unmarried and without descendants were forbidden entry into their ancestral graves. Ultimately, he felt he had betrayed his ancestors. Huang Rong turned to observe Chowan's profile. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Is it because of the person you encountered in the town beneath the Upper Yin Academy?" Though she had not seen Li Hanyi in the town, she had certainly observed Chowan's unmistakable anxiety, which was clearly not directed at the students of the Upper Yin Academy. Chowan nodded. "Perhaps?" Huang Rong pressed further. "Is that person from Shuyue City?" She recalled Chowan mentioning that he had enemies in Shuyue City. Chowan nodded once more. "Indeed, that individual is from Shuyue City." "What is that person's cultivation level?" Huang Rong's lips parted slightly. If the individual in question did not possess a high level of cultivation, she could potentially eliminate that threat on Chowan's behalf. 0. 0-inch Chowan paused momentarily and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Huang Rong, with a resolute pat on her chest, declared, "Of course, I shall help you reclaim your dignity. Though I am unaware of the grievances that lie between you, I am well acquainted with your character. Regardless of what has transpired, it is undoubtedly that individual who is at fault." Huang Rong exhibited an unwavering confidence in Chowan. As she spoke, recalling the girl's remarkable fishing skills only intensified a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it be that he had misjudged her? This Wang San was not merely a minor figure. Perhaps she was indeed a concealed powerhouse. If he were to have a formidable ally, what could he possibly fear? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Chowan hastily remarked, "I have inquired previously, and that person has slain a master at the mid-stage of the Fuyo realm, so their cultivation level should be at least on par with that, if not higher." "What did you say? The Fuyo realm?" Huang Rong's smile froze in place, her voice rising slightly in volume. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chowan bowed his head. The tone of her voice revealed that his hopes had been in vain. It was evident she believed he could not contend with such an opponent. "The Fuyo realm? Shuyue City? Your adversary, could it possibly be Li Hanyi?" Huang Rong, taken aback, stood up in astonishment, staring incredulously at Chowan. The two had been seated back to back, but with Huang Rong's abrupt movement, Chowan lost his support and stumbled backward. "Oh, you!" Chowan, filled with helplessness, rose from the deck and, observing Huang Rong's astonishment, equally perplexed, asked, "What? You two must know each other, right?" A chill ran down Chowan's spine. If they truly were acquainted, what would he do? Jump overboard and flee? But he couldn't swim. In an instant, his mind erupted in chaos. However, it shouldn't be the case. Hadn't Li Hanyi already pursued him to the Shangyin Academy? Or was it that this Huang San simply remained oblivious to his enmity with Li Hanyi? Fortunately, Huang Rong offered no room for Chowan's wild imaginings, promptly shaking her head and stating, "As it happens, we are not acquainted. There are only 3 top-tier masters in Shuyue City. Bailey Dongjun and Sikong Changfeng have long been said to have ascended to the realm of Tianxiang Daxio several years ago, leaving only Li Hanyi. How could you possibly have incurred her wrath?" Huang Rong inquired, her expression filled with bewilderment. while Chowan exhaled a sigh of relief. So that was the reason. Goodness, Huang Rong's words had initially alarmed him greatly. Ahem, it is merely a misunderstanding, and we are not truly enemies. She simply harbors a one-sided desire to capture me due to that misunderstanding. Chowan cleared his throat lightly. What sort of misunderstanding could possibly lead the illustrious sword immortal of Shueyue to pursue a 4th grade? No, just days prior, a 7th grade, inconsequential martial artist. Did you spy on her while she was bathing? Aside from this, Huang Rong could scarcely conceive of anything else that might provoke Li Hanyi into a pursuit of Chowan. However, the troubling aspect was that she had posed the question, and yet her heart suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, as if fearing that Chowan might indeed nod in affirmation. 0, 0. Gazing into Huang Rong's lively eyes, Chowan felt an inexplicable sense of unease wash over him. Was this girl truly so perceptive? However, he quickly regained his composure. He could not possibly admit to it, for that would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Chowan raised his hand and playfully tapped the girl on the head, declaring with feigned righteousness, "What nonsense are you imagining? Am I truly that sort of person?" In truth, the situation was far more severe than mere peeping during a bath. Yet, he was also a victim of circumstance. Oh, and what might that be? Upon hearing Chowan's denial, Huang Rong instinctively felt a sense of relief and continued to press for answers. Chowan sighed, "I cannot disclose the details. It is merely a misunderstanding. She has misconstrued my intentions and is now pursuing me. The heart of this young man is burdened, yet he cannot voice his struggles." Chapter 69. In a fit of anger, Huang Rong furrowed her brow, perplexed as she inquired, "Since it is a misunderstanding, why not clarify it face to face?" He too wished to elucidate matters in person, yet he lacked the courage. What if the other party approached him and struck him down with a sword? That would indeed be disastrous. Observing Huang Rong's bewilderment, Chowan sighed, "Things are not as simple as you think. You are aware she is a formidable master. What if we meet and before I can utter a word, she cleaves me in two with her sword?" Huang Rong was momentarily at a loss for words. She did not know Li Hanyi well, nor was she aware of her temperament. Should a sword truly be aimed at him, not even 10 Huang Rongs could thwart it. Then will you continue to run indefinitely? When will this end? Huang Rong expressed her concern. Chowan lamented, "Indeed, when will it come to a close?" The only course of action available to him was to diligently cultivate his skills, striving relentlessly. The day he could surpass Li Hanyi would mark the end of his tribulations, nay, the end of his suffering. Huang Rong paused, uncertain of how to respond. If the adversary was indeed Li Hanyi, there was little she could do to aid Chowan. The distance between her and the mid-stage of the Master Fuyao realm was substantial. Very well, my current abilities are no match for her. But rest assured, if she truly pursues you, I will certainly provide cover for you, allowing you ample opportunity to escape. Huang Rong shrugged and returned to her place by the fire, exclaiming, "Alas! Some matters were beyond her control." "Alas!" Chowan echoed her sentiment, resuming his seat as they leaned back against one another once more. He had anticipated this. Relying on others was futile. There was no substitute for self-reliance. Huang Rong tilted her head and asked, "What if you survive? If no one is pursuing you anymore, what do you wish to do?" Continuing to dwell on the previous topic would only serve to irritate Chowan further. The best approach was to change the subject. "No one is pursuing me." A glimmer of longing flickered in Chowan's eyes as he articulated the future he had previously envisioned. "I suppose I would seek a bustling city, purchase a decent residence, and engage in some small business, taking time to hone my martial skills. Then I would find a matchmaker to arrange a marriage and have several children." In his past life, he had wronged the ancestors of the Chow family, leaving them without heirs. Having miraculously traversed into this life, should he manage to survive Li Hanyi's relentless pursuit, it was imperative that he expand the lineage of the Chow family. As he spoke of marriage and children, Huang Rong's thoughts shifted, and Chowan, perceiving it as mere casual conversation, shrugged and replied, "None. In less than a month since his arrival in this world, how could he possibly have a beloved?" However, three faces inadvertently surfaced in his mind. One was Li Hanyi, who certainly was not a beloved, but rather a fateful entanglement. The second was Su Weisheng, whose presence was ambiguous. Most likely, they would not meet again in this life. And the third was Huang Rong. Damn, Chowan reprimanded himself. This girl was still underage. Besides, she was a close friend, a good brother. None at all? Upon hearing his response, Huang Rong felt a rush of relief and pressed further. What type of person do you intend to seek? What type? Chowan paused for a moment, contemplating before responding. At the very least, she should be someone who is easy to bear children. Easy to bear children? Huang Rong was taken aback, momentarily unable to process his words. Chowan chuckled. Isn't there a saying? A larger backside is conducive to childbirth, and she should possess a good physique so that the children may be well fed. 0. But, eat. Upon hearing these words, Huang Rong's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson, utterly baffled by the implications of Chow An's statement. How had she not previously noticed his rather indecent demeanor? Instinctively, she cast a glance downward at herself. Alas, she was still quite ample. Is this truly the only condition? Are there any other requests? Or perhaps a different one? Fortunately, the two were positioned back to back. Had they been facing each other, Chowan would undoubtedly have perceived the girl's discomposure. Her petite face was as red as if she had indulged in some illicit substance. Chowan sighed. There aren't that many conditions, you know. Just finding a wife would be a stroke of luck. As for changing the condition? Chowan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In the Chow family, I am the sole descendant. I must bear several children to strengthen my lineage. It is essential to ensure they are well cared for. One cannot allow the children to go hungry. Huang Rong's lips parted slightly, the phrase, well cared for, echoing in her ears, stirring an inexplicable annoyance within her. I am tired. I shall return to sleep now, Huang Rong said softly, disregarding Chowan, who was leaning against her, as she stood up and made her way toward the cabin. Oh, Chowan, caught off guard, found himself sprawled on the deck once more. Hey, you. What is with this girl, so jumpy? Chowan scratched his head and sat up again. With the absence of conversation, Chowan found the solitude rather dreary. It would be more worthwhile to practice his transformation technique instead. Extinguishing the flame, he returned to his cabin to engage in his training. The journey from Shangyin Academy to Hangzhou was indeed not a short one. Several boatmen tirelessly rowed day and night in shifts, taking a full 7 days to navigate from the pier at Shangyin Academy to the borders of Hangzhou. It is worth noting that traveling by boat was significantly faster than relying on his own 2 legs. This distance was by no means shorter than that from Shuyue City to Shangyin Academy. Sanner, let us disembark here, Chowan instructed from the deck, addressing the rather bored Huang Rong. Huang Rong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the surrounding reeds before questioning. We still have half a day's journey to Hangzhou. Besides, this is not a dock. It's desolate and uninhabited. Why disembark here? Chowan turned to Huang Rong and inquired. You didn't inform the boatman that our final destination is Hangzhou, did you? Huang Rong shook her head, explaining. I didn't mention it. You asked me to tell them to head south along the direction of the Ming Dynasty, going wherever until we reach our destination, and to pay more if needed. Huang Rong asked in surprise. Do you suspect these boatmen are untrustworthy? Chowan shook his head. They pose no threat. If they did, we would never have reached this place. However, their homes are ultimately near Shangyin Academy, and they will eventually return. If they were to learn where we disembarked, they would expose us upon their return. I have already informed them that we would be in the cabin in seclusion for several days and requested not to be disturbed unless necessary. By the time they realize we are no longer on the boat, it should be several days later. I left them ample silver in the room. Once they discover our absence, they will naturally return home. Chapter 70. Taken away. Li Hanyi departed from the Shangyin Academy. Huang Rong nodded in understanding, comprehending Chow An's intentions. Casting a glance around, she added, Thus, we cannot dismiss the possibility that there are their informants at various docks. It is far safer for us to disembark here in this desolate wilderness. A clever diversion, she continued. Even if they manage to locate a few boatmen, they will remain oblivious to the exact point of our disembarkation. After all, we are in the Ming Dynasty. Even with the formidable intelligence capabilities of Shuiyue City, once the trail goes cold, finding us would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Astute. Chowan praised Huang Rong with a smile. Huang Rong shot him a playful glare. I have always been clever, you know? Her words implied that it was as if she had been foolish in the past, which was not the case at all. She had always possessed intelligence. If anything, it was Chowan who was the foolish one, a simpleton. All right, you have always been clever, Chowan replied, exasperated. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea, making her difficult to fathom. Huang Rong first surveyed their surroundings before stating decisively, then let us proceed without delay. We must not let them discover us. Silently critiquing Chowan a few times in her mind, she recognized that this was not the moment for anger. If Chowan were truly to be discovered, it would spell considerable trouble. Only her father would be capable of intervening effectively. Chowan smiled knowingly, spreading his hands wide. All right then, I appreciate your assistance. The river was quite broad, and he lacked the skill to lightly skim the water's surface as Huang Rong did. Huang Rong paused, momentarily perplexed by Chowan's meaning. She stepped forward, entwining her arm with his, and with a surge of internal energy, she leapt gracefully into the air. A few delicate steps upon the water's surface, and they found themselves amidst the reeds on the riverbank. Observing Huang Rong effortlessly transporting them to the shore, Chowan felt a surge of exhilaration. This sensation of flight was truly intoxicating. Hey, don't stop. Carry me a little further, he exclaimed, still reveling in the swift descent. Huang Rong regarded him thoughtfully before proposing, once we reach Hangzhou, you must treat me to a grand feast. Chowan chuckled. Did I not already promise to treat you? And it would be 2 meals at that. Huang Rong retorted, that's different. Those 2 meals must be prepared by your own hands. However, this meal I desire upon arrival. We shall dine out together, at the final. You choose the place and I shall foot the bill, Chowan declared with a grand gesture. He still had yet to utilize the 1,000 taels of silver he had pilfered from Su Weisheng's maid. All his expenditures recently had been from the small change he had collected from others. He was, indeed, in a position of substantial wealth. Very well, thank you, my esteemed host. Let us be off, Huang Rong replied with a smile, and in the next moment, she activated her internal energy once more, lifting Chowan into the air again. Woohoo! As they distanced themselves from the riverbank, Chowan began to let loose, his exuberance manifesting in wild shouts that would have turned someone like Huang Rong, who was typically socially adept, into a bundle of nerves. Fortunately, they were in a remote area, or else she might have been compelled to abandon him. How embarrassing that would have been. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shangyin Academy, in the courtyard of Su Weisheng, the aura of a master of Fuyo enveloped the area entirely, as Li Hanyi returned to the pinnacle of her powers. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, she hovered in midair. Observing Su Weisheng and Mo Mei in the courtyard, she spoke calmly. The 7 days have elapsed. This matter, I, Li Hanyi, have noted. I shall return once I have gathered further information. No one would maintain their composure after being imprisoned for 7 days. Su Weisheng was unfazed. After all, it was the grand sacrificial wine who had been confined. Though it had been her orders, the blame would rest upon the Shangyin Academy. Otherwise, did she truly think her conditions could be met so readily? It has already been 7 days. He must have fled far by now. Do you still intend to pursue him? Li Hanyi, amidst her calm demeanor, affirmed resolutely, I shall find him, no matter how far he may go. With that, she took no further pause, turning and departing from the Shangyin Academy. Miss, it has been 7 days, and there is still no news of young Master Chow. Could it be that he has already been apprehended by the people of Shuiyue City? Su Weisheng's gaze bore a depth of concern. That is unlikely, unless he truly foolishly sought out the people of Shuiyue City. Otherwise, only Li Hanyi knows of his departure from the Shangyin Academy. Without Li Hanyi's orders, the others should not continue their pursuit. Mo Mei nodded, yet her worry lingered. But it has been 7 days. Where could young Master Chow have possibly gone? The young girl was filled with anxiety. She had anticipated that with the aid of the Northern Liang spies, retrieving Chowan would be a simple task. Yet, who would have guessed? Chowan seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no information for 7 days. Su Weisheng frowned as well. gazing in the direction Li Hanyi had departed, lamenting, "We have done all that we can. If he chooses to hide and refrain from coming forth, the rest is left to him." 7 days should have afforded him ample time to escape far and wide. Su Weisheng's words were laden with melancholy. Imo Mei observed this, her heart aching in sympathy. "Miss, I shall venture down the mountain to see if there are any tidings of young Master Chow." With that, Imo Mei hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard. Second City Master, you have finally left the academy. Regarding Shangyin Academy, at the foot of the mountain, a disciple from Shiyue City approached Li Hanyi. She had remained at Shangyin Academy for a full 7 days. Had it not been for her prior communication indicating she was unoccupied, they would have sent word back to Shiyue City, requesting the Grand City Master and the Third City Master to personally visit. Fortunately, it was merely 7 days, and Li Hanyi was unharmed. Li Hanyi glanced at the disciple from Shiyue City and shook her head, saying, "I am well. We can discuss this matter later." Whenever she closed her eyes, the scenes from that day replayed vividly, whether due to the effects of Sun Yong's potion or simply the indelible imprint it had left upon her. It was impossible to forget, utterly unforgettable. The Shiyue City disciple was taken aback, gazing at Li Hanyi in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that the wanted individual is Chowan?" Li Hanyi had already donned her mask, and beneath it, a fervent light shone upon the disciple. "Do you know him? Could it be that the information she had been seeking for so long about Chowan was right beside her?" The disciple was momentarily startled, quickly realizing Li Hanyi had misunderstood, and hurried to clarify, "No, Second City Master, I do not know him. It is just that Chowan has become quite renowned at Shangyin Academy. I have been residing in the small town these past days, and I have heard quite a bit about the happenings there. The name Chowan has become quite famous in the town these past few days. Now, he can be considered a prominent figure at Shangyin Academy." Chapter 71. Fame. The hero's convention. Li Hanyi paused for a moment, the cold glimmer in her eyes receding as she inquired, "How did he attain such notoriety?" The disciple recounted the events truthfully. "Chowan saved Su Weisheng, you see. It is said that on the day he arrived at the Shangyin Academy, Chowan personally carried Su Weisheng on his back, right before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Su Weisheng holds considerable prestige at the Shangyin Academy, and she has many admirers. After such a spectacle, Chowan has undoubtedly become the public enemy of all those suitors vying for Su Weisheng's affection." Li Hanyi contemplated this, and it aligned well with the scene she had previously witnessed, making everything fall into place. The man continued, "Later, on the very day you, the second city lord, arrived at the Shangyin Academy, that evening, Su Weisheng, under the pretext of reorganizing the academy, brutally broke the legs of all the students who had previously pursued Chowan in the town. She is quite ruthless." Li Hanyi was taken aback. She was unaware of the subsequent events, but it was evident that Su Weisheng's mood was quite foul that day. Before she could articulate her intentions, the woman had already donned a somber expression. With Su Weisheng intervening, the matter has somewhat settled. At least the discussions about this person have diminished within the academy. However, many speculate that Su Weisheng's actions are merely a case of burying her head in the sand. Prior to this, numerous rumors circulated aimed at tarnishing Su Weisheng's reputation, yet she had never paid them any mind. This is the first time she has reacted so vehemently, raising suspicions. Many have already begun to discreetly investigate Chowan's identity and background. Su Weisheng is pivotal to the future inheritance of the Liang literary lineage and is a crucial figure in the northern Liang. So if she indeed has a romantic interest, that individual will undoubtedly attract attention. Li Hanyi nodded in understanding, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally stating, "Keep a close watch on Su Weisheng. The moment she departs from the Shangyin Academy, follow her closely. Her relationship with Chowan is undoubtedly complex, and perhaps through her, we may uncover Chowan's whereabouts." The disciple, filled with confusion, asked, "The second city lord has not yet encountered him?" When he arrived at the Shangyin Academy, it was already the 3rd day of Li Hanyi's confinement. After all, according to her orders, they had to continue tracking down every lead along the way. Li Hanyi cast a glance at the disciple and calmly replied, 7 days ago, Chowan left the Shangyin Academy. At that time, I was unaware of his name, and though I encountered those students, I still missed him." Li Hanyi sighed inwardly. That day marked the closest she had been to Chowan. Had it not been for Qi Yanglong's intervention, she was certain she could have located him within that brief span of time. Alas, 7 days have passed. This divine martial continent is indeed vast. The disciple expressed mild astonishment, lamenting how fortuitous this was. It was as if fate was toying with them. So what shall we do now? Li Hanyi pondered for a moment before declaring, summon all the spies from Shuya City who have ventured out to the Shangyin Academy. One group shall keep a close. Although our lead has run cold, her trail remains, and she is also searching for Chaoan. Li Hanyi's gaze was resolute. Su Weisheng's decisive actions that day, coupled with the disciple's recent account, left her confident that Su Weisheng indeed cared for Chaoan and harbored distinct feelings for him. Her intuition had always been reliable, and she was certain it would not fail her this time. Understood. The disciple responded, yet he remained oblivious to the events transpiring within the Shangyin Academy. On the day he arrived, he had been informed that Li Hanyi would be detained there for 7 days. He had initially considered forcing his way in, at least to see Li Hanyi, but later, a young girl presented him with Li Hanyi's command, and he chose not to persist. Another group will focus on the Shangyin Academy as our sent alive. Understood. The disciple quickly clasped his fists in response, inwardly marveling. Chaoan, oh Chaoan, you truly know how to evade capture. When will this ordeal come to an end? Ah, we truly have exceptional luck this time. We have coincidentally arrived at the Triannual Heroes Convention in Hangzhou, which is quite a spectacle. In Hangzhou, the streets were bustling with activity, the clamor of vendors hawking their wares echoing the city's vibrancy. The thoroughfares were filled with scholars in long robes or ladies adorned with veils, fanning themselves gracefully while dressed in splendid attire. There were also many wandering knights like Chaoan, swords cradled in their arms, striding confidently through the streets, their presence exuding an air of restraint and composure. However, few donned a mask of a ghoul like Chaoan. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that, while peculiar, wearing a mask in the martial world could often be a necessity for those who preferred to remain incognito. It merely suggested that one was not to be trifled with. After all, one would not typically wear a mask without a certain status or without having committed some transgression. Of course, exceptions existed, such as individuals like Li Hanyi. It was uncertain whether the young lady wore a mask to conceal her extraordinary beauty or for some other reason, but it likely held no profound significance, as she had removed it during their previous meal. The Heroes' Convention? Upon entering the city, Huang Rong, having gained some experience in the martial world, began to inquire about the festivities. In no time, the young girl had gathered a general understanding of the happenings in Hangzhou. Chaoan, wearing a mask, inspired Huang Rong to follow suit, purchasing a mask resembling his own. In her own words, she declared, "You may have admirers, but I too deserve the opportunity to be sought after. If I were to be found, it would surely lead to considerable trouble." This was clearly a hint at her own distinguished background. However, Chaoan had already surmised that she possessed a notable identity. Although he remained unaware of its specifics, he did not dwell on it too much. When the time was right, he would learn what he needed to know. Aside from Shuya City, he had no hostile relationships in this world, and he could accept anyone's identity. Moreover, he welcomed the idea of someone sharing his mask. The more who wore it, the safer he felt. In light of this, Chaoan spent a few silver coins to purchase all the masks from the vendor's stall. Along the way, he distributed them to those of similar stature, and although most shot him a glare before departing, a few were indeed persuaded by his words. In the martial world, a mask serves as protection, and don the masks without hesitation. In a short span of time, the masks were quickly given away. Huang Rong explained, "This Heroes' Convention in Hangzhou is quite renowned. I have heard of it before. Almost all the rising stars of the martial world from the Great Ming come to showcase their talents. Many martial artists from other nations also gather here. It is a lively affair. Oh, should we not join in the festivities? There are rewards to be had." Chapter 72. The Champion's Reward. Beneath the mask, Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had always relished the vibrant atmosphere, and her journey to Hangzhou was fueled by a desire to broaden her horizons. The heroic assembly was indeed an excellent opportunity to witness the valor of heroes from across the land. Chaoan, filled with exasperation, replied, "You know well that I am being hunted. Do you expect me to reveal myself in broad daylight? Am I so eager to court death? And here I am, merely a lowly fourth-tier martial artist, destined to take a beating." Huang Rong shook her head, attempting to dissuade him. "Oh, please reconsider. After all, we are both wearing masks," she continued. "Moreover, you were once a 7th or 8th-tier warrior. Who could have imagined you would ascend to such heights in such a brief span of time?" Although your current rank is merely 4th tier, your prowess surely surpasses that of others within the same tier. I can assure you that ordinary 3rd or 2nd tier warriors would pose no challenge to you. As for 1st tier warriors, you must at least give it a try. Furthermore, the heroic assembly features 2 arenas. The later stage martial artists, those who have yet to enter the realm of Diamond Ordinary, will compete in one arena, while those above the innate level will compete in another. Those who seize the champion's title in the later stage arena will have the privilege of selecting a rare martial art. Isn't it fortuitous that you are in need of a unique form of movement? This is a rare opportunity. The champion of the innate arena, on the other hand, will have the chance to be taken as a disciple by the city lord of Hangzhou, learning his unparalleled technique, the heart-condensing palm. The city lord of Hangzhou is a renowned master of the pinnacle of the Fuyo realm, a veteran whose name has echoed through the martial world for ages. Rumor has it that he has even entered the realm of celestial great freedom. Regrettably, given your current abilities, aspiring for the champion title in the innate arena is beyond your reach. Otherwise, should you become his disciple, the backing of Hangzhou would make it considerably more difficult for Li Hanyi to lay a finger on you. Competing in the later stage arena would still be advantageous. Even if you do not secure the champion title, you would still have the opportunity to spar with various martial artists, which is certainly preferable to your daily practice sessions with me. Huang Rong tilted her head, her tone tinged with regret. Beneath the mask, Chowan smiled, unfazed. The pinnacle of the Fuyo realm? Although he was still merely a 4th-tier martial artist, with Li Hanyi, an at least mid-level Fuyo expert, pursuing him, he harbored no illusions about the city lord's suitability as a mentor. Of course, he could not be considered a disciple of the latter. Huang Rong was correct. No matter how strong he became, he could not contend with warriors above the Diamond Ordinary realm. However, if there was indeed a later stage arena, and the reward was the option to select a rare martial art, it might not be a bad idea after all. To be honest, he felt somewhat tempted. He already possessed a rare mental technique and had attained mastery over a rare martial art, the clear division of 2 essential sword. What he truly lacked was a rare movement technique. Once acquired, he would have completed the trifecta. Moreover, with 7 days at his disposal, he had already mastered the first layer of the Xianbian technique. Although the second layer required additional time, it would at least elevate him by a minor realm. Coupled with his inherently extraordinary physique, he could indeed attempt to vie for the champion title. Huang Rong was right. Engaging in combat with various martial artists would also accelerate the enhancement of his practical experience. Perhaps it would even expedite his progress further. Noticing Chowan's hesitation, Huang Rong swiftly linked her arm with his and playfully urged, "Come on, let's go. This is a rare opportunity for experience. Let us at least check it out first before we decide whether to participate." Chowan did not directly acquiesce. After all, they were merely indulging in the excitement of the moment. This girl was indeed quite the spirited character. However, are you certain you want to go there directly? Did you not mention wanting me to treat you to a grand feast? They had only just arrived in Hangzhou and had yet to find a place to settle. Of course, we must eat first. Only with full bellies can we muster the strength to fight. Come, let us head to Zui Xianju for a meal. I just inquired, and Zui Xianju is the most renowned tavern in Hangzhou, with countless branches across the divine martial continent. Let us go. Chowan agreed, for he too felt a pang of hunger. After a day of consuming dried rations and fish, even his culinary skills could not withstand the monotony. He was nearing his limit. On their way, they passed a money exchange, where Chowan exchanged 100 taels for small silver coins. His previous stash had nearly been depleted, leaving him with only 10 silver notes. Fortunately, despite the multitude of empires in this world, the silver notes remained widely accepted. However, there were certain exchange fees. While the various empires' notes were interchangeable, each could only be exchanged through local authorities. The exchange shopkeeper rambled on, leaving Chowan somewhat bewildered. It was akin to modern currency exchange. For a silver note worth 100 taels, he received only 99, incurring a loss of 1 tael, quite a rip-off. After completing the transaction, the two hastened to Zui Xianju, ordering an extravagant feast and reserving a room. Initially, They intended to book 2 rooms, but an unexpected situation unfolded, leaving only one available. Dear guests, we truly have no more rooms left. You are quite fortunate. A previous guest abruptly had to leave, or else this room would not have been available. Beneath their masks, Chowan and Huang Rong exchanged glances. Chowan was indifferent, yet Huang Rong was, after all, a lady. Very well, we shall take this room. At the city gate, between the bridge and sharing a bed. With that, she turned to Chowan with a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "We are all children of the martial world. Why fuss over such trivialities?" Fortunately, they were masked. Otherwise, Chowan would have undoubtedly discerned the unusual expression on Huang Rong's face. All right then. If the young lady was unconcerned, it would be rather pretentious for him, as a man, to mind. Besides, they had shared rooms before. Back at Su Weisheng's courtyard, the young girl had challenged him to a drinking contest and ended up inebriated, yet he had spent the night reading in the same room. With the room confirmed, a lavish spread of dishes soon arrived, and the two removed their masks, indulging in the feast. However, not long into their meal, a refreshing scent of orchids wafted in with a gentle breeze as a few graceful figures entered through the door. Huang Rong, seated directly opposite the entrance, was the first to look up, her expression one of surprise. How beautiful! Chowan paused at her words. Beautiful? Where? He quickly turned his head, and 5 individuals entered the establishment. For young maidens, around the age of 15 or 16, surrounded a striking woman clad in a black lace gown, with a white inner lining that exuded a dreamy allure. Tall and slender, she epitomized grace. Her long hair cascaded naturally down her back, adorned with a silver hairpin. Her skin was fair and supple, her fingers delicate, and every subtle expression she made radiated an irresistible charm. Enchantress, a word sprang to Chowan's mind. Chapter 73. Taste of Realms. The other party appeared to be a frequent patron of the Drunken Immortal Inn, possibly even the daughter of the proprietor. Upon her entrance, the innkeeper and the waitstaff greeted her with utmost reverence. "Miss, you have arrived." Everything has been prepared. Please proceed to the backyard. The young lady nodded, and under the escort of several attendants, she made her way to the rear of the establishment. The Drunken Immortal Inn could be described as a multifaceted venue. In addition to the usual dining and lodging services, it also offered a plethora of entertainment options, including song and dance performances, music, chess, calligraphy, floral arrangements, and the throwing of arrows, catering to the tastes of both dashing scholars and literary figures. "Hey, she has already walked far away, and you're still staring," a somewhat disgruntled voice interrupted Chowan's reverie. Coming to his senses, Chowan turned to Huang Rong with an awkward smile. "I was merely curious about her identity, given such a grand entrance." Huang Rong, with her lips pursed and a chicken leg in hand, cast a resentful glance at Chowan, her voice tinged with mockery. "What, are you smitten? Why not go over and say hello? Perhaps she has taken a fancy to you as well?" To Huang Rong, the lady did not warrant the same level of scrutiny as Chowan. Her assessment was straightforward. She is well endowed, likely to bear children well. Certainly, she wouldn't go hungry. This insufferable fellow seemed utterly captivated, clearly preferring this type. Humph. What is so great about that? It's exhausting to maintain such a posture. The young lady instinctively lowered her head, seething internally. "I still have room to grow." Chowan shook his head in exasperation. "What luck do I have? It is not as though I'm attracted to every beautiful woman, nor do they all take a liking to me. Though I may possess charm and elegance, I am not without my flaws," he added, puffing himself up, only to earn a roll of the eyes from Huang Rong. After spending time together, she had realized that he was not as serious as she had initially perceived. However, prompted by Chowan's comment, Huang Rong lost interest in their previous conversation and resumed her focus on the meal. Dining was indeed a matter of priority. A minor interlude did little to dampen their spirits as they continued their meal. Once they finished, the pair headed directly to the venue of the heroic assembly. Not far from the Drunken Immortal Inn lay an expansive open area, situated beside Westlake, a picturesque locale ideal for enjoying the scenery. In the open space, 2 elevated platforms had already been erected. Nearby stood a more grandiose viewing stand, occupied by numerous spectators. some clad in identical garments, likely members of the same sect, while others donned peculiar attire, their origins indiscernible. At the center sat a robust middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding an aura befitting a person of authority. He was likely the city lord of Hangzhou. To the left was the platform designated for the post-heaven realm, intended for martial artists ranked from the 9th to the 1st tier, which was relatively smaller. To the right stood the platform for the pre-heaven realm, accommodating those above the 1st tier, who had entered the diamond ordinary realm, thus qualifying them as pre-heaven cultivators. This platform was considerably larger, a necessity given that once a warrior, is it simply a matter of stepping up? Upon noticing the duo's masks and their Na'vi questions, the crowd quickly discerned that they were first-time attendees of the heroic assembly. At such moments, the martial world was never short of kind souls eager to assist, deriving great satisfaction from imparting their knowledge. One individual explained, "The rules of the heroic assembly dictate that we engage in friendly competition, with strikes merely for show. Anyone who meets the requisite realm criteria may ascend the platform. However, prior to that, you must register at the nearby management office, verify which platform you belong to, and register your name before you may participate. Regardless of whether it's the post-heaven or pre-heaven platform, only those under 30 years of age may compete. Victors of the post-heaven platform will receive a rare martial arts manual. Those who triumph on the pre-heaven platform will be granted the opportunity to become disciples of the Hangzhou City Lord, who will personally impart his ultimate technique, the Heart-Soul Disruption Palm. The Heart-Soul Disruption Palm is a supreme-level technique, immensely powerful. The latter details aligned closely with what Huang Rong had gleaned. Just as they finished listening, the celebrated prodigy from the Li family concluded another match, sending his opponent off the platform. Huang Rong promptly turned to Chowan, asking, "So, what do you think? Have you made up your mind?" "I see that these individuals do not seem overly formidable," he remarked. A mere third-tier youth had managed to stand firm on the platform for so long, suggesting that none among them were particularly strong. Considering the rewards for the champions, free choice of a rare martial manual, having previously experienced the enhancements from the rare-level Return to Origin Heart Sutra and the rare-level Duality Sword technique, he found the allure substantial. Yet, the sheer number of contenders made him feel somewhat apprehensive. He could not guarantee that there were no spies from Shuyu City lurking among them, however, to abandon this opportunity. But then, an idea struck him and he inquired, "What about you? I just realized you've been pushing me to join. Don't you meet the criteria as well? Shouldn't you take the chance to hone your skills?" Huang Rong paused momentarily before responding, "Of course, I shall participate, but not here. I intend to go to the pre-heaven platform," she added, "but if I lose, you mustn't mock me. There are quite a few experts on that side, and besides, I have no intention of becoming a disciple." If she were to take the city lord as her master, her father would undoubtedly. With nonchalance, Huang Rong replied, "I have just entered the pre-heaven realm, the diamond ordinary stage." Chowan was taken aback, genuinely surprised that Huang Rong was only at the diamond ordinary stage. He had assumed she would possess at least the free-flowing realm. The martial techniques she displayed and her flamboyant movements appeared quite sophisticated. Huang Rong shot him a glance. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is my realm a source of embarrassment for you?" She merely neglected her training. Had she dedicated herself diligently, she would have already become a formidable expert. Not at all. I merely find your martial prowess and presence quite impressive." Huang Rong paused, understanding why Chowan had formed such misconceptions. The techniques she wielded were predominantly the legendary skills of Peach Blossom Island, many of which were of supreme quality, and her father was someone who placed great emphasis on image. How could her martial arts standards be anything less than elevated? Chapter 74, Wang Anquan delivers results. "Oh dear. Just leave me be. Are you going to participate or not? If you choose not to participate, then I shan't either." Huang Rong did not linger on the topic any further. Chowan remained hesitant, his gaze sweeping once more over the throngs of people. Having arrived in the Ming dynasty, surely the influential figures of Shuyu City would not be able to track him down here. Very well, I'll go up. Ultimately, the allure of the precious secret arts proved too tempting to resist. Fortune favors the bold. After all, When he saved Su Weisheng, was it not driven by a similar instinct? The outcome had yielded the desired results. Moreover, since he was already here, it would be an opportune moment to ascertain just how mediocre the system's evaluation truly was. How many realms could his extraordinary physique transcend in combat? The arena was unlike the reality beyond. In the real world, one would seldom find opportunities to engage in combat with so many, all while ensuring the absence of life-threatening risks. While many were present, not all were martial artists. It remains true that although this was the continent of comprehensive martial arts, where martial prowess was revered, in reality, the ordinary populace constituted the vast majority. Most attendees were merely spectators, and there was a threshold of 30 years of age. Many simply came to enjoy the spectacle. At the registration desk, there were few people. Chowan and Huang Rong squeezed through, where the registrar lifted his gaze to regard them, noting their masks, prompting a second glance. "What is your name? And your age? And what is your realm?" The inquiries were direct. Chowan glanced at Huang Rong, signaling her to go first. Eagerly, she stepped forward and proclaimed, "Huang San, 16 years old, in the realm of Diamond Ordinary." The registrar, taken aback, raised his eyes in surprise as he processed her declaration. It was rare for someone at the age of 16 to attain the realm of Diamond Ordinary. "Is there a problem?" Huang Rong retorted, prompting the registrar to regain his composure and shake his head. "No problem." He resumed writing on a wooden plaque. Shortly thereafter, he handed Huang Rong a plaque inscribed with the name Huang San. "Isn't there a need to verify my age?" Huang Rong inquired, surprised at how effortlessly she had registered. The registrar glanced towards the spectator stand and replied nonchalantly, "Do you think the esteemed masters seated there are blind? 13 individuals have already been carried away today, expelled from Hangzhou City. 10 of them misrepresented their age, exceeding 30 years. 3 concealed their true realm. Despite having entered the innate realm, they boasted of being in the acquired realm on the platform. The city lord himself intervened, severely injuring them. They won't recover for at least half a year. Thus, if you both wish to avoid becoming the 14th and 15th, it is best to speak the truth." Listening to the registrar's explanation, Chowan and Huang Rong immediately understood, although they were not surprised. In a world rife with secret techniques, it was not unusual for someone to possess the ability to discern another's realm or age. "That cannot be. We meet the criteria," Huang Rong replied, securing the plaque and turning to Chowan. The registrar's gaze shifted to Chowan, recognizing that as they were companions, he too must be a talented contender. Judging by his stature, he appeared to be older than this Huang San. Perhaps he could indeed emerge as the champion of the innate realm in this hero convention. "My turn," Chowan mused momentarily before stating. "I am Wang Anquan, 23 years old, 4th rank." Was being 23 years old and 4th rank truly so surprising? 23 years old, 4th rank, Chowan reiterated with a hint of resignation. The registrar snapped back to reality, shifting his astonished gaze back to Huang Rong and inquired, "You two are together?" Huang Rong paused, catching the implication in the registrar's tone. Stepping protectively in front of Chowan, she asserted, "Yes, we are together." "What of it? Is a 23-year-old 4th rank not allowed on the platform?" She appeared fierce, akin to a small dog guarding its food. The registrar was taken aback by Huang Rong's sudden assertiveness. His lips twitched, realizing his position, and hastily scribbled, all good. I've already warned you of the stakes. Beyond that, may fortune favor you." He inscribed Wang Anquan's name on the plaque, noting 4th rank on the reverse. As for age, the esteemed figures on the platform would discern that themselves. He was merely conducting a preliminary screening. Huang Rong accepted the plaque, grasping Chowan's hand as they proceeded, saying, "Let us ignore him. Realm does not encompass everything. Perform well, and the title of champion shall undoubtedly be yours." As she spoke, she handed the plaque to Chowan, adding earnestly, "But do not overreach. If you encounter someone truly formidable, concede gracefully. A true gentleman knows when to yield." Chowan smiled knowingly, touched by her unexpected display of warmth. He had always regarded this girl highly. Her disposition had remained unwavering. He advised Huang Rong, "Be cautious. The innate realm platform is no trivial matter." Huang Rong waved dismissively, "Rest assured. I shall remain vigilant. I am merely here for the excitement." If I cannot win, I shall surrender without hesitation. All right. Chowan acknowledged with a nod as he and Huang Rong parted ways. At that moment, the lauded young master of the Li family had just cast a 17 or 18-year-old youth off the platform. Standing atop the arena, the young master reveled in the accolades from the crowd below, his chin held high in pride. At the tender age of 15, possessing a third-rank realm, his overall prowess was likely to outstrip that of many in the same realm, potentially even besting second-rank martial artists. Such a youth certainly had reasons to take pride. Regrettably, however, the aspirations of some would inevitably shatter today, for Chowan had arrived. Is there anyone else? Today, I, Li Hanyi, shall claim the title of champion. Those who dare contest, step forth. The prospect of selecting a rare martial art as a reward was not particularly enticing to many present. What they sought was merely the prestige of being called the champion. Few truly cared to hold the title of first place in the acquired realm tournament of the Hangzhou Hero Convention. It was precisely for this reason that, as the registrar had indicated, some concealed their true realms, opting to strut on the acquired realm platform. What era has ever lacked attention seekers? I shall. Chowan declared without hesitation. He had come for the experience. Engaging with various opponents was essential for accumulating knowledge and enhancing his skills. He would not, like those ostentatious protagonists, wait until everyone believed there was no one left before swaggering onto the stage to confront the opponent. By facing more adversaries, he might even trigger a system reward. With a casual leap, Chowan ascended the platform. As he did so, all eyes converged upon him. Those with higher realms and rich experiences in the martial world recognized Chowan's realm the moment he demonstrated his casual steps. Fourth rank. Another frog in the well, stepping forth to deliver results. Chapter 75. The Murong family, the brash youth, pray tell. What is the meaning of donning a mask? Are you ashamed to show your face? State your name, for I, Li Hanyi, do not slay nameless wretches. Gazing upon the arrogant youth before him, Chowan was reminded of his former self. Back in middle school, he too often wore a similar expression, nonchalant and convinced of his own charm, even having been chased and beaten by older high school students on a few occasions. In retrospect, he could hardly suppress his disdain for that version of himself, so obnoxious it was. Wang Anshuan. Since this was a contest, Chowan declared his name, albeit a pseudonym. The rules of the heroic assembly stipulated that participants must not exceed the age of 30 nor conceal their cultivation level. They did not, however, prohibit the use of false names. After all, his identity had never been registered in any nation, nor did he belong to any faction. If he claimed to be Wang Anshuan, then so be it. None could contest him. Wang Anshuan. I have not heard of you. The young master of the Li family appraised Chowan with a haughty gaze. Despite his arrogance, he possessed a keen eye and quickly discerned the fourth-grade aura emanating from Chowan. How dare a mere fourth-grade warrior challenge me? Truly, you are deluding yourself. Listen here, I offer you a chance. Concede now, and I shall not lower myself to your level. Chowan, masked and initially anticipating a formidable opponent, found himself confronted by a mere fourth-grade fighter. It was laughable. Even a second-grade martial artist might not pose a challenge to him, let alone this paltry fourth grade. Since the other party had issued a challenge, Chowan would not indulge him further, responding boldly, a mere child, yet you speak with such bravado. I advise you to recognize your place. Address me as brother and depart the stage, or I shall leave you with a bruised behind. At the tender age of 15 or 16, the Li family scion truly appeared as a child before Chowan. The same could be said for Huang Rong, albeit with a notable difference. This boy radiated the essence of a brat. Brats, after all, deserved a good thrashing. A swift lesson would surely tame him. As for Huang San, the quirky young lady, while she exhibited a hint of rebelliousness, she could easily be guided back on track. A mere child? Chowan's words ignited a spark of fury within the young master of the Li family, his face flushing a deep crimson. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. You old fool, who are you calling a child? With that, the young master unleashed his aura, drawing his sword and charging at Chowan. The Li family held a respectable reputation in Hangzhou and was said to be distantly related to the Murong family of Suzhou. Their swordsmanship had been refined under the guidance of the Murong lineage, ensuring that the quality of Li family's techniques was no trifling matter. After all, Li Hanyi had once achieved the remarkable feat of defeating a second-grade warrior while still in the third grade. Not everyone possessed the innate talent of Chowan, whether it was due to his exceptional physique or the proficiency he gained from several foundational martial arts. He had attained insights into sword intent, blade intent, and movement techniques. As he observed the charging young master, Chowan discerned at least 7 or 8 vulnerabilities in his approach, 3 of which were particularly critical. This marked Chowan's first genuine confrontation with a martial artist, yet the young master reminded him more of the brutish ruffians from his hometown than a capable fighter. In light of the glaring flaws displayed by the brash youth, Chowan could not be bothered to draw his sword. He merely raised his hand and struck at the exposed weaknesses. Bang! Ouch! In the blink of an eye, the young master's thrust missed its mark, and Chowan's fist connected squarely with Li Hanyi, sending him sprawling backward. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? A fourth-grade warrior just sent a third-grade one flying? Surely, Li Hanyi cannot be an ordinary third-grade fighter. Perhaps he underestimated his opponent? After all, the young master is still brimming with youthful exuberance, and this fourth-grade lad must possess some skill. It could be that he simply let his guard down. Li Hanyi has yet to leave the arena. There will be more to come. That young man is bound to face repercussions. The spectators, witnessing this astonishing scene, largely attributed it to Li Hanyi's overconfidence. While Chowan might possess some skill, it was improbable for someone to simply appear and overcome such a significant disparity in cultivation levels. Oh, it seems there is excitement brewing over at the post-Heaven Realm arena. From the crowd, someone shouted. Recognizing Li Hanyi's identity, attention shifted to a refined young gentleman on the stage. Young Master Morong, is Li Hanyi not your distant nephew? At merely 15 years of age, he has already reached the third grade. He shows great promise. Seated in that prominent position and addressed as Young Master Morong, there was but one individual of such youth across the entire Jiangnan region, Morong Fu of the Morong family from Suzhou. Morong Fu's gaze fell upon the arena, observing the fallen Li Hanyi with an impassive expression. He is merely passable. His youth necessitates further honing. Someone added, his swordsmanship, while rooted in the Li family's inherited techniques, has become increasingly sophisticated compared to the original. Surely, this is... With a calm smile, he replied, indeed, I have provided some guidance. This statement left the crowd enlightened, and someone remarked, the original Li family swordsmanship could only be classified as a treasured skill, but with such improvements, it may now approach the level of a peerless technique. No wonder Li Hanyi could triumph over a second-grade warrior while still in the third grade. He truly is remarkable. As for that masked man who repelled Li Hanyi with his fourth-grade prowess, it must have been luck. The youth truly require more tempering. Otherwise, they are bound to falter. The young Master Li's future holds great promise. We ought to extend our congratulations to the Morong family in advance. Congratulations, young Master Morong. A throng of admirers clasped their fists in respect towards Morong Fu. Morong Fu remained unperturbed, his demeanor as composed as ever as he gazed upon the post-Heaven Realm arena. His expression revealed neither joy nor anger, leaving others to ponder his true feelings towards Li Hanyi. Amidst the chatter, the Morong family had established itself as a formidable force in Jiangnan. With the elder generation led by Morong Bo at the helm, rumors persisted that Morong Longsheng still drew breath. Among the younger generation, figures like Morong Fu emerged, closely allied with the Xiaoyao sect, creating a complex web of influence that even the Lord of Hangzhou dared not underestimate. The Li family represented the Morong family's interests in Hangzhou, explaining why Li Hanyi, despite being merely in the third grade, could hold his ground for so long in the arena. It was merely a treasured technique, unworthy of offending the Li family or drawing the Morong family's scrutiny. Yet, little did they anticipate that a brash youth would soon make his entrance. Chapter 76. A brutal beating of the spoiled brat, uninvited guests. How could this be possible? A mere fourth tier cannot possibly evade my strike, especially one with such formidable force. On the arena, Li Hanyi's eyes mirrored disbelief. as everyone around him asserted that he had underestimated his opponent, yet only he was aware that he had not. The individual known as Wang Anquan was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared. Nevertheless, he would not concede defeat so easily. After all, he was Li Hanyi, the future hope of the Li family, destined to become the greatest in the world. Come again. Li Hanyi leapt from the ground, his indomitable spirit driving him to charge at Chaoan once more. Observing this, Chaoan could only shake his head in resignation, muttering softly, "This little brat is so stubborn. Why can't he just listen?" As he murmured, Chaoan raised his hand once more, and what followed left the onlookers utterly astounded, their mouths agape in shock. Bang! Crack! Smack! Ah! Stop hitting me. Please, no more. I was wrong, all right? Brother, you are my real brother. Please, stop. If you continue, I won't survive. Woohoo, mama, I want my mama. On the arena, the usually proud son of the Li family was reduced to tears, crying for his mother. As this scene unfolded, the audience erupted in an uproar. Was this masked man truly so powerful? Was he indeed at the fourth tier? Could he have been concealing his true strength? Yet, that seemed implausible. If he were truly hiding his rank, the esteemed individuals present would have intervened long ago, rather than allow him to act with such impunity. Seeing his opponent in such a pitiful state, Chaoan also withdrew, casually stretching his muscles. With a physique exceeding 1800, defeating a mere third-tier brat felt akin to child's play. Will you concede? Chaoan gazed at the tear-streaked Li Hanyi, resembling a villain with a harsh tone. I concede. Woohoo, please stop, big brother. I admit defeat, woohoo. Li Hanyi sobbed uncontrollably, having never experienced such humiliation in his life. Upon hearing the concession, Chaoan finally released him. Li Hanyi hurriedly broke free, retreating a few steps to wipe away the tears of disgrace on his face before turning and fleeing the arena. As he ran, he shouted defiantly, I will return. With that proclamation, he vanished into the crowd. Why did that sound so familiar? Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated a third-tier martial artist, and your martial arts experience has increased. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Chaoan's ear. A sudden thrill coursed through him. Could rewards be obtained in such a manner? Moreover, martial arts experience enhancement? Did that mean the progress of all martial arts techniques could increase? However, upon glancing at his attribute panel, he noticed that the progress bar remained unchanged. Could it be that the increase was too minuscule to register even one? That was indeed a possibility, yet Chaoan had no time to ponder such matters. Since he had triggered the system notification, it must certainly indicate growth. Was defeating a third tier insufficient? Perhaps he should seek out more challengers. With these thoughts igniting his enthusiasm, Chaoan directed his gaze towards the crowd below the arena and called out, Who else wishes to challenge me? With those three simple words, his voice rang out loud and arrogant. Had his expression been visible behind the mask, a throng of martial artists would have surely seethed with rage, contemplating an ambush on him in a secluded alley. Even without a visible expression, his words incited considerable ire among the onlookers. Who was this insolent lad, so audacious in his demeanor? No wonder he wore a mask. If he had the ability, he should dare to remove it. This young man is rather peculiar. It seems Li Hanyi truly underestimated his opponent. In the viewing area, spectators couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight of Li Hanyi tumbling on the arena floor. This was a blatant disregard for the Li family, and with Murong Fu observing, if this brash young man were to incur the Murong family's ire, the consequences would be dire. Of course, Murong Fu remained seated, his expression inscrutable, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the arena stage, betraying no hint of emotion, leaving others in the dark about his thoughts. Beside him, Lord Luo Baishan of Hangzhou cast a sidelong glance at Murong Fu, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. His intention in hosting the Hero Conference was to invigorate Hangzhou, while simultaneously establishing a foundation for its martial artists. Li Hanyi's unexpected entrance had complicated matters on the backstage of the arena, transforming what was supposed to be a straightforward martial arts competition into something more intricate. Although Li Huai possessed talent, from the perspective of the Morong family, he was hardly deserving of such attention. This hero conference had seen Morong Fu come uninvited, actively seeking to participate. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of concern crossed Luo Baishan's eyes. Morong Fu's arrival in Hangzhou was likely not as simple as it appeared. Sensing Luo Baishan's gaze, Morong Fu turned to meet it, his look chillingly calmed at a faint, disingenuous smile appeared on his face as he nodded at Luo Baishan, who reciprocated with a feigned smile before returning his focus to the arena. Young man, do not assume that defeating a third tier means you are without rivals. I shall engage you. Such arrogance. A mere fourth tier cannot escape my wrath. You scoundrel, I will bring you down. Finally, some could no longer contain themselves. Three figures leaped onto the arena, their expressions fierce as they glared at Chowan, the atmosphere becoming charged with tension. The rules of the arena dictate one-on-one combat. Do you intend to violate them? Before any blows could be exchanged, a cool voice resonated, descending from above to occupy the center of the arena. This individual served as the referee, tasked with preventing such situations from escalating and ensuring that heated tempers did not lead to fatal consequences. The presence of a referee indicated considerable strength. The three challengers naturally met the requirements for the postnatal realm. Upon the referee's arrival, the three immediately lost their bravado. Chowan glanced at the trio, surprised by the effectiveness of his taunts, yet he did not falter, calmly asking, "Which of you three wishes to go first?" Chapter 77. Can fighting make one stronger? First grade realm. If it were the third or second grade realms, Chowan might have allowed all three of them to attack him simultaneously. Alas, he had encountered too few martial artists, and their levels were too low. Even if their strength was inferior to his, he found it challenging to discern the grade of a martial artist whose realm surpassed his own. The disparity in strength among those in the acquired realm is not particularly vast. Unlike the innate realm, where a surge of aura can instantly reveal one's inferiority, no detailed differentiation is necessary, as it is evident that the opponent's realm is higher. In terms of realm, they likely matched Li Huai, though their exact strength remained uncertain. The trio paused, momentarily taken aback. Having been so brazen just moments ago, they had expected Chowan to arrogantly invite them all to join forces against him. Although the arena rules mandated one-on-one combat, an agreement could allow for a 1 versus 3 scenario. Why was this fellow deviating from the expected norms? They exchanged a glance with the referee, suppressing their frustrations. This was the arena, not some other venue. Had it been elsewhere, they would have already teamed up to thrash this arrogant masked man. I shall step forward. Among the three, a burly man with a robust build, clad in a leather vest and sporting a full beard, was the first to emerge. He wielded a broad blade, his step steady, clearly indicating a background in external martial arts. His presence was significantly more imposing than that of Li Huai. Without even introducing himself, he brandished his long. Now that the young master of the Li family has been defeated, the experts have emerged. That masked man is finished. Damn it, it's about time a skilled fighter stepped forward. That brat has been insufferably arrogant. Among the spectators, some discerned the man's realm, igniting a flurry of discussions once more. This initial move. Chowan narrowed his eyes, his heart racing. This was the Five Tigers breaking mountain blade. Goodness, he never anticipated encountering someone utilizing the Five Tigers breaking mountain blade in such a setting. His excitement surged. Huang Rong was right. He was in the Five Tigers breaking mountain blade. Was it? He wondered how it compared to his own perfected version at the first grade level. As he pondered this, he did not approach this battle as he had with Li Huai, unarmed. Huang Ke was drawn from its sheath, yet he assumed the stance of the Five Tigers breaking mountain blade. Clang! In the next moment, a crisp sound resonated, reverberating in the ears of everyone present. Bang! Instantly, the arena fell silent. The broad blade descended from above, embedding itself into the wooden platform, the razor-sharp edge perilously close to the burly man's shoulder, mere inches from piercing flesh. The stout man trembled, paralyzed with fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his throat. Fortunately, this was an arena, and Chowan held back his lethal intent. Otherwise, the man would now be severed in two. Next, Chowan nonchalantly withdrew his sword, casting a calm gaze towards the remaining two opponents. That last strike had been his full effort without employing blade intent or transformation techniques. The outcome was commendable, allowing him to defeat his opponent in a single move. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a second-grade martial artist, resulting in an increase in martial arts experience. The notification sound rang in his ears, prompting Chowan to examine his attribute panel. This time, the numbers shifted. The cultivation method, breathing technique, increased by 1, progressing from 45 to 46 in mastery. The returning Origin Heart Sutra rose from 7 to 8 proficiency. The Clear Wind Dual Instrument Sword advanced from 17 to 18 proficiency. The transformation technique's second level progress increased from 11 to 12. All 3 martial arts improved by 1. As for the foundational martial arts that had reached perfection, they remained at 1, unchanged. In the preceding days, Chowan had focused primarily on the transformation technique, while the progress of the other martial arts had been relatively sluggish. His understated declaration shattered the... What had they just witnessed? A second-grade martial artist had been defeated in mere moments by a fourth-grade martial artist. It was known that Li Hanyi had struggled for over 100 exchanges against the previous second-grade opponent. Moreover, that second-grade fighter had not exuded nearly as much force as this one. Defeated in one move? A fourth-grade defeating a second-grade? The onlookers were not the only ones astonished. Even those in the viewing area were taken aback. This lad, does he truly not conceal his realm? What sort of swordplay is that? A query arose, and unexpectedly, the usually silent Lord of Hangzhou, Luo Baishan, spoke up, stating, "The martial energy he displays is undeniably at the fourth-grade realm, and from the purity of his inner strength, he appears to have just entered the fourth grade. As for that swordplay, that is not swordplay. It is knife technique, merely executed with a sword. It is the 5 tigers breaking mountain blade. However, having used only one move, it is quite challenging to discern the depth of his skill." Upon Luo Baishan's remarks, the crowd's astonishment deepened. Utilizing a sword to execute the 5 tigers breaking mountain blade? What could that imply? It indicated that the opponent was evidently a swordsman, and the 5 tigers breaking mountain blade was certainly not his most formidable martial art. It seems Lord Luo holds this individual in high regard. Someone, intrigued by Luo Baishan's rare commentary, inquired. Luo Baishan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The few moves he displayed were indeed commendable, yet his age is ultimately a disadvantage. Judging by his innate talent, it appears rather average, and his future remains bleak." A 23-year-old at the 4th grade realm is hardly noteworthy among the general populace, and for individuals of their caliber, he is even less impressive. With Luo Baishan's words, many lost interest. After all, this was merely an arena for acquired realm fighters, organized to enliven the hero convention. Observing a few prodigies battle separately would be tedious. At least ordinary individuals should have the opportunity to showcase their abilities. I shall step forward. On the arena for acquired realm fighters, upon witnessing the burly man's defeat, one of the remaining 2, wielding a sword, rushed towards Chowan. His aura was on par with that of the burly man, also at the 2nd grade realm. Clang. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a 2nd grade martial artist, resulting in an increase in martial arts experience. As expected, Chowan dispatched him in a single move. Kid, impressive technique. However, this is where your journey ends. How much stronger could you possibly become, crossing 3 major realms? The final man bellowed, transforming his palm into a fist, his speed exponentially faster than that of the previous 2, his aura imbued with an unmistakable sense of pressure. 1st grade. Moreover, within the 1st grade realm, he was at least at the late or peak level of existence. Chapter 78. A fractured mindset. Even I want to strike you, come at me. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from his opponent, Chowan's heart ignited with fervor. The 3rd grade and 2nd grade challenges posed little real threat to him, though his ultimate goal in ascending the arena was to acquire that treasured martial arts tome. What he truly yearned for was to witness the prowess of a 1st grade martial artist. He sought to ascertain whether his current physique could indeed rival that of a 1st grade practitioner. 1st grade. The 1st grade martial artist has finally made a move. I knew it. In such a grand hero assembly, how could there be no 1st grade expert on the heavenly realm stage? Finally, they taken action. Needless to say, prior to this, it was Li Hanyi from the Li family, who even received personal guidance from young Master Morong. Anyone privy to the situation would hesitate to provoke such bad luck. Morong Fu is still watching from above. This kid is finished. No matter how strong he is, can he truly contend with a 1st grade? Damn it. Finally, someone is going up to teach this brat a lesson. Strike him hard. He is too arrogant, too infuriating. The onlookers below began to feel the heat of anticipation. Even many in the viewing gallery turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle. Fourth grade against first grade? No one believed Chowan could emerge victorious. It was simply impossible. Although the disparity among practitioners in the heavenly realm was not as vast as that in the innate realm, a gap of 3 major realms was still significant. Should he somehow win, they would genuinely suspect that this young man had mastered some profound concealment technique to deliberately mask his true level. On the arena, the first-grade martial artist exuded a fierce aura. As he faced the incoming palm strike, Chowan furrowed his brow, channeling all his strength into his hand, and boldly met it head-on. Bang! The two immense forces collided with a resounding thud. Chowan staggered back a step to steady himself. However, the first-grade martial artist was forced to retreat several steps before barely regaining his balance, his expression one of sheer shock. How could this be possible? How could a mere fourth-grade martial artist possess such formidable strength? Is this the might of a first grade? Chowan shook his hand, contemplating the power he had just encountered, gaining a newfound understanding of both his own strength and that of his opponent. How is this even conceivable? The first-grade martial artist's eyes mirrored his astonishment. He could hardly fathom that a lowly fourth-grade martial artist could unleash such force. Come again, the man, unwilling to concede, bellowed defiantly. This time, however, Chowan opted not to clash directly. His previous exchange had merely served to gauge the difference in power between himself and the first-grade warrior. His advantages lay not only in his physique, but also in his mastery of 3 complete elementary martial arts techniques. Clang smack! The two engaged in a fierce entanglement, and just when everyone assumed the initial strike had been a mere lapse in judgment from the first-grade warrior, an astonishing scene unfolded once more. In merely 10 exchanges, Chowan effortlessly sent his opponent tumbling from the arena. Upon hitting the ground, the first-grade martial artist trembled, his breath in disarray. It was evident this was not a fluke. He had genuinely lost. A first-grade practitioner had been decisively defeated by a fourth-grade one. The expression on his face was a tumultuous blend of shock, disbelief, confusion, and resentment, contorted into a grimace. After years of training and countless battles, he had rarely encountered a rival of his own grade, let alone a fourth-grade opponent. How could this be? In that moment, the last vestige of his mental defenses crumbled utterly. Dazed, with vacant eyes, he disregarded the gazes of those around him and quietly departed the scene. Watching the retreating first-grade martial artist, Chowan felt a twinge of sympathy within, whispering an apology in his heart. For ordinary individuals, overcoming the limits of the fourth grade to contend with a first grade would be an insurmountable feat, yet he was no ordinary person. He had his own advantages. Whether this man could regain his confidence in martial arts was a matter of his own fate. After their encounter, Chowan was certain that the title of champion in the Heavenly Realm arena was all but secured. His current strength was sufficient to dominate the entire Heavenly Realm. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely the Heavenly Realm. Even though he had subdued his opponent in 10 exchanges, he still felt a degree of exertion. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a first-grade martial artist. Your martial arts experience has increased. Another notification chimed, this time reflecting a remarkable 5 increase in several non-complete martial arts techniques, showcasing exceptional efficiency. However, the progress in his 3 complete elementary martial arts remained stagnant at 1. This caused Chowan to question whether it had hit a plateau. Would it ever increase again? The onlookers, witnessing the first-grade martial artist being thrown from the stage, fell into a stunned silence once more. Had he won again? A first-grade martial artist? No less is it truly possible for someone to battle across 3 major realms? Most crucially, several discerning individuals had already recognized the martial techniques Chowan had employed. His footwork was the most fundamental leisurely step, and though he wielded a sword, he had previously utilized the elementary 5 Tiger's mountain-cutting blade, and in this match, he merely employed the gentle breeze duality sword. His foundational footwork was impeccable, with each step executed flawlessly, and the utility of the leisurely step surpassed that of the gentle breeze duality sword. Did such individuals truly exist in this world? Could it be that he was merely concealing his true strength? Many gazes shifted toward the viewing gallery, but seeing the spectators remain unfazed, they surrendered to the realization. Well, They had never heard of such a person before, but now they had witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, such individuals existed in this world. After his encounter with the first-grade martial artist, Chowan felt a surge of confidence, his demeanor markedly more audacious than before. His gaze swept over the crowd below, his voice booming far louder than in previous calls. "I ask again, who else dares to challenge me?" His words struck a chord within the hearts of countless onlookers, igniting their faces with a flush of embarrassment. Observing this, Chowan quickly turned to the referee, exclaiming, "Hey, referee, you must intervene. If I don't agree, they cannot all come up at once." The referee shot Chow an exasperated glance and retorted, "Even I am tempted to strike you." Cough, cough, cough. Chowan, feeling a pang of guilt, coughed lightly and instinctively took a few steps back, addressing the referee, "Professional ethics, professional ethics. I merely wish to engage with more individuals and liven up this assembly." The referee, at the very least, was a master of the innate realm. Should he choose to act, defeating Chowan would be as effortless as drinking water. This was no jest. Chowan had resolved that once the assembly concluded, he would need to acquire a new mask, as this one had become decidedly unsafe. The referee, resigned, shot Chowan another disapproving look but chose to remain. Chapter 79. The Dark Horse of the Innate Arena. I shall take my turn. I am eager to see if this young lad truly possesses such extraordinary prowess. Another first-grade martial artist leapt onto the stage. Beneath the mask, Chowan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. To him, these martial artists were no longer mere contenders, but rather living embodiments of experience points. Each victory was a tangible reward. As long as the participants remained plentiful today, he could attain the completion of his martial arts that still lingered in an unfinished state. The relentless practice of martial arts typically required at least half an hour, if not an hour, to trigger a system notification, and with increasing proficiency, the rate of progress diminished even further. However, engaging in the arena was an entirely different matter. From the moment Li Hanyi began until now, merely a few minutes had elapsed, and the progress had already surged by 6. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a first-grade martial artist. Your martial arts experience has improved. Before long, the first-grade martial artist was sent sprawling from the platform, yet this victory was not as effortlessly claimed as the previous ones. Although they had only exchanged 20 blows, Chowan had unleashed the Xian Bian technique and sword intent. The Xian Bian technique forcibly elevated his realm to the mid-4th grade, while the sword intent augmented the power of his swordplay by a 10th. This particular first-grade opponent had reached the pinnacle of his realm, exhibiting significantly greater strength than the previous contender. Fortunately, their duel had been brief. Had it persisted, his current internal energy reserves would have made it impossible to sustain the Xian Bian technique for long. Nonetheless, after confronting a peak first-grade expert, Chowan had gleaned insights into the strength spectrum of first-grade martial artists. As long as he did not encounter an anomaly, his position as the champion appeared secure. The notification chimed once more, indicating a 4 increase, while the progress of his 3 perfected foundational martial arts remained stagnant. These individuals are utterly worthless. I refuse to believe he can defeat every first-grade warrior present. Next, it was time for Chowan's personal rampage. Those first-grade opponents who proved troublesome could be dealt with in a mere 10 to 20 exchanges, never exceeding 30 as for second- and third-grade martial artists. They were easily dispatched in a single strike, with a few attempting to resort to underhanded tactics, all of which he effortlessly evaded. At one point, a 4th-grade martial artist, equal in rank to him, stepped up, likely feeling a sense of imbalance. Why should others excel while he did not? Ultimately, he was humiliated by a single punch from Chowan, and this time, even the reward failed to trigger. Through the successive encounters, Chowan began to comprehend the rules governing the triggering of rewards during combat. The opponent's realm must be at least 1 tier above his own. Notably, the rate of reward acquisition varied. Facing a difficult first-grade opponent who could engage for 20 to 30 exchanges might yield a direct gain of 6 or even 7. In contrast, dispatching an opponent in 1 blow, even if they were first-grade, might only grant him a In summary, the increase in progress was hardly stable. Congratulations, host, for persistently defeating 10 opponents of higher realm than your own. Achievement decapitation of 10 unlocked. Reward. 1 Supreme Spirit Connecting Pill. Spirit Connecting Pill : Supreme quality. Upon consumption, it grants a 5-year infusion of pure internal energy for a martial artist with ordinary aptitude to cultivate superior mental techniques. Another notification resounded, illuminating Chowan's vision. A supreme spirit-connecting pill, capable of augmenting 5 years of pure internal energy for superior mental techniques. This was indeed a boon. If converted into the internal energy of exquisite mental techniques, it should yield a substantial increase. This heroic conference had proven to be a remarkable source of surprises. If he could achieve decapitation of 10, could he also attain rewards for defeating 20, 30, or even 50 adversaries? As he pondered these possibilities, Chowan's excitement grew. Alas, he had overestimated his reach. Following the decimation of 10, the reward did not trigger after the 20th opponent, nor did it for the 30th, as for the 50th. There was no opportunity. By the 35th challenger, no one dared to step onto the stage again. The spectators below were utterly subdued. This masked figure, known as Wang Onquan, though verbally abrasive, undeniably possessed formidable strength. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? This time, it was not Chowan's aggravating taunts that filled the air, but the judge's solemn inquiry. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even the strongest first-grade martial artists had failed to endure 30 exchanges against that fellow. Who would dare to tempt fate now? Those who had any attempt to ascend the platform now would be nothing short of self-degradation. Since no one dares to challenge, I hereby announce that the champion of the first day of the heroic conference's innate arena is Wang Onquan. The judge cast a glance at Chowan. Though reluctant to concede, he recognized that this masked individual indeed possessed considerable skill. Regrettably, however, he was somewhat past the prime age, at 23 years. A 4th-grade martial artist might be capable of overcoming 1st-grade challengers, yet they remained merely 1st-grade themselves. Only upon reaching the innate realm could one truly comprehend the vast chasm that lay between acquired and innate capabilities. While age did not encapsulate everything, for the vast majority, the later one reached the 1st-grade realm, the lower the chances of surpassing the ordinary realm. At 23 years, this age was rather advanced for a martial artist. It wasn't until the judge's announcement that Chowan realized the heroic conference spanned more than a single day, and that there could indeed be multiple champions. With the announcement, Chowan officially became the champion of the first day of the Hangzhou Heroic Conference, marking his emergence in the martial world. Regrettably, bearing the alias Wang Onquan, he could not conveniently use his true name. Otherwise, the name Chowan would have begun its ascent to fame today. Before claiming his reward, Chowan glanced towards the innate arena. While the competition on the acquired side had concluded, that on the innate side persisted. Upon the platform stood a figure clad in white, a conical hat perched atop their head, 2 gleaming blades at their waist. This man moved with a steady grace, deftly countering the attacks of their opponent. The reason for the question mark around the term man lay in the obscured visage beneath the hat. Despite the masculine attire, there lingered an ambiguous aura suggesting femininity, a strikingly androgynous impression that even Chowan, as a transmigrator, found difficult to discern. The opponent's prowess was evidently formidable. Though the adversary pressed the attack, the figure in white had yet to unsheath a single blade. Relying solely on evasive footwork, it appeared as if they were retreating, yet to the discerning eye, it was clear that the opponent was being led by the nose, almost in a display of mockery. In the next moment, the figure in white lightly stepped, launching themselves into the air, soaring several meters high. Enveloped by a protective aura in an instant, they vanished into the void above. Chapter 80. Mastery of the rare body technique achieved, striving to outshine this. Chowan shook his head and glanced around, finding no trace of his opponent. Yet, at that very moment, a white figure materialized directly behind him. With a swift kick, the adversary was sent tumbling off the stage. Excellent! Such an extraordinary display of agility. A dark horse has emerged in this hero assembly. This individual must wield a blade, yet from the onset of the competition, he has not drawn it even once, relying solely on his footwork and body technique, truly unfathomable. The audience's attention towards the innate stage was palpable, with whispers and murmurs resonating throughout the crowd. Chowan felt a flicker of surprise. To not have drawn a single blade since stepping onto the stage, Was this truly a paragon of the younger generation in the Ming Jianghu? His eyes narrowed slightly. The age limit of 30 was a stringent rule, thus those competing today could indeed be deemed youths. Across the entire divine martial continent, anyone who could attain the diamond realm before turning 30 was already considered exceptionally gifted. Those who could grace the innate stage had surpassed the vast majority of individuals on this continent. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chowan's eyes. He pondered how long it might take him to reach such heights. After searching the surroundings, he realized he could not find Huang Rong. She was likely lost amidst the crowd after her defeat. Having triumphed in the competition, he presumed she would come to meet him shortly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Following the judge into the city lord's manor, Chowan was led to a secluded courtyard where several esteemed martial arts tomes lay upon a table. The judge glanced at Chowan and, extending his hands, remarked, "You, young man, seem rather humble now. I did not see such obedience on the stage earlier." Chowan's words rendered the judge somewhat embarrassed. He sighed and replied, "If I had not spoken thus, surely many would have been unwilling to take the stage against me." The judge regarded Chowan with surprise, contemplating his words before stating, "I can see that. Your foundational martial skills are commendable. Each sword technique is executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any flaws. Your footwork is equally steady, indicating the diligent effort you have invested. Yet, during combat, you remain overly rigid. It seems your lack of experience in engaging opponents is the cause. Practicing in this manner will indeed be beneficial for your martial cultivation." As the judge, he had been the most attentive observer of Chowan's performances throughout all the matches. By now, he had surmised Chowan's intentions. After offering praise, a trace of regret crossed the judge's face as he remarked, "Alas, though diligent, your innate talent remains rather mundane. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in the martial world of the future." Chowan raised his gaze to meet the judge's and inquired, "Is innate talent truly so significant?" The judge looked at Chowan with a tone of wistfulness, saying, "At present, you are merely at the 4th rank of the acquired realm. You cannot fathom the chasm that lies ahead. When you reach the 1st rank, you will understand. Sometimes, no matter how much more effort you exert, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, it pales in comparison to the slightly superior innate gifts and talents of others. Some individuals toil throughout their lives without ever entering the innate realm, while others are born into it. The comparison is simply unfathomable." As someone who had walked this path, the judge understood the struggles of those with average talents all too well. "Is that so?" Beneath his mask, a smile crept across Chowan's face. The judge's words bore no fault. Had he truly been an ordinary martial artist, reaching the 4th rank at 24, his journey ahead would have been fraught with challenges unless he stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities. However, he was no ordinary individual. Innate talent, gifts, apologies, but such concepts held no weight for him. All he needed was to strive diligently. The judge regarded Chowan with a knowing glance, aware that Chowan would not yield easily, yet he refrained from elaborating further, waving his hand and stating, "You shall understand in due time. This is the esteemed martial tome promised by the city lord. Choose one for yourself." The rare moment of reflection may have been stirred by something within Chowan after all. To attain a level akin to Chowan in the fundamentals of swordplay and body technique requires an extraordinary perseverance that far exceeds the average person, alongside efforts multiplied beyond what ordinary individuals can endure. "Thank you." Chowan chose not to linger on this topic. The name Wang Anshuan was destined to fade into obscurity among the throngs of people. It was a pity he would not witness the expression of astonishment on the judge's face when the name Chowan echoed throughout the world. Effort may not guarantee reward, but that limitation only applied to others. He was a striver, a dedicated one, destined for the extraordinary. Bowing respectfully to the judge, his gaze fixed upon the collection of tomes laid before him. A glance revealed no fewer than 10 volumes. Was this the depth of a city lord's resources? He had painstakingly acquired 2 tomes from Su Weisheng, while the mere organization of a hero assembly yielded over a dozen esteemed martial tomes as prizes. Indeed, the platform was of paramount importance. With both mental and sword techniques in hand, the only component missing for Chowan was a body technique. He had initially sought a body technique and thus did not linger on the others. Ultimately, he selected the esteemed lightness technique, titled Trace of the Wild Goose. As the name suggests, employing this technique would allow one to move as gracefully as a wild goose, utilizing the transformation of inner energy to achieve a semblance of aerial flight. Of course, being merely an esteemed level technique, it was only akin to flight, not true levitation. Nevertheless, the elegance was markedly superior, and Chowan relished the ethereal sensation it promised. Previously, while enhancing his proficiency in the Gentle Breeze dual sword, he had fortuitously acquired a proficiency enhancement card, which he would now apply to Trace of the Wild Goose. Gazing at the remaining array of martial tomes, a fiery determination ignited within Chao, and as he recalled that the hero assembly was set to span several days. Chowan looked expectantly at the judge and asked, esteemed sir, you mentioned I secured the title of champion today. If I were to win first place again tomorrow, would these tomes? Imagining the prospect of mastering all these esteemed tomes filled him with excitement, as he could scarcely fathom subsequent matches in the acquired realm will be off limits. Chowan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a regulation. Chapter 81. The Hero's Banquet, the Great Fool? What if I fail to win? Does that mean I can just keep going up to fight every day? Upon hearing this, the referee immediately realized that Chowan was undoubtedly a newcomer to the hero convention in Hangzhou, perhaps even unfamiliar with its very existence. After a moment's contemplation, he clarified, in theory, yes. However, now that you have become the champion, you cannot retain that title indefinitely. Do not even entertain the notion of donning a different mask and re-entering the arena under a new identity, unless you possess the skill and cunning to deceive those spectators. The referee spoke plainly. Beneath the mask, Chowan's eyes widened in dismay, his face a canvas of frustration. Had he known such were the rules, he would have willingly lost a match today, returning tomorrow to continue fighting. Today, he had amassed considerable proficiency. If only he could keep accumulating it, he would certainly enhance his strength. What a waste it felt. Nonetheless, it was merely a fleeting thought. His participation in the tournament today had already entailed significant risk. Were it not for the precious tome, the untraceable goose, he would have never stepped onto the stage. Now that he had achieved his objective, it was prudent to remain low-key. Noticing Chowan lost in thought, the referee handed him a token, advising, "This is an invitation from the Lord of the city. 3 days hence, following the conclusion of the hero convention, the Lord will host a banquet for the heroes, and as the champion of the foundational arena, you are entitled to attend. When the time comes, present this token along with the wristband you received during registration, and you shall gain entry to the Lord's banquet for heroes." Very well. Chowan accepted the token, and since it was offered, he took it without hesitation. Whether he would attend was a matter for him to determine. After all, the name Wang Quan was a fade, and with a mask concealing his identity, there was little anyone could do if he chose not to go. May I leave with the tome now? Chowan glanced at the book, the untraceable goose in his hands, exhilarated by the day's unexpected rewards. He could hardly wait to return to the inn and delve into the cultivation of this new text. You are free to go, the referee nodded indifferently. For Chowan, a rare martial arts manual might hold great value, but in the grand expanse of Hangzhou, such texts were plentiful. Moreover, these manuals were merely copies, easily reproduced. For the lord of the city, it not only cultivates a favorable future rapport with a potential expert, but, should challenges arise, such a prized manual could prove immensely beneficial. In truth, it bore no loss to the lord's estate. This was a venture that could only yield profit. All right, thank you. Chowan expressed his gratitude and waved as he exited the courtyard. As he stepped onto the street, the evening had set in, and the streets were aglow with lights, bustling with even more pedestrians than during the day. The hero convention was not merely about arena battles and daylight. At night, there were riddles to solve, flowers to admire, melodies to enjoy, and poets and scholars engaging in discussions, while gallant heroes shared drinks at street stalls, perhaps mingling with newfound friends from the day. Countless vendors lined the streets, some having traveled great distances, some for the thrill, others for their livelihoods, contributing to the vibrant tapestry of Hangzhou's nightlife. Is this what an ancient night market looks like? A glimmer of excitement danced in Chowan's eyes. The night markets of his previous life had been far less inviting, often filled with fried skewers, stinky tofu, and sour spicy noodles, while beverages were limited to lemonades and fruit juices. The atmosphere of this era was a rare delight. Chowan scanned the surroundings, muttering, "Where has Huang Xin run off to?" With Huang Xin absent, Chowan lost his enthusiasm for exploring the night market. Such outings were meant for two. Alone, it felt rather dull. Since no one awaited him near the Lord's estate, he surmised she had likely returned to the drunken immortal pavilion. Even if she hadn't, waiting here would yield no results. As he passed a mask vendor, Chowan purchased a different style of mask, casually gifting his previous grotesque one to a passerby. The recipient, thinking it a novel addition to the night market, eagerly donned the mask and strode confidently toward the bustling crowd. Before long, however, Chowan heard a distant commotion, punctuated by distressed cries. "Ouch, what do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't mess around. I've trained in martial arts for 2.5 years, so I'm not afraid of you." Chowan felt a chill creep down his spine, quickening his pace. The people of Hangzhou were truly formidable. After navigating the streets, Chowan returned to the drunken immortal pavilion. Upon changing his mask, the attendant initially failed to recognize him, approaching with an apologetic smile. Esteemed guest, I regret to inform you that if you wish to dine, the establishment is currently at full capacity." Chowan paused, glancing at the attendant as he clarified, "I reside in room 3 of the Yellow Hall." The attendant suddenly realized and quickly rectified his demeanor, smiling broadly. It is you, esteemed guest. Please forgive my oversight. I did not recognize you with your new mask." Chowan waved dismissively, no harm done. "And what of my companion? Has she returned?" he inquired. Scratching his head, the attendant replied, "Your friend has yet to return." Chowan couldn't help but frown. "Still absent?" A hint of worry crept in. Although the girl was capable and clever, she was out of her depth in a city as treacherous as Hangzhou. Her current level of skill was hardly sufficient. "Esteemed guest, it is still early. The city remains open during the hero convention. Perhaps your friend has simply been drawn into the festivities of the night market," the attendant added. Chowan nodded. Given Huang Rong's nature, it was indeed plausible that she had lost herself in the night market. However, upon her return, he would certainly have words for her. How could she explore the night market without calling for him? Were they no longer friends? He glanced outside. The sky had only just darkened, and it was indeed still early. Perhaps she really was out enjoying herself. Without further thought, Chowan resolved to ascend the stairs and practice the untraceable goose. With this new knowledge, his ability to escape would surely be enhanced. However, just as he was about to climb the stairs, a figure at a table in the corner of the hall caught his eye. It was the individual who had remained unsheathed, defeating opponents in the foundational arena, renowned as the dark horse of this hero convention. Clad in white, with 2 blades hanging from his waist and a conical hat atop his head, he was easily recognizable. "Does he also reside at this inn?" Chowan murmured, inadvertently overheard by the nearby attendant, who cheerfully explained, "Indeed, and this esteemed guest has achieved an impressive 13 consecutive victories in the foundational arena today, gaining considerable renown." Chowan was taken aback, asking, "Does that mean he has become today's champion, a disciple of the Lord of Hangzhou?" Chapter 82. Has Huang Rong encountered a villain? The orphan lacks a father. The innkeeper shook his head and explained, "Esteemed guest, there is a champion each day, but it is only available in the arena of the latter day, primarily to create a lively atmosphere. The arena of the innate realm requires 3 days of combat. Only those who emerge victorious until the end can claim the title of champion and become a disciple of the city lord." 0, 0. The innkeeper remarked with a smile, addressing Chowan again, "It is indeed a stroke of fortune, for she resides in the very next room to yours, room 5 with the yellow sign. Furthermore, allow me to congratulate you, esteemed guest, for being the champion of today's arena in the realm of post-heaven. Your prowess, defeating numerous first-tier opponents with your 4th-tier strength, has garnered you a reputation far superior to that of the other esteemed guest." Beneath the mask, Chowan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the innkeeper. "This fellow seems to possess rather excessive knowledge. Who are you referring to? I do not recognize anyone. Do not speak nonsensically, for I am not him." Chowan feigned ignorance, the echoes of the night market's anguished cries still reverberating in his ears. The innkeeper chuckled knowingly and whispered, "Dear guest, there is no need for concern. I shall not speak indiscriminately. Although you have donned a mask, your place of residence remains unchanged, a fact known only to me." The innkeeper elucidated the situation. Chowan, feeling utterly helpless, nevertheless cautioned, "Keep this under wraps for me. Should I be discovered, you shall not escape unscathed." "Certainly, certainly," the innkeeper replied with a hasty smile. He was well aware of Chao An's performance in the arena today. Countless individuals might be lurking in the streets, preparing to confront him. He dared not speak recklessly. Chao An cast another glance at the man in white, but refrained from further comments, opting instead to ascend the stairs back to his room. It merely struck him as coincidental that he had only stolen a glance at the other earlier in the day, and now encountered him again in the evening. Upon returning to his room, Chao An removed his mask and retrieved the tome entitled The Silent Goose, delving into its pages with earnest attention. He intended to master the contents of The Silent Goose. Should the girl not return, he could venture out to search later. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Hangzhou city lord, Huang Rong, adorned with a mask, regarded the burly man in his 40s before her with utmost vigilance. She was well aware of Chao An's ascendance to the pinnacle of post-heaven. After stepping down from the arena, she had been amongst the crowd, applauding him enthusiastically. Following Chao An's victory, she had intended to approach him to extend her congratulations, hoping they might stroll through the night market together and enjoy a hearty meal. Little did she anticipate that upon reaching the lord's residence, before Chao An had even emerged, this man would appear before her. Huang Rong recognized him instantly. Not only she, but nearly everyone who participated in the hero conference had encountered him. The Lord of Hangzhou, Luo Baishan. Might I inquire what business the esteemed Lord Luo has with a mere nobody like myself? She yearned to flee, yet escape was not an option. Had she the means to evade, she would not be standing here obediently. Huang Rong was on high alert. Although Luo Baishan wore a smile, who could say whether he was a wolf in sheep's clothing? Despite Hangzhou thriving under his governance, winning the hearts of its citizens, who could discern what lay beneath his fade? If he were indeed a villain, what recourse would she have? She could not possibly contend with the man before her. Hope seemed utterly forlorn. Had she inadvertently provoked him? Her conduct in the arena had been entirely proper. Surely she had not exposed anything untoward? Luo Baishan scrutinized Huang Rong, inquiring, "Does your father truly allow you to roam the martial world unaccompanied?" His words brimmed with dissatisfaction and reproach. At this, Huang Rong felt a chill race down her spine, her heart sinking as she hastily replied, "Whose father? I am but an orphan wandering the martial world, with no father." Had he discerned her identity? Yet, she was masked. While the disciples of Peach Blossom Island were indeed recognizable, how could he possibly know who she was? Furthermore, did the Lord of Hangzhou have any acquaintance with her father? She had never heard of such a connection. It seemed more likely to be a feud. Contemplating this, Huang Rong's heart grew even more bitter. Had she truly encountered an enemy? Luo Baishan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Huang Rong's response, his expression softening as he asked, "Would you dare to utter those words before him?" Huang Rong was rendered speechless, flustered and at a loss for words, yet her mind raced swiftly, and she retorted, "Senior, grievances have their origins. If you seek retribution, pursue the one who wronged you. Transferring animosity to others is not the mark of a hero. If word of it spreads, it would surely invite ridicule and infamy." If he were truly an enemy of Peach Blossom Island, this was all she could say. The implication was clear. Whoever had wronged him should be the target of his ire. Picking on the younger generation was hardly honorable. Luo Baishan paused, observing Huang Rong's eloquence, his smile widening. "Very well, cease your pretense. In the arena, although you consciously avoided the skills of Peach Blossom Island, employing some clumsy techniques of uncertain origin, your internal energy remained unchanged. In your fluster, your footwork unwittingly revealed your mastery of the Ling Ao step from Peach Blossom Island. Others may have overlooked it, but I discerned it. From your techniques, it is evident that while your talent is remarkable, your fundamentals are lacking, suggesting a degree of negligence in your training. Despite this negligence, you have achieved the golden body realm at the tender age of 16. Such talent could only belong to the daughter of him." Huang Rong faltered once more. While she was indeed prone to slacking off in her training, having her shortcomings so bluntly pointed out by an outsider left her somewhat embarrassed. A faint flush crept across her face, though thankfully, her mask concealed it. "Moreover, rest assured, I harbor no enmity towards Peach Blossom Island. By relation, you ought to address me as uncle." "Uncle?" Huang Rong was taken aback again, relieved to learn he was not her enemy. However, when had she acquired another uncle? She had never heard her father mention such a person before. Observing Huang Rong's lingering skepticism, Luo Baishan sighed, 18 years ago, I traversed the martial world alongside your father for a time, during which we shared certain experiences. 16 years ago, before your birth, I visited Peach Blossom Island, not only knowing of you but also being aware that your name is not Huang San, but simply Rong, a name given to you by your mother. Upon hearing the last statement, Huang Rong was convinced that he was not her enemy. Many were familiar with the name Huang Rong, yet only those close to her family would know it was her mother who bestowed it upon her. Huang Rong scrutinized Luo Baishan, querying, "Are you truly a friend of my father's?" Luo Baishan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying, as genuine as can be. "I have no need to deceive a young girl like you." Huang Rong nodded. As the Lord of Hangzhou, he indeed had no reason to deceive her. If he were an enemy, he could simply have captured her. There was no necessity for subterfuge. Chapter 83. Fleeing the frenzied den, however, she encountered an acquaintance. She had initially sneaked out, and this was far from a fortunate circumstance. If Luo Baishan were to inform her father, she would undoubtedly be captured and returned. "He, niece Huang Rong. I pay my respects to my uncle." Huang Rong chuckled, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she hurriedly bowed to Luo Baishan. After all, addressing him as uncle wouldn't cost her anything. Moreover, from the tone of Luo Baishan's earlier inquiry, it was evident that he was unaware of her escape from Peach Blossom Island. At this moment, her foremost priority was to placate Luo Baishan. He regarded Huang Rong and asked, "Since you have admitted it, then why are you still wearing a mask?" "It is merely for convenience while traversing the Zongwu," Huang Rong replied with a giggle, promptly removing the mask from her face. Upon gazing at Huang Rong's visage, Luo Baishan momentarily fell into a trance, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." This statement left Huang Rong momentarily stunned, and she hastily inquired, "Is that true? Was my mother truly beautiful?" Luo Baishan paused, well aware of the circumstances surrounding Huang Rong's mother, who had died in childbirth. Huang Rong had never had the chance to meet her. He sighed and said, "To call her beautiful would be a gross understatement. She was an extraordinary woman, intelligent, graceful, endowed with remarkable talents, and possessed an exceptional memory." Huang Rong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Could you tell me more about my mother?" Luo Baishan shook his head in lament. "I do not know much regarding your mother. I merely had a few encounters with her and witnessed her remarkable skills." After a brief silence, he added, "You are even more beautiful than she was." This declaration bore no intricate sentiment, merely the praise of a senior for a junior. Huang Rong lowered her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to hear tales of her mother, but alas, none came forth. Luo Baishan sighed. "It has been over a decade in the blink of an eye. Your father has remained on the island all these years, while I have been stationed in Hangzhou. Though we have exchanged letters, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. The older generation often reminisces upon seeing the younger. It is as if they glimpse their own youthful selves reflected in them." Huang Rong lifted her gaze to Luo Baishan, her earlier disappointment dissipating, and a spark of mischief returned to her eyes as she exclaimed, "Actually, I often hear my father speak of a friend resembling you from his past. However, he never mentioned your name or your identity, which is why I failed to recognize you. I hope you can forgive me, uncle." Although she spoke thus, her mind was already racing. She needed to leave this place at all costs. "Oh, is that so?" Luo Baishan responded with surprise, asking, "What did he tell you?" Huang Rong paused momentarily, realizing she had taken the conversation in a direction she had not anticipated. Well, many things, mostly about his adventures in the Zongwu." As she spoke, her eyes darted toward the doorway, and she suddenly bent over, exclaiming, "Oh dear, uncle, I believe I have eaten something that disagrees with me at noon. My stomach is in great distress. May I be excused to use the restroom?" Luo Baishan looked up, observing Huang Rong's discomfort, and waved his hand. "Go ahead. Since you are already in Hangzhou, there is no need to stay at an inn. I have instructed my servants to prepare a room for you at the manor." "Thank you, uncle." Huang Rong expressed her gratitude before dashing toward the door. A maid dressed similarly approached Huang Rong and bowed, saying, "Miss, this way, please." Huang Rong nodded and urged, "Quickly, quickly. I can't hold it any longer." In no time, the two had vanished from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a distant cry from the maid echoed, "Hey, miss, Don't run away. My lord, trouble has arisen. Miss Huang has escaped over the wall. In the parlor, Luo Baishan was sipping tea, his actions coming to a halt. Escaped? He snapped back to reality, a wry smile gracing his lips. It seems she still does not believe I am her uncle. The maid asked, "What shall we do, my lord? Should we arrange for guards to bring her back?" Luo Baishan contemplated for a moment before waving his hand. Let her be. If she does not trust me, she would feel uneasy remaining at the city lord's residence. Understood. The maid bowed and withdrew. Luo Baishan shook his head with a bitter smile, murmuring, "Her temperament is utterly the opposite of her mother's. She has completely inherited the traits of Huang Laxi." His words were filled with reminiscence. Congratulations, host. After diligently practicing the exquisite movement technique Yuan Wuhan for half an hour, you have successfully learned it. Current progress, 1, beginner level. After half an hour, the system notification chimed as expected. System, apply the proficiency upgrade card to Yuan Wuhan. Without hesitation, Chowan directly selected to use the upgrade card. Proficiency upgrade card used successfully. Congratulations, host. Your exquisite movement technique Yuan Wuhan has been upgraded to proficiency. 1. You have gained 23 points to physique, beginner reward, 32 points to physique, a bottle of high-grade Peiyuan Dan, 12 pills, 51 points to physique, and 1 frenzied Dan, top-tier quality, proficiency reward, current total physique, 1926. Peiyuan Dan, a high-grade medicinal pill, exceptionally effective for healing injuries, capable of treating internal wounds and aiding in the restoration of vitality, while also replenishing expended internal energy. Frenzied Dan, a top-tier medicinal pill, which forcibly elevates one's realm by 1 major level for half an hour. After the effect concludes, the individual will enter a 1-day period of weakness, during which they will be unable to mobilize internal energy, with the maximum elevation reaching the free realm. Though the Frenzied Dan has side effects, its ability to directly elevate one's realm by a significant degree can be a lifesaver in critical situations. With Yuan Wuhan enhanced, Chowan then turned his attention to the exquisite Tongling Dan obtained from the 10 Men Slaughter quest. With 5 years' worth of high-grade internal energy distilled into the exquisite inner strength, the yield should be quite substantial. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the pill from the system space and swallowed it whole. In mere moments, a warm current began to surge into his dantian, a steady flow of internal energy converting under the influence of the Guiyuan Heart Sutra. His momentum also began to rise incrementally alongside the increase in internal energy. Congratulations, host. Your realm has successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. You have gained 45 points to physique. Current total physique, 1971. The average physique for a mid-stage 4th tier martial artist is 886 points. He had achieved yet another minor advancement in his realm. The continuous medicinal power was compressed and converted, with 5 years' worth of high-grade internal energy reduced to roughly 1/5 of its original amount, approximately equivalent to a year's supply. Moreover, once transformed into exquisite grade capabilities, the speed at which internal energy circulated within his body had significantly increased. The explosive force unleashed in an instant had also augmented. All these changes represented a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. Yet, this was not the end. Chapter 84. The Pure Body, late stage of 4th grade. Although the potency of the spirit communication pill was rapidly depleting, the foundational mental technique, Tuna Method, which had been long forgotten by Chao and since he acquired the returning Yuan Heart Sutra, began to operate automatically. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in the basic mental technique, Tuna Method, has improved and successfully reached perfection. 1. Reward. Constitution 15, current total Constitution, 1986. Congratulations, host. Through your efforts, you have successfully elevated a foundational basic mental technique's proficiency to perfection. 1. Gaining a special constitution, Pure Body. 1. Pure Body. An innate special constitution, possessing this physique allows for unobstructed meridians, accommodating all martial arts in the world, making it a natural body for martial cultivation. Furthermore, when practicing any internal skill, the purity will be tenfold that of an ordinary martial artist's inner energy. Current progress. 1. Capable of enhancing one's inner energy purity by 10%. Warm reminder. Reaching 50 progress will activate the special effect of Pure Body. Compatibility with all martial arts inner energy. Reaching 100 will activate the special effect of Pure Body. Unobstructed meridians, In the realm of martial arts under the grand freedom of heavenly phenomena, there will be no cultivation bottleneck. A reward unexpectedly emerged, leaving Chowan utterly astonished. Is there really a reward for achieving perfection in a basic mental technique? Previously, when practicing foundational techniques, he hadn't even gained a single point in constitution. Of course, when several basic martial arts reached perfection, he had pondered whether the foundational mental technique would trigger a special reward, just like the show sword 19 techniques. However, at that time, the progress of tuna method was only over 30%. After a day of fighting today, he had indeed caught up with the progress of tuna method. Perhaps due to the breakthrough in his realm, or perhaps because of that top-tier spirit communication pill, tuna method's proficiency had directly soared to perfection, bringing him yet another surprise. Moreover, upon glancing at the warm reminder below, Chowan's eyes ignited with fervor. Reaching 50 progress would allow compatibility with all martial arts in the world. In other words, as long as he achieved 50, he could cultivate every martial art in existence, and the inner energy cultivated would not clash within his body. It is essential to understand that high-quality martial arts possess unique characteristics. For instance, the 9-yang divine skill is the epitome of rigidity and yang, a nemesis to all cold and. Similarly, the pure yang wujigong, northern darkness divine skill, and minor wuxiang skill are pure and pristine, capable of balancing yin and yang, achieving harmony. Certain heart techniques can also accommodate all martial arts. On the other hand, techniques like the sacred heart technique, Xinming skill, and Mingyu skill belong to the realm of extreme yin and cold, countering yang martial arts. There are numerous inner energy techniques embodying the nuances of yin and yang, corresponding to the 5 elements, engendering and restraining each other. A person's body, unless possessing a special constitution, cannot cultivate 2 opposing techniques. For instance, if one cultivates the excessively rigid and yang 9-yang divine skill, attempting to practice the sacred heart technique, Mingyu skill, or Xinming skill would result in significantly delayed progress. A slight misstep could lead to a violent clash of inner energies within the body, resulting in severed meridians or, in severe cases, explosive death. The returning Yuan Heart Sutra that Chowan is currently practicing is, in essence, a pure-type mental technique, allowing for excellent compatibility of inner energies. It does not lean towards a specific attribute. While it may lack the overwhelming power of extreme yang or extreme yin, it also does not have corresponding constraints, each bearing its own advantages and disadvantages. Naturally, one cannot choose between yang, purity, and yin. One must practice what is available, as if believing oneself to be a privileged individual. As the mental technique broke through, the pure body began to merge, and a wave of warmth surged into his dantian, reigniting the inner energy that had previously calmed down. Chowan quickly steadied his mind, adjusted his inner breath, and resumed his cultivation. In no time, his aura began to swell once more, effortlessly reaching the late stage of the 4th grade. Congratulations, host! Your realm has successfully advanced to the late stage of the 4th grade, Constitution 52 points, current total Constitution, 2038. The average Constitution of a normal 4th grade late-stage martial artist is 950 points. The surprises came swiftly, catching him slightly off guard. However, after reaching the late stage of the 4th grade, Chowan's progress seemed to plateau. His gaze instinctively fell upon the attribute panel. Host, Chowan age, 23 realm, late stage of 4th grade, Constitution, 2038 points. The average constitution of a normal 4th grade late-stage martial artist is 950 points. Mental techniques. Returning Yuan Heart Sutra, rare grade, proficiency. 74. Tuna method, basic, perfection. 1. Martial arts. Qingfeng Liangyi sword, rare grade, proficiency. 81. Yin Wuhan, rare grade, proficiency. 1. Show sword 19 techniques, basic, perfection. 3. Wu Hu Duanshan knife, basic, perfection. 3. Leisurely walk, basic, perfection. 3. Special secret techniques. Xuanbian technique, upper level, 2nd layer. 78. Abilities, Medicine, minor accomplishment. 1. Culinary arts, proficiency. 13. Military strategy, proficiency. 5. Chess, proficiency. 47. Guqin, proficiency. 45. Calligraphy, proficiency. 42. Painting, proficiency. 41. Special constitution. Pure body. 1. Special true intent. Sword intent. 1. Blade intent. 1. Body technique realm. 1. Having traversed this world for over a month, his attribute panel was finally presentable. After a day, He had assumed that the previously stagnant progress of 3 perfected basic martial arts would have increased, yet it only rose to a meager 3. Having grown accustomed to previous rapid increases, the sudden slowdown felt rather disconcerting. Nevertheless, any increase is ultimately a good thing, and Chowan couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. If he were to elevate these 3 basic martial arts to a perfect 100, could there be further surprises? Would the corresponding true intent directly escalate to 100, or could he receive other unexpected rewards? While Chowan harbored such hopes, he understood that, based on today's pace, progressing from 3 to 100 would undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. It was premature to contemplate such matters as for the mental techniques. Chowan felt a slight headache. The tuna method, now at 1 perfection, also bore rewards, but it was unrealistic to persistently practice it. While the rewards were indeed lavish, his realm equally required advancement. Even the most substantial percentage base necessitates a significant foundational support to unleash greater power. Is that girl not back yet? Chowan cast a glance at the door. Having first accrued experience in Yin Wuhan, then consumed a pill that triggered a series of rewards, nearly an hour had elapsed. By all accounts, even if she were indulging in play, she should have returned by now. Chowan furrowed his brow slightly, his concern deepening. That girl was not one to lack discretion in her actions. Search, Chapter 85. An unexpected calamity, a face that captivates both genders. Chowan furrowed his brow, as Yin Wuhan had reached a proficient level in his skills. Now, he could indeed attempt the exhilarating sensation of leaping from rooftops. Without hesitation, Chowan swung open the window. His internal energy flowed along Yin Wuhan's established pathways, and with a gentle push of his feet, he soared onto the rooftop like a wild goose. Determining his direction, Chowan made haste towards the location of today's arena. Congratulations, host. After practicing Yin Wuhan for 1 hour, proficiency has increased. An hour later, Chowan landed on a rooftop not far from Zongwu, scanning the streets around him with great diligence. Where has that insufferable girl gone? Chowan's brow knitted tighter, a genuine sense of urgency beginning to take hold. He had already searched through the city of Hangzhou but had yet to catch a glimpse of Huangrong. Feeling a pang of regret, he lamented that he should never have agreed to join her at the arena for the festivities. Moreover, wearing that odious mask made it nearly impossible to find her. Just as Chowan continued his search on the streets for Huangrong, several figures appeared, gliding through the air and landing directly in the courtyard beneath him. There were 3 individuals in total, the leader adorned in splendid attire, a strikingly handsome young gentleman. The other 2, one stout and one slender, appeared to be his bodyguards. Chowan stood on the opposite side of the rooftop, shielded by the eaves, thus remaining unnoticed by them. Upon seeing the trio, he froze momentarily. He recognized the young gentleman from the viewing platform at today's martial arts competition, seated next to Lord Luo Baishan of Hangzhou. Among those present, aside from Lord Luo, this individual exuded an extraordinary aura and was the youngest seated there, prompting Chowan to steal a few additional glances. However, he only recognized him by sight and had no knowledge of his identity. This area clearly belonged to Zongwu, and thus, the courtyard must also be part of it. He recalled the man with the conical hat and dual sabers he had seen drinking alone in a corner. Zongwu was indeed a place where hidden talents congregated. Concerned for Huangrong's safety, Chowan had no intention of lingering. Yet, in the next moment, several figures emerged from within the room, compelling Chowan to pause once more. It was the enchantress he had encountered during lunch. Did they have ties to one another? A flicker of curiosity crossed Chowan's eyes as he observed the enchantress bowing before the young gentleman. Young Master Morong. The young master waved his hand dismissively, casting a casual glance at the woman, inquiring, "Has everyone arrived?" The enchantress nodded. "They have all entered the city one after another, the hero banquet in 3 days." Just as she began to speak, the young master interrupted her. A glint of wariness flashed in his eyes as he immediately turned his gaze towards Chowan's direction. Their eyes met, and beneath the mask, Chowan's pupils dilated in an instant, his mind screaming one word, "Flee! By the heavens!" This was nothing short of an unforeseen disaster. He was merely searching for Huangrong, never intending to eavesdrop or spy. Did these villains hold their clandestine meetings so openly in the courtyard? Did they not care for discretion? Without a moment's hesitation, Chowan turned and activated Yin Wuhan to its utmost limit, sprinting away. Those who could occupy a seat at the viewing platform of the Hangzhou Hero Conference were certainly not ordinary individuals. Those seated were not merely standing. Even the minor attendants from the Lord's mansion could serve refreshments while standing. But those seated held a different stature altogether. Though have a place of significance in Hangzhou, they were undoubtedly remarkable individuals. Seeing Chowan attempt to flee, Morong Fu's gaze turned sharp, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He gathered his true energy into a concentrated sphere and hurled it towards Chowan with astonishing speed, leaving no time for anyone present to react. Chowan's pupils widened. He sought to evade, but his body could not keep up with his mind's commands. There was no escaping this strike. It was over. Today, he would surely meet his end in this place. Bang! Just as despair enveloped Chowan, another wave of true energy intercepted the attack before him, halting it in its tracks. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, a shadow whisked past him. Chowan's mind went blank. He felt his body lighten as the surroundings began to blur, propelling him away at an incredible speed. In the courtyard, everyone exchanged glances, the two bodyguards behind Morong Fu sharing a silent understanding as they looked towards their master. Morong Fu, his expression darkened, commanded, "Pursue. Leave no survivors." "Yes." The two responded and dashed after the direction in which the two had vanished. "Young Master Morong, should we not assist with our manpower?" The woman spoke softly, her demeanor remarkably calm, as if the potential leak of information held no consequence for her. Morong Fu cast her a sidelong glance, his voice cold as ice. "This is your domain. Should we fail this time and jeopardize the Morong family's grand affairs, consider it impossible for your people to leave Hangzhou alive." The woman was taken aback, not anticipating such a domineering response. A smile graced her lips as she replied coolly, "Might it be possible that this person was brought here by young Master Morong himself?" Her rhetorical question made Morong Fu frown. "Do you think anyone could trail me?" The woman replied softly, "That remains uncertain. After all, I am new to Hangzhou, and few would take note of me." Morong Fu's face darkened with evident ire as he replied tersely, "If Zui Xianju does not wish to cooperate, I can easily seek another establishment." The woman refrained from continuing, smiling instead. "Worry not, young Master Morong. Mere trifles cannot hinder our grand ambitions." As she spoke, she waved to the maid behind her, who nodded in understanding and departed. "Let them seek the intruder. We shall retreat inside to discuss in detail. This time, no one shall interrupt us." Morong Fu glanced at her but nodded in agreement, following her into the room. After a while, as Zui Xianju faded from sight, Chowan finally regained his senses. It dawned on him that he had seemingly been rescued. But who had saved him? Huang San? Impossible, for she had previously whisked him away. Her speed was nowhere near this swift. Then who could it be? Chowan lifted his gaze, and a simple conical hat came into view. Before him appeared a face exquisitely crafted like jade, with skin so fair it invoked jealousy. This visage was breathtakingly perfect, captivating to both men and women alike. With a delicate chin akin to that of a fox, a mere glance could draw one in deeply. Were he a man, he would undoubtedly be the most striking of all. Even Chowan had to concede that this individual was just a slight degree more handsome than himself. Were she a woman, then she would embody the essence of beauty that could topple nations, rivaling the likes of the legendary figures of your day. In fact, one could easily find a fitting description among the likes of stunning beauty, or perhaps all of them could apply. What cruel fate is this? How could such a flawless being exist in this world? Even without knowing if they were male or female, Chowan felt a flutter in his heart. No, this individual was not without flaws. If she were a woman, there was a slight. Chowan instinctively glanced at her chest, which could rival Huang San's. But if he were a man, heavens above, how could there be someone more handsome than he? Chapter 86. So brutal. Shall we duel? Have you had your fill of watching? A low, steady voice followed, as Chowan found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at his companion's chest. The voice was distinctly neutral, ambiguous enough that one could not discern whether it belonged to a male or female. It was neither effeminate nor coarse. Ahem, my apologies. Chowan quickly averted his gaze. It was the dark horse from the innate realm arena, who coincidentally resided next door to him at the Zui Xianju. Yet, why had this person chosen to save him? That young Master Morong was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Did he not fear incurring Morong's wrath, risking even his position as the champion of the innate realm arena? You may release your grip now. The other person cast a calm glance at Chaoan, who was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had somehow already descended to the ground. Furthermore, the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Were they outside the city? And he was still holding onto the other's waist, which felt soft and comfortable. What was he to do? If this were a man, how would he handle it? He was a straight man, through and through. Ahem, I truly apologize. This is my first time flying at such speed, and I felt a bit nervous. Chaoan hastily let go, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, repeatedly reminding himself of his unyielding straightness. The other person regarded Chaoan with a hint of confusion over his actions. Chaoan rubbed his nose and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me just now. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end. But I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Reflecting on the earlier events, Chaoan felt a wave of frustration. He had merely glanced at that enchanting figure inadvertently. Who could have anticipated that it would cost him his life? To think that a single glance could provoke such violence. That so-called young Master Murong was undoubtedly up to no good. He and that woman were clearly conspiring over something sinister. How ironic that Murong, who appeared quite upright, was in fact a hypocritical charlatan, too duplicitous. Chaoan scrutinized the individual before him once more, convinced that he had never encountered them before. Yet, if they were strangers, what motivated the rescue? Were they perhaps from Shueyue City? Not killing him was already a kindness, yet they had chosen to save him? Or could they be affiliated with Su Weisheng? That seemed plausible. Su Weisheng did not strike him as heartless. The other person regarded Chaoan and stated plainly, if you wish to express your gratitude, let us engage in a duel. A duel? Chaoan was perplexed, instinctively stepping back again, his expression darkening as he gazed at the other with despair. You aren't here to kill me, are you? Given that you have achieved 13 consecutive victories in the innate realm arena, defeating someone of my 4th-tier cultivation should be as effortless as drinking water. Dueling you would be akin to inviting my own demise. Determination began to harden on Chaoan's face. Fleeing? It appeared escape was not an option. Yet if he were to die, he resolved to do so with dignity, refusing to allow anyone to toy with his body. The other paused momentarily, clearly aware of Chaoan's misunderstanding. However, the next instant, their gaze sharpened, and their hands fell to the twin blades at their waist. Clang, the cold light glinted in the moonlight, slicing through the air before Chaoan's eyes. Beneath the mask, his pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in shock. What was happening in this world? What sin had he committed to provoke such high-level threats? Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated pain did not come. He had braced himself for a deep breath. When he regained his senses, the figure before him had vanished. Clang! Bang! In the next moment, the sharp sound of clashing weapons echoed from behind him. Chaoan quickly turned, witnessing the twin blades weaving between two figures. In an instant, both figures collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth like a ruptured pipe. Their eyes were wide with rage, unblinking in death. They were the two individuals who had been following young Master Murong. They appeared fierce and were likely skilled fighters, yet they had been dispatched with such ease, such individuals, seeking a duel with him? Ha! The people in the city truly had a peculiar sense of amusement, killing someone yet resorting to such roundabout methods. Chaoan's lips twitched, and a chill swept through his heart. He had finally traversed realms and activated a system, yet this system refused to play by the rules. Striving to grow stronger was one thing, but he had not anticipated such wretched luck. He began with the support of Li Hanyi, followed by an encounter with Su Weisheng, which seemed fortuitous. Yet now, merely seeking someone had led him to stumble upon a conspiracy, followed by a mysterious expert challenging him to a duel? His mind was on the verge of collapse. What kind of world was this? So brutal. After dispatching the two adversaries, the other produced a cloth from their attire and began to wipe the blood from their blades. They approached Chaoan with a leisurely stride. It's over now. Having killed them, am I next? Chaoan's legs trembled uncontrollably, instinctively activating his stealth technique, attempting to flee. However, the moment he began to move, an overwhelming force yanked him back down. Chaoan's face turned ashen, and his mask fell from his face, perhaps loosened by his earlier exertions. The other regarded him calmly, and before Chaoan could react, a steady voice emerged. When I mentioned a duel, I meant to engage in a friendly exchange of skills. I had no intention of killing you. I will not employ true energy. Our encounter will simply be a martial arts spar. Just as Chowan was about to plead for mercy, these words stifled his emotions. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is that true?" The other person cast a steady gaze upon him and nodded nonchalantly. "We hold no grievances against one another. I have observed your performance in the acquired realm arena. While your cultivation may be low, your understanding of martial arts is profound. You are worthy of being my opponent." Worthy? He felt he was not deserving. Not at all. The earlier display of lethal skill had been executed with such precision. Should he inadvertently anger this individual, would he not be met with a fatal blow? Yet, if he refused to comply, would that not also lead him to a swift demise? Chow An's gaze darted nervously, and he quickly retorted, "Who are you referring to? I have never participated in the acquired realm arena. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His heart raced with panic. Had he not changed his mask? How could he still be recognized everywhere he went? Surely, the innkeeper from Zuixianju had not betrayed him. Damn. He had suspected that innkeeper's shifty eyes were a sign of treachery. "I reside next door to you. I was actually present when you dined with that masked girl earlier." The other person provided a calm explanation. Chowan was filled with bitterness, lamenting how many people were privy to this matter. The look in the other's eyes confirmed that they had indeed identified him as Wang and at this point. Any further denial would be futile. Chapter 87. Discourse and Conservatism. Chapter 87. Sparring. All right, I agree to spar with you. But let it be known beforehand, you must not use your true energy. We shall purely engage in a martial arts exchange. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, if one of us loses, there shall be no hard feelings. Though a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart, Chowan held a rather favorable impression of this individual. After all, had it not been for him, Chowan would likely have fallen victim to that insufferable young Master Morong. That man was truly detestable, deserving of punishment. Inner strength is the term used by postnatal realm warriors to describe their internal energy. Upon entering the innate realm, this internal energy returns to its primordial essence, marking a qualitative enhancement that far surpasses inner strength by several times, even dozens of times. Once reaching the realm of Vajra, what is cultivated is referred to as true energy. Defeat? The other party expressed mild surprise, shaking his head resolutely. "I will not lose." His confidence was palpable. Perhaps it is common for martial artists to possess such self-assurance regarding their abilities. Yet, the true measure could only be determined through combat. Chowan mused internally. To engage him without the use of true energy? Surprisingly, with 3 perfected martial arts techniques at his disposal, even a basic foundational technique could yield unpredictable results in terms of victory or defeat. However, regardless of the outcome, you must first agree. Otherwise, I would not dare to fight you. Chowan added. The man pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I promise, regardless of win or loss, there shall be no hard feelings." With the assurance obtained, Chowan finally felt a sense of relief. Nodding in affirmation, "Good, let us begin." As he prepared to assume his stance, he suddenly remembered that Huang Ke had placed his weapon in the system space during his training, making it impractical to summon it out of thin air. Ahem, well, Before Chowan could concoct an excuse to retreat to the woods for his sword, the man tossed a knife directly towards him. "Use this one." Chowan hastily caught it. The knife was freshly stained with blood, gleaming with a chilling sharpness. A careless mishap could easily result in a grievous injury. The man held 2 knives, one large and one small, and the one he offered was the smaller of the 2, not overly heavy, comparable in weight to his Huang Quebec. Upon observing the remaining knife in the man's hand, he noticed its flat sides, devoid of a sharpened edge. It was indeed a dull blade. "Are you deliberately giving me this?" Chowan inquired, glancing at the blunt knife. The man looked at the knife in his hand and explained, "This knife measures 3 feet and 2 inches in length, weighing 10 jin and 9 liang. Although it is a dull knife, it can still effectively slay an enemy. I noticed you have primarily wielded a sword. The one you possess is 2 feet and 4 inches long, weighing 1 jin and 3 liang, which should suit you well. 10 jin and 9 liang." Upon hearing this weight, Chowan merely smirked, choosing not to comment further. While such a weight might seem inconsequential to a warrior, it ultimately boiled down to the ease of use. There are merits to both heavy and light weapons. Thus, there was no absolute advantage to be found. Very well, let us proceed. Chowan weighed the knife in his hand. It was just right, allowing him to finally experience the sensation of wielding the 5 tigers breaking mountain blade in earnest. The moonlight bathed the two figures in its silvery glow, casting elongated shadows. Under the moonlight, Chowan initiated the attack. The 5 tigers breaking mountain blade was unleashed, charging directly at the man. In adherence to their agreement, the man refrained from employing true energy. Instead, he positioned the dull knife horizontally to meet Chowan's advance. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing weapons resonated as the two engaged in a genuine exchange of strikes. With each breakthrough in his realm, from the 7th rank to the 4th rank, Chowan began to comprehend the essence of combat. Back in Su Weisheng's courtyard, he had been toppled by that girl, Mo Mei, who had invoked her inner strength, albeit instinctively. Inner strength is a vital component of one's foundational enhancement. Particularly after entering the 4th rank, inner strength could directly infuse itself into the organs and tissues of the body. With this infusion, his 2,000-plus physique could be fully realized. Without inner strength, the resilience of one's organs and tissues, unless tempered through specialized techniques, would not be as formidable as one might envision. When Li Hanyi suffered from the loss of his powers due to the so-called Dragon Tiger harmonizing powder, and Su Weisheng sustained grave injuries, it was precisely this principle at play. Now, even though the opponent had reached the innate realm, the specifics of his level remained unclear. Yet, under deliberate restraint, they were relatively comparable. Naturally, Chowan was not too well versed in the higher realms either. Upon entering the innate realm, each significant advancement heralded a monumental transformation for the body, and the specifics of enhancement largely depended on the cultivation technique employed. It resembled the portrayals of antagonists in television dramas. Some possess explosive power, capable of overwhelming their foes, yet a single misstep can have their combat effectiveness, rendering them utterly inept. Conversely, others are akin to tenacious cockroaches, enduring countless blows yet remaining steadfast. Previously, he had assumed this was merely a cinematic effect, a trope of the villain or protagonist aura. However, only upon entering this world and grasping the various characteristics of martial arts did Chowan realize that films often portrayed these dynamics too conservatively. Some individuals, unless utterly obliterated in a single strike, cannot be vanquished at all. Clang, clang, clang. Without the enhancement of inner strength or true energy, the duel between the two appeared strikingly simplistic. With each strike exchanged, they engaged in a back and forth, momentarily reaching an impasse. However, after a dozen exchanges, Chowan discerned the crux of their disparity. The perfected 5 tigers breaking mountain blade, even at a mere 3 mastery, had nearly reached a level of impeccable execution. The reason the man could keep pace with him was not due to his own knife technique being perfected, but rather the vast superiority of his martial arts grade. His strikes were executed with cunning angles and unexpected timing, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Fortunately, aside from the 5 tigers breaking mountain blade, Chowan's leisurely movements had also attained perfection, allowing him to maintain a solid defense without revealing any vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, the opponent's knife techniques were indeed exquisite, at least reaching a level of minor proficiency, if not greater. To use a common phrase, achieving such a level at this age was truly remarkable. Clang. After another series of exchanges, the two briefly separated. Chowan couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It seems concealing my true abilities is no longer an option." Having demonstrated numerous techniques, he began to understand. This individual, like Chowan, sought diverse opponents to hone his martial arts, including the recent act of rescuing him for the duel. At this moment, if Chowan were to consider holding back, deliberately allowing the other to win, it would indeed be a path to self-destruction. In this battle, he not only could not afford to relent, but he must also secure victory. Only by winning could he earn the other's respect and ensure his own safe passage from this encounter. Chapter 88. Impatient and unrighteous as such thoughts coursed through his mind, Chowan's gaze sharpened, his focus shifting to the blade in his hand. In the next moment, he felt the weight of the knife diminish considerably, to the point where it seemed to blend seamlessly with his hand, as if it were an extension of his very being. A delicate aura enveloped the blade. Observing this ethereal energy, the man could not suppress a flicker of delight in his serious demeanor. This was not merely internal energy but rather the essence of the blade itself. When this phenomenon manifested, he realized that rescuing this individual and engaging in a sparring match was indeed the right choice. The one who could seize the title of the foremost in the acquired realm with a fourth-tier cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. His mastery of the swordsmanship had even surpassed his own. Come again. With the merging of sword intent, Chao An's confidence soared. Though still utilizing the most basic form of the five-tiger mountain-slicing blade, in this moment, he truly embodied the majestic aura of severing mountains with a single stroke. Clang! Bang! Ding! This time, Chao An's onslaught surged with vigor, compelling the man to abandon his offensive stance and shift into defense. Without the augmentation of true energy, his brow furrowed deeply. After 3 consecutive strikes, the chilling blade energy collided with his dull blade, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. The Tianjin Ninliang dull blade emitted a muffled sound, trembling in his hand, leaving it slightly numb. With the outcome of the match already determined after 3 moves, Chao An sheathed his knife and inquired, "Now that we have come this far, is there truly any need to continue?" In such circumstances, even in victory, he had to ensure it was achieved with finesse, so as not to leave his opponent utterly defeated. If he were to provoke the other into a fit of rage, it could spell trouble. However, the man shook his head resolutely, declaring, "The victor has yet to be decided. Let us continue." Displaying a stubborn resolve, he charged at Chao An once more with his blade. Reluctantly, Chao An accepted the challenge. His opponent's martial prowess was equally commendable, and he needed to remain vigilant. Otherwise, he might find himself outmatched. This was, after all, an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Clang! Clang! Ding! Under the moonlit night, the 2 figures intertwined in a dance of combat, exchanging blows, perspiration soaking their brows. "Ah, cease this. Without true energy, you are still no match for me. That last strike was careless. I did not dodge, so it does not count again. My word, are you not adhering to the principles of martial ethics? After 3 successful strikes, must you point your blades so recklessly? This is a spar, not a life-and-death duel. I am but a solitary seed in my family. Hey, 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 what do those furious eyes signify? We agreed to keep our tempers in check. Ouch, by heavens, why have you unleashed your true energy? I shall withdraw. This is no longer a game I can afford to play." As the tone of their engagement shifted, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. In a sudden turn of events, Chao An was hurled several meters away by a tremendous force, landing on the ground. Struggling to rise, he cast his knife aside in exasperation. He could fight no longer. This opponent had broken their agreement. It was one thing to grow impatient, but now not only was he overwhelmed, but he had also resorted to using true energy. Continuing this clash could very well cost him his life, but of course, his opponent's condition was no better. His outer garment was tattered, his hat in disarray, and his face was smeared with dirt, with traces of Chao An's fingerprints on his nose, cheeks, and chin. This was not merely a gentle touch. It had been a deliberate smear, a small act of vengeance for the perceived injustice of the handsome opponent before him. Yet, every action had its consequences. The price he paid for this moment of reprisal was nearly landing face first in the dirt. Had it not been for his mastery of body control, he might have lost a tooth in the process. As Chao An feigned defeat, the man wore an expression tinged with regret. He had indeed lost control in that moment. However, it was unavoidable. After all, who could blame him for wanting to counter the monkey steals the peach maneuver attempted by his opponent? Yet, having fought to this extent, it had served its purpose. Every instance of Chao An's bravado had laid bare his vulnerabilities, exposing many issues that he had previously overlooked. Now, he had the opportunity to reflect and contemplate these lessons. What was most astonishing was that a 4th-tier warrior had grasped the essence of the blade. Though still in its nascent form, it was indeed a manifestation of understanding. In the vast realm of martial arts, many had not achieved such insight even upon reaching the exalted status of a master. Yet, here it was, found in a mere 4th-tier practitioner. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly sway the resolve of countless martial artists. Very well, let us conclude here, and no more fighting. Observing Chao An seated on the ground, the man too sheathed his blade and approached, retrieving the other knife that Chao An had discarded. With care, he took out a polishing cloth and meticulously cleaned the weapon before returning it to its sheath. It was evident that this individual was a competent swordsman. To them, the blade was life, treated with the same reverence one would afford a dear friend. Chowan felt a subtle admiration within. Regrettably, he had been unable to ascertain the true gender of this enigmatic figure. The black tiger's heart had evaded, and just when he had managed to execute the monkey steals the peach technique, this individual had forsaken all decorum, unleashing true energy and sending him flying. Yet, the more the opponent behaved in such a manner, the more suspicious he became, leaving Chowan's mind in a restless turmoil. What was this person's true identity? Congratulations, host. By persevering and engaging in a practice session with the mysterious person for an hour and a half, your mastery of the 5-tiger mountain slicing blade and leisurely walk has improved. Congratulations, host. By persevering and engaging in a practice session with the mysterious person for an hour and a half, your martial arts experience has increased. 2 system notifications resonated in his ears. Chowan glanced at his panel. The progress of the 5-tiger mountain slicing blade had surged by 2, and the leisurely walk had also increased by 2. Other martial arts disciplines saw modest gains. The 2-element sword improved by 1, the Xuanbian technique by 3, and even the Guiyuan Heart Sutra by 1. The newly acquired lightness skill, Yin Wuxin, experienced the most substantial growth, soaring by 12. This outcome was quite commendable, especially for the 3 foundational martial arts. Upon reaching perfection, such progress was notoriously difficult to achieve. Congratulations, host. Detection of your understanding of blade-type martial arts has improved, granting a 1 increase in blade intent progress. Congratulations, host. Detection of your understanding of body techniques has improved, granting a 1 increase in body intent progress. Another pair of notifications chimed, igniting a spark of excitement within Chowan. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet. The progress of blade intent and body intent had finally shifted. Without a doubt, the only changes reflected in his attribute panel were the advancements in the 5-tiger mountain slicing blade and leisurely walk. It appeared that reaching perfection in the 3 foundational martial arts would yield a 1 increase in progress for every 5 increase in proficiency. With the increases in true intent, the power of his blade-type martial arts had risen from 10 to 20, while the body intent similarly enhanced his speed by 20. His strength was undeniably growing. This evening's hour and a half of effort had not been in vain. Chapter 89. The Morong family, shall we engage in a game of chicken? I'll treat you. As night deepened, Chowan's gaze drifted once more to the 2 individuals who had just met their demise at the hands of the man nearby. With a hint of concern, he remarked, "You have slain them so casually. What if that young master seeks vengeance? Wouldn't that mean?" The fight was no longer a concern, yet the events of the evening were undeniably complex. He wore a mask, and with a slight alteration in appearance coupled with a change of attire, he might evade recognition. However, the man before him bore no such disguise. His current garb had been the same during the act of saving Chowan. The fact that the man had rescued him made Chowan unwilling to see him come to harm. The man calmly shook his head and replied, "I am unafraid. I am not a native of the Ming dynasty. My presence in Hangzhou is merely to compete with their prodigies." This tranquil response left Chowan momentarily taken aback. "Very well, in any case, I am grateful for your assistance." Chowan raised his hand in a gesture of respect and continued, "My name is Chowan. May I ask for yours?" "Chowan?" The man paused, a look of confusion crossing his features as he inquired, "Are you not referred to as Wang Anquan?" Cough, cough. Chowan awkwardly rubbed his nose, explaining, "In the realm of wandering heroes, it is customary to possess a few aliases. Chowan is my true name. Since you have saved me, it is only proper that you know my real name." The man nodded in understanding and elucidated, "As I previously stated, if you accompany me in a duel, our prior grievances shall be settled, thus you owe me nothing." For him, the rewards of this night were worth saving 10 Chowans. "Still, I must express my gratitude." Noting that the other seemed reluctant to divulge his name, Chowan smirked but wisely refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbors secrets, and he had little interest in prying into others' mysteries. Knowing too much often leads to unnecessary troubles, much like the predicament that had transpired this evening, which was entirely unwarranted. He couldn't help but think of Huang San. He wondered how that girl was faring. Was she merely indulging in her whims, or had she encountered danger? If peril had indeed befallen her, he was outside the city and could offer no aid. Such thoughts were indeed vexing. With a furrowed brow, Chowan strode directly towards the bodies of the 2 men. Over an hour had passed, and they had long since grown cold. Rubbing his hands together, he deftly began to search them. To his surprise, the two had quite a fortune. Their money bags were brimming. The coins alone amounted to approximately 50 to 60 taels. Additionally, he found several silver notes, each worth 100 taels, culminating in a total of over 400 taels. There were also medicinal pills, powders, jade pendants, and 2 tokens inscribed with the characters for Morong. Beyond that, there was little of value. The swords were fine, yet he was not foolish. Many swords were custom-made. If he attempted to sell such a weapon of this quality in Hangzhou, it would not be long before his identity was exposed. It was simply not worth the risk. After looting the bodies, Chowan approached the man once more. Holding the silver notes in hand, he gritted his teeth and offered them all to the man. Do not accuse me of being ungrateful. You are the one who dispatched them, so these silver notes rightfully belong to you. The man regarded Chowan with a detached glance, making no move to accept the offering. I do not want them. Keep them for yourself. Chowan's brows relaxed, yet he still inquired, Are you certain you do not want them? In the world of wandering heroes, even a single coin can thwart a valiant man. The man shook his head, offering no further response. Not wishing to appear rude, Chowan tucked the silver notes into his attire and then turned his attention to the 2 tokens, asking, Do you know the origins of these tokens? After all this effort, he had nearly ventured to the gates of death, yet in the end, he remained unaware of his would-be assailants' identities. The man glanced at Chowan, questioning, Are you not aware of their identities? Chowan chuckled ruefully. Do you truly believe I would claim to be searching for someone and happened upon them plotting by mere coincidence? Chowan wore an expression of frustration, while the man appeared equally surprised. He inspected the tokens and then regarded Chowan, stating, These are the tokens of the Morong family from Suzhou. The young master at the forefront has previously appeared in the viewing area of the Hero Assembly. He is a scion of the Morong family, Morong Fu. 0-inch the Morong family, Morong Fu. The one struck by lightning that day was Morong Fu. Chowan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the man. The man merely shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Enraged, Chowan threw the 2 tokens back, cursing under his breath, What a stroke of bad luck. Morong Fu, the Morong family. What prowess does Morong Fu possess? Is their family in this world a significant force in Jiangnan? In the realm of martial arts, many backgrounds have shifted, and consequently, the fates of numerous individuals have also transformed. Had it been according to the original tale of the Morong family, it would have been bearable. Although they possessed some heritage, Morong Fu was the sole master among them. His 4 chief subordinates, while capable fighters, could hardly be deemed true experts. Yet, it remains uncertain what strength Morong Fu now wields following the convergence of worlds. Morong Fu, the Morong family, the man pondered briefly before shaking his head. I am not from the Ming dynasty, and I have only seen Morong Fu once during the daytime at the spectator's stand. He did not display any martial prowess, so I am unaware of his true capabilities. As for the Morong family, I have heard discussions suggesting that they possess at least one unparalleled master at the Celestial Grand Freedom stage. Celestial Grand Freedom stage, this is disastrous. The situation in Shuiyue City remains unresolved, and now I have incurred the ire of another top-tier power. What misfortune have I brought upon myself? However, Chowan did not feel excessively anxious. At the time, he had been masked, and as he was taken away by the man, he had not revealed much of his martial skills. With the pursuers eliminated, it is unlikely anyone would recognize him as the figure on the rooftop. Of course, he could not return to Zue Xianju under any circumstances. Having reached this conclusion, Chowan's heart settled somewhat, yet the name Morong lingered firmly in his mind. This enmity had been established. Once he had developed further, this grudge must be avenged. He was not so magnanimous as to dismiss this incident lightly. As night deepened, with dawn still a distant prospect, the wild chickens in the nearby woods continued to call out. Following the tumultuous events, Chowan found himself wide awake and turned to the man beside him, asking, Shall we catch some chickens, my treat? The man glanced at Chowan, a look of confusion crossing his face. Chowan smiled knowingly, activating his stealth technique, and made his way toward the source of the crowing. Seeing Chowan depart, the man refrained from saying more and found a suitable spot nearby to meditate. He began to recall their previous encounter, focusing his mind and meticulously replaying the events in his memory. After a considerable time, Chowan returned, carrying 2 wild mountain chickens and a bundle of firewood. Noticing the man in meditation, Enveloped in a shimmering white light, it appeared he was engaged in cultivation, and the technique seemed quite extraordinary. Chapter 90. The Shattered Mirror. I am Nangong Push. Chow and did not disturb me. Instead, he moved a short distance away to start a fire and began to prepare a wild chicken. Unfortunately, in his haste to depart, he had forgotten to bring his supplies, leaving all the seasonings in his pack. Thus, tonight's meal would have to suffice with what little he had. Yet, there was no great loss, for although he had left his provisions behind, he had not parted with his silver notes, which were ever at his side. Though he could not return to the Drunken Immortal Inn, with money in hand, what could he not procure? Time flew by, and the commotion from the man nearby grew increasingly intense. Bang! In the next moment, a powerful surge of true energy swept across the surroundings. Fortunately, Chowan had been vigilant and, with quick reflexes, snatched up the 2 freshly roasted chickens and hurriedly retreated. However, the wave of true energy struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying several dozen meters away. What on earth is this person's realm to create such a ruckus? Steadying himself, Chowan glanced at the unharmed chickens and exhaled with relief. Turning around, he saw that the man had ceased his meditation and stood up from his seated position. Chowan hurried over and inquired, "What happened?" The man glanced at Chow and explained, "Nothing much, just a minor epiphany. I have shattered the mirror." "You've broken through?" Chowan's eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this person that after a brief skirmish could achieve such a breakthrough merely by sitting down to roast a chicken? Even he, who was astonished, felt dwarfed by this individual's prowess. The man nodded, but refrained from elaborating further. Chowan closed his gaping mouth and, holding the stick with the roasted chicken, offered it to him. "Here, your breakthrough coincides perfectly with this chicken. It is just right for you to eat now." The man looked at Chowan, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately accepted the roasted chicken. They returned to the fire, where Chowan fiddled with it until the flames blazed anew. "If only we had a jar of wine," he mused. He had enjoyed a similar feast with Huang Rong before, and the combination of roast chicken and wine was indeed delightful. The man said nothing. At that moment, he had no means to procure wine. However, after spending the night together, he found himself appreciating Chowan's character. Although he sometimes resorted to tricks, more often than not, he exhibited sincerity, dedication, and an underlying authenticity that was palpable. This feeling was indescribable, yet it coalesced into a profound insight and stark contrast to Chowan's gluttonous feasting. The man maintained a far more refined demeanor. After finishing the roasted chicken, he sat cross-legged to resume his meditation. Bored, Chowan decided to practice the Return to Origin Heart Sutra, joining in the cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke as he opened his eyes, shaking off the chill that had settled on him. The man who had been meditating beside him had vacated his spot and was now wielding dual blades, practicing his swordplay not far away. This time, unlike the previous night's practice devoid of true energy, he was now channeling true energy throughout his body. The surrounding leaves danced in harmony with the flow of his true energy. The scene was magnificent, awe-inspiring, and beautiful. The only blemish on this beauty was the man's tattered white garments and the dirt smudged across his face, remnants of Chowan's earlier handiwork. After a considerable time, the man finally halted. Chowan approached and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" He surmised that the man had offended the Morong family in rescuing him, rendering a return to Hangzhou utterly impossible. The man lifted his gaze to Chowan and replied flatly, "I will return to continue competing in the arena." Chowan expressed his surprise, "But you mentioned that the Morong family has at least one formidable master in the celestial realm, right? You revealed your martial prowess when you saved me, and you did not conceal your identity. Wouldn't he returning be tantamount to walking into a trap? Or do you intend to seek refuge under the city lord of Hangzhou?" The man replied calmly, "I do not seek a master, but there are many skilled individuals participating in the upcoming hero gathering whom I have yet to encounter. My sword is meant for slaying." From the intensity in the man's eyes, Chowan sensed a hint of obsession, perhaps a manifestation of the confidence that comes with being a gifted warrior. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Can you defeat Morong Fu?" The man shook his head, "I do not know. We have not fought, however. I believe I shall encounter him soon." What did this mean? Was there a chance of victory? Chowan couldn't help but exclaim, "I am increasingly intrigued to know your true identity. Someone of your caliber should not be an unknown." The man appeared to be of similar age, and if he truly had a chance against Morong Fu, he could be considered a prodigy even within the vast divine martial continent. Though Chowan was unaware of Morong Fu's true strength or realm, he had certainly heard of him while gathering information about the world's martial arts in Shuiyue City. The fact that his reputation could reach as far as Bailey and Shuiyue City suggested he was no ordinary figure. The man regarded Chowan and stated calmly, "My name is Nangong Push." "What on earth?" Chowan's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the individual before him. "Nangong Push? You are Nangong Push?" Could it be that the person before him was indeed the one he had envisioned? With stunning beauty, a visage reminiscent of a white fox, clad in white, adorned with a hat, wielding dual blades, one light and nimble named Spring Thunder, and a heavy blunt blade called Embroidered Winter. It all aligned perfectly. The Nangong Push before him was the very individual he had known of. Yet, should she not be in Liang or Beimang? How had she ended up in the Ming dynasty? She had just mentioned wanting to engage with more prodigies in combat. The sudden revelation of her identity left Chowan's thoughts in disarray. Nangong Push furrowed her brow, regarding Chowan with a scrutinizing gaze before asking, "Do you know me?" At present, she was not well known. Those who were familiar with her name were predominantly individuals with ill intentions towards her. Cough, cough. Sensing her gaze was somewhat unsettling, Chowan cleared his throat and quickly explained, "I happened to hear your name in Liang while mingling in the streets. They say you are a rising prodigy in recent years. I found your name rather peculiar at the time, and thus committed it to memory. By the way, that must be you, right?" Chowan feigned uncertainty in his question. Nangong Push scrutinized Chowan once more before diverting her gaze, responding calmly, "I do not know." Her ambiguous response was telling. How could she ascertain whether he was referring to her? Nevertheless, given the rarity of the Nangong surname, particularly in the Liang region, it was likely she was indeed the one he spoke of. Chapter 91. Re-entering the city. Concerned Huang Rong, are you truly determined to enter the city? Upon realizing that the other party was the esteemed Nangong Push, Chowan felt a sense of relief wash over him. If it were her, there might indeed be a chance of victory against Morong Fu. The original description of Nangong Push's strength was quite formidable. 19 stops, 6 stops killing second rank, 9 stops killing the finger of the mysterious, 12 stops killing the celestial phenomenon, and after 19 stops, no more land deities. However, in the current realm of martial arts, one could speculate that Nangong Push's powers may have been altered by the fusion. Yet, regardless of any changes, based on the speed at which he had escaped yesterday and the state in which he dealt with those two, he would undoubtedly remain formidable. Nangong Push nodded, stating plainly, "I mentioned this yesterday." "Very well," Chowan replied, raising his hand in a respectful gesture towards Nangong Push. "Take care, and be cautious in all matters." Nangong Push nodded once more, not lingering any further. His gaze fixated on the direction of Hangzhou City, and with a light push of his foot against the ground, he soared into the air, heading directly towards Hangzhou. Witnessing this scene, Chowan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Realizing the identity of the individual only deepened his feelings of astonishment. Nangong Push, who would have thought? Alongside Li Hanyi and Su Weisheng, he had encountered yet another prominent figure in just over a month of traversing this world. His luck, it seemed, was an enigma, neither wholly good nor entirely bad. Subconsciously, Chowan's thoughts drifted to Huang San, pondering whether that girl was also a person of renown. Although he silently questioned her identity, he could not conjure a name at the moment. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he decided to set off once Nangong Push had presumably entered Hangzhou City. Nangong Push had the audacity to enter the city with such confidence because he genuinely possessed that level of strength or, at the very least, that degree of courage. Yet, he himself could not afford such bravado. Having traversed to this world and activated a system, regardless of its merits, he could not risk his life so recklessly. While it was highly probable that Morong Fu was unaware of his presence, caution remained paramount. He planned to enter the city, seek out Huang San, and then depart Hangzhou. This place was fraught with peril, the enemies far too powerful. He needed to proceed with trepidation and avoid recklessness. As for the hero's banquet, today marked the second day, which meant tomorrow. Chowan instinctively touched the city lord's token that the referee had given him. He distinctly recalled the woman mentioning that people had been entering the city since yesterday. What were they entering for? What schemes were Morong Fu and that mysterious woman concocting? While he held no interest in these matters, He was already entangled with Mo Rongfu, and if possible, he wished to thwart Mo Rongfu's ambitions. However, he reminded himself to remain cautious. He could not allow vengeance to ensnare him in further danger. With utmost care, he entered the city. After a convoluted journey, Chowan stealthily approached the vicinity of Zuixianju. It was not his desire to return, but he needed to locate Huang San. He wondered if she had returned yet. If she hadn't, he would truly be in a predicament. In a sprawling city like Hangzhou, with tens of thousands of inhabitants, how was he to find her? Report to the authorities. In this era, would the officials even concern themselves with such matters? Even if they did, could they genuinely locate her? For there were no surveillance systems or tracking devices in this age. However, before Chowan could dwell further on his predicament, he spotted a diminutive figure, dejectedly seated on the steps at the entrance of Zuixianju. Adorned with a small mask, though different from yesterday's, he recognized her at once. Huang San, you do know how to return. Were it not for searching for you, would I have endured such tribulations? Just as Chowan prepared to call out, a few familiar figures appeared at the entrance. It was the siren from the previous night. Seeing her, Chowan's pupils dilated, and he hastily retreated into the alley. Goodness, that woman! She had appeared enchanting and alluring before, yet now there was something distinctly menacing about her. Preconceived notions had already labeled her as an antagonist in his mind. After a considerable wait, once the woman had departed in her carriage, Chowan cautiously peeked out. He abandoned the thought of directly calling for Huang Rong and instead picked up a small stone, tossing it towards her in the distance. Huang Rong, who had been worrying about Chowan, was jolted back to reality by the sudden impact, quickly turning her gaze towards the direction of the stone. There, not far away, Chowan was peering from behind a building, making exaggerated facial expressions at her. Upon seeing him, Huang Rong's spirits lifted, and she sprang to her feet. Hey, you! Just as Huang Rong was about to call out, Chowan quickly emerged and gestured for silence, then waved her over. Huang Rong was taken aback but quickly ran towards him. You ran upon reaching the small alley. Huang Rong prepared to inquire but was abruptly silenced by Chowan, who covered her mouth. Let us not speak here, he whispered, carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying them any mind before quietly urging her. This is a safe place for conversation. Let us move to another location. Huang Rong's eyes widened in confusion. Chowan said nothing further, taking her hand and leading her around to the other side of the alley. Huang Rong felt bewildered but followed him nonetheless. What had Chowan experienced last night to make him so vigilant? Had the people from Shuiyue City truly arrived? Or was it Su Weisheng's faction? Her mind was a whirl of questions, yet as she gazed at Chowan's back, a sense of reassurance settled within her. She had not slept a wink the entire night, wandering aimlessly through Hangzhou City, and without Chowan's presence, she felt an unsettling emptiness, her thoughts plagued by chaos, fearing she might never see him again. Thank goodness, he had returned. After meandering through several streets stealthily with Huang Rong in tow, Chowan finally came to a halt. Phew. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their safety, he exhaled with relief. We should be safe here. What on earth happened? Huang Rong, having held her concerns in check, removed her mask, her face etched with worry. Where did you run off to last night? I searched for you all night, fearing you had been captured by the people from Shuiyue City. Chowan's demeanor clearly indicated something was amiss, and it was evidently no trivial matter. Did Shuiyue City's intelligence network truly extend so far that they could track him to Hangzhou? Observing Huang Rong's anxiousness, Chowan sighed. Let us not dwell on it. I nearly lost my life last night. Huang Rong frowned, pressing for details. What exactly happened? Did the people from Shuiyue City truly pursue you? Chapter 92. Change of Fate. Avenju. Huang Rong's gaze sharpened, and she too became vigilant, swiftly surveying her surroundings. If it were truly individuals from Shuiyue City pursuing them, her only recourse would be to escort Chao into the Lord's mansion and seek refuge under Luo Baishan. As for whether Luo Baishan would disclose her whereabouts to her father, she could hardly afford to concern herself with that. First and foremost, she needed to ensure Chowan's safety. Observing Huang Rong's anxious demeanor, a warmth blossomed in Chowan's heart as he shook his head and explained. It's not from Shuiyue City. Last night, when you didn't return, I ventured out to look for you, and then gathering his thoughts, Chowan recounted the events of the previous night in detail. The Mo Rong family, Mo Rongfu. Huang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed the information. With the conversation now flowing, Chowan couldn't help but voice his grievance. his expression filled with indignation. I was merely resting atop the roof, pondering where you might have gone, when unexpectedly, Morong Fu and his entourage arrived. That woman exhibited no caution whatsoever, starting her discourse in the courtyard. I caught only a snippet of their conversation, but Morong Fu expressed an intent to kill me. Had I not encountered a skilled savior, I might have met my end last night. Sanner, I truly feel exasperated, and why fate is so wretched. Just as one calamity subsides, another arises, though you think I've crossed paths with some nefarious entity? Otherwise, how could I be so unfortunate? Do you happen to know any knowledgeable exorcist who could assist in dispelling this misfortune? Finally finding someone to confide in, Chowen's face was a canvas of grievance. Huang Rong shook her head hesitantly. I don't know anyone. With an expression laden with guilt, she added, I'm truly sorry it wasn't my intention to stay away. I encountered some troubles myself and had to employ a bit of cunning to extricate myself. After departing the Lord's mansion, she had been worried about being pursued, so she deliberately meandered around the city a few times to ensure no one was following her before daring to return to Zue Xianju. Yet, upon her arrival at Zue Xianju, she found that Chowen was already missing. After inquiring with the innkeeper, she learned that Chowen had indeed returned briefly, but the innkeeper could not specify when he had set out again. Fearing that individuals from Shiyue City had discovered Chowen, she spent an entire night searching for him, returning only at dawn if she could not locate him in the city, and he ultimately did not return to Zue Xianju. She would have no choice but to trouble Luo Baishan. If that proved fruitless, she would have to venture to Shiyue City. Seeing the profound regret etched on Huang Rong's face, Chowen shook his head in reassurance. I bear no ill will towards you. It is I who feels excessively unfortunate. This past month has been nothing but a string of misfortunes. As he spoke, he quickly inquired, do you truly not know anyone capable of altering one's fate? Huang Rong paused before shaking her head. How could I possibly know such a person? Those who possess true talent are likely to be reclusive immortals, uninterested in worldly affairs, and would not traverse the mortal realm. Most in the martial world are simply charlatans. Chowen pondered for a moment, conceding that Huang Rong had a point. Setting aside the notion of seeking someone to alter his fate for the time being, he continued, as for me, I have removed my mask, and the two pursuers have been slain by the one who saved me. They likely won't recognize me now, so I should be safe for the moment. What about you? Have your troubles been resolved? Huang Rong nodded slightly. It's somewhat resolved. It was not a significant matter. The Morong family, the hero's banquet. Huang Rong stroked her chin, deep in thought, mumbling. This hero's banquet is organized by the Lord of Hangzhou to express gratitude to the outstanding figures of the martial world who have come to the heroes' conference and achieved notable standings. Besides those seated in the viewing area, no one else has any prior knowledge of who is attending. Morong Fu and that woman's collusion is evidently not a spur-of-the-moment decision. If it was premeditated, the Lord of Hangzhou, Huang Rong quickly reached a conclusion. They are likely targeting the Lord of Hangzhou. The Lord of Hangzhou? Chowen's eyes narrowed. The Lord of Hangzhou was indeed a formidable figure, at the very least at the pinnacle of the mastery realm, and he might have already transcended into the celestial realm. If Morong Fu dared to scheme against him, he would certainly be a formidable adversary. Let us go. Huang Rong's gaze hardened with determination as she grasped Chowen's hand and prepared to leave. Chowen paused, bewildered. Where are we going? Huang Rong replied directly, to avenge you. Chowen was taken aback, swiftly grasping Huang Rong's hands. Have you lost your mind? One of us is at the 4th rank of the postnatal realm, while the other is merely at the diamond ordinary realm. Are we truly seeking vengeance against Morong Fu? Or are you deceiving me? You re not at the diamond ordinary realm, but rather a hidden master capable of overturning the heavens with a mere flick of your wrist? A glimmer of hope ignited within Chowen. He had always sensed that this girl was extraordinary. His gaze turned fervent. I have not concealed my strength, Huang Rong said, feeling a bit shy under Chowen's intense gaze. Chowen's eyes dimmed momentarily, then he approached curiously, his hand resting on her small head as he murmured to himself, is she feverish? How could she be so muddled? Having spent ample time with Chowen, Huang Rong understood his words' underlying meaning and retorted with irritation. You're the one who is confused. Who said that avenging someone necessitates engaging in a physical confrontation? Since you have already uncovered their conspiracy and surmised that it likely has significant ties to the Lord of Hangzhou, why not simply inform the Lord of Hangzhou? By thwarting his meticulously devised plan and ensuring he gains nothing from this endeavor, wouldn't he that also be a form of revenge? Chowan paused momentarily, acknowledging that her argument held some merit, yet he remained hesitant. But based solely on our words, without any concrete evidence, would they believe us? He had contemplated this retaliatory action long before entering the city, but the obstacles were numerous. He was merely an inconspicuous figure. Even if he were to claim the title of champion in the postnatal realm, would the Lord of Hangzhou truly believe him? Moreover, Murong Fu was a guest of the Lord of Hangzhou, and the nature of their relationship remained uncertain. He worried that not only would they disbelieve him, but they might also hand him over to Murong Fu. Should that occur, he would not have a second chance to escape as he had on Songshan. As for leaving a note or sending an anonymous letter, that seemed even less feasible. The Lord's mansion was heavily guarded. An anonymous message coupled with unfounded claims would most likely never reach the Lord of Hangzhou. Even if it did, would it be taken seriously? I have a plan. Huang Rong's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 93. The messenger and the reclusive master by the lake. Chowan blinked in surprise and turned to the young girl, asking, "What method do you have in mind?" Huang Rong promptly replied, "I will return to Zui Xianju for a moment. You stay here and wait for me." She did not rush to explain, and after a brief pause, Chowan quickly added, "Remember to take my bundle with you." It contained many unused supplies and a change of clothes. Although they had acquired several hundred taels last night, it would be wasteful to squander them. Got it. Huang Rong waved her hand dismissively and hurried toward Zui Xianju. In the city lord's mansion, the martial contest would not commence until noon, and Luo Baishan leisurely perused a book in hand. "Sir, someone found this at the outer wall corner, along with a letter." A middle-aged man who resembled a steward entered, holding a mask and a letter. This mask, Luo Baishan's eyes flickered slightly. He recognized it as the very mask Huang Rong had worn the previous day. The steward continued, "It appears to be the same mask worn by Miss Huang, which was discarded along with the letter into the city lord's mansion." "Sir, this." As the steward of the city lord's mansion, Luo Baishan was well aware of Huang Rong's true identity after hosting her yesterday. What trick is that girl up to now? Luo Baishan mused with curiosity, beckoning the steward closer. The steward understood and handed the letter to Luo Baishan. Upon opening it, Luo Baishan's expression turned grave. The message was brief. Murong Fu is conspiring with the woman from Zui Xianju. An undercover agent has secretly infiltrated Hangzhou, Hero's Banquet. To ensure Luo Baishan would believe it and recognize the mask, a small Huang was scribbled at the end. Bang! Luo Baishan slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Murong Fu's intentions are indeed nefarious. The steward, perplexed, focused on the letter. Luo Baishan shot the steward a glance and handed him the letter. The steward examined it, equally astonished, yet hesitantly inquired, "Can we trust this letter from Miss Huang?" Luo Baishan hesitated briefly before stating, "I have met that girl. Though she is quite eccentric, her nature is not malevolent. Moreover, she just escaped from the city lord's mansion yesterday and now risks returning solely to pull a prank. Should we take action beforehand?" The steward voiced his doubts, recognizing that confronting Murong Fu would not be a simple endeavor. Luo Baishan contemplated and decisively stated, "For now, let us not raise any alarms. Have someone monitor Zui Xianju discreetly to ascertain the true identity of the woman mentioned in the letter. Additionally, under the pretext of the Hero's Banquet, we shall infiltrate some skilled fighters among the guests. The Hero's Banquet is tomorrow. We shall see what Murong Fu intends to do." Luo Baishan's face was marked by anger, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "Understood." The steward replied and hurriedly departed to make preparations. Outside the city lord's mansion, not far away, Chowan observed Huang Rong casually discarding her previous mask and a letter, filled with curiosity as he asked, "Is that all it takes? Even if someone finds it, the servants may not necessarily report it, let alone present it to the city lord of Hangzhou, right?" He had anticipated Huang Rong would employ a more sophisticated method. Chowan found this plan rather unreliable. Huang Rong confidently patted her chest and declared, "It will absolutely work. Just trust me. The city lord of Hangzhou will certainly see it, and he will not think it a joke or prank. As for how to resolve matters after he sees it, that is for them to figure out. There is nothing more we can change." "Okay then." Chowan regarded Huang Rong with a penetrating gaze. This girl was undeniably extraordinary, a mere mask, hastily purchased on the street upon entering the city, could truly serve a purpose. Yet, her demeanor did not suggest deceit. Chowan sighed inwardly, realizing that under the premise of not revealing their identities, he could only devise a plan akin to Huang Rong's. As for what to do after the message was delivered, that was beyond his and Huang Rong's concern. Stopping Morong Fu's scheme would bring him some satisfaction, and should he fail, he could always take revenge once he grew stronger in the future. By the way, I remember you know how to play chess, right? She vaguely recalled that during their time at the Yin Academy, Chowan had perused several chess manuals. Such things were not of interest to those unfamiliar with them. Play chess? Yes, why do you ask? Chowan looked at Huang Rong, puzzled. Her thoughts seemed to leap about. They had just been discussing the city lord's mansion, and now she had shifted to chess? These topics seemed entirely unrelated. Come, I will take you to a place. Huang Rong's eyes sparkled as she pulled Chowan along. Where are we going? Chowan questioned, still perplexed but following her lead. After some time, they arrived at a location not far from the martial contest venue. At this moment, the contest had yet to commence, and Chowan's gaze drifted towards the platform for innate realm fighters, wondering how Nangong Push was faring since entering the city. Morong Fu was not to be trifled with, and the safety of Nangong Push, who had boldly entered the city, was uncertain. Glancing around, Chowan did not spot Nangong Push and turned to Huang Rong, asking, What are we doing here? You aren't planning to fight, are you? I inquired yesterday. A champion is chosen daily in the innate realm, and those who have already become champions cannot compete again. You are not thinking of using this opportunity to send a letter to the city lord of Hangzhou, are you? Chowan regarded Huang Rong suspiciously. He would not partake in such a venture. If he were to send a letter to the city lord during the contest, his identity would be completely exposed. Even if he thwarted Morong Fu's plans, it would only lead to the Morong family becoming a formidable enemy. One issue with the Shuaiyue city was already enough for him to handle. Adding the Morong family would be more than he could bear. Huang Rong cast a sidelong glance at Chowan but shifted her gaze towards another direction. Who said you had to fight? Just delivering the letter will suffice. I guarantee it will reach Lord Luo. Did you see the old man playing chess under the locust tree by the lake? Chowan followed Huang Rong's gaze and saw, not far away by West Lake, beneath an ancient locust tree, an elderly man clad in a gray-brown robe, his hair white yet vibrant, looking no older than 60, sitting on a stone platform with a chessboard before him. Across from him sat a young man in a blue shirt, scratching his head and blushing, intensely focused on the chessboard, appearing quite disheartened. Just playing chess. What's so special about that old man? Chowan asked, perplexed. The elderly gentleman was merely enjoying the festivities of the hero's banquet, surrounded by a few older gentlemen engaged in card games or chess. Such scenes were common in modern parks. He did not believe that encountering an old gentleman by the lakeside could be the legendary master with extraordinary abilities. Such coincidences were improbable. Huang Rong explained, After I lost yesterday, while watching you compete, I noticed him. The old man has been sitting there playing chess. Those who challenge him, whether young or old, cannot last long before they leave, flustered. Look at that old man. Despite his white hair, he appears healthy and radiant, something ordinary people cannot achieve. Perhaps he is a reclusive master. Why not challenge him to a couple of games? Chapter 94. The irritable old man and the exchange of insults. Chowan cast a helpless glance at Huang Rong, exclaiming, Where are all these reclusive masters coming from, and why must we encounter one? Besides, I merely know how to play chess. My skills are hardly exceptional. His proficiency could only be deemed above average. According to Huang Rong, this old man must possess considerable chess talent. So why would he seek out someone to torment himself? Oh, come on, give it a try. Idleness is a waste of time, Huang Rong insisted. My instincts have always been quite accurate. What if he truly is a hidden master? Chowan looked at Huang Rong, then at the old man sitting beneath the locust tree, feeling somewhat tempted. Shall we give it a go? Huang Rong promptly urged Chowan forward, saying, Hurry, hurry. They are about to finish. Let us get over there. Chowan, pushed along by Huang Rong, soon found himself standing under the locust tree. Just as they arrived, he noticed a young man, his face flushed and hands trembling, stand up and dejectedly say to the old man, I lost. Chowan had expected the old man, as the victor, to offer some encouraging words, but to his surprise, the old man looked at the young man with visible impatience and said, If you want to play, then play. If not, scram. You'll play so poorly and still show your face is disgraceful. I would have thrown myself into the lake by now. You are utterly unreasonable. The young man's face turned nearly crimson from the old man's words as he turned and left, faint sobs echoing in the distance. A lad in his 20s had been reduced to tears by an old man's sharp tongue. What a venomous tongue it was. Chao An and Huang Rong exchanged glances, both taken aback by the scene. Chao An's initial intent to approach faltered as he reconsidered. Who would dare step forward now? Yet the old man's gaze quickly landed on Chao An, and with a hint of impatience, he asked, "Are you going to play or not? If not, don't block my way. Are you afraid of being ridiculed and therefore too timid to sit down? Is it forbidden to voice one's lack of skill?" Chao An felt a sudden urge to retreat, but Huang Rong stood in his way, giving him a resolute look. Over the years she had spent on Peach Blossom Island, she had discerned a truth. The more capable a person, the more peculiar and irritable they tended to be. This old man might indeed possess remarkable skills. Chao An glanced at Huang Rong, sighed in resignation, and said, "Fine, I'll play." It was merely a game of chess, after all. There was nothing to be overly concerned about, however. If the old man truly had a sharp tongue, he would not indulge him. It was just an argument. Could he really be intimidated? Chao An took a seat, and the old man scrutinized him before speaking in the same brusque tone. "This is my setup, so I'll dictate the rules. I will play black and take the first move. If you can't keep up, admit defeat. Don't dither like a coward. You can continue playing even after losing. Take as long as you like. There's no time limit. It's all about whether you can endure." The old man was already clearing the board, swiftly placing a black piece on the board. Chao An stared at the old man in astonishment. It appeared the old man was not only lacking in chess etiquette but also in character. The advantage of playing first and go could not be underestimated. If both players were evenly matched, the first player's chances of winning increased by at least 30%. If one's skill was slightly inferior, taking the first move could still turn the tide. But if there was a significant disparity in skill and the opponent played first, victory would be nearly impossible. This old man was disregarding the unwritten rules of the game. Hurry up and make your move. Once you sit down, you must finish the game. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. Seeing Chao An's astonished expression, the old man urged impatiently, his determination palpable. Won't be leaving. Was this old man merely trying to scare him, or did he actually possess some skill? Fine, let us play. The old man's insistence only served to heighten Chao An's curiosity. This old man was either a madman or genuinely skilled. According to Huang Rong, he had been there since the day before. Given his foul mouth, it was hard to believe he hadn't encountered someone equally fiery and capable. In this era, there were many individuals in the martial world, and with minimal legal constraints, one had to possess some capital to be so brazen. Yet here the old man sat, calmly playing chess. There was undeniably something about him. Clack! Chao An swiftly placed a white piece on the board. Upon seeing this, the old man muttered, "Mundane and unremarkable, utterly lacking in creativity." What a chatterbox! They had barely begun, and he was already babbling as if he had never spoken before. Clack! The old man made his move, and Chao An glanced at him, retorting, "Cliché and predictable. It's nothing special." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he demanded, "What did you say? The intent of my moves is beyond your comprehension. Just wait for your inevitable defeat." Chao An shot back without hesitation. "The mouth is on my face. I can say what I wish. What business is it of yours? Moreover, how could you possibly deduce my strategy? Who wins and who loses is still up in the air." Good. The old man was clearly infuriated by Chao An's words. Drawing a deep breath, he challenged, "Come on, make your move, and I'll show you what it means to know your place." Clack! Chao An replied without hesitation, "I'll show you what it means for the new generation to surpass the old." Clack! "You young pup, it's admirable to be fearless, but being overconfident is another matter entirely." Clack! "Old man, being shrewd is commendable, but relying on age to belittle others is laughable." Clack! "Impudent child." Clack! "Old fool." The two began to place their pieces rapidly, exchanging barbs with each move. Huang Rong, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but cover her eyes, feeling embarrassed to be associated with them. These two were acting far too childishly, like bickering village children. It was quite humiliating, thank goodness for her mask. Otherwise, she would have felt the urge to hide away. Time flew by. She had to admit, though the old man had a foul mouth, his chess skills were genuinely impressive. Clack! The old man placed a black piece on the board, and Chowan's white pieces lay in ruin, with no hope of recovery. Chowan withdrew his gaze. Having only played a third of the game, he realized victory was beyond his reach. This old man was indeed formidable. Humph! Where has that bravado gone? I thought you were something special. Your chess skills are no better than that young man from earlier. Such arrogance and overestimation of yourself. The old man looked at Chowan triumphantly, reveling in his victory. Oh! Chowan had already steeled himself against the potential loss and felt no sense of disappointment. However, after playing a game, he found himself increasingly puzzled. Was this old man truly a reclusive master? Let us hope he wasn't just a mere incompetent player. Chapter 95. A true reclusive master? What do you see in this young lad? Oh! Observing Chowan's nonchalant demeanor and the unremarkable oh, the old man found himself utterly baffled. Is this your attitude in defeat? Shouldn't you be filled with regret and shame, feeling utterly humiliated by your previous assertions? This young man is exceedingly infuriating. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged in a chess match with the mysterious old man. Your chess proficiency has increased, reaching the mastery level, with a current progress of 34 towards mastery. Congratulations, host. Your chess proficiency has successfully reached the mastery level. Reward, 18 points to physique, 1 proficiency enhancement card. Current total physique, 2056 points. As yet another 2 notifications chimed, Chowan widened his eyes in astonishment. From a single match, his chess skills had skyrocketed to mastery. He recalled that his proficiency was only in the 30s before. Now, not only had he attained mastery, but he had also gained 34 progress. This old man is no ordinary person. Have I truly encountered a reclusive master? Setting aside other considerations, it is evident that this old man possesses remarkable skill in chess. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chowan to achieve such a significant increase in proficiency after just one game. You just mentioned that as long as I remain seated, I can't continue playing even if I lose, correct? Chowan's thoughts returned, his eyes suddenly ablaze with fervor. Harsh words? Per chess etiquette? A stinky chess player. As long as it allows him to rapidly enhance his proficiency, none of that matters. What does it matter if he gets insulted a few times? It won't cost him anything. Besides, he can always retort, so he is not at a loss. The old man cast a glance at Chowan and declared, I knew you wouldn't easily concede. Come, let us continue. Today, I shall ensure you lose convincingly. All right. A broad smile spread across Chowan's face. He felt not a hint of discouragement. In fact, he was even more exhilarated than before. Huang Rong, seated nearby, watched Chowan's transformation with keen interest. Could it be that Chowan had discovered something? Is this old man truly a reclusive master? With the chessboard cleared, the old man remarked, If I were you, I would be too ashamed to continue. With your pathetic skills, you aren't even worthy to have me hold your shoes. As he spoke, the old man placed a piece on the board. With his chess skills now at the mastery level, Chowan's reaction time and cognitive abilities had improved significantly, enabling him to place his pieces with greater precision and speed than before. Clack! After placing a piece, Chowan retorted, You want me to hold your shoes? Do you think you're worthy? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see for yourself. Clack! Humph! In my youth, I was 100 times more handsome than you little brat. In the world of martial arts, countless beautiful women fought over me, leaving them battered and bruised. Clack! Age has taken its toll. All that's left are memories of my glory days, and in the end, I remain a solitary figure. Unlike me, who has an exquisite beauty by my side. This statement momentarily halted the old man's movements as he instinctively cast a glance at Huang Rong. Clack! The old man placed another piece, addressing Huang Rong with indifference. Since the conversation has reached this point, you needn't wear a mask any longer. Rest assured, I'm just an old man. I'm not someone you need to avoid. Huang Rong paused briefly but ultimately removed her mask. Her stunning visage was revealed before the old man, who narrowed his eyes and inquired, What do you see in this young lad? Huang Rong sighed, resigned to the situation. Here we go again. Continue your game. Do not involve me. She quickly attempted to divert their attention, yet a hint of blush crossed her cheeks. Did Chowan genuinely find her beautiful? The old man shifted his gaze and glared at Chowan, stating, "In my youth, every beauty on the divine martial continents list fell for me at first sight." Clack. Without mercy, Chowan replied, "Go ahead and boast. If you have the ability, summon one to see. If you can't, you're just bragging." Clack. The old man retorted indignantly, "If I were to summon them, you would probably soil your trousers in fear." Yet, as he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Time flies, and in the end, all that remains is a pile of ashes. Beautiful memories turn to dust. Sometimes, living too long can be a form of torment. Clack. If there are none, then stop pretending. You're not getting any younger, and you still don't know how to be modest. You? Me? What of me? I'm merely speaking the truth. Their banter continued, each trading barbs as they went back and forth. After more than 10 minutes, Chowan lost yet another match, the white pieces defeated across the board. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged in a chess match with the mysterious old man. Your chess proficiency has increased, reaching the minor achievement level, with a current progress of 4 towards minor achievement. Congratulations, host. Your chess proficiency has successfully reached the minor achievement level. Reward, 38 points to physique, 1 minor achievement martial arts enhancement card. Current total physique, 2094 points. Is this truly the minor achievement level? Chowan was filled with disbelief. The speed of this proficiency increase was astonishing. Just how high is this old man's chess mastery? At this rate, wouldn't he easily surpass the major achievement level, or even reach perfection? This marks Chowan's second minor achievement capability. The first was in medicine, but unlike medicine, which granted him an immunity to poisons, this time he received a minor achievement martial arts enhancement card. Clearly, the rewards he received were not of the same nature. The minor achievement martial arts enhancement card could currently be used for 2 martial arts styles, one being the Clear Wind Dual Harmony Sword, which had reached a mastery level of 82. With a bit of effort, attaining minor achievement should not be difficult. The other was the movement technique, Shadowless Goose, with a proficiency of 13. This was quite suitable, but for now, there was no rush to utilize it. He wanted to observe just how much experience this old man could grant him. As he pondered, the essence of minor achievement in chess began to merge in his mind, while Chowan had already started to tidy up the pieces on the board. What? Still not convinced? Young man, one must understand their place. With your skill level, you cannot possibly defeat me. I advise you to concede early and spare yourself the humiliation. Perhaps from their shared experience over 2 matches, or perhaps the old man felt he could no longer outmatch Chowan in words, his tone and demeanor had noticeably softened. Nearby, Huang Rong glanced at Chowan, equally taken aback. She recognized the determination on Chowan's face. She had seen this fervor before, and not just once. The first time was in the secluded courtyard of Su Weisheng at the Upper Academy, where Chowan had dragged her into a morning of martial practice. The second was on the ship departing from the academy, where he similarly insisted on training. This was the third time, yet unexpectedly, it was not martial practice, but chess. Could it be that this old man is indeed a reclusive master? Or has Chowan truly become incensed, challenging the old man head-on? Chapter 96. Who leaves is the grandson. Martial arts experience soars, come again. If you chase me away, that means you concede. There were no stakes, merely a number. Yet the elderly man before him objected vehemently, declaring, "Very well, so be it, I shall see just how long you can endure. Neither of us shall leave today. Whoever does is the grandson." Agreed. Whoever leaves is the grandson. Leave. He would welcome more of such encounters. The speed at which he could accrue experience here far surpassed the slow method of studying. Regrettably, the enhancement was limited to his chess skills. If only other abilities could flourish simultaneously. Tap, tap. Once more, the elderly gentleman made the first move, but his opponent surprisingly remained silent. With no verbal exchange, Chowan felt no need to retort. He refrained from countering simply to avoid disadvantage. His mind was solely preoccupied with thoughts of skill enhancement. After several pieces had been placed, the old man discerned something amiss in the game. To be precise, he had sensed it during the previous match but had dismissed it, attributing Chowan's performance to either carelessness or an off day. Yet in this game, Chaoan's skills had evidently ascended to a new level, raising the question, could such a transformation occur within a single match? As the old man continued to play, he scrutinized Chaoan, musing inwardly, this lad is rather intriguing. Having finished his internal contemplation, an elusive energy, imperceptible to both Chaoan and Huang Rong, subtly infused the pieces as he resumed his play. This game lasted at least half an hour, free from the distraction of exchanging barbs with the old man and buoyed by his skill improvement. Chaoan played with exceptional seriousness. He yearned to gauge the true level of the old man's expertise, but alas. In the end, he lost, just as he had in the previous 2 games, utterly defeated, with no chance for recovery. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged in a chess match with the mysterious old man. Your chess skill proficiency has increased. This time, it did not directly elevate to mastery, but rather from a minor level of 4 to a minor level of 34, a remarkable increase of 30. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his chess skills reached a masterful level. He had yet to experience the sensations associated with such a level and was eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Perhaps achieving completeness would grant him a physique akin to that of initial martial arts mastery. Just as Chaoan intended to gather the pieces and commence a new game, another notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully engaged in a chess match with the mysterious old man. Your martial arts experience has been enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your rare martial arching Li Hanyi sword proficiency has reached a minor level. Current progress. Minor. 5. Reward. Physique 102 points. 1 random prize draw of rare grade. Current overall physique 2196. Congratulations, host. Your rare martial arching Li Hanyi sword proficiency has successfully risen to minor level. Sword intent progress 3. Congratulations, host. Your rare martial art Yan Wuhan proficiency has successfully reached mastery level. Current progress. Mastery 63. Reward. Physique 76 points. 1 bottle of top-grade nurturing essence. Current overall physique 2272. Congratulations, host. Your rare mental technique Guiyu and Heart Sutra proficiency has successfully reached a minor level. Current progress. Minor. 2. Reward. Physique 85 points. 1 rare cleansing elixir. Current overall physique 2357. Congratulations, host. Your rare mental technique Guiyu and Heart Sutra proficiency has successfully risen to minor level. Pure body progress 3. The successive notifications left Chaoan frozen mid-action, his hands suspended in the air. Martial arts experience enhanced, and such a significant increase at that. Before he could contemplate further, his internal energy began to surge uncontrollably within him. The boost from the minor-level Guiyuan Heart Sutra was not trivial. Chaoan's momentum instantly soared to the pinnacle of the 4th rank, and that was merely the beginning. Before long, he had ascended to the 3rd rank. The 3rd rank represented a significant breakthrough for acquired martial artists. At the 4th rank, one could infuse internal energy into every limb and organ, enhancing physical strength and unleashing greater power. However, these minor meridians were but a small path, and no matter how much one solidified or expanded them, their scale would ultimately remain that of a village-south concrete road. The foundational attributes dictated that it could never pave an asphalt road or facilitate a 4-lane highway. Upon entering the 3rd rank, the journey toward establishing the thoroughfares of the 12 primary meridians officially commenced. With this newfound level, Chaoan hastily focused his mind, concentrating on his elevation in rank. Hey, Chaoan, you, beside him. Huang Rong was taken aback by Chaoan's sudden transformation. Just as she began to speak, the old man across the table interjected. Fear not. It is merely a breakthrough. Do not disturb him. The old man's tone had softened considerably compared to his previous agitation, his gaze toward Chaoan now imbued with admiration. A breakthrough? How could this happen out of the blue? Huang Rong, recovering from her shock, widened her eyes at the old man. It was you? The old man smiled but offered no reply, instead collecting the pieces from the chessboard. Wait, you, sir, senior. In that moment, Huang Rong found herself at a loss for how to address him. She had deduced correctly. This elderly gentleman was indeed a reclusive master, and a single game of chess had propelled Chaoan into a breakthrough. His presence now unmistakably exuded the aura of the 3rd rank, and it continued to rise, of course. Not only Huang Rong but even the old man himself was taken aback. He had indeed infused some martial principles into the game, but he had simply felt a whimsical inclination, thinking this young man somewhat intriguing. He never imagined that a mere fourth-rank youth could grasp the essence of his martial arts. Yet to his astonishment, this lad not only comprehended but did so with remarkable efficacy. Was it mere luck? Or did he truly possess such extraordinary insight? Yet if his insight was indeed exceptional, how could he still be merely a fourth rank at such a young age? Chao En's momentum continued to swell. The warm currents within him, propelled by the Guiyuan Heart Sutra, swiftly transformed into internal energy, flooding into the 12 primary meridians. He began to adapt rapidly to the meridians, solidifying their structure and expanding their width and thickness within their capacity. Much like laying a sturdy foundation, the more solid the base, the greater the load it could bear, and the faster vehicles could traverse without issues. The third rank was fundamentally about reinforcing the foundation of the 12 primary meridians. After entering the third rank, Chao En did not linger at its initial stage for long. Soon, he progressed to the mid-third rank, then to the late stage, and finally reached the pinnacle of the third rank. The groundwork for the 12 primary meridians was nearly complete, yet in the process of operation, he inevitably encountered mountains or deep valleys. For the main road to remain clear, it would require the excavation of tunnels and the construction of bridges. The extraordinary meridians served as the tunnels and bridges within the human body. Chapter 97. The card for enhancing mastery level. What will you do about it? In the realm of medicine, a normal, ordinary person possesses unobstructed meridians and acupoints within their body. Should these pathways become blocked or bifurcated, illness shall inevitably ensue. However, the martial arts world diverges significantly from this reality. For martial practitioners, the extraordinary meridians and 8 vessels are inherently closed at birth. They can only be gradually opened through diligent cultivation of mental techniques over time. The second tier represents the process of unlocking these 8 meridians and establishing a foundational essence. Within the Dantian, an inexhaustible supply of internal energy begins to surge towards the first of the extraordinary meridians, the Ren meridian. When this energy enters the first acupoint above the Ren meridian, the practitioner attains the second tier. Upon entering this state, the enhancement is momentarily complete. The overwhelming surge of power within Chao En's body made him feel as though a single punch could obliterate all obstacles in his path. This sensation of ascendance was far more fulfilling than the incremental advancements experienced at lower tiers. Without experiencing it personally, one cannot comprehend its significance. After feeling the enhancements and transformations brought forth by both the third and second tiers, Chao En finally understood why he astonished those second and first-tier practitioners when he, a fourth-tier martial artist, dominated them in battle. For an ordinary individual, confronting an opponent 3 significant tiers above them is nearly an impossibility. After all, the limits of the human body are defined, and without these exceptional means, such feats remain unattainable. Congratulations, host! Through your relentless efforts, your level has successfully risen to the third tier, and you have received a reward. 1 rare spirit conjuring pill and a chance for a random rare grade lottery. Congratulations, host! Through your relentless efforts, your level has successfully risen to the second tier, and you have received a reward, 1 card for enhancing mastery level. The continuous notifications from the system echoed, and his physical prowess exhibited a remarkable surge. From the peak of the 4th tier, he advanced to the initial, intermediate, and later stages of the 3rd tier, culminating in the peak of the 3rd tier, with an impressive increase in attributes across 6 levels. The current overall attribute stood at 2,816 points, while the comprehensive attributes of an ordinary initial stage 2nd tier martial artist were merely 1,504 points. The disparity was growing ever wider. Moreover, the reward for reaching the 2nd tier was a card for enhancing mastery level. Chao En immediately thought of his medical skills. Since entering the minor mastery level, his proficiency had remained stagnant. This was primarily due to the fact that he had not employed this ability since achieving minor mastery. Yet, not using it did not imply that it was ineffective. Medical skills were undoubtedly the most valuable and practical ability he possessed, without exception. However, the time to utilize such resources had yet to arrive. At this moment, Chao En was certain that the elder with whom he was playing chess was far from simple. Seizing this opportunity, he would surely take full advantage of it. If he were to experience such enhancements a couple more times, he even believed he could directly break through to the diamond mortal realm today. Regaining his focus, Chao En glanced at his attribute panel. Apart from the breakthroughs in several advanced martial arts techniques, the progress of other foundational martial arts had also improved somewhat. The flowing sword technique reached completion at 5, the 5 tigers breaking Mountain Blade and Leisurely Steps both achieved completion at 9. The Sword Intent progressed to 5, and the Pure Body reached 4. However, the Blade Intent and Body Technique remained unchanged at 2. Yet, according to the 5 progression rate, it wouldn't be long before both the Blade Intent and Body Technique would increase by 1. The most significant improvement was in the Xian transformation technique, with the second layer's progress reaching 98, soon to be perfected, and allowing the commencement of the third layer's cultivation. This enhancement was filled with surprises and unexpected delight. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be exhilarating, truly exhilarating. As his thoughts gradually returned to reality, Chaowen's gaze grew clearer. He noticed Huang Rong staring at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, evidently shocked by his breakthrough. This was the second time she had witnessed him ascend through at least 2 major realms in rapid succession. The first time was when he transitioned from the 7th tier to the 4th tier, and now it was occurring again. She found herself unable to discern whether the elder was truly formidable or if Chaowen was simply extraordinary. If this latest feat could be attributed to the elder, what about the previous occasion? Had he encountered a similar fortuitous event? Chaowen smiled knowingly and gave Huang Rong a reassuring glance before turning his attention back to the elder. He opened his mouth, prepared to speak, but the elder was quicker, resuming his previous brusque demeanor and retorting, "You little rascal, are you going to make a move or not? I'll tell you this. If you want to leave, kneel down, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather 3 times. Otherwise, you shall not depart." The elder resumed his imposing posture. Upon hearing this, Chaowen chuckled and assumed a stance, declaring, "Hey, you old coot, as I said before, whoever backs down today shall be deemed a grandson. Make your move quickly. You shall not leave until we complete 100 games." Chaowen urged, contemplating that if the elder was unwilling, he would challenge him to 1,000 games without hesitation. 1,000 games would surely elevate his chess skills to a perfect 100%, or perhaps enhance his realm to an unimaginable level. His mind began to wander into the realm of fantasies, even if they were somewhat unrealistic. The elder shot a glare at Chaowen and began placing his pieces with remarkable speed. Click, click, click. Each game unfolded at a rapid pace. The elder glanced up occasionally while playing, scrutinizing Chaowen this time. The level of chess skill exhibited by Chaowen was comparable to the previous match, showing some improvement but noticeably less than before. With each move, an invisible energy infused the chessboard in pieces, in the previous game. Chaowen had been so focused that he had not particularly noticed it, perhaps due to his lower realm. However, this time, he was acutely aware. The black and white pieces clashed like 2 martial artists engaged in combat. The white pieces represented him, while the black pieces were the elder across the board. The elder's black pieces pressed forward, forcing the white pieces into a retreat. Yet, akin to the chessboard, there remained a glimmer of hope until utter defeat was realized. Chaowen raised his head in astonishment to look at the elder, suddenly grasping that the reason for the previous chess matches enhancing his martial arts experience was indeed this. The elder might be even more enigmatic and powerful than he had imagined. "What are you staring at? Make your move." The elder, noticing Chaowen's distraction, shot him a sharp glance. Chaowen snapped back to reality and promptly placed his piece, retorting with a nonchalant, "What is it to you? Am I not allowed to look?" Thus, the two resumed their banter, exchanging words as Huang Rong instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety for Chaowen. Previously, she had been unconcerned about the elder's strength, but now, she genuinely feared that Chaowen might provoke him to the point where neither of them could escape.